Angeles. It's fun.
Yeah, I missed it.
Where are you originally from, Gina?
Originally born outside of Western Mass, a lot of heroin.
Yep.
All my friends are dead. So moved to New York for 10 years.
Uh-huh.
And then I decided to switch it up. Came to Texas, started comedy here. I got fired for being on a webcam. And
what? Did you get fired from the yellow rose or the red rose?
no, I was actually
Just
good.
kidding. Just kidding.
No,
Just
fun story. I was actually in neurosurgeries when I was.
Whoa!
Yeah.
Wow! You were doing brain surgeries?
Spinal surgery.
Wow, that's incredible. How
Yeah.
long did you study that for?
Forever. I was in school until last year until I stopped taking grad courses.
Wow.
Yeah, I'm a behavioral degree, neuroscience, biology. Yeah.
My goodness, that's incredible. It doesn't really match your look.
Yeah, I realized that
You're like a good student, and the look says bad baby.
Yeah. That's what I realized I was spending all this money on grad school, and I was like, nobody fucking cares, so I bought tits. Like, I was like, I could have retired 10 fucking years ago.
Oh, okay. How much did that cost? Just out of curiosity.
20.
Let's see him. I don't believe it.
No, Red Band.
Yeah.
Red Band had to spend $20K at Whataburger to get those tits.
It's way cheaper than that, Tony.
Yeah. He only had 10,000 quarter pounders.
No.
They're my retirement plan.
Wow.
Yeah.
How small were they before? Is that
Very small. Yeah.
Wow. Yeah, because you bought what appears to be a small seat.
Yeah.
Right? Am I correct?
Yeah.
Did you buy gummy bears? Did you buy gummy bear tits, or did you go with the
No,
classic?
I went saline. I can't believe we're here. I'm like, I have a neuroscience degree. Let's talk about my tits. But no, I bought saline because if they break, you don't get like any injuries to like your body. You just
Funny.
fucking.
I also imagine that you got seats at med school as well.
You know what? I got.
The report card joke, everybody. For those of you that missed it, it's a report card joke.
I got a C in Orgo, which is actually pretty impressive.
Orgo? Is that where you make the things with paper, like the birds and stuff?
Yes.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
What's Orgo?
Organic chemistry.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. That seems hard. Yeah.
That's the
Chemistry.
beat out class for
Chemistry is like a real test of can you pay attention. It's real.
Yeah, and then I looked around the room and I was like, nobody in here is funny or hot, so I should
Right.
just buy tits and have somebody else pay my bills.
100%. And has that been working for you? You're single?
I'm fucking a magician, so it hasn't worked out that
So
well.
you really are fucking a magician? Is that true?
That's a true story.
Oh shit.
But I didn't want to. I was like, I'm gonna do the joke about him, but I'm not gonna make it about him. And here we are.
Have you ever seen him like perform at one of his shows?
He's like really good.
Oh
It's
shit.
fucking annoying.
Does he fuck with you all the time with magic shit? Like, hey, my dick's coming out of your ass right
Fucking
now.
6 times.
Red Band, what the fuck is going on? What the fuck is happening right now? These people in Antones make these double Jack and Cokes way too strong.
No, I'm gonna ask him. I'm gonna ask because like the last time he was like, I really want to see what you're into. So like the next time is gonna be really interesting.
The next what?
The next.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. If he's God, this fucking asshole. I wanted to make this about me. Can we ask me
You're
something
gonna
else
have
about
a
me?
bird come out of your vagina. You're gonna be pissed off.
Okay, Red Band, thank you so much. Who's the guy that you banged before the magician? They always
Oh my
say
god,
it's
the
special.
last person I dated here actually made me call him Delta. His name was Dave.
Oh,
But yeah, he was like, call me Delta Foxtrot. He looked that fucking guy up too.
oh my god.
Oh yeah, and then I found out he had been in the military for 9 years.
That's what
Wow.
Fox.
Yeah, he's having flashbacks to.
Yeah, he drove a white Ford Bronco. True story. He drove a white Ford Bronco.
Really?
Yeah,
Wow.
yeah.
Like,
So,
what?
well, the 2 guys before that used to hit me. So Delta Foxtrot.
That was a good question. John
Yeah.
Dees just asked, was it a black dude? Because a white Bronco is a famous black man's car. O.J. Simpson.
Yeah, that was the first red flag. Delta didn't get by. You know.
Was he black?
No.
Have
White
you, ever
boy.
been, have you ever been with a black man?
No, not
No?
yet.
Whoa, look at that.
Whoa.
Jesus Christ. God damn. John, I think she wants you to tickle her ivories.
She has a one-dub vagina right now.
Will you stop with the birds and the pussy jokes, Red Band? Jesus fucking Christ, man. Oh my god! She doesn't have birds in her fucking pussy. It'd be so crazy if she's like, actually, I mean, like, good night, everybody. Thank you. Sorry to Michael Lair, we ran out of time. Good night, everybody.
It's just an eagle.
Yeah, it's coming out like a giraffe, baby. It's just a dead owl just falls on itself. Old Hootie died from suffocation on that day. Wow, you were so funny, Gina Hyena. I'm going to be honest with you. I really was not expecting it. After being in this business for 14 years, when I saw a female wearing makeup, like trying it all, I immediately was like, wow, this is going to be the absolute worst. And it immediately set you up so that when you hit actual punchlines, I was shocked.
Yeah.
Thank you.
What's the longest set you've ever done before?
25.
Really?
Wow.
Yeah.
I would like to have you Wednesday to do a spot.
Oh, turn up.
Whoa! Whoa!
If you can. Yeah.
Wow! What a stunning turnover! Nobody ever saw that coming. Gina Hyena, absolutely incredible performance. I loved it. Thank you so much. I lost your piece of paper. Oh, there it is. And there she goes, Gina Hyena. Follow her at Eggs and Hot Sauce, all one word.
Thank
Just
you.
the letter N. Eggs and Hot Sauce. That's the stylings of Gina Hyena. Using her med school brain to write jokes and hit the punchlines. Very impressive. Fun stuff. 154. We started at 8:05. You know, let's do one more and then get Michael Lair up here. When I was in the melee of pulling out names to get a female up here, I pulled out a name of a guy who I actually know, and he is driven, I think, 4 or 5 hours, many Mondays, to come here to sign up for the show. I made friends with him when I did crowd work one night at a stand-up show in San Antonio. I did crowd work on this guy. He was funny. He responded funny. We had fun. We hung out afterwards. We went golfing a few weeks ago. A guy from a random audience member at one of my shows to golfing with me. He's so likable, so cool. I can't wait to see what he does up here. For the first time in Tony history, make some noise for my pal, Chewy. It's Chewy, everybody.
I got Chewy.
We go. He's pumping his fist. He's excited. Hell yeah. I do believe this is his first set ever. How about you guys give him a big welcome? It's my friend Chewy, everybody.
Orale Oscar! I am a dreamer, a daydreamer. And like a lot of daydreamers, I've dreamt about having my own nightclub. And at the front door of my nightclub, I'm going to have a big wooden porch shaped like a wagon. So to get into my nightclub, you got to get on the wagon, stay on the wagon, till you get across, and to get off the wagon, you got to go down the staircase that has 12 steps to get into my club, the 13th step. My club's going to do so well, I'm going to open up another club on the gangster side of town. I'm going to call that club the G-Spot. And that club's going to be so successful that I'm going to open up a totally new club. I'm going to call that the Baby Gap. And I'm not going to forget about my hood rats. I'm going to open up a strip club on the ghetto side of town. And it's pretty ghetto over there. You're not going to see any Porsches, Mercedes. You're going to get coming up to the main stage. Put your hands together for Kia. And on the backstage, give me a hell yeah for Elantra. Yeah, hell yeah.
Chewy, fuck yeah, man. Wow, I don't think you're allowed to call them hood rats anymore. That's proof that Chewy drove 4 or 5 hours from the middle of Texas to be here tonight.
Way
And for all my hood rat friends out there, Derek, what do you think about this?
Yo, what the fuck is the ghetto side and then the gangster side?
Oh no, they're separate. They're separate.
What? Yeah, these hood rats and Porsches and Benzes.
Chewy's about to be the first person in the show's history to get murdered by the band up here.
Hey. And what happened to Michael? Did he get deported?
Oh, come on. Chewy's referencing our Mexican friend, Michael Gonzalez. He's on a vacation in Hawaii.
All right.
By the way, it's very rare when someone's more racist on the show than they were at the golf course. But Chewy,
Hey.
I gotta give you credit. I've never seen anyone be completely nice and normal on the golf course and just come here. Where do you get deported? Where's my hood rats at? Those fucking gangsters, they'll have their own club too. I love it, Chewy. Tell us about you. This is your first time doing stand-up, right?
First time.
First time ever.
First time ever.
Chewy the Dewey.
First time ever.
I love it. Welcome, Chewy. And how old are you? Tell these people you're
57.
57. Absolutely. Absolutely adorable. And what have you been doing your whole life? What you been doing? Tell us about it.
Working.
Working. What do you
That's
do?
old field. West Texas.
I love it. The oil fields of West Texas.
Way the fuck out there.
Look at this fucking guy. This is a real man right here.
What do you think about electric cars like Tesla and stuff like that? What do you think about that?
You think he's gonna not like it? He's into oil.
They're gonna make me be homeless out here.
Yeah, exactly, right? Is that a real thing, like in your industry? Like, do people talk about that a lot? Yeah.
Fuck yeah. Yeah. They'll put us out of business out there.
Whatever. Oil's gonna be around forever.
No.
That's like
Well,
saying that's like saying YouTube stars are gonna kill stand-up comedy.
Oil will be around forever, but they're gonna regulate taxes so bad out there that they'll just buy oil from OPEC. So then it's easier to get that kickback from a foreign company than it is American.
Oh shit, dude! All right.
I like how you did that handshake. Like, yeah.
Yeah, fucking Chewy's out here. Are you the magician that the other girls?
Yeah, let me. Here's the.
Chewy. Oh, look at that. Right. Hey, you guys are all disgusting right now. All right. Who's in control of the show? He's bending over. You're making the fart noise. You guys plan that?
My pigeon's on vacation in Hawaii.
Okay. Chewy, tell us something very interesting about your life or your history that we'd be shocked to know about you.
I'm divorced.
What happened?
Dating's been hard.
Yeah, has it been?
Yep.
How do you go on dates? What do you do? Farmers only? Or?
I mean, it's been tough.
Really? When's the last time you kissed a girl?
Oh shit. Oh shit.
What are we talking about over here?
Along.
Really?
Well,
Did you got a big kiss on the lips?
Because I've got a handicap.
Yeah, what's your handicap?
I am penisly challenged.
Yeah, what does that mean?
It means a couple of years ago I was just that motherfucker with the little dick, but now in this Biden liberal era, I'm penisly challenged, and I'm disabled. I want my fucking check.
You can't get your dick to work?
No, it works.
Oh.
It works.
Does it work in the oil field as well? Does it?
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. I wake up with morning wood every day.
Wow, look at you. Fucking Chewy with the gooey. Wow. So, like, if you had to guess when the last time you kissed a girl other than your ex-wife was, what would you guess? A few years?
No. I've been on dates.
Oh, okay. So you made out with some of these hood rats or something like that?
Well, it's not hood rats.
Right.
Mexican girl.
Homeless people.
Mexican girl.
Mexican girl. Okay. How long ago was that?
Couple months ago.
Couple months ago. Okay. I was going to see if a random stranger wanted to come up here and kiss you, but I guess you got off easy on that one with by saying a random Mexican girl a couple months ago. We all believe you since you said hood rats earlier, too.
Well, I mean, I'm Mexican.
We don't think you would lie about making out with a Mexican girl is my point.
It's so crazy you're Mexican because when you have white hair, you don't really think you're Mexican. Like it's so weird.
That's so fucked up, Brandon.
Yeah,
Red
thank
Man,
you,
Red Man.
John. You took the words
Red Man.
right out of my mouth.
Red Man, what do you
Like
want?
Steve
What do you-
Martin's here.
Red Man,
What?
Red Man, what do you want? I'll hang you some sheetrock.
No,
some cement.
no,
Shit.
no.
Hey,
How much
hey,
more?
If they had a kitchen here, I'd wash you some dishes.
All right, Jesus.
Right, I don't have to
Stop
worry.
with the stereotypes, everybody. This show's out of control right now. Chewy, you mentioned hood rats during your set. I'm going to hand it over to my friend Derek Poston. I'm going to see if he has any questions. I'm not saying you're a hood rat. I'm just saying.
The fuck?
I'm saying that that's an interesting type of verbiage to just throw around up here.
Well, I was just confused because he said, oh, hood rats. He goes, no, I don't mess with hood rats. I dated a Mexican girl. It's like, so what is a hood rat? Like, what?
Hood rat could be
It seems like it's not. It seems like it's just a black woman.
anybody who lives in the hood. It's not. I didn't say nothing about being. You have to be black to be
Yeah,
a
hood rats is
A hood rat. Somebody lives in the hood.
What do you think? You agree with that, Derek?
No, 'cause
Shit, I think, yeah.
apparently Mexicans don't live in the hood anymore. You know what?
Hey, welcome to Texas. There you go.
Wow. All right.
All right, Joey.
Chewy, I love it, man. And you're out here. You're visiting for. Are you staying in Austin?
Yeah. Well, no. I just drove in,
Right.
drove out, and driving out tomorrow.
Right. And you have a 5-hour drive? Is that right?
Yep.
Yep. Straight west.
Straight west. Well, yeah.
Yep.
Straight west.
I love it. I love it. You have a truck?
Yeah.
What kind of truck do you have?
Chevy Silverado.
Goddamn right it is.
Goddamn right. I mean, hell.
Goddamn right. Every one of these fucking guys out here is a Chevy. So for those of you just listening, if
But
you
hey-
live anywhere else around the world,
But if I was truly Mexican, it'd be a 4-wheel drive.
Chewy, I don't think you noticed.
Hey, maybe
You're a
I'll-
racist, Chewy. This is
No, hell no.
this is an intervention.
No, dude.
This is an intervention for racism. Thank you, Jeremiah. Again, Jeremiah from Los Angeles, California. He's got a baby on the way. He's still talking about it.
Yeah.
I love it. All right, Chewy. Well, you're just such a good soul. You're so likable and fun. I'm glad that you got to have your first time. This is something you've been signing up for multiple times. I'm glad we got it out of your system. How do you think? You think it's going to be something you're going to do again?
Oh, yeah.
Hell
Oh,
yeah.
for sure.
Look at that. He's
Sure.
hooked. How about a big hand for Chewy, everybody? He's on social media, Chewy Meskin, CHUYMESKIN. You guys ready for your final comedian of the night, huh? Ladies and gentlemen, this guy, a regular on Kill Tony, freshly, brand newly recovered from the coronavirus. He beat it. He got it. He beat the shit out of it. This is his return. Diagnosed with ALS a few years ago. Gave up his 2 decades of improvisational background to chase his big dream of being a stand-up comedian. We saw him about a year and a half ago on Kill Tony. Fell in love with him, made him a regular. He writes and performs a brand new minute every week since then. A new resident of Austin, Texas. Make some noise for the great Michael Lehrer.
All you women, I find you one of the funny guys until you find out I can't walk. You know how large a lady has to be to maneuver me around the queen-size mattress for intercourse? 285 pounds. Medicare does your formula. You women act like you want a funny guy. Women also want to occasionally go to the beach. I have nightmares about sin. I have nightmares about sin. If there was a movie title for me trying to fight a morbidly obese woman, it would be called Indiana Jones and the Last Cocaine. I prefer to be a celebrity and to go to Ice Wide Shut parties, but people do not invite you to orgies when you have barbecue sauce on all your clothes. Fuck you, Yoni. Fuck you, Yoni. Fuck Yoni. Fuck you, Yoni.
Wow. 1 minute and 51 seconds. Give this guy a week off. He doesn't even take a break. Michael Lair is back, doing twice as long as every other comedian, 4 times longer than one of the comedians tonight. An incredible set. He's fresh off of being clean from the coronavirus.
Where's Vagina Hyena?
Where's
Vagina
Vagina
Hyena. Actually, my district, God took my walking away. I love you, Vagina Hyena.
Wow. Gina Hyena getting callback power from Michael Lair.
By the way, Michael, I think anyone that saw last episode, everyone was very concerned and very worried because you really made almost everyone cry.
Yeah. But here's the truth. I wasn't sick. I'm an alcoholic drug addict.
That's true. But the coronavirus.
Yeah. So I apologize, and I'll return all the GoFundMe. Alright? But look, no more cocaine for me, alright?
Yeah.
But they have a new thing I want to try called double cocaine.
Wait, what's it
Wait a
called?
second. What's double cocaine?
It's like, you know how cocaine makes me on top of the world?
Yeah.
Double cocaine, I can fuck you.
Oh, so it's Viagra with cocaine?
Yeah.
Oh, that seems very healthy.
Wow.
Yeah, man. I've enjoyed my sobriety. It's been very fun. I picked up hobbies. Like, instead of bird watching, I do hooker hunting. Now, this is great when you're in a restaurant. We're always curious, like, is that a hooker? There's an easy way to tell. Does she order off the menu like she's hibernating for the winter? Does she order off the menu like she's a gerbil or a hamster and has pouches to store food in her cheeks? And one, does she order double bacon, extra sausage, and double hash browns that I have? That bitch is a hooker.
Wow. Very interesting. I can't believe we just found out Red Band's a hooker. Red Band's a hooker.
What's funny is that anytime we're out of town, I always order extra food for the hotel room. Like, that's my backup chicken sandwich.
Yeah.
That's, like, you know, you never
He
know.
famously does. He gets a backup Frosty from Wendy's, and it'll be in his fridge. So many hotel maids have had a very depressing Sunday afternoon cleaning up his backup food from a refrigerator. I'm just kidding. He eats it before the maids get it. Michael Lair.
I'm not happy.
Why aren't you happy?
I moved to Austin so I can fucking do drugs. And it turns out, like, no matter how cute and funny you are, a girl that fuck a really fat guy and they got in a wheelchair.
I've never seen you laugh at yourself after a joke like that before. I've watched you hundreds of times at this point, and I've never seen you enjoy a joke that much. Are you talking to someone specifically?
Yeah! What's wrong with you? You made me your phone number. You don't know calling back. I get you don't get my jokes. Alright? You know what? I lie to people now. When people go, what are you doing? I don't say comedian because then you hear a million annoying things. I go, special Olympics, bronze medal, hockey balls, North Korea 2025.
Wow. I'm telling you, after a week off due to the coronavirus and a rough week,
By the way, I just want to say that, Michael Laird, before we got Yellow Rose and Red Rose as a sponsor, went to the Yellow Rose.
yeah,
And he
this
said-
is on February 13th,
Yeah,
by the way.
and he sent us a text message.
Yep.
And his text message is, seriously, I quit everything, y'all. Work for, because Yellow Rose is all I've ever wanted. Bye, Felicia.
Yeah. Yeah, he literally told us he was retiring because he went to the Yellow Rose. I don't know, I guess he was just planning on spending the rest of his money there. Again, this is definitely during the months-long cocaine bender that he went on. Again, he retired from doing what he loves to stay at the Yellow Rose at one point. He sent us this. He sent us this at what time? What time was
By
it?
the way, didn't he say this? Fuck, I just realized I pissed all over myself in a stall at the Yellow Rose. I ruined everything nice.
Wow. These are real text messages from Michael Laird.
Oh man, I'll leave it back.
Michael Laird is back, everybody! MichaelLairdComedy.com for everything Michael Laird.
Whoa!
Look at that drawing from Ryan J. Evo,
Holy shit!
Lee Redband, and Derek Poston.
Oh shit.
All the way down to the details of the baseball cap on that one.
Yeah.
Everything's available at RyanJEbelt.com. Did you guys have fun tonight, huh? For those of you listening to the podcast, make sure you follow the band. These guys are unbelievable. How about a big hand for John Dees? Follow him on social media, John Dees, all one word, JONKEYZ. On guitar, Matt Mueling, everyone, at Mutation, MUEHTATION. How about a big hand for Deep Madness, everybody? And on the drums, Daniel Watson, D Watts, DWATZ323. Him and Matt Mueling on guitar are in a band together called Prager. And that's the band, the Fix Vodka Kill Tony band. Fix Vodka, the alkaline vodka. Literally the best vodka that you can buy. For those of you that drink vodka at all. I've been making screwdrivers lately to cure my hangovers using Fix Vodka. With,
If you have stomach acid, it's really good for that.
yeah, I just like it because it's just a nice clean buzz.
Hey, I have a show every week at Vulcan Gas Company. This week, we have it on a Wednesday, but as you can tell, two of the people on this show are going to be there. And also, I can say it now, maybe William Montgomery. So,
look at it. Guys, how loud can this place get for my guest? His first time as a guest on the show, Derek Poston, everyone. He's got a great podcast. It's called Spoil the Beans. Listen to it. Follow him on social media at PERICPOSTON, all one word. Derek, fun times, man.
The most fun time, bro. And to every comic listening, man, get serious, but bro, just keep going. I was working this show. I was a tour guy working this show, being like, man, I'm gonna be on that motherfucking show. And then 3 years later, bro, I'm on that motherfucking show. So,
Goddamn right you are.
Going. Don't stop,
Goddamn
bro.
right.
Keep going.
Derek's on the show also, so come see him kick ass.
Thanks, buddy.
He tells you to keep going, but also with the keep going, that also means write hard, work hard, think about this all the time.
By the way, he has like one of the best podcasts ever. He does it with his girl Sam, and it's amazing. You have to check it out.
Follow it on social media, all one word, Spoil the Beans. I absolutely love this guy. Like I said earlier, he's the future. You're going to remember you found him here. Oh, and how could I forget? We ate tonight by the amazing food of CM Smokehouse. Thanks to our friend Yoni and Best Barbecue Show. Absolutely incredible. They're going to be with us for 500 at Paramount on Thursday. Unbelievable food. If you guys haven't had a chance yet, check out CM Smokehouse at Bolden Creek. Is that right? Bolden Acres. That's right. I get them all. Barton Creek, Bolden Acres, blah, blah, fucking farmland bullshit. But their place is unbelievable. An unbelievable setup and incredible food. And let's look at the art from Chris Rogers' art tonight. He did it in person. That's a real drawing of The Undertaker, Austin resident. He drew that while you all sat there doing absolutely nothing. That's a real drawing of The Undertaker.
And like every one of his art pieces, it might be for sale.
That's true. I'm friends with The Undertaker now. No big deal. Did Rogan's podcast with him, but haven't we all? You know what I mean? Thank you, audience, so much for coming out. Austin has become our new home. It feels like home. We love you guys so much. Thank you. Good night, everybody.
Yeah, Spider-Man is freezing full of bag. You ready, Ron? I'm ready. You ready, Bill? I'm ready, Slick. Are you? Oh, yeah. Break it down. Girl,
short in my life because I get so angry when I get home. And it was expensive. It was like $7 or $8. It looked good on the card. You buy that, you buy something that looks good on the card, you get big at home and it sucks. For sure. And so that goes to the street tonight. You know, trash night is Wednesday night. Then I'll go to the street. And, off to vegan heaven, wherever that is. But it's just gonna fill up a landfill. It's gonna go right in the landfill. So you vegans created that landfill, or at least my vegan, odorless, flavorless, sugarless, non-dairy ice cream. It is going into the landfill tonight or tomorrow. So you vegans did it. Congratulations. You caused that landfill to absorb that ice cream. And that's where it's going. Income. All right, let's talk about this. They're giving melatonin out at a daycare. And we'll come back. We'll tell you about this and why it's odd. But they're giving melatonin at a daycare to kids. And they're not telling the parents. They're not telling the parents that they're giving these kids sleeping pills. And essentially, that's what it is. I know it might be natural, but still, it's a sleeping aid. Oh, it's crazy. It's crazy. More craziness in Southern California. We're live on KFI AM 640. We'll come back and talk about where this is happening. Giving kids melatonin at a daycare center without talking to the parents. Crazy. Live on KFI 103. President Trump's announced a 90-day pause on some tariffs. ABC's Rebecca Jarvis says the pause affects more than 75 countries, but not China.
China is still a very, very important trading partner with the United States. They export about $440 billion worth of goods here in the United States.
Jarvis says lots of small and big businesses rely on China. Trump raised tariffs against China to 125% after it raised its tariffs on the U.S. to 84%. The LA City Council has given the okay to move forward with plans to expand the convention center downtown. The full council has now followed a council committee's decision to revive the more than $2 billion project. Councilman Isabel Romano says the expansion could bring much-needed cash to a city facing a $1 billion budget shortfall.
It's crucial we invest our limited resources in projects that generate revenue, stimulate our local economy, and lift our communities.
The work would start in September, pause during the Olympics, and then finish after the Games in 2029. Downtown business and civic groups say it's much needed to help the troubled neighborhood.
National Weather Service's temperatures could reach the mid-90s in some parts of the Southland over the next couple days. Meteorologist Todd Hall says he would call it
We have high pressure system moving over the region. And that's a highly near Thursday or Friday. We're going to see most of the morning. We're going to see this in the valley area, into the valley, and into the Gabriel Valley.
Temperatures expected to start dropping Friday of the weekend. The clouds and fog overnight tonight will soon clear tomorrow, and as we said, probably the hottest day of the week. Then cool it down just a smidge Friday for the weekend. Right now on Fullerton, 83. Costa Mesa, 69 degrees. Sugar Drive.
Start off in the South LA area earlier on Monday. Manchester Avenue has wrapped up on Beach Open. Traffic picking up away from the 105. After that, you've got a decent opening until you make your way towards Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard. You're on the brakes beyond all the way towards Stadium Way. Slowing in Pasadena, 210 eastbound leaving Sierra Madre. Delays pretty heavy all the way to Azusa. And we're heading out to Irvine. This is 5 northbound delays away from Culver Drive. Pretty heavy all the way to Harbor.
Hey, this is Rabbi coming live from Antone's in Austin, Texas, for a brand new episode of Kill Tony. Give it up for Tony Hinchcliffe.
what's up, Austin? Make some noise. We're here. We're doing this shit. It's Monday night. This is the place to be. It's Brian Redband.
What's up, everybody?
Live in the flesh. How exciting. You guys ready for a great night tonight or what? Oh, yeah. Fresh off of Wild episode 500 at the Paramount Theater. Very, very exciting to be back at home at Antone's. Hell yeah. Feels good in here. How about a hand for the band, everybody? You just heard it. Thunder and Lightning, the Fix Vodka Kill Tony band.
Look at that new Fix Vodka drumhead you got.
That's beautiful. Fix Vodka drumhead. Who made that? Megan Palin? P-A-L-I-N? Megan Palin painted that whole thing. Fix Vodka. The best vodka out there. The first ever alkaline vodka. So if you like vodka at all and hate hangovers, try Fix Vodka.
Yeah.
Straight up now, tell me. How about a hand for the great John Deans on the keys, Matt Mueling on guitar, D Madness on the bass, Michael Gonzalez on the drums. And look who's behind us, everybody. The original house artist for Kill Tony, Ryan J. Ebel. All the way from Los Angeles, California, born and bred here in Texas. He's back home for the first time in a long time, getting Ryan J. out to Texas, and the first time here at Antone's.
Yeah. And we have dueling artists. We have Chris Rogers' art right there. It's next to him. We've been doing a lot.
It's an art duel. Ryan J. has official posters from episode 500 at the Paramount Theater. That's a super, super, super painting of all the old paintings and a new painting. It's crazy. You got to see it. He has them for sale along with brand new Kill Tony coloring books. You can get them after the show by finding Ryan J. Ebel. How fucking cool is that? He's here, everybody. Or you can get him online at ryanjebel.com. Hell yeah. This is going to be a banger tonight. I'm so excited about it. But before we start it, here's a little bit about the amazing sponsors that made tonight's episode available for you right now for free here. I don't know what it's like where you live, but lawns are a hard thing to take care of. Austin here just went through a ton of wild weather this week. We're talking hail, tons of rain, this and that. Taking care of your lawn isn't always easy. There's brown spots, bare patches, pesky weeds, and nibbling grubs. See your lawn thrive this spring with your own custom lawn care plan from Sunday. Sunday is more than just a lawn care product. It is a custom lawn care plan with a variety of ways to help you grow a beautiful lawn, control weeds, and remove pests. They take out all the guesswork and unwanted chemicals so you can grow a beautiful lawn that's better for people, pets, and the planet with Sunday. Red Band, you just use this on your brand new lawn.
Yeah, this is my first lawn. I've never had a lawn before. It's a fun hobby. When I moved in, my lawn had not been taken care of for a few months, and there was dead grass. There was places where there was no grass and tons of weeds. I put in my address on Sunday's website, and they used satellite data to find exactly how big my lawn is, and they sent me, based on my location, exactly what my lawn needed. And man, I threw some seeds down. I killed all the weeds using their weed killer they sent me. I had a bunch of dandelions. I had some just for that. And already I'm seeing results. My lawn has gone from brown to green in just a few months. And it's amazing so far.
It's incredible. This is technology helping people with lawns now. We've seen it with other things before. Uber, Postmates, this and that.
DNA, like finding out what your DNA is. You know? It's crazy.
Exactly. This is basically the 23andMe for your lawn. Sunday makes taking care of your lawn easier than ever. Just go to Sunday.com, you put in your home address, and their free lawn analysis takes care of the rest. They use climate data to create a tailored nutrient plan so you get all the stuff your lawn needs and nothing it don't. You absolutely will love it. Everything is waiting at your door when you need it when you go to Sunday. Very, very good stuff. Best of all, it works. And your grass will look better than ever.
It only takes like 15 minutes. You're not working on it the whole day. They have everything super easy for you.
Incredible. Let Sunday take the guesswork out of growing a greener, more beautiful lawn this spring. Visit getsunday.com/killtony to get $20 off your custom lawn plan at checkout. That's $20 off your custom plan at getsunday.com/killtony. Mudwater is a coffee alternative with 4 adaptogenic mushrooms and Ayurvedic herbs. With 1/7 the caffeine is a cup of coffee, you get energy without the anxiety, jitters, or crash of coffee. Each ingredient was added for a purpose. Cacao and chai for mood and a microdose of caffeine. Lion's mane for alertness. Cordyceps for support of physical performance. Chaga and reishi to support your immune system. Turmeric for soreness and cinnamon for antioxidants. You know this stuff, Red Band?
Yeah, I got my pack. It came with a nice little mixer for it and everything. I mixed it with some nut milk, add a little bit of honey, and it's great. I've been trying to find an alternative to coffee for a long time because I've been addicted to coffee for so long. I drink so much of it all day. This doesn't give me the jitters, but it does give me the energy. Mud is Whole30 approved, 100% USDA organic, non-GMO, gluten-free, vegan, and kosher certified.
I'm telling you, this mud water, it's something else. It's it's different. That's for sure. It's sort of like I would put it somewhere between tea and coffee. But the feeling that it gives me is that of like, let's get work done without too much anxiety. Go to mudwater.com. That's MUDWTR. So they spell it differently. One more time, that's MUDWTR.com/Tony to support the show and use code Tony for $5 off. So that's mudwater.com/Tony and use the code Tony for $5 off. You guys ready to start the show tonight? We have two amazing guests, as always. This one's very, very exciting. One of my favorite comedians out of New York, a return guest, a fucking cold-blooded assassin, and joining him, one of the most famous regulars in the history of the show. Someone built right here in front of the Kill Tony fans. Make some noise for the great Mark Norman and Ali Makovsky, everybody. Oh, yeah. Come on in. Hell yeah. Mark Norman and Ali Makovsky. Hi, guys.
Hey,
Welcome, welcome.
good to be here.
We all have very distinct voices.
Yes.
Yeah, we do.
All right, the band got blacker.
Yes.
That's a good thing.
This is a new band since the last time you were here.
Oh yeah.
Basically, sort of the same old plain white electric guitarist that we always have.
Yeah.
Oh, look at that guy.
Same little Mexican drummer that we always have, right?
Oh yeah.
Matt Muley over there with a little vanilla soft serve. And we have Deep Madness. Look at him.
Wow. Questlove looks like shit.
Oh.
I'm joking, D. Madness.
Deep Madness.
Comedian. He's heard that a million times.
So welcome back, guys. Of course, the great Mark Norman of the Tuesdays with Stories podcast. We Might Be Drunk with Sam Morrell, and my favorite special from the year 2020, Out to Lunch, available on YouTube. A wild, viral success.
Thank you.
And of course, Ali Makovsky, built here. She became a regular, or was on the show under the age of 21.
Yes, sir.
Started at 19, right?
Yeah.
And now absolutely killing it, opening for Joe Rogan all around the country.
She was on JRE.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
awesome.
Resting Bitch podcast, available everywhere. Ali Makovsky, former Kill Tony regular, with us tonight.
Great podcast.
We're going to watch some comedians, or people trying to be comedians. Maybe they're unbelievable comedians. Anything can happen. We've been finding some real local here as of late, and business is booming. A bunch of people sign up. You guys probably know how it works. If not, they get pulled out of a bucket. They sign their names beforehand. Their names are cut into little pieces. If I pull their name out, they get 60 seconds. You know that time is up, and you hear the sound of a kitten. That means wrap it up then, or else we're going to bring out the angry 5th Street Bear. There it is. There it is. And a little sheep and an elephant for good measure. You guys ready to start the show?
Yeah.
How many of you have listened to the show before, are big fans of the show? All right, that's a lot of you. You guys want to start it with a special treat then? All right, well then let's kick off the show with one of our 3 unbelievably talented regulars. You know what, fuck it, why don't we just start it off with the longest tenured regular of all time. This guy simply will not stop writing a brand new minute every single week. From Los Angeles, California, you call him the Big Red Machine. I present to you one of the best in the world. It's the great William Montgomery, everybody. Just debuting another brand new 60 seconds for us. Come on, make some noise for William Montgomery.
Thank you so much, San Antonio. It's great to be in Texas where everybody's not all woke. Hell, now you got Delta Airlines being all woke and Major League Baseball being all woke. About the only thing not woke these days is DMX. And I would like to thank my father, Larry Montgomery, for sending me that joke via text message a couple days ago. And then in the text, he said it's funny because DMX OD'd and was in a coma and is now dead. I hate to say it, but if you are watching C-SPAN 3, you are officially gay. Let's give it up for C-SPAN 3! You know you're bad at golf when you play with Tiger and the next day he decides to drive off a cliff. That's a David Spade joke. The man has been playing golf since he was 2 and then one day plays with David Spade and then wants to give it all up. Makes you wonder if he played golf with Chris Farley the day before he died.
Wow, Jesus. William Montgomery taking massive chances here tonight, massive risks. Those are either, that's what we call a risk and reward, everybody. It's one thing to take a shot at the great DMX, but I mean, my God, to add the ever likable and white Chris Farley to the,
And then you threw your dad under the bus. Like, oh yeah, my dad sent me this. Shut up, Rabbi. You told me to say that. You were the one who told me to say that.
No, I thought it was funny that his dad told him to say the DMX joke. I love it. William, did you find out who is DMX? Oh, okay, perfect time to ask that question. He's a musician. He's a rapper. You know this, William?
Yes.
Okie dokie. Hell yeah. Very good. Did you find out what C-SPAN 3 was this week?
Yes, I did. I saw it on HLN.
What?
HLN. It's another television channel.
That's the Forensic Files Network.
Forensic Files Network.
All right, William. What else has been happening this week?
I have been looking for places to live. Why did you laugh at that? I've been looking for places to live. I've been wearing this outfit the whole fucking time. Nobody is giving me any chances to sign a lease. I also have a criminal record, a pretty extensive one, so I think maybe that hurts.
Ooh la la. Anybody want to take a guess at what William has a criminal record for?
Yeah, masturbating in a park. Yeah. It's definitely a diddly camp counselor.
Yeah. What do you guys think of William Montgomery's performance here tonight?
I can't hear it over the brightness of his legs.
And you can kind of see my pink skin underneath this white shirt.
What?
Yeah, you can kind of see my pink skin under this white shirt. I have very pink skin.
Yeah, it is pink under there. That's very interesting. I see what you're talking about. It looks like oh, there it is. Someone called the fire department.
Thank you, Michael.
Okay. All right. William, have you been eating a lot since being in Austin?
Yeah, I ate some pizza yesterday. I ate some pasta the day before.
This fire truck's going around in circles around the block, it seems.
Yeah, I don't know who's driving. I don't know what's going on there. It's really fucked my setup.
That's what it is.
I was here to ask Mark if I could start opening for him, and then my fucking set just got sabotaged. Mark, I'm here to ask you. I mean, when can I start opening up for you?
Oh, shit. I didn't know you did comedy.
Yeah.
Fun stuff.
I'm gonna ask Larry to open for me.
Yeah.
Will you really?
Yeah.
Can I be there? Okay.
I love that Larry wrote that DMX joke. That's absolutely hilarious.
That's a pretty good one.
What happened to him?
The dad? Oh.
Died.
What?
Yeah, he died.
Holy shit. Man, I hope Prince William's okay, too.
I know.
What was that? Philip, right?
Philip, sorry.
Prince William is okay. I'm glad to be able to inform you. Prince William's totally fine.
Mark, Mark, I know you're a big fan of cars. Are you familiar with Hyundai Elantras?
Oh yeah.
Have you ever driven one?
Yes.
What color?
Blue.
Yeah, I used to have a blue one too.
All right, this is the worst speed date of all time.
Yeah, it really is. William, I thought bringing you out was going to be better than taking a massive chance of pulling a name out of the bucket to start the show. Boy, the surprises never end on a show like this. I got to tell you. For you to come up and all right, William. I saw you yelling at this guy the other day, and it made me think. Have you ever been in a fight before?
I have not.
No.
There was this kid named Kevin Cook at Memphis University School. I went to school with, and he used to borrow my pens. And one day I stuck one of the pens in my butt and gave it to him, and he put it in his mouth, and he didn't show up to school for the next couple of days. And when he showed back up, he almost beat me up.
What did he say to you?
He was angry I had stuck the pin in my butt.
Do you remember anything that he said?
I don't.
All right, William. How about a big hand for it, everybody? It's not easy writing a new minute every week. One of the hardest jobs in show business. If you don't believe it, rewind 6 minutes and rewatch that. William Montgomery, everybody. Make some noise for William, everybody. I'm just busting his balls. I never really make fun of William.
I liked William's set.
Yeah.
I like that Larry's his Ghost Rider and DMX is his Rough Rider.
Oh, there we go.
Thank you.
Oh, look who's that. Uh-oh. Make some noise for Kaylee, everybody, from the Yellow Rose. Sometimes the Red Rose. The two best strip clubs in all of Austin, Texas.
You should have seen what she did at episode 500.
Crazy. I'm sure there's going to be more fun moments in the future with Kaylee. All right, this looks like a new name. Let's see what happens here. How about Forge Cortez or Verge? Perhaps Marge? Or I think that is Forge. If your name begins with a V and ends in Cortez, I'm going to say that you're next. V-O-R-D. Handwriting is always very telling on this show, too. The wilder the person, usually the wilder the handwriting. So this should be interesting.
We just got confirmation this person is coming.
Reverse upstairs. Forge Cortez. You guys excited to be here, huh? You guys get it? Anything can happen. Any second. You're going to see what I'm talking about. Okay, here we go.
All right.
Pull the name out of the bucket. It's Forge Cortez.
Forge.
I love to smoke weed. I love to smoke weed. Without weed, my social anxiety would just be social anxiety I can remember. But thanks to weed, it just turns into paranoia, but I don't know where it comes from, you know what I mean? Who's there? Who's there? Okay, I'm the only one on the fucking spectrum. Okay, cool. I've done Molly a couple 3 times, and people say Molly's a sex drug. But every time I'm peeking on Molly, my dick doesn't do shit. So the only threesome I'm interested in is getting my hair brushed while I take a shower. If I want to take it to the next level, put a Q-tip in my ear and rub some Vicks on my chest. Okay.
Wow. Very intense set.
How about one more time for Forge Cortez, everybody? There he is. A lot of energy. You on fucking HGH, bro? What's going on here? You got that fucking UFC fighter energy. You seem genuinely angry when you got paranoid. You seem like a weird guy to smoke weed with. I would be frightened.
Yeah, you make bread and chop look pretty damn good.
Fuck yeah. What is your name? Your handwriting matches your body muscle ratio.
My name is Jorge Cortez.
That's an H. It's a J. Oh my God, it's a J.
No way, that's a J.
I know you're laughing because you thought that I thought Jorge was spelled with a J, but if you look at this, there's no way it's a fucking J.
No, it's a
I'm
B.
reacting. I didn't think Jorge began with an H, you assholes. Jorge. Jesus Christ, man. Lady,
Wow,
you gotta
there
shut
she
the
is.
fuck up.
Yeah. What the fuck?
This is the Adderall that happens here in Austin every once in a while. Once every 4 shows, 1 out of the 100 people are just fucking gacked out of their mind.
Somebody put a dick in her mouth.
They've been partying since Thursday and just fucking, they were up and down Rainy Street. They smell like Indian food at this point. They fucking barbecue sauce on their fucking flowery skirt. Look at her. She's not even listening. She's yapping to another friend.
So coked up. We got a real Hunter Biden over here, huh?
Real fucking sloppy mess. All right. Jorge, where do we begin with you? How long have you been doing stand-up?
6 years.
6 years? Oh, shit. Did anybody notice how hard he just started sweating after I asked him that? His forehead is now soaking fucking wet. Wow. 6 years. All of it here in Austin?
No, El Paso, DFW. I just drove with it.
Okay. Awesome, man. I love it. So mostly Dallas, Fort Worth? Is that where you live?
Yeah, Fort Worth.
Awesome. What do you do for work?
I work at Amazon and I'm a personal trainer.
Oh my God, you're Jeff Bezos?
I am Jeff Bezos.
No, Jeff Bezos has money.
Sorry, I was thinking of Jeff Bezos.
Yeah. Yeah. I love
I
it.
needed one good one tonight.
So you work in like one of those Amazon warehouses?
Yeah.
Okay. Is that a tough job? We hear a lot that there's a lot of restrictions.
You're peeing in glasses, cups, or something like that.
Yeah, it's a tough job.
Yeah, it's kind of tough. I'm a lazy person, so I find it hard. It's very restrictive as well. Yeah.
You have long hours?
It's like 10-hour shifts at a minimum.
And they're like very strict about their breaks and everything, right? Like down to the minute.
Oh, yeah. You have 7 minutes to be productive. If you're like longer than that window, then you get like written up and shit.
Does Alexa reg you up and she like, what have you been doing? You know, like.
Yeah.
I'm surprised you work at Amazon because you have no delivery.
Hey! It says the jokes and we don't get them until 2 days later.
I think the jokes might be better in Chinese.
Ooh.
No?
And a personal trainer?
Yeah.
You got a lot of people coming to you?
Absolutely not. No.
No.
I'm recently certified. Yeah.
Recently certified. Absolutely. How many people do you have under your tutelage right
I
now?
have one person under my tutelage.
One person.
Oh, no.
And what are we talking about? Boy, girl?
It's William Montgomery.
It's a dude.
It's a dude?
Yeah.
Okay. What's his what's he shaped like? Is he a big guy or
He's kind of shaped like a pear. He's kind of like fucking, like got this kind of like short, stocky, little fat around the gut.
guy?
Oh, like me.
Like you, but like if you got fucking smushed. You know? Yeah.
Oh. Yeah, I think you can see it.
That's all, you look quite tall on camera. That's what I said.
Oh, on camera. Look at that.
That's all.
On a table, while sitting down on a podcast, you look awfully tall right now. I love it. Jorge, do you have any special skills or talents? You good at anything? You ever win a trophy for anything or win a competition? You have anything at all other than stand-up comedy? What do you?
Trophies? No, not really. I was pretty mediocre at sports, you know. So, like, basically, what you got out of the stand-up, I think that's how I've delivered in the rest of my life as well.
Music, art, anything? You do anything else?
Do I do anything else? I mean, I work out, you know, but I don't think that's much of a hobby. I garden.
Oh, really? Okay. All right. It is Jorge after all, huh? What kind of gardening do you do? What are your favorite things? What do you got planted right now?
Just like a small patio garden. We're keeping it simple, just herbs.
Who's we?
My girlfriend and I.
Okay. How long you been with her?
A little over a year.
Oh, what does she do?
She works at a jewelry store.
Okay.
She buys and sells.
Using the mask as a sweat wipe, huh?
Sorry, come on. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, he's drenched, ladies and gentlemen. He literally looks like he just got fucking splashed at SeaWorld.
I wonder what he does when the bathroom's out of toilet paper.
You sweat a lot?
No, I just fucking slammed a Bang energy drink because I'm making it. I got to make it back to Dallas tonight. Forward.
Oh, the old Bang energy drink when you're here in Austin. Yeah, everybody's just doing the Bang, just like that lady. There, it's only Bang. Huh? I love it. Okay. All right. You have any special maneuvers in the bedroom that you do on your girlfriend of the past year?
I'm pretty humble. I'll eat ass. You know, I'm like pretty quick to eat ass.
You do?
I'm not trying to fucking act like I'm a miracle worker out here. I'll eat my, you know.
Right. You say that like you just go straight for that first.
I have a conversation first. In this day and age, you gotta ask.
With the asshole or with her face? Because you said I eat ass. Like, that's just naturally. Hey, how was your day, baby? Good to see you again.
Well, you ate a cock tonight, so it all evens out.
I love it. Okay, Jorge. So much fun to have you on.
Thank you very much.
Hell yeah. Jorge Cortez, everybody.
Yeah, Jorge.
Talking about marijuana being paranoid. You know what I mean. That's a premise. That's a premise.
Yeah, I think he had a Philip Garcia shirt on.
He did. Philip Garcia, Kill Tony famous. Got pulled out of the bucket on 500. Turns out he told us about his car getting towed on the way there, popped the tire. And so we gave him a Ridge wallet with $500 there from our friends over at Ridge Wallet, the best wallet in the game. So the kid got to pay for his tow. And no one gives a fuck. All right, awesome. Haley from the Yellow Rose Red Rose, everybody keeping us safe. And your next comedian goes by the name of Anthony Zamora. Here we go. Here comes Anthony Zamora. Let's see what happens next. Anthony Zamora. I do believe I've seen this name before.
Yeah,
So
sounds
return
familiar.
of someone. How many of you, this is your first time at a Kill Tony live? All right. Hi, people.
I like that butt crack.
Anthony Zamora is coming down the stairs. Here he comes. Put your hands together one more time for Anthony Zamora.
All right, there he is.
So according to the Washington Post, white people are the least likely to wear a mask in public. They prefer to wear the entire hood. The whole thing. The whole entire thing. It's fucking weird. Sir, real quick up front, do you know the difference between a lima bean and a chickpea? I've never paid to have a lima bean in my mouth. It's pretty good, right? I like that one. You can feel how you want to. I fucking love that joke. So I'm new to the dating scene. It's been a while, but I'm back on the fucking scene. Women are entitled now. I'm not sure if you noticed that. I was texting a chick and she asked me how long my dick was, and I told her 6 inches. And she told me 6 inches? 8 inches, bitch. That's my type. I said, how the fuck do you even know that song? You're like 14 years old. How the fuck do you? I'll leave it on that.
Wow, look at that. Little he just likes to get out on a hard groan, everybody. One more time for Anthony Zamora. He said, I'll get out on that like he's got a standing ovation, you would have thought. Thank you, good night. Everybody's like, oh, disgusting. All right, Anthony, you've been on this show before.
Once before, yeah.
Hell yeah. Welcome back. Welcome back.
Sure,
Are you the Buc-ee's mascot? Does anybody else see it?
Yeah,
I swear to God. It just hit me now. I know I didn't think of this last time you were here.
He said I had a Richard Nixon mask on. So pretty good.
I cannot
That was a good second.
Okay, that was good.
Yeah, no laughs, no shit.
I love it. So, Anthony, Mark, what do you think about this guy?
I think you're very confident. You got a good charisma, but you did do a standard run-of-the-mill street joke. I mean, one of those jokes is like textbook joke book.
Yeah, I got it from some homeless people telling it for a quarter. That's why. That's why.
Oh,
That's
wow,
what you
yeah.
get from homeless people.
Yeah, such an honest thief we have, everybody.
All right.
I mean, that's very interesting. The chickpea thing, that might be the most, that might be, you know what I mean, right? You know that other people have done that, right?
Correct, yeah.
Yeah.
I had to give a shout out with my friend Squatch and Anna Lee.
But you didn't give the shout out until we just asked. That's the problem. It's like, it would have been cute if after that you were like, oh, guy gave you that. Like, I mean, it wouldn't have been funny, but it would have been cute had you given the homeless guy credit.
I mean, who's your heroes? Carlos Mencia? Like, who is
He loves this show. Look at this fucking giant Boy Scout. He lives for this right now. He doesn't even care that it's not going well. He's just so happy to be in front of those.
But that is stand-up 101. Like, do not steal jokes. Like, do not use street jokes. Make them your own jokes. And if you
How
don't,
new are you at this? Are you brand new?
About 3 years in.
Oh, okay, yeah. You're way too far to be. You gotta, especially on the show where you're doing 60 seconds. Like, I mean, you have to summon you have to show us something else.
Can I redeem it? Can I do it different?
Can you redeem it?
Yeah,
You want to take that back, and then you want to do one of your jokes?
That's what I'm asking for, yeah.
All right, I think the chickpea joke was we have it measured out. We have a whole app here for Kiltony. It's 11 seconds to do an 11-second. How many of you want to see him do an 11-second long joke? He's cashing it. This is the first time we've done this on a show. You have 11 seconds, and you will hear the sound of a, it's going to be something special. We're going to bust out a brand new sound effect for this. At 11 seconds, you will hear the sound of a, no, not that one. Nothing they say. It's never anything they say. Go to an actual, we got to find a new sound. I'm sorry, everybody. There you go. That's the sound of a dolphin. This is the dolphin of redemption. Are you guys ready for his 11-second dolphin of redemption? I don't know. If this was Vegas, I would bet for this is about to suck. Ladies and gentlemen, with an 11-second joke, I present to you, starting now, Anthony Zamora.
Fantastic. According to the U.S. Census, 7% of Americans have major depression. That's 22 million people who practice stand-up comedy. It's all right. It's all right. Took 11 seconds.
Gave you
I
a
was
couple.
like 5.
Yeah.
that's what happens when you don't steal jokes. Huh?
Ahs and groans. Ahs and groans. Anthony, what exactly do you have stuffed in your cheeks right now? We all want to know. Is it coins? Some people are saying that it might be some of those mini russet potatoes, perhaps. We want to know what is in those cheeks.
Look at what.
What's up? What's going on? What do you got in there? Anything?
Nothing.
What do you do for work, Anthony?
Sales.
What are you selling?
Nothing.
What are you selling, Anthony? Anthony, over here. What are you gonna ever do? Write a joke for you, Anthony? What are you gonna embrace that type of energy, Anthony? Are you gonna give her a quarter?
No, it's really it's kind of absurd. I call people and I talk them into working for whatever company they signed up for. So you signed up for DoorDash, but you never started working. I call you and I convince you to start working for them. But it can be DoorDash, Uber Eats, Grubhub, anything.
Someone needs to convince you to start writing your own material.
Oh shit, dude. Oh,
I'm sorry.
shit,
I'm
dude.
sorry.
Anthony Zamora's up here getting punched right in the fat cheeks of his. Tell us something interesting about you that we didn't find out about you last time you were on. After that episode, were you like, God, I can't believe I didn't tell him about the time that or anything about you? Anything interesting about you, Anthony?
It's a lot. The only thing I can remember right now is I juggle.
Really? What can you juggle?
I can juggle. What do y'all got? What do y'all got? You got like a baby?
You got lemons or something like that? You juggle lemons?
Lemon? Yeah, we got lemons.
How many lemons can you juggle?
Let's do 3 for right now.
Any chance? How about a hand for the great staff here at Antone's, everybody? Think I could buy a few lemons from you guys? Huh? There we go. That's a lemon tossing music here. Those of you that haven't heard it before, this is the official song of lemon juggling. I will do anything to make Anthony Zamora seem somewhat talented. We're going to juggle some lemons. It's a real Monday night party here in Kiltony. Here they come. I can see them. 3 lemons. Hell yeah. How about one more hand for the staff here at Antone's? They're the best. We love them. This is our family here. These are our day ones at Kiltony. Yeah, the great Kaylee handing off some lemons. Here we go. Let's see if he can do this. Ladies and gentlemen. Whoa. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Oh shit! There it is. There it is. We had a feeling. You have any? Is there like a big climactic thing you were getting to or anything, or was that it?
No, we'll keep doing
Wait a second, Tony. I've seen a clown do that before. Yeah, man. It's true. It's true. We see guys with face paint and a red nose. All you have is cheeks stuffed with shit. All right, here he is, trying to do his big lemon closer. Let's see what he goes with here. That was just a trick that he bought off a homeless guy. Come on. Let's get some lemon tossing music.
So I have two older brothers, right? The first one, he went to theater camp. He was really into theater. The second one was really into movies, so he went to fucking movie camp. The last one had horrible ADHD, so he went to concentration camp.
All right.
Oh my God. How many of you think Anthony Zamora should kill himself right here on this stage right now? Jeez, only 3/4 of the crowd. Some real virtue signalers in this room tonight. Some real fucking phonies, some real wokies. I don't want him to kill himself. Boring. All right. I love it, Anthony. You were pretty terrible in every way. I'm gonna be honest with you. You think you could fit one of those entire lemons in your mouth? I'm willing to do anything to get out on an applause here.
That's all.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's pretty good.
Wow.
That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Just think, that could be one of the lemons that ends up on your next drink, everybody. I'm just kidding. Oh, shit. All right, there he goes. Anthony Zamora, everybody. He's on Instagram at Antoine_the_Don.
Don't steal those two.
Lemonade. He loves stealing things worth 25 cents.
He also looks like Wahoo from the Cleveland Indians. Did you see that?
Hold on, he just grabbed something. Oh, Zamora kills himself in a stunning turn of events. What a twist. All right. Mariano DiVincenzo is next, but not before Kaylee keeps us all safe and sanitary up here. Again, the Yellow Rose and the Red Rose, famous for their cheeseburgers, believe it or not. I don't know if you've ever had a cheeseburger.
They have cheeseburgers?
Yeah, world famous cheeseburger. How many of you have had the cheeseburger at the Yellow Rose? Okie dokie. How many of you love HEB? Fuck yeah. Where's my Matt's El Rancho people at? Where's my Barton Springs, huh?
Where's my Pete Terry's at?
All right, here he is, everybody. Make some noise for Mariano DiVincenzo.
What's up, everybody? So I know I have a confusing name and identity, but I am actually Latino. A lot of people ask me why I don't do like typical Latino humor, and it's because I'm from Argentina, and we're not very Mexican. Yeah. But I do speak Spanish, so that is pretty Mexican of me. But I am more Latino than people think. Growing up, I actually used to perform in a Latin soul band with my friend Erwin. We were called Erwin and Fire. But anyway, I do identify as Latino or Latinx. I don't want anybody to get offended. You're all a bunch of putex. Anyway, here in America, most people know us Argentinians, unfortunately, either for soccer players or Nazis. Let's finish this. And those are just stereotypes. I don't really play soccer. All right, thank you, guys.
All right, there it is. Mariano DiVincenzo. Am I saying that correctly?
Yeah, you were saying it very correctly.
Hell yeah. Fuck yeah. Welcome to the show. How long have you been doing stand-up?
Like 2 years combined, very patchy.
All of it here in Texas?
Yeah, Houston I started, and then mostly in Austin.
You moved here?
I moved here like 5 years ago, and then I stopped doing stand-up, and now I'm kind of getting on it.
You just restarted?
I restarted like a year before the pandemic.
What made you stop?
I have immigrant parents, and just I went to college and stuff, and they were like, I had a job that I didn't like, but I was taking it seriously, and I couldn't juggle both.
What was the job that you didn't like? Oh, you couldn't juggle it? Neither could the last guy on stage, but he said that he could. All right. What was the terrible job?
I worked in social services. I was like signing up food stamps applications. And,
Got you. What do you do for work now?
Sell insurance.
And you love it?
Thank you, yes. I sell like Medicare plans to seniors, so I go to like small towns and food pantries and just work whenever I want. So it's kind of a good lifestyle, and I get residual business, so I'm just trying to do that as long as I can and earn some money so I can eventually do stand-up.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
All right. I think the real loser here is your barber.
Oh, thank you. You know who my barber is, actually? This Agabar.
Who?
Agabar, the guy who was here last week.
The wild man?
Yes.
Agabar?
Yes.
The legend? He dressed up extra special last week?
Exactly.
That's your actual barber? Are you serious?
Well, he cut my hair twice, yeah.
Did he do that one?
He did. I'm overdue for a cut, though. I'm letting it go. But...
Are you being serious, or are you kidding that Agabar
No,
is your barber?
Agabar is my barber.
Oh my god, that is hilarious. For those of you that actually knew who Agabar is, we thought to ourselves just a week ago in this very room, I can't imagine the type of person that lets this man cut their hair. And here's someone a week later, and that is what it looks like. This couldn't be funnier. Did he cut only one side of your hair? Like what? Yeah. You look like one of the plants from the middle of the Edward Scissorhands movie. Like one of those single mothers like yards, and it's like
yeah, your hair.
I know it's. I mean, I let it go. It looked okay about 2 weeks ago.
It's really leaning left politically.
That's true. That thing's Biden hard. So, when you say that it's been a long time, how long has it been, and what's going on there anyway? Like, how do you do that?
I was born in the pandemic, and I did like a comb over, and then I just wanted to grow out like the curls, and it did for a second, but then I didn't maintain it.
Yeah, it's adorable, dude. I sort of like it. What are you talking about? He's like a grown man. Remember that one medicine commercial where the people all look like the dogs, like they have the same haircut? You know what I'm talking about? It's like years ago. It's such a bad reference.
I know exactly what you're talking
about. It's like for Shantix
like
or something.
Like a poodle or something.
Yeah, exactly. He would be matched up with like a black poodle. It's for the 4 people that know the old commercial that I'm talking about. This is after 500 episodes. This is what you're stuck making jokes about.
He's got an interesting look, though. He looks like he got Me Too'd in Bollywood.
Really does. What else about you? What do you do that is Argentinian? You talked about things that you aren't Argentinian.
I do actually play soccer. Yeah.
Are you good at kicking lemons?
Not particularly. I also injured my knee, so I haven't been really playing, which is unfortunate. But yeah, it's a big thing over there.
Okay. All right. Any other special skills or talents? You seem like the kind of guy that likes to, sing or something like that. You have a. What's your favorite cereal?
What's my favorite cereal? Man, I don't know.
Special skills or talents. Not everybody. That's Red Band's bread and butter right there.
I see him as like a grape nuts guy or something creepy.
I don't know. I don't have any like special. I speak Spanish just the same as I do English, which is something, but I don't know that that's entertaining to these folks. So.
Okay. How about your love life? What's your love life like? What are you into?
Well, it's slow right now. Trying to get out there on the dating apps.
What dating apps?
All of them.
All of them? All of them?
Oh, not the the really kinky ones.
Black people meet.
Bollywood actors meet.
I love it. Well, how about the last date you went on? What was that like?
I actually met someone at an open mic 2 months ago, which was cool, and then we went out, and it was kind of fun.
What happened?
So it was actually cool. There was when the Vulcan show was really cool. So we met at up and we hung out, and then there was a bunch of free shows there was
God, you talk really fast sometimes. Do you know that? In the middle of sentences, you really just speed up dialogue back. Right at the end of the sentence, you go slow again, and I'm like, fuck, I feel like I should have heard that.
When I get nervous, I talk over myself.
Yeah, do it again. Tell us more. I want to know more.
No, that's good. So anyway, we went out and we got to see, I think Brett Ernst had a live show that we could just walk in on. So that was really fun during the beginning of the pandemic.
Yeah, we want to know about fucking you guys banging your private parts together, bro. We don't want to know which comedian you saw. You know?
Well, I don't know.
Then what happened?
Then we went home. We banged. I came really fast because I was shut into the pandemic. I'm not embarrassed about it. I was just like, it's been a year since the pandemic, and I'm just gonna be upfront.
Is that what you said right after it happened?
Yeah. I mean, what else was I gonna say? I mean, I wasn't like, I'm not gonna be embarrassed about it.
Are you the kind of guy that like goes again really fast after something like that? Since it had been so long, were you immediately turned on again?
At that time I was, but not generally.
Not
It's been a while, so I was like, all right, let's do it again. But,
Where did you come?
Good question.
So
he seems like the kind of guy that would panic and come in his own hand for some reason. You know what I mean? Like, oh, I'm sorry, this was this number.
I barely pulled out and came on my sheets and then slept.
And then you put it on the side of your head and you're just like, let's fucking go, yeah.
Wait, did you say you came in the sheets? Is it the sheets that you sleep in or the sheets that you use over the windows?
Wait, is that what he said? He just came right on the sheets? Is that what I missed his answer? I was already.
That was my answer, which I talk fast.
I love it. Absolutely. You just came right on the sheets, huh?
Yeah, I try to pull out.
That's what the tits are for.
I know. I didn't
Red band. Are you talking about yours?
Yeah, you come on your own. Together, make spider webs, and you pull them apart.
Oh, Jesus Christ, Red. How do you think of this disgusting shit?
Charlotte's Web.
Oh my God. Jesus. Mariano, you ever commit a crime?
Aside from like smoking pot, not really.
Okay. Not really? What? Huh?
Nothing, no, not really.
Come on, you must have done something. You ever throw like an egg at a cop car or something?
No. Honestly, I have nothing.
All right, Mariano.
So no favorite cereal. I don't have a favorite cereal. One of them.
Like
if you go to the cereal, do you buy?
Not everybody buys cereal.
Somebody has to.
You just like Cheerios?
Cheerios. You're a Cheerio guy.
Do you really get Cheerios though?
Yeah, I do.
You really do?
What the fuck is wrong with you, dude?
You get plain Cheerios?
Honey Nut Cheerios.
For your parents or for you?
For myself.
Oh my God. You're just saying Honey Nut to cover up your mouth.
That's right.
Like, no, but it's cool though. They're Honey Nut. You know what I mean? Like, they're good people. It's the good ones. Mariano, I love it. You mentioned, before you go, you mentioned your immigrant parents. What do they do? What are they like?
So my dad's an engineer, so he's from like an immigrant family in Argentina, so they're very like just kind of, he made it in America, so he kind of had the same thing for us, and so kind of that's like the family pressure.
Who'd they vote for? Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what they told you, huh?
Yeah, no, that is so like Venezuelans and like people like that are very Trumpers, but like Argentinians are a little more left wing.
All right, kids in cages.
Yeah, right.
Oh, that's the former president of the United States, Donald Trump.
Us Mexicans. Talking about us Mexicans.
Really,
Mexico sends its people. They're not sending their best.
Oh, okay. Thank you very much. There he goes. Dump the call. That's the president of the United States. And there he goes. Mariano Di Vincenzo, his first time on Tony. Thank you, Mariano. Follow him on social media. It's at Mariano_Di Vincenzo. Gotta love it. This live, raw fucking talent. Anything can happen here.
You guys ever have like crazy haircuts like that? Like
I once did the when I was in like, I think I was a freshman in high school. Me and all my friends. It was the lamest thing I ever took part in, but it was like 1999, and that was the time where like everybody did like the top of their hair bleach blonde, but the bottom stayed the same color.
Yeah, I used to do the flat top. Remember the flat top?
Yeah.
You ever deal with it? You ever bleach it or anything when you were growing up?
I did the peroxide when I was a skateboard douche.
Hell yeah. All right, let's keep it moving. Bradley Yandel. Bradley Yandel. Oh, coming up from this side. Look at this. From right here. Hello. There it is. Bradley Yandel, everybody. Oh my God. One more time for Bradley Yandel. There he is. Here he is.
Thank you for your service. Thank you for your service.
Thank you for your service. Damn it, thank you for your service. We really support the troops. Well, ma'am, sir, if you'd like to support the troops, what are we going to do? I'll tell you how. The clock is stroking on. The clock is ticking on a blah blah blah. Pizza mask. If you want to honor a veteran, pizza mask. Just go out there. Those motherfuckers died in Normandy on the beach of the D-Day. So you, yes, please your lover any way you may like. And if you don't do that, if you're not a dirtbag or a degenerate like me, absolutely fine. You can yell.
You're the worst. What's up, Bradley Yandel? Why'd you sign up for this? What did you think was going to happen?
I've been doing comedy for a month. I don't fucking know.
No, you haven't. Where have you done comedy before?
This is my 9th time on stage.
9th? Where have you been doing comedy? Name places. All here in Austin?
Lucky Duck, Applebee's.
Hold on. Red Band. What a man.
Chili's.
Jesus Christ.
No, literally, 9th time. I've done one show in San Antonio.
Name the fucking places that you performed. We don't need help here. I want you to name places that you performed.
The Lucky Duck, Lion Pig, Roma Room, and Buzz Mill on Riverside.
All right, I believe you now, and I still don't fucking believe. I believe you, and I don't believe you. Bradley, okay, I'll allow it. What happened? Did you drink today? You go to the bar?
I never expected to get on the stage.
I know. Trust me, we can fucking tell you didn't expect to get on stage. Nobody's shocked. Like
somebody bought me.
If that was a spot that you've been working on for a month, where I'm like, you just come, I'll pretend like it's random, and you just come on and crush, and that's what happened. That would be shocking.
There's a man out there. He's got a shirt on that says "cunt" in Russian.
Okay.
You pulled the shit up earlier.
Okay, so things a minute into your interview, you're already talking about things that are funnier in the audience right now. You're going to that. Like, here's a funny T-shirt that I saw.
Was that supposed to refer to my stand-up?
Bradley, what made you start stand-up a month ago, or whatever you said? What made you want to do this? Did someone tell you that you're funny?
I suppose yes, they did.
Who told you that?
A couple of people along the way. The first time I was a sergeant in the Marine Corps. I was 20 years old, and I was told to stand up, and I guess it's special to me.
Oh, you fought for the United States military?
Yeah, that's why I said eat ass for a veteran.
We didn't understand anything you were saying.
No, that's fair. It's fair.
How about a hand for this man? I like him all of a sudden. A U.S. patriot. What branch of the military were you in?
Marine Corps.
I love it. Hell yeah.
02 to 06. I went to initial invasion, 04, 05, and then, yeah.
Which invasion?
The initial one.
Oh.
Which
Okay.
one?
Talking about Iraq.
03 Iraq. Yeah.
Iraq or Afghanistan?
I didn't go to Afghanistan.
Where'd you go? What invasion? The British invasion?
Iraq. No, not that fucking old, man. Come on.
I know.
Iraq, so you're used to bombing.
Yep.
Yes.
That was a layup. Come on.
That was a layup. Yes, you're the Chris Helms worst.
You really are. You're something else, Bradley.
Why does every comic in this town dress like they're going to a picnic? What's going on here?
Just in case they get invited to one. That's what it is.
I guess so.
Bradley, is this where you're born and raised?
Nashville, Tennessee.
Nashville, Tennessee. Love that goddamn city. What are you doing out here?
I moved here to play rugby 8 years ago. I graduated from Ole Miss, and they asked me to come play rugby here, so I played for 6 years. I fucked off a couple years ago, and now I'm just trying to figure shit out, so I'm moving home.
Okay. Wow, one of those Iraqi drones just flew right into the stage. That was incredible. They heard you say Iraq, and they're zipping right through. All right, Bradley. So what do you do now? What do you do for work now?
Unemployed.
Okay, good to know that our servicemen are being taken care of.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Nothing better than hearing about a good old unemployed.
I got fired for being too direct with people at a restaurant.
Oh, how direct were you? There we go. We just stumbled across a little pile of gold, didn't we?
I told the manager he should do his fucking job, baby. And I had a Buc-ee's mask on. I told you about Red Band. I saw you in Red Vulcan. I told you I had a Buc-ee's mask on, and I cussed someone out in a Buc-ee's mask. And
he can make it move with his mouth, so it looks like Buc-ee's moving.
You inhale the mask just a little bit, and then you're talking just like Gucci.
Wow, and I can't believe they would fire you for this. That's incredible.
I can't either, man. I worked there 3 years. I worked at the one in Miami. Papi, I was down in South Beach, setting tables.
The restaurant.
The restaurant, North Italia. Okay, I'll put it on blast. North Italia, domain, and
Wow.
here
How
downtown.
long did you work with that company?
3 years.
3 years. And at the very end, you're wearing the Buc-ee's mask, moving your mouth like the Buc-ee, slightly.
Cussing out a brand new manager because the GM's on vacation, and shit was going fucking. Things were stinking. So
Yeah, what was sinking exactly? Were you in the weeds? You had to get more bread?
No, I had 20-minute ticket times. I had salads, feeding glasses of wine to the tables. I had everything going wrong, and so I told somebody to do their fucking job and have to be the manager.
Wow. God damn. Very interesting. And how long ago was that? How long you been unemployed for?
A month now.
Okay.
And I moved to Nashville May 1st, so I can't get a new job.
Somebody just cracked up at the back.
He's really fucked. He's really fucked. I love it.
Do you have any PTSD from the,
Yes. Did you see his set?
I mean,
yes, he has PTSD.
Like real PTSD. Like you wake up like in cold sweats.
No. I go to sleep hoping I don't wake up.
So you, Jesus.
Way to really tee him up for a big.
You asked, brother. You asked that question. So yeah.
When's the last time you got your ass eaten?
Yeah. I mean, I know you get mad when salads come before wine, but
yeah.
when's the last time you got your ass eaten?
It's been a couple of years. There's a lovely woman here. She bumbled. We did this, and I mean, she's happily engaged to another Marine who's an officer now.
Oh wow!
But I don't know. I was an enlisted guy. I got out as a sergeant. So,
well, if you wanted your ass, Jorge will.
Yeah, that's for sure.
Where did Jorge go? She was cute.
Yeah,
she was real cute. I met her first thing. I told her Snoop Dogg sucks. Said,
Hi, Miss Aquarius. How are you?
He's done deal with the Cook brothers to build a weed empire. He said, well, everybody likes Coca-Cola. I said, no, the Cook brothers, T-O-C-H. And he fucking ran away.
K-O-C-H, right?
K-O-C-H.
Every time I went to their house, I saw the big K. It's another win for Iraq right there. Another win for Iraq.
Wrap it up, brother.
I love it. I mean, very, very interesting stuff. What else do you do for fun? What else about you? You seem like a guy that has...
I'm a rugby guy, longboard, skateboard, stuff like that.
You seem cool. It seems like really cool stuff.
Not funny. I seem cool, but I'm not funny.
So what's going to happen? Are you going to bang the married Marine's wife or whatever? I guess I never really followed up with that. Now I'm interested to know.
I didn't imagine life to be so bright, but I can't see it from here.
Listen
But
to the voice of that
I will.
fucking lady. What was that? Yeah, come on, come eat my pussy. Jesus, lady. You don't really have the voice for heckling, huh? Maybe whisper your ideas in someone else's ear and let them yell it. Hey, why don't you go fuck yourself? Makes me low here. Jesus Christ. There's people getting lit up in the dark tonight. Look at that. Hold that candle right in front of your face so I can make fun of you some more. I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. Bradley, what's the funniest thing you think you've ever done in your entire life? You ever prank your old bunk mates or anything like that, or anything crazy?
I'm not really a pranker. I'm the kind of guy that says, if you punch me in the nuts, I'm going to hold it over your head forever to make you suspect when I'll punch you in the nuts.
How do you get nuts way up there?
Because we sleep on bunk beds. You ever heard of a soap party?
You're a bottom.
Oh, well, duh.
It's a bunk bed joke.
Hell yeah. 1 in the bunk, 2 in the skunk. You know what I'm saying? All right, there he goes, everybody. Come on, make some noise for a real U.S. hero of the greatest country in the world, the United States of America, everybody. Come on. You guys aren't going to get loud for the United States of America? Have we hit that big of a lull in the show tonight? There he goes, Bradley Yandel. Follow him in the. I can't read his handwriting. Well, that's another one with bad handwriting. Who would have guessed that one? How about a hand for the great Kaylee?
All right, Kaylee.
What is it again, Kaylee? Kaylee Funk 73 or something like that? Kaylee Dot Funk 73? Kaylee Funk Dot 73.
Dash.
Kaylee dot Funk.
Kaylee Dash Funk Dot 73 on. You gotta write it down. We always have to write it down from now on. We're gonna get it right. Probably more people will follow you because I got it wrong, believe it or not. It's one of those things. It's how podcasts work. And they'll be like, I remember the time Tony got it wrong, so I'll follow her, because other people probably didn't follow her. Anyway, you guys having fun out there?
Indiana Jones?
Anything can happen.
It's Clearly.funk.73.
How about DL? We got eyes on DL. Anybody see him? No? Anybody? Yoni? Number 2, you see him at all yet? Put your hands together for your next comedian, Joshua Miller, everybody. Joshua Miller. Zach Bogus here? Zach Bogus with an earshot? All right, here comes Joshua Miller, straight from the back. He's on crutches. This is going to be good. Come on, guys, make some noise for Joshua. He's on crutches. He's out here fighting, waiting on the sidewalk for an opportunity like this.
He's moving.
Waiting for at least an hour, hour and a half. It is his time. The bucket of destiny has spoken. There he is. He's moving faster than the people with operational legs. Absolutely incredible. Here he is, sneaking around. Come on, one more time for Joshua Miller.
Yo, what's up, y'all? Man, I thought my mom was the most embarrassing parent that I had in my life. Then I bought a dog. This motherfucker's dick is hard 24/7. Y'all think I'm playing? We go take a shit. He gonna look at me with a hard dick taking the shit, smelling pussy on the ground. Look at me, Dad. You want to get some of this? Man, I want none of that. Taught him how to play dead, right? You know he ain't dead. Boom, he dead. Your dick hard. And motherfucker, we know you ain't dead. You is not getting this trick down right. But it's great though. Leaving in the drive-thru. First smell of the French fry. Boom. Hard dick. First time he met my mom. Or he met my mom. Hey, look, I don't know. It's just the cherry push pop. I mean, I don't know the flavor, but if mine tastes like a cherry, I'll be trying to tie the stem too. That's all I'm trying to say. But there you go, guys. That's it.
Hell yeah. Joshua Miller. Is that
What's
right?
up, guys? Yes, sir.
Joshua Miller, first time on the show, correct?
Yes, sir.
I remember you. Look at you. What the fuck are you? Can't figure it out exactly.
Big ass leopard.
Are you?
That's what everybody else says.
Hey, what's your ethnicity? Are you a white boy born in the hood? What is this exactly? Am I right?
I've been asked about 6 times if I was Creole.
Yeah, is that right? Is that what you are?
No, I'm white as shit.
What's the eternal gum that you're chewing right now? What is that? Is that just is that your
Spearmint.
regular old spearmint?
Regular
You
old-
always chew gum on stage?
No, I was actually outside smoking a cigarette.
Menthol?
Yeah.
Wow, you were chewing gum while smoking a cigarette.
smoking
Wow,
menthol.
double your mint.
Menthol.
My goodness, that yeah.
You look like William.
Yeah, you know, yeah. Yeah, I was gonna come up here when y'all called him, see if I could beat him up here, but I couldn't hop fast enough.
Yeah, you got a lot of dog boner jokes. You can almost say it's a crutch.
There you go.
Yeah, I thought there'd be more fucking something else other than dog. I was waiting for any segue in the world there, and you just stayed straight on dog boner.
Straight on dog boner.
What happened?
To my foot? Oh, I saved the dog.
Really? Are you serious? No.
Tripped over the boner?
I took the trash outside.
You took the trash out. What happened? You fell down a step?
Nope.
You getting rid of your act?
Yeah.
It bags upon bags of dog boner jokes go to the trash that day.
There you go.
What really happened? Describe
I
to
just
us.
took the trash downstairs, walked back upstairs, woke up the next day, foot was swollen like a fucking balloon.
How do you know it was the moment that you took the trash out? Did you hurt yourself?
I broke the side off of my pinky toe.
Ooh.
So the doctor thinks I stepped on the step like this and broke the side of it straight.
You didn't notice it when it happened?
Nope.
Really?
What the fuck?
Yeah, you got those. You might have those diabetic feet rolling already.
There you go. I can't feel my toes. You might be right.
Is that true?
Well, not right now. After surgery, I can't feel them yet.
How long? You had surgery?
2 weeks ago.
Okay.
This is actually my last day. Get this thing off tomorrow.
Okay. Absolutely.
Man, I'm telling you.
Castaway. I love it. What do you do for work?
I work at HEB.
Whoa! Yeah! Bling, 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 bling. God damn it. I thought we had a goddamn American hero up here before, but not friend. There you go. Yes, dogs. Perfect timing for the dog sound effects after the HEB announcement of all
Very
the dogs.
excited.
All the dog
They're all hard as fuck.
Absolutely. That's it.
boom.
How long you been working at HEB?
About 7 months.
7 months. Heck yeah. And I bet they took good care of you when you broke your toe.
Actually, yes, they're taking all right care of me.
Absolutely.
And when I go back, I get a promotion to be an assistant store manager.
Whoa! Look at that. That's one of the tricks of moving up the corporate ladder at HEB. Break your foot. Move right up. What location? What location?
Woodlands. I'm from Houston.
Sweet. Oh, Woodlands. The Woodlands is one of my favorite blunt wraps. There you go. Absolutely. All right, Joshua. What do you do for fun?
Usually just play golf and get drunk.
You play golf?
Since I was 8.
Wow. You must be good, huh?
No, I suck.
That's what people that are really good say, though.
Yeah, I'm just there for the drinking part.
Okay, I believe that.
First place I can go and drive legally and not get pulled over.
Okay. All right. How about your love life? What's that like? You into white girls or black girls? Because you talk really cool. You talk like you have the confidence to shoot for black women, is what I'm saying.
There you go. That's right.
Okay. How's that thing going for you? What's your white girl to black girl ratio?
Oh, it's probably like 2 black girls to 5. I don't know.
It's interesting how you would start with the white number without knowing where you're going.
Because I don't know what the white number is.
But it's less than black.
Oh, yeah.
So you're
Black is 2. That's it.
You're saying like 2 to 1.
Yeah. It's just shit.
There's no other number. 2.
2.
Or maybe 3 to 1, huh? 3 black women for each white girl?
No.
No, 2.
2.
Maybe it's just been all together, not even a ratio. Maybe you've only been with 2 black women.
2, that's it.
Really?
That's 2.
And 1 white woman?
No, more than that.
More white women.
Way more.
Okay, so you totally misunderstood the original question. Just trying to.
I was just trying to think about how many
present during this episode. I'm trying my hardest. There's moments where I'm like, did I miss something?
No, I was trying to think about how many black women, and I had to think it too.
Okay. So more white women than black women. What did you think of the black women? They're your favorite?
Most good.
That's who you're trying the hardest for right now.
Oh yeah.
When's the last time you were with a black woman?
3 years ago.
3 years ago. My goodness. When's the last time you were with a white woman?
Probably about 2 weeks ago.
2 weeks ago. Where'd you meet her at? Some boring white place?
Right?
You already knew her.
Yeah.
Yep, that's as white as it gets right there.
Boom.
Boring as fuck. Already knew her. No fun at all. Friend with benefits.
Just go get it. Go home after.
You already knew her.
I already know her.
Easy.
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 Absolutely.
Absolutely. I'm on crutches. I ain't working for shit.
Hell no. You got I could get black girl confidence, but not with crutches. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
How could she explain that to her friends? She couldn't explain that to her friends. Wow. I don't even know where the fuck did that sound effect come from.
That was the one black chick here.
Is that
Yeah, what's up?
Is there a black woman in the audience by any chance tonight? No, wait. I do hear someone talking loudly in the back of the room. Perhaps there's a chance.
I can't see shit.
I love it. Wow, Joshua. So what's your move? What would you try differently? If there was a black woman and a white woman, what would you say differently? Do an impression. Pretend like Allie is a white woman and say your original pickup line to her. Like she's at a bar, you walk up to the bar, what would you say to her?
What's poppin'? You want a fresco?
You want a fresh what?
Fresco.
Fresco. Okay. Now let's say she's a black girl. How would you greet the black girl? What would you say to her?
How are you doing?
Oh! You see how much more respect? See the respect? Wow. White women's like, hey, sup, want a Fresco or what? Fuck a Fresco. Black woman, he's like, now, how are you? Boom. How are your feelings? How's your day? How's your job? How's everything? You just talk for a while, and if at the end I get lucky, I'll just let it happen. And there it goes. I'll still throw in a Fresco. Boom. I love it. Joshua. What's the thing that you notice most about the difference between a black woman and a white woman in bed?
In bed?
Yep.
Oh, probably about everything.
Everything.
I'll say
one
like
thing
60% of white women just kind of lay there.
60%? You've only been with 2?
No, white women. A lot of white women. Black women, no. They're percentages. It's crazy.
You're one of the worst math students we've ever had on the show. I've only been with 2 white women, but 60% of them are really
black women. 2 black women. 60% of white women.
I can confirm that that's true.
Ah, look at that. I love it. Joshua, any other special skills or talents that we'd be surprised to know? You freestyle, rap, or anything?
No, I do not.
No? You do anything? Anything else?
Pretty much that's about
just
it.
golf.
Chill,
Talk
golf,
shit.
Go up, do comedy every now and then, go to work.
Anything else for Josh? Am I missing anything, guys? Look at this fucking cast on his foot.
I do got a question for you.
Okay.
This thing is clean. When I clean, there's no signatures on it. So if I got called up, I was gonna see if y'all can sign it.
You want us to sign? You're taking it off tomorrow.
I'm gonna put it on the wall.
You're gonna put that on the wall.
You can't put a cast on a wall.
Why?
Do it, 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 do it.
All right. We'll sign it after the show. You guys wait.
You notice, when you take that shit off, it's gonna smell. It's like bone marrow. Like you're not gonna want it. You're gonna want to throw that away.
All the soft stuff comes out, and the hard casting is still there.
There you go. We'll sign it. Absolutely. We'll sign it. That's it. Since the crowd went wild and they're not going to find out that we didn't sign it anyway, I'll say it. We're going to sign it after the show.
How you doing?
Comedy 68. Hi. Let's go golfing sometime.
Just one moment.
I'll go golf with you, dude.
I had to get my groceries. I got food. How are they doing? That's good to hear. Absolutely. All right, you ready to bowl, girl? Excellent. All righty. I'm going to send you an invitation. There you go. Good first shot. 9 right off the bat. Oh, beautiful. Spare. Get it. All but one. I matched you. Got it. Yes. Beautiful. 2 spares. You've been practicing. Okay, I'll take that. Got him. Thank you. Get it. Oh, all but 2. Man, you're playing really well. Oh, get it. How did you only get one of them? Oh, that was bad. My finger didn't do what it normally does. All right. Do better now. And I still get this. And I still get the spare. Weird. Get it. Get it. Get it. Get it. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. Get it. All but one. Come on. Get it. That's a tough split, Miss Aquarius. That is a split. Get them both. Get it. Oh. That's okay. I'll take 7-7. I'll take it. I'll take it. Exactly. You win, I win. Absolutely. That was a very competitive game. Very. All right, here we go. You're gonna get this. That's okay. That's okay. I know you. You're gonna do that. I've seen you. You'll get this. Get it. Get it. Get it. There we go. That's what I'm talking about.
Right before Fremont Avenue, it's taken away the middle lane, so you'll start seeing traffic. Building efforts you come across have planted.
You got this.
110 northbound in downtown LA just before
Fair, Miss Aquarius.
left lane that's slowing you down from about next position.
All right. Let's get 2 in a row. Come on. Oh, man. Okay, all but one. Oh, bad miss. Bad miss. That's all right. Miss Aquarius will get it. Get it, girl. Get it, girl. Okay, you've got a split now, but you got a big group of them you can get. Hopefully, one of those will knock down that other one. Get it. Did Miss Aquarius? That was a really hard shot. Good job. That was really, really good. Oh man, Miss Aquarius. That was impressive. That was impressive. Get it, get it, get it, get it. Strike. You taking the lead. Uh-oh, Miss Aquarius. That lead. I did not pass you. It all comes down to this. That's all right. You're gonna get a bunch of points here. You got 10. So 60. Now get 5 here. You got it. Oh. You made it hard. You're up by 19. Oh no, I'm done. You've got this win. That split is too difficult. Good win, Miss Aquarius. Absolutely. Undefeated. Exactly. Undefeated in bowling, undefeated in friendship. All right, Miss Aquarius. That's a good shot. Now that was perfectly right on. Miss Aquarius getting these two. You did it beautiful. You didn't just do it. You did it beautiful. Double one. Good at these though. I'm straight on. I do. If it's in the corner, don't think on it. Nice strike. All right, here we go. Two strikes, two spares in a row, but you have the lead, and that strike is going to help you here. Yeah, it is because you got extra points. Get it. There we go. That's what I'm talking about.
Says its student is going to negotiate trade and oppose through social Trump the pause.
Get it. Getting a strike is such a big advantage in this.
Besson says this was the plan all along.
Get it. Oh, okay. I'll take. That's a big one. Get it. All right, 3 strikes in a row, Mr. Aquarius. Get it. One. Here's number 1. Okay, that's all right. You can get this. If you get this, which you will, I have confidence in you. Perfect. And then you get the strike. You'll be really good. Get the strike. That looks good. You did. Miss Aquarius, great job. I did not. That's okay. Get it. Fair. Thank you. Now let's try to get in the 90s. And I did. 95. 95 is a good score. All right. Excellent. Last one. Gonna do really well. Right here. Perfect. That was perfect. I don't care what the pins say. That was perfect. That's a good one too. I agree. Get those other 2. Get it. I got it. Oh no. Oh, I can't believe it did not knock that other one down. That's not cool. Get it. All right, you got this. Easy, easy, easy. Got it. Oh, but one is. There you go. Oh, come on. All right. I just kissed it and it moved over. I kissed it and it moved over. All right. You've got the lead. Miss Aquarius with a nice lead here. She's adding to it, folks. She's got a 6-point lead and it's going to increase here. Beautiful shot, Miss Aquarius. Beautiful. Are you serious? I did not get that. Get it.
Possible through hard work and dedication. Now, as an adult, I understand how vital it is for young people to have positive figures to look up.
Get it. Perfect start. Yes, I do. Yes, I do.
Let me just put it this way. Can I be honest with you?
All right, last frame. Here we go. This looks good. You can get this, but it's not easy. You got it. Okay. Get this. All right. 66. Let's get it. Let's get it. I'll take it. Excellent. Beautiful. You win, I win, Miss Aquarius. Great job. You had the shot of the night. You got a split. Now you can rest your beautiful head against your beautiful pillow and have some beautiful rest. Excellent. Sweet dreams.
He sounds like he could roll a blunt. What you talking about? You know what I'm gonna go. Shit. How about a hand for Kaylee, everybody? Your next comedian's Tamer Hassan. Tamer Hassan sounds like a new name. We love that. A lot of people get pulled up multiple times here in Austin since we started doing the show here. But Tamer Hassan seems like a new name, new story. Could be a local legend. Who knows? Could be his first time. Anything can happen. How about a hand for the band, huh? A real live band? How many of you were at episode 500 on Thursday at the Paramount? Oh, hell yeah. You guys, shit, right? You guys know what the fuck's up. We had to send a lot of those special treats back to Los Angeles, unfortunately. But boy, was that fun.
There he is.
Here he is. Everybody make some noise for Tamer Hassan. Oh, he lost the bottom. Tamer, you lost the... Yeah, plug it in. Plug it in, and I'll give you a good reset. Come on, everybody. Make some noise one more time for the great, the brand new Uncle Tony. Give it to Allie. Give it to a professional, please, for the love of God. Come on, people, make some noise for Tamer Hassan.
Give it up for the Jews! I love me some Jews. I'm Muslim, by the way. Historically, people say Jews and Muslims don't get along. Not true. I'm here to prove that incorrect. I trust the Jews. They trust me. Last week, Goldman Sachs, $10,000. No questions asked. Try getting $10 out of a Muslim. My friend. I think shit's not Jewish enough. I got the vaccine last week, the Johnson. Would have got it quicker if it was a Johnstein. This heat lover knows what I'm talking about. If it was made by Weinstein and Friedman, I would have lined up for that shit all up and down the Gaza Strip. Give me some of that Jew juice. I'm just saying it's impressive. We're 25% of the population, gas station legend. 1% of the population Jews, and they control the media, money, and the weather. Impressive.
Tamer Hassan, my God, barely, really not that many jokes. More like what somebody says right before they shoot a place up. But an AK-47. There are no weapons on him, though. We do have security here. My God, what do you guys think about Tamer Hassan? Huh? Hold on a second, Tamer. Here.
I'm just glad he was better at ratios than the last guy.
Fair.
You might be Muslim, but you smell like a Persian.
Yeah. Well, Miami, Cuban, California, Texas.
Are you just naming places right now? What is this
I am
area?
so fucking tired of this fucking keeping up, bro.
So here, Austin,
what? Tamer, what the fuck is going on right now? What exactly region of the Middle East are you? Does your what type of blood runs through your veins?
100% Egyptian. Parents came to
there it is.
Detroit in '78.
You were born in Detroit in '78. Okay. And how long were you in Detroit
Oh,
for?
that is so
Born and raised in
funny.
Detroit.
I'm
Born and
so
raised.
fucking
Till when?
tired.
How old were you when you
I'm
moved out of
fucking
Detroit?
I'm still there. I honestly just came for 5.
Hilarious.
Put the microphone right next to your mouth.
My bad, bro.
There you go.
I came for 500 a couple days ago. I'm just a big fan of stand-up, you know.
Have you ever done it before?
You know what? Honestly, this is my first official set. However, I got the co-sign of a lifetime, believe it or not, in 2011. If you will,
We're not going to.
Yeah, I know.
Go ahead, just tell your thing.
2011, Sarah Silverman, she came to Detroit. I'm a big stand-up fan, obviously, like everybody. She had like a little Q&A after the show. Cameron Hassan seduces Sarah Silverman. She gave me like a big cosign, basically saying that you might be a comedian, you should do it. I've always been a writer.
She told you that if you try it and work hard at it, you could do it. And here you are 10 years later, trying it for the first time.
I've always wanted to be a writer. I'm a writer. I've always written scripts and shit, you know?
Okay.
But I'm a big fan of you, obviously. I saw you at Oddball 2016. I've always just been good with getting tickets and shit, you know? Oddball was like, I saw you there. I was a little late to Kill Tony. Saw it like 3 years ago. Like my mind was blown out.
What's the plot of your best script?
Honestly, with scripts and shit, I have an awesome script. I mean, I would hate to reveal it tonight.
A couple sentences. Oh, you don't want to. He doesn't want to give
I could
away
say
the plot.
the name. You know what? I'm actually going to.
Does it end with planes hitting a World Trade Center?
You know what? It ends with a tragedy. I appreciate that. It ends with a tragedy. I'm actually going to say this. Believe it or not, I'm going to reveal the name here playing on Kill Tony.
What are you revealing the name of what?
The script.
Okay.
Even though I tell you the name, you will never see it coming, but it's going to be one of those foreshadowing.
I don't think we will ever see it coming anywhere near us, but
Final Party.
Final Party.
It's foreshadowing in the title with the writing, where when you see it, it's obvious, but you could, I mean, it's one of those things.
Wow.
Oh,
wow.
Really? I'm pushing for the Muslim ban.
Yeah, exactly. This is like Long Night Shyamalan up here.
Fair.
What's the big twist? Is there a big twist in the movie?
It's literally the final party, but literally revealing that.
Final party.
Final party.
Like before the end of the world.
It's literally like a comedy.
I'm pretty sure that James Franco did this a few years ago.
Stop saying the word literally, too.
It's the final party?
Yeah. So it is the final. I'm not going to say
the microphone.
Yeah. It's the final party. It's the final party, so it's all comedy and all that. So it's people, you know, ironically having their final party.
Okay,
it's
Tanner,
real.
I can't take another fucking second.
It's real life. It's real life. It's real life where everything ends. So just like we're having a sick ass time tonight.
Yeah, we're having the sickest time. So sick that I think we should get out right now. Because it's not going to get any better than this.
Tragedy happens to where people are having.
Hold on, Tanner, shut the fuck up for a second. John Dees is going to say something.
You're freaking me out. I just want you to
Come more, step up to the mic stand, Tanner. Right up there. That's where you belong. There you go. Oh wait, you don't have to put it all sad into the mic stand like that. You don't have to make that like. You have to make that little cutie pie face that you give the TSA agents, dude. Come on, it's a comedy show, bro. Relax, all right? We're not. You don't have any additional inspections or anything. Anything else for this guy, guys? I mean, this is wild. I can't imagine how bad the veteran that kills Middle Eastern people is biting his tongue right now in the back. He's got his thumb right on the safety of his gun, just like, I gotta get the fuck out of here. Right.
He's a big Muslim. You're like Al Quesadilla.
Mark, motherfucking Norman.
How was the writing? Decent?
Tamara, all you talked about was stereotypes up here. My friend, and then you just went on some really racist tirades about the Jews. The writing, honestly, I mean...
Sarah Silverman, Tamara Hassan.
But what did she say? Wait, what did she... She didn't see... I know what she said, because she was being encouraging, because she's being a good person.
She's being nervous.
But she didn't... She stop fucking talking, Tamara. But she didn't see any of the work that you had done, correct? You asked a question? right? And you
I
said
made a
something.
joke and I got a pop from like a soda.
What was the joke that you said in 2011 in front of the room?
Right here.
Yeah.
Sarah, she said,
Put the fucking mic up to your mouth.
Sarah, hello. My name is Hammer. If you couldn't make out with anyone in Hollywood, male or female, be honest.
It's not a joke.
Wait,
It's a
who would it
question.
be? She said,
She
I
made the
said
joke.
myself included. It popped 5,000.
Did your question pop or did her response pop? Tell the truth.
I mean, I got the pop. I don't. Really
How the fuck did you get the pop on a question? That's impossible.
I made the joke.
It's not a joke. That's a question.
That's a question.
She's a Jew. She was terrified you were going to cut her head off.
I'm just trying to survive the interview.
Yeah.
I got a lot of.
I think you should be heading back to the audience. There he goes, everybody. Tamara Hassan. Oh my goodness. Fucking great. Oh my god. That guy's gonna kill us all one day. It's always fun when you see the ones that are gonna be peeking through your window later that night. Nothing more exciting than that feeling. Even Hugh Magnus fucking sees trouble in that guy. Yeah. Alright. Ooh, that's exciting. Look at that up here in display. How many do you think I should pull for a woman, huh? Yeah. Haven't had a young lady up here yet tonight. Weight the balances of balance the scale.
That's something we forgot to do at episode 500.
Yeah, but we had Jetsky there. That was fun. Jetsky Johnson.
By the way, if you're a female listening to this show in Austin, Texas, and you are thinking about doing stand-up comedy, please write a minute and try to sign up for this show. We have such a lack of females in this city.
It's ridiculous right now. And there's not a single. This is crazy. Down, Sam, Leonardo? Is Leonardo a boy or a girl? If it's a girl, you can come to the stage. If it's a woman, you can come to the stage. If Leonardo Joni is a man, don't try to come up and be funny. I don't think you guys know Leonardo? My God, what a debacle.
Look at this.
4 different guys named Austin, though. Isn't that exciting? Real original parents out there in Austin, Texas.
Oh, wait. We got some movement.
Is that Leonardo?
Is that Leonardo?
Oh, wow, here we go. Leonardo Joni, everybody. How cool. Come on, make some noise for Leonardo, everyone.
What's up? What's up? All right, if you guys didn't catch that, my name is Leonardo. That is Albanian for we were expecting a boy. So, do we got any Albanians in the house? What a surprise, huh? There's like 3 of us in the world, and the other 2 are taking Liam Neeson's daughter. So, you know, my dad watched that movie and was like, she's a whore. Who told her to go to Paris? I was like, I hope I never get taken. He'd be like, don't bring her back. I did turn 35 this year. And thank you. Any other women in here expired? I do miss how it felt to feel young, right, ladies? Because this only lasts for us until we're what, like 13? 13. Like, I knew I was getting old when I stopped being afraid of getting molested. It went from show me where he touched you to I'll show you where to touch me, huh?
Wow, look at that. Set of the night so far. Out of nowhere. Wow. Knock that off your Las Vegas risky bet that the set of the night would be the female comedian for the first time ever in the show's history. Leonardo Joni, welcome. How long have you been doing stand-up?
About 2 years.
I love it. And you're really Albanian.
I am really Albanian.
You know who else is Albanian? The very famous from the comedy store, Rose Labarge.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. And you kind of have that rose.
Yeah, you really do. Very like sort of you have like gypsy family members or whatever, like gypsy-ish.
We don't talk about it.
Right, exactly. I know. Gypsy's like a rugged word, but yeah. I love it, Leonardo. So how long have you lived in Texas?
I just moved here 2 weeks ago.
Wow. And then how long did I stand up? 2 years. 2 years. And where are you doing it?
New York.
Oh, great. Hell yeah, that shows. Have you seen, you guys ever work together?
Yeah, she's funny. She's built in New York and she came here because they're terrified of her.
Why are you terrified of leaving her?
Well, she keeps it real on stage, and I think New York's getting a little,
yeah, a little too close to the therapy, huh?
Yeah.
I love it. Well, we're always looking for more. I mean, we're literally just saying more women to sign up there. There's the market here right now. I mean, even Allie Topsky just comes to visit, just does JRE and fucking Kill Tony and then skips town again. She's actually on the road. I'm just joking around. But you excited to be here in Austin?
You know, it's Austin.
What are you? Hold on. Way to really win everybody over, Leonardo. This is your chance to have a built-in in-city fan base. We're just kidding. That's one of her jokes, everybody. That's one of her jokes. She loves it.
I just think we have better homeless people in New York. That's all.
Why? Why are they better in New York?
Well, they sing. You know, they sing and they dance, and they do drugs, but they sing and they dance. So.
Yeah,
that's true. They really don't sing or dance here.
The Austin homeless are actually real homeless people. Like the homeless in Los Angeles and New York, they're just lazy hippies.
Yeah,
like that's.
Yeah, the ones in New York take their fucking tip jar and go into a nicer apartment than the people that give them money at the end of the day. What do you do for work? How do you make money, Leonardo?
I'm an LSAT tutor.
LSAT.
Yeah, that's law school. That's prep.
Wow.
That's an LSAT.
Did you gone through law school?
No, I just took the test, did really well, and then tutored everybody.
You did so well on the test that instead of going into law, you just said, "Fuck it, I'm gonna stop right here." That's fucking awesome. Hey, Red Band thinks it was a great business decision.
No, that's cool. I mean, that you are that smart. Have you always been a nerd, like growing up? Is that what got you into comedy? Kind of?
Yeah, I kind of keep that on the down low, but you know, I'm blowing up my spine right now. So.
That you're a nerd, just a real attitude. I do see what you mean now, Mark. This is
just like Rose, by the way.
She's a real fucking spunkmeister, this one. Leonardo, what's your love life like? You got a boyfriend?
I do.
Keep him on a tight leash, don't you?
No.
You beat the shit out of him, don't you?
What does he do?
He's a producer, like film producer.
Oh, okay.
He's a hot black.
Hey, is that true?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, wow. Look at that.
Thanks for blowing up my spot, Mark.
So,
I'm pretty sure your black boyfriend's the one blowing up your spot, if you know what I mean. Let's face it. That thing was built for Albania, not for fucking WrestleMania. You know what I'm talking about?
It's actually amazing, by the way.
Oh, shit. Hell yeah. I love it. Leonardo, what else do you do? What do you like to do for fun?
I mean, that's a hard topic. Yeah.
What do you mean?
Well, I just work a lot. So,
yeah. What's like your release, though? What's something that you like to do? Like me, I'll take a couple drops of eucalyptus oil, put it on a nice little washcloth, boil some water, pour that shit on there, and I throw it right on my fucking face. What's your version of that?
I have recently discovered paddle boarding in
Okay.
That's fun. That is fun.
Okay.
Yeah,
Paddle boarding.
We don't have that in New York.
Better than waterboarding.
It's true. It's true. Which our last comedian on stage has gotten really good at.
Yes.
I love it.
Did your boyfriend move out here with you?
Yeah, we moved out together.
Okay.
How's he liking it?
He loves it. He's like, I'm never going back. Yeah.
If he wasn't black, I'd say he was whipped.
Jesus Christ. Mark Norman.
Sorry.
Powerful.
You know, I am always looking for new talent. I would love to invite you to the Vulcan show Thursday if you can.
I'd love to.
Look at that. How cool. Leonardo Joni in the mix. Thursday at Vulcan. How awesome is that, huh? Put your hands together for her. There she goes, everybody. It's Leonardo Joni, everyone. She just booked a show live Thursday night at Vulcan. I'm at Vulcan Friday and Saturday. Tony Hinchcliffe and his current friend. I just picked it up today, so you could be the first people to get tickets. Friday and Saturday. Just stand-up shows. I'm going to host them. Friends are going to be here, whoever's in town. We'll see what happens. Okay, back to the bucket we go. You guys good with that? Bucket one more time, huh? Make some noise for your next comedian. He was on Kill Tony 500. He's back again. This guy, an incredible story. He just got pulled out of the bucket. Make some noise for Philip Garcia, everybody. Here we go again. Philip Garcia.
Fuck yeah.
This guy, incredible luck on this bucket.
Really is.
Oh, there he is.
Here he is. One more time. Make some noise for Philip Garcia, everybody.
Hey everybody, I officiated my buddy's wedding 2 weekends ago. Yeah, I was a preacher for my friends in college. They were like, it was a weird situation though, because like, hey, that's Preacher Philip with the whole family. Like, all my friends from college, like, that's the plug. You just don't know. It got even weirder though, because after the ceremony, I went to the restroom in the reception, and a little kid about 5 years old comes up to me. He's like, "Hey, mister, can you help me do my belt buckle?" And I was like, "Not this weekend, dude. I'm a preacher. You know, it's a." Like, oh, Philip Seymour Hoffman, I get it. It's okay. You don't remember the 2008 box office smash hit Doubt. You remember the 2007 box office smash hit Transformers. Yeah. Remember those guys who thought driving yellow and black Chevrolet Camaros was their biggest personality trait? Like, hey, dude, I don't know about you, but I drive fucking Bumblebee, dude. I'd like to think all those guys are now doing as mentally well as Shia LaBeouf. That's where they're all at now. Thank you, I'm Phil Garcia.
Here's Philip Garcia. This guy just won $500 on Thursday night.
Kids.
To our friends over at Ridge Wallet. You have your new Ridge Wallet on you?
That's actually in my girl's bag right now.
Oh,
So, yeah.
perfect. Way to really help us out with this.
It's the best wallet I've ever had in my entire life.
Right,
though.
changed your life, didn't it?
Ridge Wallet changed my life.
Did it help you out with the extra money you got towed? You just moved in a new place here in Austin.
Definitely did.
Did you spend it on anything frivolous?
Yeah, barbecue. Because that's basically gold in this fucking town by weight. It's crazy.
Absolutely. Absolutely. What else? What else has happened this week since your newfound Kill Tony fame?
I moved in, actually. I'm a Austin resident now.
Whoa.
Awesome. Yeah.
Newest resident. What part of town do you live in?
Riverside.
What were you saying, Mark?
I was going to ask if you won the Jonah Hill lookalike contest.
I've been told I look like I shrunk the kids and got myself bigger. That's what I was told.
Yeah. Hell yeah, blew yourself up.
Yeah.
I love it. Philip, what else? What do we not know about you yet? We've interviewed you 3 times in the past 4 weeks.
Oh, man. I've had more fingers in my ass than any other straight man in this 24 that I know.
Okay. Hell yeah. Explain yourself. How does that happen?
I've got colon issues.
Oh,
yeah.
Let's talk about that.
I can help you out.
Let's see.
Semi or full?
Semi or...
Are you talking about like male periods?
Basically, that's what started happening. I was like, that's a interesting.
Is it internal or external hemorrhoids?
Wow, this is disgusting. Watching you two fucking morbidly obese people talk about your bloody assholes. Incredible. Be sure to try the hot dogs here at Antone's, everybody. Get yourself a good old delicious Cliffy dog, everybody, while these guys talk about their engorged fucking outers. Okay, go ahead. Let's hear more of this bloody mess. Where's your fart board? I mean, if you're ever going to do it.
I'm going to save the fart board for next week.
Wow, look at that.
Oh, I like to talk. I don't know. It's always awkward being at the doctor's office and like having to bend down. I never know what to like say there. I'm usually just like playing with the subway like paper at the end of the bed, just like golf much, you know? What do you really say to a doctor?
So what have they treated you for? What are they calling it?
Polyps.
Yeah.
Polyps.
Yeah. Jesus Christ.
They told me I need to stop eating like red meat and smoking cigarettes, but I just can't stop eating red meat and smoking cigarettes.
Right. Yes. This looks like a great guy for your cereal question. What kind of cereal do you love? Lucky Charms.
I'm going to say Honey Bunches of Oats.
Ooh.
Yeah, I like that
answer. Right.
Yeah, I don't know you, but you look like you have allergies.
Thank you.
You look like the human version of "Can I speak to your manager?"
I feel it.
Really?
I'm actually a stepdad. That's actually something you don't know.
I can see you hitting a kid.
Wait, how did this happen? How did you become a stepdad?
The fucking pandemic, dude. I was like, the world might end. I was like, I gotta experience everything this kid of hell has to offer. So our relationship really sped up, and then I just stepped in the
How old's
position
the
of
kid?
5.
1 5-year-old.
Yeah, 1 5-year-old. I like to say I got to skip all the hard shit.
I guess so, but now
Yeah.
you're like a real dad. How long have you been in this position? Like a year?
A year, yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, it's
Boy or girl?
girl.
Okay.
I'm trying to
And
get her.
is her dad in the picture, or you're just the only dad now?
Not really. It's kind of a bad person.
Oh.
I'm just like, I don't. Do you like
You
it?
seem like the
Do I
kind of
like it?
guy.
I love
You
it,
seem
yeah.
like the kind of guy a lady would date after getting out of a really bad
Exactly,
relationship.
right? Like a pillow.
Yeah, super soft, like a my pillow.
It's the only way I think I would have been able to have such a hot girlfriend, honestly.
Somewhere right in between a teddy bear and a body pillow.
By the way, that needs to be an app, like hot chicks with kids that just got out of divorce and they need some comfort guy. You know that?
That's me. I'm the comfort.
My goodness. Wow. The only trauma she has to deal with now is you waking up in the middle of the night with a bleeding asshole.
And getting snacks.
Yeah.
Groaning in the middle of the night.
Well, Philip, you've been on the show a bunch lately. We're going to get you up and out of here. There goes Philip Garcia.
There you go, everybody.
Follow him at Philip Garcia Comedy. What do you guys think? Can we go to this bucket one more time, huh?
One more! One more!
You guys really think there's some fucking talent here tonight, huh? You think someone's going to do good? How many of you think the next comedian's going to do bad? Make some noise. That's pretty safe bet. Let's see what happens.
We should have heard you stand up.
You got to get a minute.
You think you could ever do a
How
minute?
much time do you think you have right now? You have a joke? I bet you have a joke better than that chickpea joke that the one guy did earlier.
My life is a joke. My parents being proud of me is a joke.
Hold on, wait, band. Hold on 1 second. We gotta hear this. We gotta hear Kaylee's going for it.
This is a lot of pressure.
Look out there. Wait, let it really soak in.
Kudos to y'all.
Come on, you do this all the time. Just pretend.
I'm not naked though. So.
Yeah, pretend like you're naked. That's what they tell people. You can actually do that.
Aren't they supposed to be naked?
Oh yeah, that's
They
right.
get naked
Yeah.
for me. No.
Everyone take off their clothes right now.
Sorry, don't worry, Tiffany. I'm not doing shit.
There you go. Haley, everyone. Being dirty while cleaning up. Gotta love it. The yellow rose and the red rose.
By the way, if you have a bachelor party, you can actually hire her to do bachelor
Yeah,
parties.
right. You guys come into town to see Kill Tony. Check out CM Smoke. Do the full Kill Tony experience. Go to CM Smokehouse at Golden Acres. Eat some food. Come to Kill Tony, and then you go to the Yellow Rose. That's
Red
right.
Rose.
Red Rose.
Red Rose.
Hey, check out my Instagram. Bachelor parties. I got y'all.
Yeah.
Oh shit.
That's right.
Team.
Hell yeah. The one.
But not naughty.
Yeah.
Not naughty. You do clean bachelor parties.
Team.
But if it's I don't know if I believe you. Every time you talk in the mic, you re-sanitize it. You must know something we don't know.
What if the bachelor party's just me and I'm at a red dance?
Red dance. Oh, God, disgusting. There's a Me Too movement happening.
Oh.
Actually, Haley is Me Too proof, if you're wondering, everybody. We made sure about it before hiring her for this job. We had her sign a waiver that says,
And she's not tickling. Don't even try.
yeah. Only her butthole, she says.
Only in her butthole?
Hell yeah. We just got word she sold 3 bachelor parties after she made that joke. All right, your next comedian goes by the name of Kyle Doty. Kyle Doughty or Doty? I do believe it is, actually. Kyle Doty. Wow, the handwriting on you motherfuckers tonight is inexcusable. Kyle Doty is next on Kill Tony. Wow.
You know, my girlfriend's been watching a lot of videos about like handwriting techniques. Like you can like judge somebody about how they make their T's and shit like that.
Yeah.
Very psychotic.
Really?
Like,
Yeah. Well, you saw The Jinx, right?
No.
Oh, yeah.
You haven't watched The Jinx on HBO? It's like the greatest crime documentary of all time.
Shit.
And handwriting analysis is huge. Here he is, Kyle Doty, everybody.
Antos, how's it going? Guys, I just figured out that I'm 50% white trash on my dad's side. I took a test called 23andMe Mall, which pretty much if anyone in your family gets called Meemaw, you're garbage. That's what it is. I actually have a mammal, so it came back inconclusive. I found out that my dad just got a Marine Corps tattoo on his arm, and he was never even in the Marines. What? You asked him what he got that for. He's like, look, son, you always got to root for the home team, you know? I'm like, Dad, we're usually the away team. When's the last time you tailgated a war? My dad watches war videos like a fat guy watches football when the quarterback incompletes a pass, and he's like, I could have made that. My dad sees a drone strike video, and he's like, I could have hit that school bus, you know? I could have hit that. He is a Pittsburgh Steelers fan, so regardless of if he's watching football or war, he is rooting against the Browns, though. So, yeah.
Wow, I really like that. Kyle Doty. Some of the best jokes of the night. But the interesting thing was you started with that. Was that meatball you were saying?
Meatball?
What did you say?
Meemaw. Yeah, that's a real. I'm from Ohio. We got some meemaws out there.
That's not an Ohio thing. What is meemaw?
That's your. Yeah.
Wow. Yeah, I don't think I didn't, and I feel like the audience, a lot of them at least, didn't know what you were talking about or saying.
Oh, really? You guys don't have meatballs out here?
Oh, you guys did know. I'm looking at my Family Feud table over here. Three of them are saying they knew. My guy from Boston has no fucking idea. He seems angry about it. He says, "Fucking really, you got a meatball." Oh shit! Whoa, that's a Texas thing, is what it is. Is it Texas? Texas shit. Where are you originally from, John? Oh, but you had Meemaws up there?
Yes.
Meemaw? I've never heard of that. Yeah, I had Grandma.
Meemaw and Peepaw.
Yeah, people.
Yeah, that's normal.
Pawpaw.
Really?
I got
the fuck?
I got Mammal's Apple. I think it's more Apple.
So why is the joke funny if you're 50% Meemaw?
I ended up saying that like I have a mammal.
23 and Meemaw.
23
It's
Meemaw.
fun.
Because he's white trash.
23.
Yeah, because I'm white trash.
Fuck that joke. I don't care what these idiots say.
I don't even know
When you switched and you went to your dad having a fake Marine tattoo, you had me. The fact that you had a joke good enough to recover from the Meemaw insanity was impressive.
I just added the Meemaw. Like,
by the way, you guys are all oohing and ahhing about this Meemaw thing. You didn't laugh at the Meemaw joke. I can rewind it and play it for you. It's fucking dead silence.
I got it.
So don't ooh and ah now, motherfuckers. When he needed you the most, you were not there. Much like I'm guessing his Meemaw right now. Is she dead?
No, she actually survived COVID, which surprised me.
Oh, wow. Look at that. Those Ohio grandmas are not to be fucked with.
Dude, it's been an alcoholic since 72.
Yeah, shout out for OnlyFans. There you go.
Meemaw 69.
There you go. Okay, what part of Ohio are you from, Kyle?
Columbus.
Oh, very nice. That's where Red Band's from. What part of Columbus?
The hilltop, the west side.
The north side.
The bottom, it's the west side.
The hilltop.
What, west? That's the west side. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean,
West
like
of the 270. How far west of the 270?
like where all the heroin is.
How
right?
far west of the 270?
No. I'm still in town.
In the 270?
Yeah, in the 270.
Oh, shit.
Like on Sullivan Broad, yeah.
Oh, all right. Okay.
Dirty.
Gross. What do you,
you're a
are you just visiting here?
No, I moved here.
How long did you move here?
It's been like 2 months.
2 months.
Yeah.
Congratulations, Kyle. Look at that. What part of town do you live in now?
Just up north near Domain.
Oh, wow. You like the Domain, huh? Got the Body Works and shit?
It's not bad, dude. I smell great ever since I moved here.
I bet you do. I bet you do. If you're anything like your fucking Meemaw.
Did you move here for stand up?
Yeah. I moved to San Diego during the pandemic, and that was a bad choice. And now
California was not the place to flee to.
Yeah.
Oh, that must have been weird. You're just on the freeway going west, and everybody's going the other direction. I don't know if that's the right decision, my love.
The traffic was great.
I don't know why I assumed that you were there with someone that you loved. Did you come solo?
Me and my sister.
You're fucking your sister? Yeah, from the fucking Meemaw to the seesaw. You know what I'm talking about? That fucking
50% white trash.
Getting all up in that sister blister. You know what I'm saying? That fucking sissy pissy. You know what I'm talking about? Get all up in. Oh, D-Man is covering his ears. You know it's not good when D-Man just only has 3 senses left. That he's All right, Kyle. So let's talk about it. What do you do for work?
Construction worker, but I'm unemployed right now.
I bet you are. They don't need construction workers built like me. What kind of construction?
I do a lot of underground, like piping and stuff, like water lines and shit.
Yeah, tech guy. Oh, look at that! Wow, it's not only are people getting spots for the Vulcan, but they can also book a spot making your deck.
No. I just need a private seat. That's our thing. My neighbor has a hot tub, and it's disgusting when I'm in the backyard.
Wait, you share a backyard?
No. I could just, when I'm in my back patio, I can look over to my neighbor, and he's like, "Hey, Red Man, what's up?" It's horrible.
He calls you by your podcast?
Yeah, he knows me from podcast. Oh, shit, he's going to listen to this.
That's so weird.
Edit this out.
Dude, I'll build you a fence, dude. I'll build you a fence. I got you.
It's so frightening. Nothing weirder than a neighbor that calls a comedian by their nickname, right?
No, it's fucking weird.
It's so wild, man.
Hey, the machine. What's going on? Imagine that. Imagine moving to a place and you don't talk to your neighbors, and then some guy goes, "Hey, Red Bear, you want to get in the hot tub?" And he's like drying his tits off with the towel. And
you guys all have tits in that neighborhood?
Yes. It's so weird.
Wow. Kyle Doty. So here you are. You're looking for a construction job currently.
I'm looking for anything.
What's your sister doing out here?
No, she lives in San Diego. I came here solo.
Good, you guys broke up.
Yeah.
It was making Thanksgivings weird. Yeah, my other sisters were getting jealous. Yeah.
Oh shit! Do you really have other sisters?
I have 4 sisters.
4 sisters. Are you the only boy?
Middle child, only boy.
Wow! Look at you! My God! Anything creepy ever happen when you were a kid? Any of them try to? I hear a lot of stories about young girls like sexually abusing their brothers at times. Like they give them like a dry hand job or something like that.
At COSI?
I wish. You know how much more confident as a child I would have been if someone was trying to fuck me, dude? I was a very ugly child.
Oh, that makes sense. That makes sense. All right. Religious family?
No, my parents would drop us off at Bible study just so they didn't have to deal with us sometimes.
Got ya.
Did you ever hook up with anyone at church?
No, I was only like 12, and I wasn't the
How about the
cutest boy.
priest? How about the priest?
You don't remember that when it happens.
How about the special skills or talents, Kyle? Surprise us. You must be good at something.
Talents. I mean,
other than stand up.
Yeah, not even that great at it.
You're gonna say that shit.
I was born without the roof of my mouth. That's a weird.
Wait a second. What?
Yeah.
Oh my God!
When my mom would feed me, it would just come right out of my nose. I was like a fog.
Oh, shut the fuck up!
Yeah.
So what did they do? They put a fake roof in there?
Yeah, I think some guy died.
No wonder you work construction.
What? Some guy, you have a dead person's roof of the mouth?
Yeah.
Does it smell?
I think it's an old person. I can't take salt that much.
Wait a second. You had the transplant of a fucking roof? What?
I have no clue what's going on up there, but sometimes.
What did they tell you?
My mom just was like, "Hey, you just were born out of the roof of your mouth."
So they did
That's
it.
all I know about it.
So they did it when you were a child?
I was a child. Yeah, they had to put arm braces on my arm at one point, and I had a big head, and I would just fall over and be like a kickstand. My mom could just leave me out front for hours. I couldn't get up because my head was so heavy.
Wow.
Like, do you touch the roof of your mouth right now and it's like a little creaky? Like it might give in?
Yeah, it is haunted. It's like waterlogged. That's up there.
Shit.
Can I see it?
I mean, I probably look it out if you want.
Oh, here we go. We're checking out the roof.
Put the flashlight in there.
It looks normal.
Yeah.
It works. It does its job. Nothing comes out of my nose anymore.
Yikes.
Did your mom like drink or smoke when she was pregnant with you?
Maybe like a pack of Marlboro Reds a day, probably.
That's normal.
Oh yeah, well, you blew the roof off this mouth here tonight. Not really. Stupid. Not even.
You don't say to your homeboys when you walk into a room. That is so weird.
Hey, what?
You don't say that to your homeboys when you walk into a room.
Say what?
No, you just blew the roof off this house.
Yeah, that's true. Wow. Wow. Now that you repeat it back, that may be one of the gayest things I've ever done in my life. Jeez Louise. My God, it's good to have it's good to know that our keyboard artist is also like our worst enemy in the YouTube comments. Everybody here, Tony said the fucking gayest thing ever. Blew the roof off my mouth. Pause. All right, Kyle. Well, fun times. Nice to meet you. Welcome. Another good Buckeye here. Kyle Doty, everybody. He's on Instagram at Kyle D Comedy. All one word. He got it. All right, let's put a ribbon on this fucking thing. You guys ready to end tonight's show, huh? Moving on. Okay, well, we're going to do it anyway, even though Lukewarm response. We ready for that, Zach? Are you sure? Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, your final comedian of the night, regular here on Kill Tony, just freshly, a couple weeks recovered from the coronavirus. Not recovered from ALS, Lou Gehrig's disease, which has plagued him for a couple years, but this guy continues to write a brand new minute every single week, as he is a regular on Kill Tony. He's an absolute legend in the history of the show. One of the funniest humans ever, a fan favorite. The only guy that could get us out on an episode like this. Former star from Chicago, 20 years at the Improv Second City game. Got diagnosed with ALS, decided to chase his dream of being a stand-up comedian. Now he's one of the best in the world. Here is a brand new minute from the great and powerful Michael Lair, everybody!
Yeah! The West Coast has something to say. Yeah, baby. Fucking Austin is not a music city. Austin is a food city. But musicians are like scavengers with craft services. So you make the best food, the musicians will stay. But what you don't know is you're so good at food, but you're fucking cunts about everything else. Alright? Get off your fucking high horse. The musicians are only here because your food is so fucking good, alright? My bougie Cali ass is calling out all the group customer service, alright? Austin does not export rock and roll. Austin exports gout, alright? That's why everyone is such a fucking asshole. You're walking around on solid glass from the fucking gout, from the 3-week marinade barbecue that is fucking up your fucking foot. I'm tired of this bullshit. I'm running on notice that the West Coast has something to say, and that bangers on Rainy Street, just because you serve bratwurst doesn't mean you should treat your customers like they're at a concentration camp. I'll plug you in your $10 hot dogs. Get off your fucking carnivores.
I could not agree with you more. I agree with everything you said. 100% of everything. The food runs the city. For those of you that just haven't been here and don't know, the food really runs this city. And I agree with everything, especially the fact that Bangers is the most overrated place in the entire city. I would like to let you know.
What is it?
I agree with
Bangers?
it. It's a place called Bangers. They serve dirty hot dogs and have horrible customer service.
Yeah.
They weren't the only bad customer service. The only place that's blacklisted by me. I tell everybody.
Really?
I go, if you want to be my friend, you just got to make me one promise. You're not allowed to go to Bangers.
I blacklist restaurants every day. I cancel restaurants like SJW motherfuckers cancel comedians. I'm not playing. Like, I'm here to eat and do comedy. And like, you're assholes, alright? Like, how about we're at a club, there's 100 people ass to ass, but no, I can't have a paper menu because of COVID. Fucking, I don't understand a menu and go into the Matrix. I want to order a fucking food and beer. Your food is good, but you're low-key the worst people in America.
Wow. Why? What about the people exactly? What is it? What do you think? What is it about them? The Austin?
Well, I have an answer for every question. I don't say shit arbitrarily. So to answer your question, regionally, America is very different. And I'm 42, so I got to live in a lot of places. And here, they're so good at food. They're like, we can do something about everything else.
Right. Yeah, I agree with you. They don't realize it's like they try to push other things on the transplants. I think like people are like, well, wait till you go swimming in Barton Springs, and I'm like, oh, I get to get in the same giant pool with you and a bunch of people sweating out banger sweat. No, thank you. I'm going to one of my new 30 favorite restaurants.
Exactly, and food goes a long way.
Yeah.
So it's real good, you know, but like, I don't know, like, food isn't everything. And I'm here to eat delicious food.
It's true. I mean, people don't realize everybody's here for the food. Like, if someone wanted to do a terrorist attack on Austin, they could just replace the salt with sugar and fuck up the whole city's tourism for a week.
Yeah,
where's my sodium levels at? Go ahead.
When we defunded the police here, we took away the option from switching from savory to sweet. And you're fucking criminals. But I'm here, and I'm here to be Tony.
Yeah, absolutely. I just decided right then when you were in the middle of that sentence, I'm going to let you talk.
Now, I've turned the personal, you know, like, we just acted 2,500, and before that, both I bottomed out with cocaine, and I got corona.
It is true. He really, the bottoming out from cocaine, I really just think that they just tested positive for corona, but I think it was mostly the cocaine. I think he truly snorted the coronavirus at one point off a mirror.
No doubt. Now, but I'm here on the world's biggest open mic. I bet 50 to 200,000 people hearing what I have to say every fucking week. How fucking nuts is that? And like, but no, I mean, fuck your applause. Like, to the rest of y'all, fucking batter up. Bring that shit. Like, everyone talks to me like I got what I have because of my disease and not despite it. I'm in the fucking lab all day, every day, while you're bitching and moaning, and I'm getting better and better.
Wow.
And so, you want to fuck with me? We're here every Monday. The West Coast guys.
What do you keep referencing? Is this a new branding? You're planting some seeds for some real branding? The West Coast has something to say because you started your set by saying that, and then you went in immediately into something totally different. And I'm like, wow, this is some real.
Yeah, the West Coast. Yeah,
but you're not the West Coast anymore. You're originally from upstate New York and then Chicago.
Look at my outfit. I'm Cali, baby.
Wow. You bought that at Ross in Indiana.
You look like Stephen Hawking at the X Games.
Yeah. Yeah, he's like Tony Hawking. Teamwork. Norman and Hinchcliffe 2024.
By the way, he sounds like he has no roof of his mouth.
Yeah. One of my favorite parts of watching Michael up here doing an extended set for the third time in a row, 2 minutes and 20 seconds, breaking a previously held record for.
You can't walk him.
2.5 minutes, and then followed up by 7 minutes of a killer interview. And my favorite part of it is the whole time, from my viewpoint, is in the lit up staircase. I can see the first regular you saw, William Montgomery, literally mouthing apologies to me about his performance to start the show. So some of the fun things that I get to see, in which I'm trying not to laugh and pay attention to the show. But it's just William lit up in the back going, hilarious. Michael just owning it. You would think William was the one with a disease that's going to kill him in months to years.
What? I mean, here's the thing.
Nobody laughed at that. That made it weird. He knows he's got
Look, like, if I wasn't deceased, if I wasn't on disability, if I didn't, like, go through a million cities and end up in LA in the fucking, I wouldn't be here right now. My weakness is my strength. My disease is your cure.
Wow. The West Coast does have something to say.
West Coast has something to say.
Holy shit.
The West Coast.
I'm guessing we're going to see a new t-shirt released by Michael Lair this week. That's my guess. Guys, how long
Welcome,
can this
Audie. How
place
are you?
go for the fucking... Great. Michael Lair, everybody. We did it again. Guys,
Hope
big
you're
noise
okay.
for the great Ali Makovsky, the Resting Bitch podcast. Mark Norman, Tuesdays with Stories. You might.
I'm
YouTube,
lovely,
check out his special.
madam.
Guys, make some noise for the band. John D's on Fix Vodka Band. Fix Vodka. Go to fixvodka.com. Get yourself a bottle. High alkaline vodka. Yellow Rose, Red Rose, we love you. Make some noise for Matt Mueling on guitar, everybody. Follow him at Mutation. John Keys is on social media. John Keys with just an O, Jonkeyz. How about a hand for Deep Madness on the bass guitar, everybody? Come on. And Michael Gonzalez on the drums. Drawing the whole time while you guys were sitting there doing nothing. We had 2 artists drawing tonight. Let's make some noise for the great Ryan J. Ebelt. Everything's available at RyanJebelt.com. Don't forget, you guys can walk right up to this stage after the show and buy one of the Kill Tony 500 posters from him, or a brand new Kill Tony the coloring book. Wow, look at that. Ali Makovsky in the middle there. Look at you, heavily featured. Wow, she's showing her butt. I think you just drew the very end when you pulled your chair out for Michael. Wow, that looks exactly like Mark. Look at that. That looks like me, and that looks like Red Band. A very thin version of Red Band. You must love that. Yeah. You must love that. I wonder if the paper stretches out like that. Come on. RyanJebelt.com for all those prints. You can get a poster or a coloring book right now after the show. And of course, the great Chris Rogers has something to show us. What is it tonight? Oh, that's fucking Spawn. 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 Someone's gonna get it. I was excited. Someone's getting Spawn. Local artist Chris Rogers. Chris Rogers art. RyanJebelt.com for all prints, including posters from your favorite city and stuff like that. What else? Thank you again to Kaylee from the Red Rose and their sister company, the Yellow Rose, one of the best places in town. Thanks to Yoni at Best Barbecue Show.
and our friends over at CM Smokehouse for keeping us fed. CM Smokehouse at Golden Acres, one of the coolest places to go. It's great for dinner, of course, but I prefer it for lunch. You show up at Golden Acres, the vibe, the picnic tables, there's a whole energy there. You can have some drinks during the day.
Yes.
So real lovely energy. Highly recommend it.
Hey guys, Thursday we have a show at Vulcan Death Squad Secret Show every Thursday or Wednesday, sometimes at Vulcan Gas Company. A lot of people you'll see here on stage or at the show come out.
Yeah, it's a crazy week. I'm actually, like I said earlier, if you can't make Thursday, come out on Friday or Saturday. I'm doing 2 stand-up shows coincidentally this week for the first time ever in Austin, a Friday and a Saturday with different friends on each show. We'll see what happens. Should be pretty crazy. Yeah.
So you mentioned Bangers.
Yeah.
Fuck that place.
Yes.
But there's a place next door called Half Step, and tomorrow night I'll be playing there with the jazz band.
Okay.
Michael Hill,
What time tomorrow night?
9 to 11.
9 to 11. I'll probably be there. Who knows? We might be there. We went yesterday. We had so much fun at the Van Zandt Hotel. We went and had some brunch. Caught John playing with the Michael Hale Trio. And we support all these guys. Anytime we get a chance to go see them live, we do. That's the move. D Madness has shows every Thursday. What's the name of that place again, D? Okay, Dean's going out of town. I don't even think he knows what town he's going to exactly. But
We have an announcement.
yes.
We are working on the Bill Tony album.
Whoa!
It's going down, so stay tuned.
I love that. Kill Tony the album for the first time ever.
Yeah, it's going down.
I fucking love that.
You like that?
I love it. It's never been done before. The great John D's leading the band to a whole new evolution here on Kill Tony. Again, special thanks to Mark Norman. But if you listen to this show, you know who he is. The badass out of New York City.
Thank you.
Mark, Allie, come hang out again with us soon.
Hell yeah.
Thank you, live audience, so much. Good night, everybody. Thank you.
Raise hell up.
Dude, you sandbagging son of a bitch. How you living, pimp? To get my groceries? Are you ready to lose? Whatever you want. Dog, that game sucks. Because you sent me an invitation and I went and I played it and I beat you. Look at the scoreboard, baby. Yeah, I did. It selected all your... You didn't resign. You were beaten. Dog, Match Monsters sucks. You know what game really sucks, though? That red, blue, yellow, green game that we were playing. That game's... I don't understand what it... I still don't understand. I know I won, but I don't... It was basically just hit a button to roll some die, and then... There's some dice, and then... That was basically it. Dude, I'm going viral soon. I've got so many people tweeting about me. It's redonkulous. It makes me so happy. Like, maybe get this. I'm gonna call it tweeting till the day I fucking die. So you better get used to it. What do you call it on Blue? Baby, it's not even called tweeting anymore. It's like a word that went away, and I'm bringing it back. I call it tweeting. What do you call it on X? Posting. That sucks. You know what? You know what makes sense? Tweeting. And I'm going to continue to use that on Blue Sky. So many people are posting about me, aka because he wanted something shorter and to change he wanted to change the theme of it. Yeah. Speaking of which, let's play Literati. I mean, it doesn't like that's not the first thing that shows up. If you put 3 of them, yeah. Dog, if you go down far enough on any search results, you'll get porn. Yeah, you'll get porn if you look long enough and far enough down. Something will be pornographic, arguably. Literati, baby. I'm sending you an invite. I want you to be. Yes, it will. Yes, it will. If you go far enough down the search results, it'll give you something pornographic. I mean, if you press the I'm feeling lucky button, Zoot, I sent you an invitation, dog. No one knows what it does. I could see that. That's not a that's not a bad thought. That's very funny. I didn't know what it did, and I got scared of it. So I Googled what does it do, and it was like it'll just take you to the first result, and I'd be like, oh, I wonder why they don't just call it like first result. Do they still have the Do they still have the I'm feeling lucky button? Right. I want you to beat me, Zoot. Actually, if I had it my way, ideally, I would just beat you by 1. But I want it to be close. I think you can get me. Like, all you have to do is just get a big word. Like, you got quiz that one time. Just don't use bullshit words like burr. That was garbage, dude. That was such garbage. I'm still pissed off at it. Dude, not like that. I don't use any garbage like that. All the words that I use have vowels. Zoot, you're down 13. Get a good word in here and you can take the lead. Get it. Low? What'd you learn, big dog? Cool, man. Oh man, I made a mistake.
He says the cost to keep federal offices open is in the billions of dollars, but if it's taken off the books, he says it'll save taxpayers lots of money. Offices linked to national spare.
What are you gonna do to me? What are you gonna do to me, Zoot? Let's see what you're gonna do to me. Whoa, dude, what are you doing? How? That's good. Zoot, you got a big lead. No.
That's scheduled to end at 6 in the morning. And as you make your way up the 60 eastbound in Diamond Bar, just after the 57, looks like the stall there has been moved out of the right lane. Your drive slowly recovering from Brea Canyon Road.
Car. Dude, I just took the lead. Zoot, were you aware that I just took the lead? But it's your turn. Do you see how our letters are like... Okay, do you see how our letters are like steps? Like it goes up, down, up, down, up, down. And they're really short? I think that's not a good way to play. We're doing what we can, but like I like it when they're long words and they're anything can happen. Those are cool. Hey, there you go. There you go. Way to use my fucking word. My fucking phrase. Cool story, bro. I use that all the time. That's my phrase. I invented that. Yeah, less than a month. Everybody's learning about me on Blue Sky. They're talking about how sexy I am, how sexy my body is, how sexy my mind is, and just my overall sexiness. And that's great. That's what I'm talking about. The most eligible bachelor on earth. Already am. What'd you say, Zoot? Oh, dude, way bigger. That guy, I barely even know who that motherfucker is. I'm gonna be bigger than fucking Sir Isaac Newton. Word, dog. No, but I'm gonna make anti-gravity mainstream, which is cooler than that motherfucker ever did. I'm gonna make it mainstream. Just one moment. Dude, hold on. I'm doing something. Fuck yeah, there is. There's 1/6 the amount. There's 1/6 the amount of gravity on. What the fuck is aging, dude? One-sixth. So the force of gravity on Earth is negative, or acceleration is negative 9.18, negative 9.81 meters per second squared. So it's 1/6 of that. Dude, that's the first thing that I told you.
Make some fucking noise! We are live here in beautiful Swansea, Massachusetts. Holy shit, everyone. Live from Venus. Who's excited to be here tonight, huh? We are the #1 live podcast in the world. The great and powerful Brian Redban is here.
Yo, pimp.
We have a real life police officer over there. Hey.
Sounds like a plan, baby.
306 episodes it took us to get an real. So
Okay, sounds
up,
enjoy yourself.
I am pumped about this. A bunch of East Coast Massachusetts dudes, beards and backwards hats fucking everywhere. Bunch of fucking black hoodies and scary people all fucking talking. We have. I actually. I'm excited to be here. We still have delicious Dunkin' Donuts and other fun things. I'm fucking pumped. Shout out to Michael Shannon, a guy that made us a special bucket before the show. I can't really tell from where you are, but on this side, it's very heavily detailed work with each of all the cast members and even past cast members. So
Hoya?
he's going to replace
Wow,
everyone's
good
bucket of
one.
Destiny, not just for tonight, but we're taking this bad man with James. California.
About what?
Before we
I mean, as much as your average bear. Yep. Yeah, I mean, that's essentially what attracts us to people is this person a good mate for my genes? Well, yeah, I mean, there are always going to be cases. Excellent point. Yeah, but he was considered to be a very good-looking man. Zoo, remember when you had the lead on me by like 20 points? And now I'm up 60 on you? Zoo, are you going to watch the Minecraft movie? Is it already out? All right. What the fuck is taxa? That's not a word. You know that's not a word. Okay. Did you know that I just scored 30 points on you?
even start, let me give you
That doesn't surprise me.
the show that we're doing tonight. Out of all the places we've gone, New York City, Toronto, Montreal, Boston, Cleveland, Columbus, Cincinnati, Fort Nashville, times. Fun fact: record-setting capacity.
Zoo, create a new set of words or something. Get us out of this.
Kill Tony East showed the fuck up. I know a lot of you drove a long to be here tonight.
That's not what I'm talking about.
I know that for a
I'm
fact.
talking.
Once again. So I am pumped. Thank you to Venus. Possible. A lot of people said, "What the hell are you?" I know. Well, I'll tell you what. I ate a 3-pound lobster before this show, bitch. So
The best lobster we've ever had.
So with that said, we have decided and we worked it out after the 3-pound lobster that we are going to make this. Swansea, Massachusetts, Venus de Milo. We are already making it a new annual event. So Kill Tony's already coming back, motherfuckers.
What the fuck did I do?
Shannon on the bucket. Vanessa and the whole crew made it possible. Chantel, A-Dog, Josh, Justin, the whole Venus de Milo crew. Monty Senior, Monty Jr., Alan Armin, Mike, Lexi, Noel, and Carol. So it's fucking. With that, tonight we are with the Bare Bones.
What'd you say? When I get a data plan? You didn't win shit, dude. Quinn? That's pretty good, dude. Too bad I'm up like 60 points on you. No one knows. I know Quint is what we call like a dormitory with 5 people in it. I know we these words. I know we should look up these words, dog. No one knows what these words mean. I just told you. Yeah, a dormitory with 5 people. I mean, that's what we would call it. I don't know if that's really what it is, what it's called. Zoot, baby. Let me see what you got.
Rabbi coming to you live from Antone's in Austin, Texas, for a brand new episode of Kill.
Dude, fuck you for doing that.
So make some. We're here. Brian.
How'd you like that one? 36 fucking points, baby.
Audience reaction. Fun to be here at our new home at Antone's in beautiful downtown Austin, Texas.
What the fuck is
Home
les?
of the Blues.
Is that like a lesbian that no one refers? I guess. I mean, like, I don't know. I guess, like, look at that les. But I don't think they use it like that. I don't know.
You guys excited for a fun night tonight? How about a hand? These drum off of the wild sombrero, as we know, tough cookie to defeat. Maybe we'll have a rematch in the future. What do you think, Michael?
Zoom. What are your thoughts on that? I just dropped 31 points on you.
Drawing something. Who knows what? It's a blank slate right now. Of course, we have the great Ryan G. all the way in Los Angeles, California, drawing tonight's episode. He draws every episode. Tons of art happening all the time.
Dude, that was good. 21. Good on you.
Fun times. Austin, Texas. You guys ready for tonight's
What the fuck are these words? Ed, F, Fay, Day? What is that? That's not, those aren't real words.
You listening right now. I'm telling you, Kill Tony supporter since day one. The Ridge wallet, the best wallet that you could possibly have. Sleek, amazing, and holds up to 12 cards plus room for cash. There's over 30 colors and styles, including carbon fiber and titanium. I titanium. I absolutely love it. What's incredible about this product is they give you a full refund if you don't love it because they know you're gonna love it. It's a front of
We should play this when we don't know a word. We look it up. It just takes too long.
I can't imagine what your old wallet must have been going.
They should tell you. I'm going to tell the people that, like, whenever there's a word, it should give the definition of it. That would make their game much more educational.
People have it's just that wallet you maybe got like 5 years stuffed in. Use 1,000
I'll
different
tell
business cards, and it just hurts to sit on. I've had back going on road trips.
Like real people who I know or just random people? Just one chick. Yeah. There you go, baby.
I can't believe I've been living like that for so long.
Yeah, they may not, but I think they still do. No. Now, if you ask people on Blue Sky if they know who I am, oh, for sure. I'm the most. Because I want to stream on there someday again. And so I've taken like a sabbatical. We messaged. I just messaged him. I mean, I didn't expect him to. I just sent him an interview that I did. No, I was gonna message him, hey, I'm gonna stop spamming on your thing. And I think about emailing them and just being like, hey, I haven't spammed you guys. Is it okay if I start streaming on there? But that's not like a really good platform. There aren't that many people on it. And they don't save your data. The fact that they don't save your data is just a waste of my time. Yeah, but that's expensive for them and they want to keep costs down. No, but they save it for longer. They save it for 90 days instead of 30 days. You're right. Yeah, I mean, I could create a clip bot that just always is clipping myself, but then eventually they're going to say that I'm manipulating their platform and ban my account.
Just what I need in my pocket, in my front pocket. I barely even know it's there. It's great.
And it's just so cool. It looks cool. Pulling it out feels good. You should feel like a boss. And it's an important part
We
of your
barely
life. If you
used
have a
like
wallet,
a bunch
why
of the
not get a
board.
cool wallet, and why not support Kill Tony at the same time by doing so? Get 10% off today with World.
No, there's like a board we didn't use.
That's ridge.com/KillTony and use the code Tony, all one word, for your discount. Again, Ridge/Kill Tony.
Austin.
Okay.
And Austin Grown. Oh, you guys ready to start tonight's episode or what? Awesome. Ladies and gentlemen, we've had a lot of fun guests here in Austin so far. And this one
You
is
love it, dog.
the one that I have been for. Stand-up comedian.
It depends.
Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you Austin's own. Make some noise for my funny friend. His name is Alan, everybody. Come on. Oh, shit.
One of them, their own people said that I was.
Yeah. Tim, famously guest of the year 2018, 2019, and 2020. Is that true? You and Donnell Rawlings.
Oh, he was in my stream.
You edged him out, but you never walked out on us. Tim, welcome back.
I'm happy to be in Austin. I'm here. I'm homeless.
Homeless?
Big mansion. No, I did for a bit, but then I just looked at everyone in the tents and they're having so much fun. So I just got in one of them, and we're starting a tech company. Me and 3 of my friends, as soon as we get some insulin, you know. Step.
Yo,
Beautiful.
Pimp.
What a way to fit in with the other Austinites here. So, Tim, you know how it works, and you people out there probably know how it works.
Zoot, remember you were beating me, and now I'm up by 130
they get 60 seconds uninterrupted. You know, when you hear the sound of a
points.
hit, if they don't wrap it up then, they're going to bring out the angry 5th Street Bear. You don't want to hear that and all the extra noises for some reason.
Zoot.
You guys ready for tonight's episode?
Yo,
or
Pimp.
what? Yeah. Come on, Austin. This is the #1 live podcast.
Oh,
in the
good
world.
job,
You
man.
guys ready to start this shit? There we go.
That was good.
All right, here we go. Anything
Dude,
can
we
happen.
played
There's
this
tons of
one
people
like
upstairs.
really,
Tons of
really
people on the
closely.
sidewalk.
Like
Look at that, Tim. You see that out there? Both sides of the
the
sidewalk.
letters are really
People
close
waiting.
together.
That's where they live.
Your first Canadian going up tonight. Anything can happen. Could be homeless. Could have a mansion. Could be his first time. Might be a 30-year local veteran of the game. Make some noise for it. Going first. It's always a tough spot. Anything can happen.
Dog.
This is Kill Tony.
Let's see you win.
Anthems.
Let's see you do well.
Tim Dillon.
You are.
Band is playing. We're waiting to see where Andrew.
I don't think you could
Scardino
win,
is
but
gonna
maybe.
be coming from. Waiting to see. How many of you love HEB, the grocery
Yeah.
store?
For like
All right.
when I was like a little kid,
I love it. I
and
love HEB too, everybody.
I've been on the news for like things like I've done with groups of people.
$1. That's what I look at it. It's
I've been on the news for like things I've done with groups of people.
There they do. I know what I mean.
No, Andrew Scardino. Wow. How people sign up for this show and then miss is beyond. Wait. Oh, he's coming, running from the back, everybody. We have 3 producers over here. Is anybody down there yelling? Okay. I guess over here. Here comes Andrew Scardino. Going the wrong way. This is his first time at the show. This should be exciting. It's always fun when the person doesn't know how to get on the stage.
And
Always
he's
very,
taking his time.
very telling of the fun to come. Here he comes. One more time. Make some noise for Andrew Scardino.
So I started seeing this new girl, and we're fooling around in bed, and she says to me, "I want you to treat me like a slave." I'm like, "Well, okay." And she was Jewish, so I left the room, came back dressed as an Egyptian pharaoh, told her to get out. I was at the grocery store earlier, HEB. There was a woman in a wheelchair, missing one leg. Oddly enough, a guy other end of the store rolling towards her in a wheelchair.
Dude, look at this board. From like the center tile to the top right tile. It's like a perfect stairway.
Moment recently, I was in the sauna, looking around thinking, why am I the only one naked here? That's when I realized it was like a hot yoga class. Thank you, guys.
Okay, Andrew Scardino getting out at 50 seconds. What was that last joke? You were in a sauna by yourself? No, get to the microphone.
Looking around thinking, why am I the only one naked in here? Is a hot yoga class.
Oh, you were the only one naked in there. Is that thing at HEB true?
Yeah, earlier today.
Really?
You see a lot of shit at HEB. That's like the mildest thing I've seen as a legless person. You see a lot. someone's in shape, you know?
That is the Texas way to drop 30 pounds. Just chop off a leg. Andrew, how long have you been doing stand-up for?
First time.
First time ever on stage. How about that? Only this show can you see something quite like that. Incredible, Andrew. How old are you?
28.
28. You always wanted to do?
In the recent years.
Do you normally wear glasses?
No.
Really? You seem like the kind of guy that took off your glasses to perform.
Why did you resign?
Those, like wobbly, wet eyes that like people have when they take off. Has anyone ever told you that you just took off glasses?
You know that I've won 84 straight games. Are you ready for darts?
Maybe because you do have like a squinty look of your eyes. You have bad eyes? Really?
At least that's what I think. I see pretty clearly.
Maybe those people at HEB both had two legs and you just fucked. What do you do for work?
Yes, I have.
Just moved
That's
here.
terrible.
Bar, but
That's even worse.
Engineer. That's today's economy
Terrible.
for you. Formerly an engineer, now he's
36 points sucks a dick.
Where are you working? What do you do for the bar? Door.
Dude, I scored 78 points. What are you talking about, dude?
Yeah.
20?
It's kind of like Bush.
5? That sucks.
Yes.
But you didn't.
I dig it.
How about in your normal life? Like, what makes you special?
20? I need a 3. Fuck, man.
Well, I moved here
That
to
sucks.
play music. I'm a musician.
Easy shot.
Play harmonica?
Easy shot.
Harmonica
1.
by any chance?
Oh, now it's fucked up. Bust.
Andrew, why don't you play
Oh, you fucked up.
on the how many of you want to see Andrew play the harmonica, huh? Let's see if this guy...
Dude, I keep fucking up, man.
Right now. Uh-oh, he's
Don't fuck up.
I think he's waiting for them to look
One
at him.
fuck
He's
up.
gonna coordinate something.
Check out.
There's a beat.
Fuck you, dude.
Shit. Is this planned out?
Dude, I'm gonna beat you now. Hold on, I'm gonna fucking beat you. I'm gonna beat you silly in this game. I'm bad at the checkouts. No, you're not. Not even close. That was terrible, dude. 17. You didn't get shit.
Incredible. And also, not only was that
Miss.
great, but it was also funnier than...
Miss.
It's incredible.
Miss.
It really is. Harmonica
That was terrible.
better than jokes. Have you ever had a harmonica, Tony? Yes. Did you do like the typical joke? It was like breathe in and breathe out through it. And that's did you ever get to play it? Yeah, no, I have an ear for
harmonica.
music.
Anyone can do
It is. It's very
25.
especially when you stand like that playing.
Child's music there, right?
Yeah.
So you get a 2-year-old that can do that.
Yeah, absolutely. It's playing the fuck.
Zoot.
A recorder.
Get it. Get
Incredible
55.
harmonica. You ever use that?
1, that
get,
sucked.
action
19,
in
that
the
sucked.
bedroom? You ever hook up with
1,
someone
that
that
was
ever
even
worked
worse.
for you?
Maybe once.
Okay, maybe once, or did it happen?
Once.
Okay, can you tell us how?
Dude, I hit
reenacted for
the
us?
triple 20.
Yeah, I was in a bar. They playing blues and
Sucked.
Uh-huh.
Zoot, that was bad. Don't do bad. 1 times 3, that's terrible. Get that 26.
You had sex with her right there at the bar.
Yes.
That sucked.
Was she 6 years old? Was she wearing Oshkosh? Harmonica? Like the harmonica, that's right. Okay.
They don't really. Kids hate them.
Yeah.
Dude, the 20 times 3 fucked me again.
Kids like drums.
Yeah.
So
Get that 13. Get that 20. Get that 13. That sucked.
Really, every instrument's ahead
Get it.
of the harmonica.
Nice checkout. That was good.
Whoa,
Impressive.
you do, just in case.
That's 2 games in a row, Zoot.
Traveler made a career
Good
out
job.
of
That is
that guy.
only one.
One guy
You said 10.
did it.
Yeah. He was big. Loose traveler.
Big boy.
Don't
He
suck.
was. He was a big guy. He lost.
All right.
Lost.
Terrible 20.
So, yeah, he
Zoot.
Comedy store like a year and a half
20.
ago.
Oh,
Like,
you're at
2
80.
girls on each arm, skinny.
Yeah, he's rich.
Dude, you're doing really well. Get it.
like Just like Adele. When
You
they
can't
get
win.
Skinny, it's like
Well, yeah, you
it's not
can.
the same person.
Oh man,
Both fat and she's atrocious looking. It's in the teeth. That's the problem.
It's true.
It's got a very fish-like mouth.
I mean, it's really well
Andrew,
still,
is there
but
anything else crazy about your life that we should
just
know
get that
about, about
14.
your family or about
Quick
your story or anything like that?
Quick
I'm
checkout.
from Georgia. and
That was not good.
Growing up, I had a
11.
family of pet
Get that
raccoons.
3 easy.
People think that's interesting.
But
It's gonna get racist, right?
Yeah. It's called them.
Right.
I won,
How do you have a family of raccoons? How does that start?
dude. That was like the best thing ever. So you've won 2. I've won 1.
Really racist.
The yard or anything?
You're not
like
gonna
that?
do shit.
All right.
We're just scared of them to like accidentally bite or something. Or
That-
Yeah, one of them did have rabies. I had to.
That's
put him
3.
down
That
with the other
sucked.
child, and they didn't.
That was not good.
You shot
It
her.
looked close.
In the head, or was it like a like? How'd you do it?
So it was just wherever it hit him.
You shot him from like far away.
Yes.
With a what?
That was not a triple 20 Zoo.
Shotgun.
That was not a
But,
triple. None
that's
of those.
a big weapon for such a little raccoon.
Little kid too. Traumatized.
How old were you when you shot?
About 13.
13. That's what made you a man.
Had chest hair.
Yeah.
Wow. Maybe it was just the raccoon hair.
Get it,
residual raccoon hair.
It did go.
Bust.
Fun
You
times.
busted on
Congratulations
19.
your first ever the show started for us. There he goes, Andrew Scardini. On it.
I busted.
I'm gonna pull a name out now so that they can start. Mitch Brown.
It wouldn't
is
help
next.
you.
But look, everybody, it's from
Get the 20.
Red Rose
Get the 20.
and the Yellow Rose. How many of you like strip clubs out there, huh? The 2 best strip clubs in the city are the Yellow Rose and the country. Instead of having one of our
Gotcha, bitch.
producers change the microphone.
Yo, dog.
The great Kaylee.
I'm getting
joined
better
us
at this, or
from,
you're getting worse. One or the
Red
other.
Rose. Thank you, Kaylee.
she was a guest on Brian Holtzman's podcast this week.
Zoot,
so
remember
check
when
it
you
out.
dominated me at this?
All right. Oh wait, Mitch Brown. Is Mitch here? Here comes Mitch Brown.
That's 3.
everybody.
That
Here we
sucked.
are. On to the next
That's
one.
1. That's even worse.
60 seconds from Mitch Brown.
Get that triple 20, Zoot. 16.
My problem with God, blame everything on the women. You try telling a woman, well, anything today. That's
Zoot, get the triple 20 and quit being a B.
More sensible. I think we men had to evolve.
That was
to
shitty.
survive. Do you imagine mom and dad walking in, ankles behind his head, dead?
I don't know if you.
Shit all over his face. Mom yells at dad, like, you got it.
Dude, I just hit the triple 20.
You're a cocksucker.
Yeah, I gave you the fucking win.
You're done.
Get the 20.
Seconds, that's it.
Give me a shot in the game.
Do you also play the
Check
harmonica?
out.
Because you better have an instrument right now.
I hit the triple 20.
This better be your first time ever doing stand-up, too. Uh-oh, that laugh tells me it's not. That's a minute right here. Mitch, what the fuck?
Zoot, you
How's
know
that
I'm
for an
superior
opening
to you.
question?
I got the triple 20 twice in a row.
How long have you been doing stand-up? Chose to go
Yeah,
with 40
STFU,
seconds of
dog.
just curiosity.
That's a 1. That sucked. That's a
Love it.
20. That's good.
2 years. How often do you
That's a
perform?
20.
How
That's
often do you
good. 41.
practice this?
Most nights.
Most nights
Most
is
nights.
the answer that was given
Most
every
every
night.
Wow. Well, he's rusty because of COVID, right? Isn't that right?
65
That's right.
points.
That's right.
That was
Love
good.
it. You're making excuses for this fucking civil
Get that
war
triple 20.
reenactor out there.
Get the top 20.
Mitch,
You
what's
busted.
your best joke? Do you have a one like go-to that within the past 2 years?
I wrote one 2 days. One-liner. Yeah.
Okay, let's do it. Let's do a one-liner.
What did?
Get the triple 20. End it right now.
What he said.
Nope.
Well,
Get the double 20. Get the double. Get the double 20. Oh, that was close.
Ricochet back. Blow me. I'm a dolphin.
Check
There
out,
you go.
dog.
Red Band saving you with sound
Check
effects
out.
because he has both a whale and a dolphin.
Zoot, I beat you.
Why was that funny?
It wasn't. It wasn't.
I'm getting
I
good
was
at
the
this game,
referee,
Zoot.
just let you
That
all
was your
know that
best joke in 2 years that you wrote in 2 days.
Interesting. There's a guy who went to HEB today and somehow nailed a better joke than you.
Zoot, 39 points,
what do you
baby.
do for work?
I'm gonna get that triple 20.
I moved here in January.
Get that. Get the
I'm
triple
going slow
20.
right now on,
Get the triple
GI
20.
Bill, so I've been doing that the last couple.
Not in the
That was not a
military?
bullseye. That sucked.
Okay, what branch?
Triple 20.
Quick, give this guy a hand, everybody.
Triple 20.
Now it-
Wait a minute.
Now it makes sense.
The Navy is fake. What?
What up, pimp?
What did you do? I was a trainer. And then, hey, applause back.
Mini golf.
K9 handler?
Yes, sir.
They have dogs in the Navy?
There's
20.
about 300 of us or less, yeah.
300 dogs?
20.
About,
Get that 20. Get that 24 and end it.
What are the canines
Oh, you came
do
really
in the
close.
Navy?
Find explosives, drugs, people, drown.
Dude, I take the lead.
Drugs.
I'm better than you are.
Yeah, sold buildings.
Where does
Oh
the
no,
Navy
you get to go
do
again.
that? Where does for drugs?
Oh, you okay?
I
So
was never
we
drunk on
tied.
explosive dog, so
Okay. Did your dog ever find any
Closest dart to the middle wins.
Okay. So they sniff out
41
like
millimeters, dog. Beat that.
You ever,
That's
dogs
really good,
ever,
I
like,
think.
Go to sniff a landmine and sniff it and set it off?
Yes.
That's
I
gotta
got
be,
you, Zoot.
That's gotta be it.
Yeah.
I got you. I do too. That's. I do. I agree.
That's incredible. Have you ever seen that happen?
That's a good
You ever had
suggestion.
that happen where little German shepherds out there just fucking
No, Block and I did well.
good. Do you get to see the dog anymore? What happened to your dog?
He had an accident. Below,
What do you mean? I just had
that's
61
where his
points.
stomach flipped, with his next hammer and he ended up dying.
His stomach flipped? Wow.
That
Jeez.
sucked.
Most depressing.
That was
incident
terrible.
in the history of the
Not an
show.
accident. He like peed on the floor or something like that.
Yeah. Stomach.
I did. I got
Wow, there's a
triple.
little nightmare
Dude,
for
I'm
you to
so
have
good. I
with
got
your
triple.
dogs away right now, live audience. Just picture that could happen to any dog.
Dude, I'm getting so good at this game.
Dog is not a hero.
You did too.
Good. Interesting. What do you do for than stand up?
Really into theater. I just
Nope,
finished,
I'm gonna check out
Hamlet.
because I'm a pimp.
Wrote Hamlet songs.
Really? Would you be willing to do a scene from Hamlet?
Dude, you need like so many points.
Do you remember what happened
Hold
with
on,
Armand?
get the triple one.
Yeah, Mitch. Hold
Triple one, get it. You can do it. But you failed. I got you, Zoot. Zoot, I have within like 24 hours gone from just getting my ass absolutely kicked in this to becoming better than you are.
I go in the comics will actually read some of the characters and stuff. They've done it with me, Little Shakespeare in the Park.
So why don't you do a few lines? Yeah, why don't you just do a fucking line? It's going crazy right now.
60 points, dog.
Do a fucking line from the fucking Hamlet, dude.
From the Hamlet, okay. Oh.
I don't even.
That is the question.
No, come on. Are you finishing a Hamlet shit right now? Are you fucking kidding me? Did you see a harmonica guy borrow someone else's fucking harmonica before playing? Said
20.
Theater, that's what you said.
I know. So I was doing some studying Shakespeare like that and doing what I did.
What did you look? Fucking unbelievable.
They hate you.
No
Nice
wonder
job,
your
Zoot.
dog's stomach turned backwards. You know what I'm saying? Oh, come on. You guys are gonna groan on a Monday?
I want somebody to get it all in one thing.
I tell you. All
All right, last game,
Mitch,
Zoot.
I'm gonna let you off the hook here.
I like your style.
For the
I like
championship.
that there's not enough PTSD comedians performing nowadays, is what I always say. You know, but anything can happen. I think that it's all going to work out for you.
Did you get another dog?
I got 100 points, Zoot.
Yeah, at my next command, you go dog.
And then I threw the dart at the side because I wanted it to save. I didn't want to fuck it up. I could have gotten it all in one, though. Dude, did you see I just got 100 points?
Well, get a dog.
On purpose.
You know?
I threw the dart off to the side because I didn't want to bust.
Mitch Brown, everybody is on social media on Mitch Brown. We're moving on. Jokes. He laughed. You guys all grown.
20.
Oh,
This would be the best comeback of your life. Nice checkout, dog. Nice checkout.
Haley's.
Dude, I think we could have.
Coronavirus that,
Good job,
pushing
Zoot.
out microphones. She wears a mask.
That was really good.
Takes it very seriously. A lot of people don't know this, but the yellow roses.
That was the biggest comeback I think you can have.
So even if you're not into what?
They're the same name.
Both have world.
How long
famous
till what?
cheeseburgers,
Why are they world famous?
Oh, I don't know. I don't know how anything becomes world famous.
Dog.
But hey, it's much for Nick.
What'd you say? Now that's a really good question. Are you sharing it? Okay, are we talking like a pack of what kind of gum? 14 piece. All right, probably average like 30 minutes to 60 minutes of chewing, and it depends how much you have a day. But if you are always chewing it during active hours, probably. Yeah, everybody does, dude. You think you're new to fucking life? All right, so I'd say probably a day if you're really chewing a lot. Excellent question, Zoot.
Stand up, everybody. Make some noise for Pudge.
What's up, Paul? Happy to be here. I'm visiting.
Dog, Zoot, you could make it last a year if you just didn't chew it.
I love traveling because every time I meet new people, they always have this thing where they assume I'm Latino. Actually, I'm only half Latino. My mom is from Colombia and my father is missing. I'm from New York City, where right now the rent is so high in New York City, it's forcing people to live with each other, like me and my wife. We want to get a divorce, but we can't afford it because the rent is so high. And it's always the same thing. I hate you.
Dude, it's over.
I hate you. You cheated on me.
You just had the biggest comeback in the history of the game. You can't have a bigger comeback than that in the way that we play. You should feel very proud of yourself. Even though I let you win, you should still feel very proud of yourself. Immensely proud of yourself.
First, get the hell out. The rent is due. Maybe we should work things out. I'm from Queens, New York. You guys been to Queens? A lot of people don't know, but Queens is the most diverse borough out of all New York City. We're so diverse. I remember growing up, every race had their own personal cab service. Swear to God, the Indians had their own cab service, the Mexicans had their own cab service, the blacks had the NYPD.
Damn, Pudge.
Everyone was getting a ride, just not all to the same place.
Pudge Fernandez, ladies and gentlemen, doing his full minute and then some. show, Pudge.
Thank you, man. Thank you. Happy to be here.
It was a fun set.
I love it. New York. New York strong. What's up, Sam? I love it, bro. You remind me. Yeah, that's where we're from, bro. Yeah, that's true. We're Long Island, Queens. We're connected. We are.
Absolutely. I love it. Look at you guys, Burrow brothers over
That's
here.
right.
Pudge, welcome to the show. This is your first time joining us, right?
Yeah, man. First time. I've been in Texas for about 3-4 weeks, running around.
Okay. Well, are you living here now, or?
Plotting. This is like my scouting tour.
Okay. What does your wife back in New York think about you out here plotting for weeks?
She's not happy.
Okay.
She's not totally on board with the comedy thing, but we'll see what happens. I'm plotting a movie, is what I'm doing. So
Yeah.
I don't know if she's coming.
She doesn't support your comedy. Fuck that bitch. You know what I'm saying, Pudge?
You have kids? Yeah, but they're grown, so it doesn't matter.
Fuck the
it.
kids.
You're
Yeah,
good.
Absolutely.
They're grown. How old are they? 8 or 9?
Yeah, exactly. In the Latino world, that's a grown.
Yeah, they're grown.
They already have 2
They
jobs.
just got their shots. They're good.
2 jobs, their own fucking bird scooter, hot wired. Pudge, is it true that you're only half Latino? Or was that just a joke? You're fully Latino, right? Guy named Pudge
Well, yeah, every joke has its truth. I really haven't seen my father since I was 9, so yeah, he's missing for sure.
Okay.
Well, surprise, surprise.
Yeah,
We're bringing him out of here.
Pudge Fernandez Sr., ladies and gentlemen. How about the story with you and your wife? Did you guys really cheat on each other?
Yeah. 26
Good night,
years,
Big Dog.
a lot of gaps. A lot
Take
of
care, my
fuck-ups.
friend.
Yeah. And
I'm gonna be honest with you. If I watch it, I'll watch it for like 5 minutes. I'll fall asleep. Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty tired. All right, sounds like a plan, Stan. Zoot, do you think you'll ever beat me at literati? Dude, no way. You'll get me one of these days in literati. You'll get a couple big words. You'll get all the Z's and all the Q's and all the X's and the... Yeah, but you have to get selected. Why isn't it hard? Well, what's your really unique job? Nobody wants to watch you strip, dude. All of the women in the world? Yep. Every single one of them. You know who's going to be a big star, though? That Irwin, Steve Irwin Jr. or whatever. Robert Irwin, yeah, that kid's going to be a star. He's on all kinds of steroids and stuff. Yeah, he is, dude. I saw a video of him. I'm in this group on Reddit that is like, it just looks at people and tells you if it's possible to have their physique without steroids. And he's like one of the people who it's pretty obvious that he's on at least testosterone, but like probably like creatine, and he's probably on steroids as well. Dude, you don't know. You're not there with him. No, it's not. It's not. He's got his muscles are too big for his frame. I mean, I would be on him too if I had his influence and I was under that scrutiny. I don't blame him, but he's too big. He's too bulky for just being someone who uses the gym and is perfectly clean. So get looking like him. Hey, you know who we haven't talked about as a famous Australian? I'm going to make you guess. This person, okay, guess if they're a man or a woman. They're a woman. Or they're whatever they want to be, but, generally they've been known as a woman. Okay. Their initials, ask me what their initials are. Ask me what their initials are. No. Close, though. You've got the second one correct. Their last name is I. Their first name... No. Their first name is N. Yeah, dude. Really good. No. Who the fuck is Natalie Iserman? Natalie Imbruglia. She's a singer from the 90s. She's beautiful. Do you know who that is? She sang a song called Torn, and it's amazing, and she's beautiful in it. Zoot, how long ago do you think it's been since somebody's mentioned me on yeah. No, it's been longer than that. It has been 2 hours. The person said, I am so fucking tired of the fucking jerking off rabbi spam replies. I think that's so fucking funny. I know I'm hot, baby. You aren't talking about that girl. You're talking about Rabbi Rothschild and how sexy I am. And that's cool, dude. That's cool. I mean, I probably would be attracted to me as well. It's just one of those things. You're either born with it or you're not. Fortunately, I was born with it. Fuck no, dog. I love MILFs. I do have a theory, though, that everybody's gay if you're bored enough. Meaning, if I took all the women off the planet, then yeah, I guess I would have to be gay. But if there was one woman left on the planet, then I still wouldn't be gay. But if you took off all the women on Earth, I mean, I still probably wouldn't want to have sex with dudes. I consider it like nasty. But if I were bored enough and was put on like a desert island, like a survivor with just dudes for like 1,000 years, and they were like, in order to get off this island, you have to have sex with a dude, then, anything for survival, baby. Oh, I never questioned. I always knew I loved women. I still only love women. I never questioned. I I thought what? Yeah, yeah, in those situations. Or if I had to have sex with a dude for survival, like I have to have sex with one guy, but then I get to have sex with every woman on earth if I wanted, and $1 billion and an island and a mansion and I mean it depends how you set up the scenario. If it happened like that, I would say, dog, this guy's no, I'd still just be like, I mean, that's fine. But even if he was like, I had sex with it, I'd be like, dude, I had to do it for survival. Anybody else on Earth would have done the same thing. Well, I mean, there really isn't one, but if there were a situation where like there was there was some evil king and he like put people in really compromising situations, or there could be this, like some guy could rape you. If a guy raped you, okay, but I mean, if a guy raped you, are you gay? No, you got raped. But the thing is, if a guy is trying to rape me, I'm grabbing that motherfucker's dick and yanking it off. So, I mean, it's going to be tough. How do you get raped by a dude? Probably drugs or drinking. You pass out. Some guy takes advantage of you. Um, I mean, sure, maybe in like jail or prison or something. But like generally, dudes are able to fight off other dudes. And I mean, if a guy's gonna fucking rape something, it's gonna be something like that isn't as powerful as a man usually. Or maybe I don't know, maybe in the army or something where but even then there are like rules and stuff. I don't know. All I know is that in the LGBTQ plus thing, I'm the plus because I'm transhuman. It can be. And the reason why I say that, if you're transhuman, not transgender, but transhuman, and you live forever, then doesn't that mean that you want to ask me whatever you absolutely amongst different species? Yeah, absolutely. Yep. I think they exist on this planet, Big Dog. Yeah, I mean, there are arguments to be made that when aliens um, abduct people, they take their ovum, their eggs, and their spermatozoa, their sperm, and they do experiments on them. And sometimes, like, women just were randomly impregnated. And I mean, we crossbreed different species, so who's to say aliens wouldn't do the same? Well, like the mule is like a donkey horse mix, or the there are a lot of them. The liger, which is or the Tygon. So those are hybrids. There's a hybrid kind of horse and zebra mix. Um, there's a dog that like a dog and a wolf. Um, there's um, okay, no one knows what that is, but okay. Um, I'm talking real shit. There's okay, I mean anything's possible in your fairy tale world. Um, that's okay. I don't know. There's a that's okay. That's fine. Um, I think your domestic house cat can mate with larger cats, like a bobcat and stuff. Um, there's, I mean, there's a big list of them on Wikipedia. What's been tried? Perhaps. Okay. So here's a list of hybrids, species. There's genetic hybrids. A zonkey is a zebra donkey. Mushrooms, you said? Oh, that's a good question. Can you? You can have hybrid plants, but what about hybrid fungi? Yes, hybrid fungi can occur through interspecific hybridization. No. The closest is probably something like coral, but that's still an animal. Yeah, that's close, but that's just a carnivorous plant. Correct. Yeah, nothing happens. It's pretty soft. It doesn't hurt though. It's like little just like two leaves coming together. The thing that kills something in there is it has these little hairs on the inside, and once those are triggered, it closes, like on a fly or some other kind of animal, other kind of insect, and then it has digestive enzymes that eventually like eat whatever's in there, but they're not strong enough to break down your hand. I think they do. Yeah, it's a good question. It's difficult to determine what consciousness is, but there's something about them, like they do better when you play music around them, or like they're able to find light. There's just something intelligent about that, and it depends how you define consciousness, but like they do really well if you like, if they're if you take care of them, if you treat them well, they emit better fruit. There's something intelligent in that. Like they emit like if you've ever smelled this smell of cut grass, that's actually a defense mechanism. The smell of it is a defense mechanism of grass. Um, there's just a lot to plants that we don't really give for which we don't give them credit. And I think just like any kind of like, I mean, they're not that simple, but like more simple organisms could have some kind of consciousness. I think any living thing could have some kind of consciousness, even like jellyfish and like bacterium. Go for it, big dog. It depends what you want to consider consciousness, but sure. Okay, where is it then? Okay, then it's outside. If you want to think that, that's a cool story, man. Okay. mean, it could be, but generally, it's in your neurons of your brain. All right. Okay. Zoo, what did you do with Riser? You should mention him. You should message him and ask him why he's being such a little bitch. Very cool, man. Create a game where you can create simulations like that. Absolutely. And it would. Well, it's super cruel to do to real people. It'd be cruel. Torturing someone could be interesting, but that still doesn't mean that it's not cruel. Absolutely, dog. All right, you need a homework assignment. Look up Dolce Base. Dulche space Base. Next time I talk to you, it's a secret base in New Mexico that has 7 levels, and apparently there are humans on the levels who like never see the light of day, and they're experimented on, and they make like hybrid species of them. Okay, dog. Well, it's on the it's called the it's on a Native American reserve. It's the Alapache Mesa or something like that. And Hikitachi, Dolce, Dulche space Base. Dul. No, D is in dog, U is in uterus, L is in lion, C is in cat, E is in elephant. No, not experiment. Base. I want you to tell me everything that you know about it. Yeah, dude. They used to say Area 51 was a conspiracy theory too. Yeah, dog. It's not a fucking that's just what they that's just anything that goes against the corporatocracy is called that. But this isn't they used to say that about Area 51 and they had to change their tune on it. Don't you understand how this shit works? Basically everything that they call one of those theories is true. It's just slowly but surely the story of. All right, well, I want you to tell me about all of the things that happened to people there allegedly. That's your homework assignment. I think so. They had television programs in the United States that went there, and they were like these big vents from the underground, and nobody knows where they lead. There are all kinds of weird helicopters that are around there. It basically, like the same thing that they used to say about Area 51 before they declassified it in like 2012 is what they say about Dulce. It's just like the new Area 51, but it's not. It's been around a long time. But they used to say that Area 51 didn't exist. They used to say Area 51 was one of those theories and that only lunatics believed in Area 51. And we'd be like, well, there are aerial photographs of it going back to the 1950s. What are you talking about? And people would try to gaslight you and be like, only lunatics think that that's a true thing. And then Obama comes out in 2012 and declassifies it, and then you go back to those people and you're like, hey, what the fuck? You made fun of me and said that this was all craziness when it turned out to be true. And then they're like, oh yeah, and they move on to the next thing. That's how this works. It's just gaslighting of people. People use that term, that theory term, to gaslight people. Don't let it get to you. Just read right past that and learn everything you can on the subject. Sounds like a plan, Stan. Oh, I'm going to drink some water and then perhaps. Whenever the fuck I want. Peace.
And you guys still are trying to make it work. Why do you think you're still trying to make it work if you guys like fucking other things?
I guess because we just like fucking, period. That's the best part.
Okay.
And that's what's keeping us together.
Have you fucked anyone since your little Texas trip started?
No, not yet.
All right. You think she has?
Who knows? I don't know.
Can we call her right now and ask her? Can you call her, put her on speakerphone, just ask her?
Fuck it, yeah.
How many of you want Pudge to call his wife? I think we have to do it, Pudge.
Let's end this marriage tonight. All right. I can't wait.
Somebody's gonna pick up.
Let's see if she picks up.
She's actually packing. Put the bottom. Yeah, right there. Is it on speaker?
Yeah.
Turn your volume all the way up. Put the bottom of it right up against the tip of that microphone. Right against the tip.
Hey, babe, what's up? I'm doing a show live right now. You're on the show.
Okay.
I told them about us cheating.
Yeah.
They want to know if you're fucking anybody in New York right now while I'm here in Texas.
Unfortunately, not.
I love you.
I love you too.
The rent is due, right?
Anything else?
No, sweetheart.
Okay, I'm busy.
I bet she is.
Hopefully not with anybody else. Have a good night, babe.
Hell yeah. That's right.
Oh, shit. That's a good woman. You gotta keep her.
Yeah.
That's a
fucking keeper right there. I mean, keep cheating on her, but yeah, keep her around. You know what I mean? Have your fun. You know what I mean?
I'll see what I can do.
That's so great. That went absolutely perfectly.
Who has cheated more, you or her?
No one knows. That's a good one.
He thinks the answer's him.
I'm going to say me. I used to be a soldier, so I got around.
Oh, okay. Well, what branch of the military were you in?
Army. I was stationed in Fort Hood. That's why I love Texas.
Okay, absolutely. Fort Hood sounds like you have some. All right.
Yeah, not,
I mean,
not exactly a military crowd.
That means hello.
Pudge, what do you like to do for fun? What else in your life? Do you have any hobbies or anything other than stand up?
Nah, comedy is it, period.
Really? You don't ever you don't have a flight simulator? You don't play darts?
I watch the Mets.
Oh,
There you
man,
go.
that is the most New York shit humanly possible. It's one thing to be a Yankees fan, but Mets, that's a whole nother level.
Yeah, sometimes it's 6 feet under level, but let's see how it happens.
Absolutely. My goodness. Pudge, any other fun facts about your life that we would find interesting before we met you?
Was in the military.
Did you do any tours in the military?
No. 8 years in the infantry, not a scratch.
Right.
Only
I feel like they don't send a lot of Pudges out to the real battlegrounds. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I got lucky. I guess I got lucky.
Yeah. Fucking Pudge can't even do his push-ups right. You know what I mean? Yeah.
Is Pudge a nickname or is it just a... Actually, it was a nickname that I got while I was in the Army. When I graduated infantry school, I was thin as a rail. Then when I got to Fort Hood and got it back into my eating habits, I started getting it back. And my roommate was like, yo, Pudge, we got a PT test coming up. So it kind of stuck from there. Good shit.
What kind of guys did your wife cheat on you with? Do you know? Little white guys like me, or was it also Latino guys?
According to the grapevine, there were Latinos.
Oh, Latinos in the grapevine. That makes sense. I love that.
She was a sucia.
Okay. I thought maybe she went from Pudge to Fudge. You know what I'm talking about? Maybe. All right. Okay.
No comment.
All right, Pudge. I mean, such a fun set. I love your energy. I love it when rock solid New York comics come out here and show their stuff. So thank you very much, Pudge Fernandez, everybody.
Thank you, Tim. Thank you, guys.
Pudge Fernandez, everyone. P-U-D-G-E Fernandez. It's a fun one. Look out for Pudge. He's on the rise.
Speaking of military, Kaylee was actually a Marine.
Is that true?
Yeah.
Wow, I did not know that. Is that true, Kaylee? Good. All right. She seems shy about it. I don't know. Phil Lombardo is next. You weren't in the military?
I broke my feet.
Is this true?
Yeah, she was in the military and she broke both of her feet. But
wow,
she was a Marine.
How about a hand for Kaylee, everybody? Fighting for our country.
Yes.
Making all the women in the room immediately mad and jealous at the same time. It's always an exciting element to the show. The guys love it. The ladies absolutely hate it. All right, make some noise for your next comedian, Phil Lombardo. Phil Lombardo is next on Kill Tony. Here he is, everybody. One more time for Phil.
Hello. I would like to start with an impression of a very funny comedian named Carlos Mencia.
Mr. Troubleton hangs around. Here's Miss Mighty's town. Here I come to save the day.
All right. Enough of that. All right. Thank you. Brian Redband. I like you, but you really, you kind of look like Tom Segura's extra skin suit. I don't know how else to put it. No, I'm just kidding. I don't like you. Just kidding. All right. Thank you.
Wow, Phil Lombardo just a hard bomb, and then tried to insult one of the cast members. Oh, boy, that never goes well, Phil.
Almost my plan, but not really.
Almost what?
No.
How do you make an unfunny Carlos Mencia joke? I don't even know how that's possible.
By doing this only 5 or 6 times.
5 or 6 times.
Yeah.
Oh, it's starting again.
Yeah.
Because you can't even help it. Life is eating you alive right now, Phil. It's incredible.
Sometimes you can't avoid it. I don't know.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you've only done this 5 or 6 times?
Yes, sir.
You live here in Austin?
Yeah, I just moved in October.
Where'd you move from?
New York.
New York.
Yes, sir.
You never did stand up in New York?
I did it like 3 or 4 times. The other times I didn't even end up doing comedy. I just made people feel uncomfortable.
Yeah. It seems to be your specialty.
On purpose.
And you can continue that.
Yeah.
Hopefully it won't continue. Yeah.
At least it's different.
What's the goal out of to comedy? Like, what would you like to do?
So I've been an entertainer since I'm 13. Well, actually since I'm like 12. But I just started doing stand up.
What kind of entertainer?
I started doing like when I was really young. I did magic, but then I was an actor. I'm still an actor.
Really? Can you do a scene from something? Can you show us a scene? How many of you want to see Phil do a scene from something? Phil, just fucking do it. Don't let your instincts that made you do that Carlos Mencia joke take over right now.
I really don't have anything that I can do. I don't know.
You're not an actor then.
Yeah, you're just a
shitty
magician.
You're an actor.
Good.
Okay, right there, trying to get us in
magic
that.
trick. You do magic trick.
Yeah. No.
You can't do that either.
Can someone get him a deck of cards or a loaded gun?
Phil. So out of all the things that you said that you can do, what else can you do?
I'm really good at serving people food.
Oh.
Where do you do that?
Yeah.
What's that?
Where do you do that?
I used to in New York. Now I'm just a concierge. Actually, while I'm here, you were visiting Ron, and you told me the show was in town, so that's why I came.
Where? Oh, at
up the block
at Ron's building.
Yeah.
Oh shit! You're the concierge at Ron's building.
Yeah.
And I told you to come do this.
Yeah.
Oh.
It's your fault. It's his fault.
We were in an elevator
His
together.
fault, not mine.
In the elevator, am I right? Oh, son of a bitch, man.
Thanks a lot, Tony.
Bring it to yourself, man.
I really fucked up.
Yeah.
Oh my God, this is my doing. I can't believe that my instincts made this happen. I thought you were just going to come watch the show. I didn't think you were going to come up with a book and all that.
Well, you know, can't help it.
Is there anything good in the joke book?
Yeah. No, there's no jokes in here. Actually, it's just writing and drawing.
Writing the what?
I'm pretty good at drawing.
What are you writing?
Poetry and stories.
Can you do a poem?
Yeah, good question.
I can do part of a poem.
Part of a poem.
How many of you want to hear a part of a
Come
poem?
on. Yeah. Yeah.
Let's see what happens.
Yeah.
This is very exciting. Very rarely are we excited to hear somebody do a poem.
Nobody's ever.
I like your energy. You have like an interesting energy. It's, yeah. Like you're like, it's like a guy who's mad. He's being pulled over with a woman in his trunk. You know, he's like frustrated. He's angry.
You must have seen that poem.
It's like, God damn it. Fuck it.
Alrighty. Let's see here. So I need not be all pundit-y when relaying blunt, imprecise realities. The vote has come to these auto-aligned learning curves. It is being brought upon us, making sure that one too many and uncapped stems shun all questions of where and when instigating change through monotonous monopolies or manifesting.
All right, we're going to stop you there.
I mean, that is somehow inexplicably worse than the set. Whoa!
We're going to do something really special here. This is going to be the first time that we cut off someone's head on the show, everybody. We're going to cut Phil's fucking head off, and we're going to leave it on the table for the next 2 or 3 episodes. It would be.
It should be entertaining, yeah.
It would be, Phil. All right.
Tell us. It's too wordy. Almost. It's too.
I know.
It's too wordy.
I know. I didn't say I was good at it. I said I did it.
You seem like a little bit of a wild man, Phil. You've ever been arrested or in trouble with the law?
Almost. I got in trouble, and believe it or not, I made the cops laugh. They let me go.
What did you get in trouble for?
We were.
It's a rape. You have rapist energy.
Yeah.
We're guessing that it was a rape.
No.
No, she had it coming.
No.
What was the crime that you committed?
We were just driving intoxicated.
Oh,
yeah.
I was say we. Who were you with?
A bunch of friends that were all fucked up, and I had weed on me, so
Where were you?
I got in New York.
And you made the cop laugh, you said?
Yeah, on the way to the station.
How did you do that?
Magic.
Yeah.
What happened? Do you remember what you did to get the laugh?
No, I was all fucked up. I don't remember it all. Maybe that's why I made him laugh. I have no idea.
Wow. Maybe you should get real fucked up before performing and try that.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
I'm gonna do my best.
You can make a cop laugh while getting pulled over, drunk with weed.
How much cocaine do you do a day? I've done it 5 times, and I'll never do it again.
Why? What
All those 5 were tonight.
Right now.
What happens when you do it?
Spend all my money and don't have fun.
Wow.
And so I just I didn't like it. I love weed, but you know.
What's your love life like?
Non-existent.
Really?
Believe it or not.
No, we do, Phil. We We believe you, Phil. When's the last time you had sexual relations with someone?
I'm not going to answer that question because it is a very long time. No, a couple of years ago, actually.
Wow.
But you're not a bad-looking dude, so it's something you're doing.
Personality.
Something you're doing.
Just about as much as I can.
Like something is going wrong.
Yeah. Are you always like super creepy with women? Are you like a little bit like overactive, a little bit ADD, a little bit?
Not even.
Really?
I'm just really nervous right now. That's why.
Okay.
That's why, man.
Right now, but also you haven't gotten laid in a couple years.
Doesn't help.
Let's see what it's like. Let's pretend I'm a hot chick, okay? And you and I are meeting, and hey, what's up? You seem like a cool guy. Oh, okie dokie. All right, there he goes. So what would you say if I was a hot chick? And I'm like, hey, I really liked your comedy tonight.
Do you want to see the trunk of my car?
Okay, Phil, stop trying to be funny.
Phil.
You are the king of the groans right now, all right? Just roll with it. Try to be serious. You're an actor, right? You've been an entertainer since you're 13.
Yeah.
So just let's play this character straight. That's some direction for you. Okay, again, I'm a hot chick. I'm just excited to play a hot chick. Man, wow. Hey, Phil, I really liked your set earlier. You were super funny. I'm so dumb. I think you're hilarious.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I'd really appreciate if you were honest with me. You know, you don't have to lie. It'd make me feel really, really good if you told me honestly that I sucked.
Well, you know what? I wasn't going to do this, but hey, you want to fuck?
We're going to cut the show off.
There we go. Phil's still trying to be funny. There goes Phil Lombardo, everybody. Phil Lombardo, everyone. Back to the elevator at Ron White's building. Back to Ron White's elevator.
What's fun about this show is that you never know if tonight is the night where one of these people snaps.
Right.
You know?
Yeah.
Like, I'm 3 feet away from someone who's so unwell, so mentally deranged, that you have no idea if tonight's the night that they just decide to do something wild. And so that's the fun of this.
It is true. It could happen at any point. Simon Nash is next on Kill Tony. It could happen at any point, but these people...
He would probably go after me first, though. He obviously hated me.
Yeah, but you're the hardest to get to. Tim's right here on the edge. They have to get through Tim just to get to you. Simon Nash is next. A wild episode so far. A phone call to New York was the funniest part of tonight's episode so far, for those of you keeping track. And here comes Simon Nash, everybody. Make some noise for Simon, everyone.
All right, I look like Cosmo Kramer fucked Barack Obama at a Vampire Weekend concert. I look like the Stephon Curry of graphic design. I saw a vegan with a lucky rabbit's foot. Pretty sure that's a faux pas. My friend came back from vacation. He said, I love Nicaragua. I said, first of all, that's their word. Secondly, it's called Hennessy. I figured out why it's okay to joke about murder and not rape. It's because there aren't any murder survivors. No one's going to come up to me after this set and be like, actually, I was murdered when I was 13. Kind of ruined my life. You should stop doing that joke. Then I figured out it's objectively worse because you would never sit around a dinner table for 2 hours and play a board game where you try to figure out which one of your house guests is secretly a rapist. Colonel Mustard in the library with a candlestick, my dad.
Simon Nash coming out jokes. Guns a-blazing. There we go. Someone was ready for this tonight. Welcome to the show, Simon. A real comedian. I'm almost shocked.
Yeah.
Incredible. You did real jokes. How long have you been doing stand-up for?
7 years.
Awesome, man. Fuck yeah, how about a hand for Simon, everybody? 7 years.
Buddy.
Coming on the show, waiting for fucking psychopaths for a chance to get up, and it worked. Look at that.
What is it? Are you back there with these people?
There's like
What is that like?
There's 70 people like coughing on each other.
Oh my God.
It's great.
I love it.
Great fucking job, dude.
Oh, thank you so much. I really appreciate that.
7 years, all of it here in Texas?
No, I moved here 11 days ago.
11 days ago from where?
Orlando, Florida.
Wow. What a great escape.
Yeah, I wanted to move to a place where no one could reasonably give me shit for being from Florida.
Right. Yeah. No,
Fuck
it's
yeah.
true. That's the right move. Orlando is wackadoo.
It's fucking weird, yeah.
What were you doing for work over in Orlando?
Same job I do now. Everyone's remote and stuff now. I fucking do business-to-business sales for T-Mobile.
Wow. You're a T-Mobile guy.
Yeah, but not like the jack ones from the kiosk. Like I just call IT directors of
No, we're all big
nonprofit
fans of
organizations.
T-Mobile.
Yeah.
It's a T-Mobile. We all use it.
Yeah.
Sprint just became T-Mobile.
Yeah, they bought them like a year ago or something. Yep. Yep.
I know John, before the old CEO.
Oh yeah, that really eccentric guy with the long hair that was like, we do cell phones and I surf or whatever.
Yeah, one of those guys. Just like the Virgin Hotel guy.
Yeah, it was weird.
So welcome, Simon. What else in your life? Tell us more about you.
Gosh, well, I have to get this out of the way. My best friend is a recently famous TikTok comedian. She's a huge Tim Dillon fan.
Oh wow.
Yeah, so I was wondering if you would say into the microphone that Heather Shaw should quit comedy.
Heather Shaw, you should quit comedy and kill yourself. I added that.
Oh, that's so sweet.
Why? She legit blew up on TikTok?
She blew up on TikTok.
Is she one of the D'Amelians?
I think she is
D'Amelio sisters or something?
No. She does she is like a skinny lesbian and she looks a lot like Jim Carrey. Great actress.
Great.
Heather Shaw. Yes, she's a famous TikTok. Yeah. I get approached.
You shut the fuck up, sir. Jesus Christ, fucking guy.
Well, I'll check her out.
Oh my God, that would mean so much to her. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Wow. So I asked you about your entire
I'm so
life.
sorry.
Anything about you?
I'm so sorry. Okay, so I can't play harmonica. That got shredded. That was awesome. I can juggle. I don't know. Yeah, I work a sales job because I have no other skills. But
How about your family? What's your family? What's your ethnicity?
My dad was black. I didn't lead with that because that's a lot to unpack in a 1 minute set. I know what I look like.
What do you mean he was black?
He's dead.
I thought you transitioned to Caitlyn Jenner.
Yeah.
How do you die? Did it
The reverse Rachel Dolezal.
stomach flip?
Gosh. Yeah. Parkinson's, you don't die from Parkinson's, you die with it. So.
Wow.
Yeah.
Must have died young, right?
2 years ago he was 67, 66.
Okay.
That's fine. He had a run.
Yeah, he had a good run. He did.
That's a good run.
For
How
sure.
old are you, Simon?
28.
28 years old. What's happening?
His dad died. I'm sorry. I was just doing a TikTok song. Never mind.
Okie dokie. Red Band combining three things at once for our liking. So he was black. Your mom's white. Jewish.
Yeah, very white, like British Isles, blonde hair, blue eyes, Irish, English, Welsh, that kind of deal.
Okay. And is she had moved on to a new black guy?
No, she went back. She went whatever that old joke is, back and forth. So yeah, my stepdad is another very, very white man, nerd, musical theater guy, whatever. Yeah.
I love that.
They're funny as fuck, dude.
Yeah,
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Thank you.
What's the longest
Sad
one
to
you've
me.
ever done before?
God, 30, 35, 40 minutes, like a feature.
If you're free Wednesday, I'd like to have you at the Vulcan show.
Oh my God, I would
Wow,
love
look
to.
at that. He just got booked on a real show, everybody.
Wow.
Dreams coming
Thank you
true
so much.
here on Kill Tony. Simon, you are absolutely hilarious. I love it when rock solid comedians come on the show. Thank you so much
I
for
really
gracing us
appreciate
with
it.
your
Thank you
presence.
so much.
Simon
Thank
Nash,
you.
everybody. Follow him on social media at the Simon Nash. That's easy enough. You guys ready for a special treat, huh? This guy's one of the regulars on Kill Tony. For those of you that are big fans of the show, you're absolutely going to love this. A prolific joke writer every single week, giving us a brand new killer minute. Famous for his incredible roasting skills. How about you guys all make some noise for the great and powerful David Lucas, everybody? Here we go. David Lucas.
Yeah. I don't believe in Dogecoin because too many hood niggas know about it. Them trying to explain that shit is the worst shit in the world.
They're like, nigga, it's like iCloud. You can't see the money, but it's there. I'm telling you that shit is there. You buy it, you can't see it, but it's there, nigga. I'm like, I'm supposed to trust you with my financial future, motherfucker? Fuck those quarters. I'm from the South, and a lot of people ask me, like, David, is the South the most racist place you ever been? And I'm like, hell no. They're like, well, what's the most racist place you ever been? I'm like, nigga, YouTube comments. YouTube comments is the most racist place in the world. I get called a nigga in YouTube comments without a profile picture. I'm like, how the fuck you know I'm black? They like, it's the run-on sentences, man. I'm like, why the fuck are you so angry under a cheesecake recipe video? I said the bitch shit, you just had me whipping cream, you said milk, next thing I know you called me a nigga. All right, guys.
David Lucas, everybody. Minute. Answer
Yeah.
I love it, man. What a solid minute. Love that. Absolutely love that. Covering topical stuff and stuff about you, yourself, and technology.
Don't that.
I love it. Mixing it all together. How you doing tonight?
You're the best regular you've ever had.
You think so?
I think.
I appreciate it. That says a lot, man.
Yeah.
So let me hold
that's not
$50.
just because I think. That's just not because I think me and him could sell a show to TLC.
1,000-pound brothers right here. I love it.
Tim, you actually got smaller, bro.
Well, we'll change that. That fluctuates.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah.
And what's it like going out on the road? You guys know what it's. I mean, how is it for you guys? You guys have fun out there? I know it's hard to not eat delicious stuff all the time.
Yeah. I mean, Tony, when I'm on the road with you, you eat good, motherfucker.
Yeah, I do. I have lightning fast metabolism. I have the Joey Chestnut's gene, so I just...
But you didn't earn that. You were born with that.
It's true. He was born a girl. That's why.
The fuck? Born a girl?
Yeah, bro. You bleed your weight out every month.
Oh, come on. You son of a bitch. You son of... Are we doing this? Is that what's happening? Fucking machine, this guy is. An ice cream machine.
Yeah.
Soft serve.
Yeah.
Always open.
If you say fag 3 times in the mirror, Tony will appear behind you with a dildo.
What? What? Why would I even need a dildo? Why would I need a dildo if I just appeared?
Hell yeah, the Texas dildo massacre.
Son of a bitch.
Yeah, man. Death by dildo, nigga. That's an episode on 1,000 Ways to Die.
Oh my God. At least I have 1,000. You only have one way that you're gonna die. It rhymes with diabetes.
Yeah. Tony, you got 1,000 ways to pee.
What?
He can sit down, he can squat, he can stand.
I love it. I love David Lucas because he's definitely following in the footsteps of the great Patrice O'Neill. Definitely not going to make it to like 35. There's not a chance in the world. No, you look great though, David. I love this. I love this new look you have going on.
Tony, you're 35, but you got the facial hair of a 12-year-old girl.
Well, I mean, Jesus Christ. I think a lot of people don't know that about my facial hair. Now you've exposed me. All right. Well, I mean, okay. I guess we're going to get David with bottles of water. Thank you. Thank you, Zach. I love it, David. It's a new hoodie. I don't know how to make fun of it. It's a very off color. I feel like you dress defensively so that...
No, bro, I thought a new shop.
One thing I noticed the other day, I was looking at a picture of you on Instagram, and it was taken at like a higher angle, and I noticed that you have ridiculously short legs.
I do.
That's a real thing.
It's my torso that's long.
Yeah, you're built like R2-D2. Very like those ever hard. I mean, it must be hard on your knees carrying.
I think his pants just go low. That's why it looks like he has short legs.
I do got short legs. I got short legs.
Bend at the knee real quick. Let's see what it
that
looks
mean, like that?
Oh shit! Wow. That's not what I was expecting. I thought
what you mean bend at the knee?
Yeah, like that.
Oh, like that.
Yeah, like that.
I don't know what the fuck bend at the knee.
But I love it. I thought I was the gay one until you did that. Like bent at the knee, just in that doggy style position, arches his back up. David Lucas.
Damn right.
I love it, man. What else is going on? How's Austin treating you?
Austin's good, man. Austin's great. Saw Tim go up the other night on your show. I went up on your show the other night. Great show.
That was so much fun.
And then, you know, Young Dolph performed out with us. Young Dolph from the Key Block.
Are you serious?
Yeah, it's a
I
whole
think
bunch
I walked in the green room and I think he gave me like a dirty look.
Here's Young Dolph. Young Dolph, he performed to like 1,100 white kids, which is so weird because all he rap about is drugs and killing niggas.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I'm like, this nigga gonna get y'all put out of y'all house and out of the trust fund listening to this motherfucker.
I love Young Dolph.
He's from, I think he's from Memphis.
Yep.
And he ordered like $2,500 worth of shit for the green room.
Really?
And didn't use none of it, just ordered it.
Yeah. I was in. I did your show last night.
Last night, yeah.
And yours was not $2,500 worth of shit in the green room.
Maybe like 80.
I walked into David Lucas's green room. Every young black comedian's green room is exactly the same. There's nobody in there. There's 2 pairs of headphones just sitting on the chair, and then there's just mixers. So it's like a carafe of orange juice, ginger ale, and something else. There's nothing in your fucking barren ass green.
I don't smoke weed or do drugs, so it's like, you know what I'm saying? I don't know, man.
Right. I was expecting
I just drink tequila.
Potato chips or something. I don't know. I'd expect more from you.
I'm a full eater, bro. I don't like potato chips. I feel like that's a teaser.
Right. You do any athletics? You've been working out at all?
Yeah.
What type of workouts do you do?
I've been started back powerlifting, dog.
Powerlifting?
Yeah, powerlifting and swimming. I'm one of the only black guys that can swim.
I swim too.
Yeah.
But it's proof that swimming is literally the most useless thing for fat people to do. It does absolutely nothing for any of us.
I'm one of the only black
say
guys.
it's the best exercise, but it's bullshit.
Yeah, I think it's for old people, bro.
Yeah.
What do? You just jump in there and try to not sink the whole time?
Bro, swimming is some bullshit because I'm one of the only black people that fucking get sunburned, dog. I get sunburned.
Where have you been swimming at?
At the boat. At the boat.
You go outdoor swimming?
Yeah.
In front of people?
Yeah, nigga.
What time? I want to get. I want to get video of this.
You gonna come out there in your 2-piece? That's why you. Tony want to be.
I know. You prefer a 6-piece. So this guy goes swimming at Canes.
Yeah, Tony gonna come out to the pool to ask niggas to put lotion on his back. You gonna have your bra unstrapped so you have no tan line.
I love it. You're well moisturized. You use cocoa butter to cook with. I don't know. I'm running out of stuff.
Yeah,
We've been roasting each other for 2 years now. Cooking with cocoa butter.
Right, I heard you audition for Mrs. Doubtfire too. Fuck, that was bad. God damn.
This is doubt.
I know, like, bro, it's like, why need to do guess that, bro? Like,
you can just start roasting somebody else. You know, both of you should team
we
up
should
together.
bring up an audience member.
Yeah, fuck it, let's do it, bro. The next comedian that bombed just called me on stage. I wrote
Okay. All right, perfect. Well, we'll do that.
Damn, that sucks for those guys.
Thanks so much for David Lucas, everybody. We're on to the next one. Back to the bucket we go. On to the next one. As the great Jay-Z once said, on to the next one. It's going to be Jesse Burlingame. It's going to be next. Burlingame. But how about a hand for Kaylee, everybody? Working hard tonight, up and down, all around. Go to the Yellow Rose and the Red Rose. Support these amazing artists out there working the grind. Jesse Burlingame is next. Step back from that ledge, my friend. Jesse Burlingame, everybody. One more time for Jesse, everyone.
What's going on, guys? I wish I was way cooler. Like, I don't have any tattoos. But my sister completely covered head to toe in tattoos. She's like the worst tattoos. My sister's like 40 stars all over her body. I don't know what they represent at this point besides disposable income and boredom. I don't know what they're supposed to mean. But the best tattoo my sister has, my favorite, she's a lower back tattoo that says live and learn. Yeah, live and learn. I feel like every tramp stamp says that, right? You don't have to literally spell it out for us, sis. We get it. I don't know. Live and learn. I don't know what she's learned. I met all of her boyfriends. What have you learned? How to use Narcan, maybe? I'm not really sure what that's supposed to mean. I thought it said no regrets for the longest time. I was talking to my mom about it. She's like, it doesn't say no regrets. It says live and learn. I was like, oh, that is way worse. Because no regrets means I don't give a fuck, whereas live and learn is like mistakes have been made. And through these experiences, I've gained some knowledge which I'll use in the future going forward. That's a lot to take in for the guy banging my sister, right? He's got to do missionary unless he wants to have an existential crisis every time. All right, Jesse Burlingame, thank you very much.
Jesse Burlingame. Welcome to the show, sir.
Thanks for having me.
Good shit, dude. Nice
Yeah.
shit, man.
I love it. How long have you been doing stand-up?
4 years now.
4 years.
There's no better feeling than trashing a family member.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Nothing.
Shout out Courtney, I love you.
Yeah.
Do you really love her? You guys close?
No, she lives in Mississippi now.
Oh, shit.
Yeah.
Looks like she never learned after all, huh?
No, she not learned. She got married during COVID last year in her apartment, and then moved to Mississippi 3 days later.
Wow.
Yeah.
She deserves everything you give to her. Everything.
My goodness. You've been doing stand-up 4 years, you said?
Yeah.
And all of it here in Texas?
No, I just moved 3 weeks ago from Worcester, Massachusetts.
Wow, Worcester, Massachusetts. Damn, I got some friends from Boston visiting tonight. Those were the loud groans that you heard. Bostonians can't help but to claim a side or represent. You guys I couldn't tell, are you pro Worcester or anti Worcester? Pro Worcester. And one guy from fucking Detroit back here just pissed at the world. I love it.
Tim and I have a mutual friend, Eric Taylor.
Oh, yeah, Eric's great, too.
Yeah, no, he's not. But,
I love Eric.
Jesse, what else are you into? You skateboard or something like that?
I used to back in the day,
Yeah, picking up some skateboard energies.
I did bring my skateboard with me. I haven't used it once.
Wow, you have it here tonight?
No, I don't.
Oh, okay.
I'm into indoor rock climbing now. That's my new big thing.
Indoor rock climbing. We've been hearing a lot about this lately. A lot of people get
shout out Austin Bouldering Project.
Okay. All right. They're gonna love that shout out, right?
Yeah, I was just there 2 hours ago.
Okay. Yeah. All right. What else? What else do you do for fun, Jesse?
I performed stand up at the Gathering of the Juggalos a couple of years ago.
Whoa! Look at that. What was that like?
Terrifying.
Yeah.
People were doing nitrous oxide right in front of me, trying to pass me balloons to the stage.
Yeah.
Should have done it.
How did you get booked on? Because that's one of my goals. I really want to do that.
Here's the secret: you just email them.
Is that what you did?
I just emailed. Yeah.
Were they throwing Fagos and shit like that at you?
Oh yeah. I opened for Randy from the Trailer Park Boys. I don't know if you guys are familiar.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, it was a big gig.
Yeah. That's awesome, man. Yeah. So what do you leave behind in Worcester? Do you have a girlfriend or anything like that?
No, I had a girlfriend. We broke up March 1st, 2020.
Why'd you guys break up?
We had some issues we had to work on.
Like what?
Yeah, that's exactly.
Well, I'm addicted to pornography, that kind of.
You are?
Yeah.
Oh,
What kind?
Great. This is beautiful. Absolutely. Yeah. Tell us all about your pornography addiction.
What kind? Is it adult pornography?
People are like, how many times do you jerk off a day? It's just one time for an hour or two.
Really? You
jerk off for an hour a day?
You get you got 7 tabs open. You got to browse through everything.
So you hold on to the one load, and you really milk it. You wait.
Yeah.
So what types of things do you find yourself saving for the big finish? What's something that you love when you are ready to? After an hour, 7 tabs are open. What's your final go-to?
Big black dudes with tiny white women.
Hey, that's very good. Very good. I mean, I got it.
That's my favorite.
I got it.
And now, listen, what the fuck was your uppity cunt girlfriend's problem with your hour-long jerk-off? I mean, she's a bitch, right? I mean, this bitch is crazy.
It's fucked up when you
Were you paying for it or was it all free?
No, it's all free.
Okay. Yeah. Because some addictions get out of control fast.
Did she ask you to stop?
Yeah, I started going to a 12-step program for it.
Wow. That is humiliating.
And then COVID happened.
Yeah.
COVID happened and stopped. You do feel like jerk off 12-step program.
You feel like Dave Chappelle in Half Baked when he says he's addicted to weed. And like I'm addicted to porn, and there's like pedophiles and rapists in there.
Are there any girls in those 12-step programs?
Yeah, there was one midget in a wheelchair in my group.
Oh damn! How long until you came on her?
So, wait a minute.
That was just my next Google search.
Pedophiles and rapists go to these 12 steps.
Yeah.
And you.
And me.
Is it weird?
Yes.
Wow. Yeah. Was the midget in a wheelchair or like a was it like a stroller?
Was the midget a pedophile? Was it a pedophile midget?
Yeah. What was her problem?
Are they even pedophiles if they're little anyway?
I think she was just a sex addict. Yeah.
A sex addict, a midget in a wheelchair is getting fucked so often that she has a problem with it.
More than me, yeah.
I love
the fact that your girl ever go with you to the 12 step?
No.
Man, I love that there's a midget in a wheelchair that fucks so much she has a problem. And Phil Lombardo, the magician actor, hasn't been laid in 2 years. That's what I love. Meanwhile, there's a little tiny lady in a wheelchair out there getting fucking railed. 1 to 12-step.
That's how she ended up in that wheelchair. She was fucked into a wheelchair.
That is incredible. What's the craziest porn you ever saw? Something stand out to you to where even you're like, fuck, I have to get off the internet.
Oh, there's a site called dicktrainers.com.
Oh, yeah.
And the guy face fucks girls until they vomit on his dick. Yeah.
Yeah. Have you heard of this? I actually know about this one. Yeah.
I'm trying to get him on my podcast.
Wow, that is so interesting. I can't believe you named something that I actually...
I actually the craziest shit I ever got into was there was a website. I don't think it's around anymore, but it used to be like old women like over 90 getting fucked, and half the time you could tell they were just like, "Where am I?" and they're just getting plowed. Okay,
that's crazy. That's rape. Okay. You were watching rape on the dark web. That's not something you got into. That's a crime. You just confess on a show.
But it wasn't like you could get hard on it. It was just more creepy.
All right.
Okay. Do you do crazy shit sexually, or is it just the porn?
No, I'm pretty vanilla on it.
Yeah, that was my next question. Was your porn affecting your sex life with your ex-girlfriend?
Yeah, I couldn't get hard anymore.
Yeah,
because that selfish bitch wasn't vomiting. You told her what needed to happen, and she didn't do it.
Do you think, was she a tinier? Was she like a tiny type
Yeah,
of girl?
she was 4'11".
Wow. Did you ever think about inviting over a random black guy to have sex with her?
No, I should have though.
Yeah.
No.
Probably. No?
No.
Why just a random no out of nowhere?
No, you don't want to have a random black dude at your house and fuck your girl.
Should I ask my friend then? Someone familiar with?
Yes, have your buddy. That's cool. Keep it in the family.
Yeah, there you go. Red Band is giving actual advice, not really.
Are you going to go back to the 12-step program now that COVID's
I
coming?
gotta find one down here, yeah, because I did enjoy it. It was helping me.
Well, ask around after the show if anybody.
I'm sure someone's
Anybody in here is
There's any
sex addict? A
pedophiles,
round of applause for my sex addicts at.
Yeah. Are there any midget pedophiles that can show this guy where you meet?
Jesse, a great interview, an incredible set. Thank you so much.
Thanks,
Great
Jesse.
stuff. Jesse Burlingame, everybody. He's at Jesse.Burlingame. I like that guy.
Yeah, he was
Good
great.
dude who had a selfish woman. Oldest story in the book.
Addicted to the porn, though, I don't think that's a real thing. Unless you can't even leave the house and you're losing jobs for it and shit like that.
It sounded like he was heading in that direction.
Kaylee, is you think sex addiction is common in the stripper industry? I'm curious. Every guy wants
sex.
What?
Hate sex now. It's down. So it's all.
Say that again. What is that?
Sex is like not a thing anymore.
Really?
Yeah, I hate it.
How about your friends, the people that you work with?
Oh, they're whores.
Really? Are they? I always wonder about strippers because it seems like I can't tell whether they love it or if they hate it because they deal with assholes all day, right?
Oh no, I was super vanilla, and then after stripping, I'm like a freak.
Damn, really? When you say super vanilla, how does someone super vanilla get into that industry?
I play like a rape victim. Just lay on my back, take it.
All right, everybody. Honest answer there from Kaylee. Okay. There's another speaking soundboard for some reason. Ladies and gentlemen, Gareth Fisk is next on Kill Tony. Gareth Fisk. Garrett. Oh, I just called it now. It's coming from the back of the room. This is always exciting. One of the people waiting out on the sidewalk, deciding not to mix with the casual comedians upstairs.
Has a backpack on, kind of freaky.
We got a backpack. The backpack is coming off, I do believe. There it is. There's the backpack sit down, fully masked. Here he is. Make some noise for Garrett Fisk, everybody.
Oh, you're gonna fuck this shit up, but it's cool. Hey, y'all remember fucking Christmas when y'all were kids? Oh my fucking god, that shit was so good. I still remember like the day whenever I fucking was realizing that I had got a PlayStation. I was just like, oh shit, a fucking PlayStation? Oh, games too? Fuck! No way, games? What? There's no fucking way, Mom. You kidding me? Who gave me that shit? A fat man named Santa? What the fuck? Oh my god! And yeah, I cursed like that when I was a child too. I'm sorry, guys. That's the fucking truth. And I couldn't fucking believe that shit. I am still baffled by. Oh, there's the fucking mic stand. Okay, cool. I still am baffled by that shit. Like, I was so happy at that point in time in my life. It was something different. You don't get that shit when you're older, right? That was also the point in my fucking life where I realized, oh, my mom's also a lying bitch. And I like grind that shit out for like 4 more years. After I realized that Santa wasn't real, I was just like, wait, if I give this shit up, something I
There you go. Garrett Fisk going over the time without a doubt.
Pussy fart.
There you go. Absolutely, Garrett. Just a little more crazy for the cherry on top. Huh?
Pussy fart.
Garrett, welcome to the show. You got a laugh from Red Band there at the
I
end.
like that last.
There you go. You got it. Garrett, welcome. Are you okay?
I'm okay. Thank you
All
so
right.
much, Tony.
How long have you been doing stand-up?
Like 2 or so years. Mainly most of my shit is written that I do out. Like, I've been doing a lot of things that are kind of similar to Curb Your Enthusiasm. I'm writing out a show. And I'm also doing a couple other things.
Hold on.
Wait, Tim. Yeah, wait.
You're doing things that are similar to Curb Your Enthusiasm.
Yeah, I try to at least.
Like what? In
Like
your
what?
stand-up? What are you talking about?
No. Dave never did stand up. He had like one showing and he was like, no, fuck
Who?
this shit. What?
Larry
David.
Larry David did stand up. Yeah,
He did it from what I remember. It was like one show and he was like, well, fuck this stuff.
you simply could not be more wrong right now.
Thank you, Tony. How do you look like an idiot in front of millions of people? It's okay.
How do you do Curb Your Enthusiasm stuff? Can you do something like what you're talking about?
Well, no, because mainly most of it comes out like me being an asshole or a total dick, like randomly doing my own thing from like just different phases of life.
Can you give us an example?
Oh my goodness. Well, for one of my, I've kind of written it out from a couple other shit, but some of the things I got from like my uncle, like he got a horse that he bought for $500,000 one time.
Oh, okay. So much for the wait for it.
And thanks for that. Just gave me the shit right in the middle of it. Yeah. He bought a horse for $500,000, didn't fucking put insurance on it, and then it died like in the first quarter lap. So
that's the setup part. That's the setup part. So then what happened?
Well, then he never fucking learned his lesson, right? So he actually ended up buying another $1 million bull, never fucking put insurance on it, and then right after that, it fucking just shot blanks, nothing but blanks for like 2 to 3 months. So nobody fucking got any money out of that. It just happened 1.5.
Hilarious. Reminds me of Curb Your Enthusiasm.
I'm sorry, it doesn't play out well on stage.
No,
it definitely doesn't.
It wouldn't play out well in a script or video or film or a sketch.
Oh well, thanks, Tony. I really appreciate that. Again.
Okay, I like that you.
Where are you getting these?
They're from a fucking bucket, man.
Is this a local clinic?
What? I swear, we've had some serious mental health issues.
This is wild.
It's never a good sign when the two mentally most stable people are both military veterans on the show. This is
what do you do for work?
I do sales, man.
What kind of sales?
Do.
Yeah, man.
It's just bullshit.
What are you selling?
Well, so I work for consulting, I do fucking solar sales, but it's consulting.
So it's really just setting that shit up. God damn it!
All right.
Wait, did I get a voodoo at least?
No, Garrett,
fuck you. God damn it.
You don't get
I'm
anything.
so sorry about
Garrett,
this
stop
shit.
talking. Stop talking. Don't worry, we're not going to let you get that crazy. Right?
I am afraid for my life. I'm truly
Garrett,
scared.
what's the
Tim, I've heard you talk
Garrett,
before.
Garrett, stop listening to the voices in your head, Garrett. Try to focus on what's actually happening right now. Garrett, what is the craziest thing you've ever done? You do have wild energies. You laugh really hard at yourself after saying unfunny things. We're curious to know what is the craziest thing you've ever done. You ever like kill an innocent animal or something like that?
Well, I am from Texas. Like, I'm the only person here that's from Texas, apparently. But,
Yeah.
That's not true. It's probably
whoa. I love dogs.
Wow, you had the whole audience on your side, and then you went and said something like that.
I know, I don't fucking know. But, I'm actually from here in Austin, and it feels like everybody I've met is from somewhere else. Exactly like, I'm talking to Tony.
Have you ever thought about moving out?
No. Your mom's house?
Everyone else is moving into Austin. Yeah. Have you ever thought about trying something? How many of you think you should move to a different city? Look at that. That's pretty good. The crowd supports you.
Look, thank you so much, Tony. I appreciate that.
Have you ever killed a bird before?
One of the funniest things that ever happened to me in San Diego for a little while was somebody asked me, like, you shoot doves? Like, what? And I was like, yeah, that's just a thing here. We love to kill doves. That's a thing. You shoot the doves.
Wow, you are a wild.
I'm only shooting for blanks here right now.
We know.
Do you have a girlfriend? What's your home life like? Oh God, that's a great question, Tim. I mean, clearly, I'm coming off of a relationship that lasted way too long, and that's probably why I'm doing so terrible right now.
That's not clear at all. But what?
7-year relationship that ended pretty good. Pretty good.
Let's do the cover of these out.
There it is.
You are wild. Why did the relationship end?
Oh man, I don't have enough time for that shit. That ended.
What part of the spectrum are you in?
I'm like all over it. I'm red and blue. I'm on both ends.
What do you think is the weirdest thing about you?
Like that you get to say that when you're a professional comedian.
Daily routine, like what part of your daily routine that we don't know about? Like, what do you think's the weirdest thing that you do? Like
the weirdest thing that I fucking do.
Chew your toenails or something like that.
What about that? No,
you cannot stretch
that. Well, the weirdest thing, I don't fucking know, man. I'm a fucking normal guy. Y'all are just taking me out here to be some fucking jerk off. I don't know. I mean, what do you want me to say?
This reminds me of Curb Your Enthusiasm answer. All right, there he goes. Gareth Fisk, everybody.
Thank y'all.
Up and out really quickly. Gareth Fisk. Oh, shit. Here he comes. There he goes, everybody. Gareth, just go, Gareth. Jesus fucking Christ. Once you start shaking hands, then everybody after that wants to do it. Oh, my God. Tim, I'd like to be the first person to apologize to you for.
No, I mean, it's just. I'm so grateful that none of them. Tonight's not the night.
Should we get a female up here? You guys think I should pull until we get a woman? We haven't had a female comedian tonight. Let's see what happens. I don't think Shaft is a lady. That sounds like a guy's name. We know Nick. Let's see what happens here. Arthur, I'm sorry. Jack, you're not here tonight. Okay, here's one. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for Leanna Patch, everybody. Here we go. Leanna Patch.
Right there.
Sometimes it really does pay off to be a girl. It's the first and only time that's ever happened to me. Y'all, it's been a rough go dating-wise. I keep dating refrigerators. I know this because they're all 6'3", ice cold, and there's nothing I really want inside them. But I keep going back just to check. Like, are you still a dickhead? You okay? You are. All right, great. Love that journey for me. Met one here last night. His name's Jeremy Shin, and he doesn't eat pussy. Just so you know. Don't date him. That's going out on the internet. All right. I more. You'll know about memory foam, right? You've gotten a memory foam mattress? I want to know when they're going to make selective memory foam. Because shit has happened in my bed that I want to forget. All right, one last thing. Grammar quiz. Y'all know the word cloaca? Anyone know the word cloaca? Cloaca is a bird's asshole and vagina and egg hole at the same time. It's what I like to call the uni hole. Okay, so philosophical question for you. If your asshole and your vag are the same thing, does that make the rest of your body a taint? Have birds just been flying taints this whole time?
Oh, there it is. The end of the set for sure. Leanna Patch, everybody. Coming in, guns a-blazing. I love it. Hi, Leanna. Welcome to the show.
Hi,
Great job.
Thank you.
How long you been doing comedy?
On and off, mostly off since 2012.
Since 2012. I love it. Almost 10 years coming up here.
Does birds have 3 holes or just their pee hole and their
Uh-oh.
Nope,
Red
it's the
Man's
one
thinking about
hole.
fucking a bird all of a sudden.
Don't fuck a bird. They have diseases.
I was thinking like a bowling
That's
ball.
how
I want to
COVID
take a bird
starts.
up like a bowling ball. Never mind.
There you go. All right. So, Leanna, what was the thing about Jeremy Shin? Is that a real human
Oh, that's
being?
a real human being.
And he didn't eat your pussy?
He didn't do fucking anything.
Wow. What
Yeah.
did you do for him?
I went down on him.
Wow.
And I let him have access to this.
Yeah.
You know. Excuse me?
You're
Not
not
as
allowed
much
to,
as yours.
You're not allowed to talk to women anymore on this show.
Was he ever?
You're on woman probation.
Aw.
All right, we're sorry about that, Leanna. That's he plays the wacky
No, I
character
know.
over here.
Yeah, it's fine.
So you did everything, and you had sex with them.
Yeah,
How
unfortunately.
many times did you hook up with this guy?
Oh, once, just once. I'm visiting. I'm from New Orleans.
And that's a real guy here.
That's
in
a real
Austin,
guy.
Texas?
And he unmatched me after we fucked. And the only reason I was mad about that was because I lost an earring in his bed. I wanted nothing else from him but this earring back.
Wow.
But it's okay because you can find anyone on the internet. So I found him and was like, "Give my earring back, you dickhead."
Right.
Yeah.
Did he respond?
He did. He said, "I'll look for it."
Oh.
And I said, "Great."
I bet.
Yeah.
I bet he won't find it.
Accuse him of rape.
That's the nuclear option.
2021, everybody.
What's this? Besides him not going down on you, is the sex bad? Like,
It was so bad.
Yeah, what was so bad about it? Can you describe it a little bit for us?
Well, basically, he was interested in getting off, and then he was done touching me. And I was like, "Hey, I didn't,
He used to be a magician.
I didn't come." No, he's a marathon runner, so I guess he saves all his energy for that. This man is a true psychopath. His apartment is entirely empty, and he runs 20 miles at a time without music.
Oh, man, that is...
I really know how to kick him.
My favorite thing is that you clearly got back into comedy to shit on this guy.
That's the only reason I make jokes.
She's like 2012 on and off. Every time I meet a dude who doesn't eat my pussy, it's
Every
like doing
fucking time. Yep.
Fuck yeah.
That's true.
I love that. I love that. My
Hell have
goodness.
no fury, right?
We had a lot of male comedians eating it up here today, so maybe one of them.
I matched with one of them. Yeah, and then I unmatched him.
Which one?
He tried to do a bit on me. Simon, the good one.
Oh, he's the good one.
Yeah, he's the good one. Yeah,
He's the good one.
Yeah, the only one who crushed.
Fuck the shit out of that guy.
No
The
thanks.
rest of them will kill you. They'll
Yeah.
eat you.
Like the last guy would kill me for sure. He'd shoot me from afar, from the porch.
Right.
Leanna, what do you do for work?
I'm a copywriter.
A copywriter. What do you do for fun?
I do this,
Other
and
than stand-up.
I'm on a Mardi Gras dance team, and I volunteer at an animal shelter.
You're on a what dance
A
team?
Mardi Gras dance team.
What's a Mardi Gras dance team?
So there are all these little crews in New Orleans that do like their own sort of part of parades, and they have like floats and dancers and handheld things, and so I'm on a dance team.
So you
as
like
part of the crew.
dance while marching?
Yes.
That's incredible. Can you give us a little example
I
of
knew you
what
were gonna
that
ask
looks
me
like?
this.
You guys have New Orleans music, right? Oh shit! Listen to Louisiana beat. Leanna Patch gets it. Yeah. Oh shit. All right. Oh my goodness! Wow. That was awesome. Yeah. That was like sex. I also don't want to touch you after that.
Yeah, me neither. I didn't say it was good.
No, that was awesome. And like you have like beads and stuff. You ever show your boobs on those New Orleans?
Common misconception.
Right.
That doesn't
yeah,
happen.
I don't know how it works.
It's not a thing.
I love it. I've only seen Mardi Gras on old Girls Gone Wild.
Yeah,
VHS videos.
yeah. Did he show them to you?
Yeah, that's it. He shows me all his old VHS videos. I love it. Leanna, how long are you visiting Austin for?
Till Saturday.
What else do you love about this city? Is there anything else fun that you've done? Or?
Anything or anyone? No. I love that there are people here that I did grow up with.
You love
grew up in New Orleans? Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Hiding from your past. Yeah. Is there a reason?
It's just too small at a certain point. It's like, it's nice to go out and see a bunch of people you know, but sometimes you would like to not do that.
Yeah, you could move.
I know, I'm thinking about it. I'm
You
here
thinking
looking
about
at
moving
places.
here?
Yeah. But then another guy I matched with recently last week, I said, I'm thinking about moving. He said, don't do that. Everyone's moving here. And I said, wow, rude. And he said, it's true, though.
What an idiot.
What an asshole, right?
Yeah, that's
And it's so easy to get in here. All you have to do is not be an asshole.
Why matching so much? Why don't you have like a permanent boyfriend? Are you a crazy person or something?
No, broke up with my last one last year on my birthday.
Okay.
Yeah, present to myself.
Why'd you break up with him?
He was not the right fit for me, and I wasn't the right fit for him.
Okay.
You know, adult, mature reasons.
Oh, all right. Okay.
This got serious.
Yeah, it did.
Sorry.
It's got a little depressing and sad now. She's like, he had cancer.
I probably would have stayed
I
with
didn't
him.
want to stay with him till the end.
Leanna, I love it. What's your favorite thing about New Orleans?
There's always something to do, and everything is very close by, or there was before COVID, you know?
Yeah, it's an amazing city.
Yeah, there's cool shit.
Great food, everything.
Yeah.
But the comedy scene's almost non-existent.
Yeah, because
right?
no one cares about comedy. There's no comedy up on
There is a lot of comedy
having
there.
fun.
There's no club. There's no main club.
There's a couple. There's like, you're right.
It's a different culture.
There's Mike Nights, but yeah, we don't have like a place.
Well, Leanna, we loved your set tonight. You represented
Good shit.
the ladies very well.
Thank
There
you.
she goes, Leanna Patch, everybody.
Thank you so much.
She's on social media at Punchline Coffee. You guys think we should go to this bucket one more time, huh? All right, this is it. Let's get one more up here and see what happens. It's going to be Andrew Sachs is going to close out our bucket portion of the show. There's Kaylee. I believe Kaylee, what is it? Kaylee.funk73?
Kaylee.funk.73.
And she has her own podcast, by the way.
Kaylee.funk.73.
Mediocre at best. Shout out Maddie, my partner.
There you go. I love it.
Peckerhead.
There she goes, everybody. Kaylee. And Andrew Sachs is next. Waiting for Andrew. How about a hand for the staff here at Antone's? Letting us do this chaotic show every Monday at one of the most famous blues clubs in the history of the world.
They're saying no. Nope.
No
Take
Andrew
somebody
Sachs? Okay. All right. I don't understand how this happens. You have to have a new checkout system or something. If people leave, they have to let you guys know, or else they get blacklisted.
They're all murdered by the magician.
Wow, this is crazy. This guy made his first appearance on the show on episode 500. Very, very interesting character. Very Texas. Make some noise for Ridge Hirschberger, everybody. This guy had such an interesting story. He ended up getting the first ever lap dance in the history of Kill Tony from Kaylee. She ended up upside down on his lap. Ridge Hirschberger, it's your baby. Ridge is coming. We got him, right? All right. Ridge Hirschberger. This guy's wild. Represents Texas very well. You guys are going to see. Real fucking Billy Goat. She's good. Here he is, everybody. Ridge Hirschberger, everyone. Come on, make some noise for Ridge, everybody.
Holy cow. My name is Ridge, like a mountain. And I know what you guys are thinking, Ridge. That's a unique name. Yeah. I was named after where I was conceived. The North Ridge Mall. Parking lot. That's my middle name. Ridge Parking Lot Hirschberger. The second. My brother's name is Corn Silo. Farmer friendly crowd, eh? I'm from Pennsylvania, and I grew up around a lot of Amish people. And before I came to Austin, one of them got struck by lightning, right? Which is crazy. I wonder if he'll get shunned for using electricity. Thank you, guys.
There it is, Rich Hirschberger coming in and out. Joke. I love it. You're a real fucking. Everything about you is real. When I first met you on Kill Tony 500, I thought you were like playing it up. I'm like, this guy's trying to be like a hillbilly character, like from the middle of nowhere. And I've done some research on you since then, and it turns out you really are this guy.
Yeah,
research this man. Yeah, I got some deep intel reports on Rich Hirschberger. Someone found your Instagram and showed me a picture of you in front of a real Confederate flag.
Oh no!
What? Yeah, you didn't delete that one when everybody was talking about Confederate flags.
This is not true.
It is true if you want to bring it up.
Let me delete it.
It's Rich Hirschberger.
I thought you were watching my TikToks.
You have the last name of like entertainment attorney from Los Angeles.
Yeah.
Rich Hirschberger. So crazy.
Like I would hire an Arthur Hirschberger.
Yeah.
Financial stuff.
Yeah,
right?
a lot of people think I'm Jewish, but I'm not.
I bet that's a deep insult to you
Yeah.
when they say that.
I'm sure you react kindly when they say, "Are you Jewish?"
What is your least favorite race?
I'll go first. Filipinos, not for me. Not for me. Not for me.
How about you? You have an answer there?
Mennonites.
Oh, okay. You almost got Tim to spit take there.
Jesus Christ, that was amazing. Mennonites.
Oh,
man.
God.
They use electricity.
Wow. I didn't even know these. I didn't even know that was a thing. What are you looking at?
There's more than one.
And you have an entire Confederate flag Instagram.
Yeah, it's a real who's who of Confederate flags.
Where are you from?
Central Pennsylvania. Altoona.
Altoona. Can you imagine? What's the population of a place like that?
That's 60,000, but the town I'm from is 500.
What's that town?
Martinsburg.
Okay. You ever had sex with a wild animal before? Oh shit! Kaylee! Oh shit! Kaylee dropping missiles from side stage.
She said not yet, but she hates sex. Remember? Oh, she likes racing.
Oh, okay. Red band. All right.
No, but I have collected semen from a bull before.
You have collected semen from a bull.
Yes.
You did that. How'd you do that? With your butt or your mouth?
Swallow or spit?
There is two different ways you can do it. For one way is you can use an artificial vagina. And it's like the size of a rocket launcher. And you bring a cow
How big's
in.
a rocket launcher? Can you show us?
Like 3 feet. Because that's how long bulls' penises are. At least 3 feet.
All right.
So then you bring a female cow in that's in heat, and you tie her up. And then you bring the bull in, and as the bull's jumping on the cow, you put the rocket launcher on its penis.
Wow, Jesus. The cow
Anyways.
jumped over the moon. My goodness, that is one of the dirtiest nursing rhymes I've ever heard in my life. I love it. So how long did it take you? Were you showing the bull any kind of porn, perhaps dicktrainers.com or something like that?
But we didn't do it that way. We did it the other way, which is easier. You just like put an electric dildo in its ass and electrocute it, and it just comes.
Wow. Now I know what David Lucas's jokes are going to be next week on me.
And you catch it with a cup, and it kind of looks like melted ice cream.
And then what do you do with it?
You put it in liquid nitrogen to keep it cold.
Why are you doing this stuff?
Oh, to breed cows. 1 cup to breed 500 cows.
Special occasion.
Look at
And
that.
to drink it.
Good.
Do you drink it?
No.
Oh.
Wow. 1 load can breed 500 cows. My God.
Have you ever seen a sheep's vagina?
No, I'm not into sheep. They are right there at dick level. Anyways.
I love it, Rich. What do you think is one of the most like hillbilly things about you? What do you think? What do you think you still do in which you're like, God, that is just so country?
I don't know. I was here in Austin like 3 weeks ago. The first night I went out and I went to that place that has a mechanical bull. Tried to ride it, but it was broken. So then I convinced the people that I could fix it, and they let me try to fix it for half an hour.
What happened? Did you jerk it off and collect the semen? All right.
No, I wasn't able to fix it. I convinced them I was an electrical engineer.
Rich, if you had any, we found out the reason why you got a lap dance on episode 500 was because we found out that it's been a while since you were with a lady, right? Have you gotten lucky at all since then?
No, it hasn't helped at all.
Wow, really? Have you at least been talking to girls or anything like that?
Yeah, sometimes.
How does that normally go for you? Where do you think it goes wrong?
I don't know. I'm just not. So I don't know. I'm not interested in all the city girls as much. I like country girls more. And
really,
I'm intimidated by the city girls.
Really,
because I don't know what to talk to them about. Like jerking off bulls or
right.
Yeah.
So you're looking to find yourself a real nice, stupid country girl.
Yeah. At least 1,000 acres. So.
At least 1,000 acres?
Yeah, 1,000 acres. At least, yeah. I mean,
wow.
We gotta double it.
Hell yeah. My goodness. Any country girls in the audience tonight? Any
Anyone from LaPorte?
Okie dokie. No, still no one's interested, Ridge.
Were your parents farmers?
Yes.
Awesome.
Mm-hmm. What were they farming? What were they?
Dairy farmers.
Okay.
So like, I've touched a lot of titties.
I bet you have. I bet you have.
And since there's nobody else in here that's a dairy farmer, probably more than anyone else here.
Oh yeah, you milked that for all it was worth. That's for sure.
Woo!
Uh-oh, there's one horny country girl starting to chirp up back there.
Cow titties are
Cow
good.
titties. Oh, she just got the joke that he made 35 seconds before. Did everybody hear that? Cow titties. Those are the only titties you've been touching, guy that just made that exact joke.
Are you living here now?
Yes.
Fuck yeah. Because Austin's like a big city, right?
Oh, massive.
Massive, yeah.
What part of
4 blocks. 3 of them are closed for a homeless wedding or whatever the hell. It's downtown is a dump. Tell Joe Rogan to get us the fuck out of here. Anyway, I'm kidding. Great to be here.
Did.
Great to be here.
They all lied to us. Ham and Ron White lied to us. They said, come to Austin. Get out of LA. Get away from all the traffic and homeless people.
Yeah, right.
Come live in Austin. Very, very interesting, Ridge. You chew tobacco?
Yeah.
Yeah. What kind of tobacco do you chew?
Copenhagen wintergreen.
You are the real deal. Look at this fucking guy from Pflugerville in the back. Hey, what's up with the Pflugerville? It works. I like jokes that work.
School of cherries.
So well. All right. This Burbank Brian over here. I love it, Ridge. So what's the next plan? What part of the city do you live in? What did you decide here?
I think it's east of here. Yeah, east of here.
Okay.
Like 10 minutes.
You use a compass to get here?
Yeah. Ride my horse.
God damn it, I need to get home.
I'm confused. In the city here, they don't have anywhere to tie your horse.
I can find the North Star so I can get my ass home.
Yeah.
You drive?
Yeah.
What kind of car do you have?
Toyota Prius.
Get the fuck out of here. Oh,
You're a city boy. Rich, you fraud.
It's the closest thing to gas mileage that a horse gets.
Oh my God, Jesus!
But
when you said that you used a fake vagina on a bull, I didn't realize you were talking about your car. I hate Priuses so much.
They're the worst.
Really?
Yes.
My first truck was an F-250 diesel Power Stroke 6.0 though.
Yeah. Oh shit, you got Kaylee squirting over there. Right? Yeah, I saw a little stream. Looks like one of those like little Roman fountains. I love it. Kaylee, do you think Ridge Hirschberger ever has a real chance with you? Oh, Ridge, what do you think about this? Do you think you can handle a girl like Kaylee?
Yeah.
Wow. All the testosterone left your body right before you answered that question. Ridge, always fun to have you on, man. Congratulations, a great second appearance. There he goes, Ridge Hirschberger. our last bucket full, which means we just have time for one more regular, everybody. This young man, very, very Kill Tony famous, famously beat the entire system of comedy over at Second City, over 2 decades of experience. Do it. At Second City, got diagnosed with ALS, Lou Gehrig's disease, and decided to chase his dream of being a stand-up comedian. Was a regular on this show immediately after that. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the great, powerful Michael Lehrer, everyone. Here he is. Always exciting, always a brand new minute from Michael. Absolute crowd favorite here. And Austin Resin. Here he is, everybody. Michael Lehrer, everyone. Come on. Your final comedian of the night.
Takes you'll be fucking with me too much. I'm learning Tex-Mex Kung Fu. It's called Topo Chico. It means be like water or Hasu Usa Agua Pinche Maricón Caliente. Mi amigo como se llama Caliente. Fucking Austin fucking defund the police, but the sidewalks look like earthquake art. On behalf of the entire disabled community, suck our unused dicks, Austin. My doctor is like, oh, you can take your piss with the applesauce. Yeah, every 40-year-old guy likes to hear that. Can I eat my piss with pussy? Can I punch them up and throw them out of a lady boy's asshole?
There it is, Michael Lehrer, everybody. Absolute shredding up here. Great set, my friend.
Yeah, I told you. Tony was bullying me before this show. He was trying to get in my head like he always does. And he's like, what did you drink today? I'm like, nothing. And he's like, tell me, trying to fuck with me. And then I come and I crush. So fuck you, Tony.
Wow. Well, just for the record, I love that. It's the first time he's mentioned that, but let the record show that he said I do it all the time and he always kills, so maybe I'm doing something right.
Yeah.
What do you think Phil Jackson had to coach Michael Jordan, my friend?
Yeah, but at least...
And Michael Jordan wasn't in a fucking wheelchair, by the way.
Yeah, Phil Jackson gave all his players books, and he never give a shit.
Does Tony ever hit you like on the legs with like bamboo sticks or anything?
I have a yardstick that I use on Michael.
Oh, a yardstick. That was my mom's weapon growing up.
It used to be a ruler, but then COVID, 6 feet or whatever.
For real.
It's stupid. It's literally 3 feet long. I can't believe I just said that.
But Tony helped me out, and he cut my nose hairs.
I did. I trimmed Michael's nose hairs this week. Absolutely. We were having coffee together, and he laughed at one point and tilted his head back, and my mind was completely blown to see that he had a fucking Sherwood forest through his fucking nostrils. I'm like, wow, I'm like, this is the most handicapped part about you, Michael. We need to take care of this.
I know.
And I did. I used my Manscaped nose trimmer, and that thing was fucking working overtime.
Yeah.
We got it done.
Yeah.
I swear to God, I've never seen nose hairs in my life like I cleaned out of this fucking guy's skull.
And they're like around steel wool. That's where I get my heart from. Fuck you.
I love it. You tried to make me look like a bad guy in the beginning of this interview, and then you accidentally admitted that I trimmed your nose hairs this week. It's a real asshole move.
Hey, I've been announced.
Oh, he has an announcement.
Yeah, since all the strange pussy dried up for me in Austin, I'm getting back together with my nurse.
Hey, look at that, everybody. The famous nurse/girlfriend Colette is moving to Austin.
Yeah. You know what? Life is chaotic, and sometimes you have to be with an old white lady with good credit.
That's right. That's right. The thunderstorm is coming. Absolutely. Colette is coming to rein you in a little bit, right?
Oh, no, fuck that bitch.
She's actually a good woman. Like I was really sad when you moved here without her, and she's always been such a sweetheart and a helper for you.
Yeah, but I was promised anal.
You won't give me anal?
No.
Well, you need to
I know.
get her drunk.
There you go.
I know. I'm working on it.
There you go. Red Band's advice is to rape her butthole, everybody. There you go. Okay. Tim, you've seen Michael before.
He's the best.
Yep.
Thank you, Tim.
He deserves anal. He does.
Thank you.
And this city should, I'm pretty sure if you walk right out on the street, you can get fucked in the ass here within 25 minutes.
You say that. And I moved here literally to get laid until I die. And the wheelchair is a deal breaker. As cute and funny, I used to get fucked all the time.
The wheelchair. I know a midget lady in a wheelchair that's literally a sex
That's
addict.
right.
I could hook you two up. You guys could go roll around fucking like Mario Kart.
Yeah.
Like Princess and Toad out there, just.
Men are disgusting. That midget lady in a wheelchair gets fucked by 12 black cocks a night, alright?
Hey, how do you know this?
TikTok.
Okay, Red Band, really, again, I mean, just really dialed in tonight. No better time for a fart noise than.
Hey, I get to use one.
There you go. I guess so. Really been saving it for that moment. Michael, what else? Anything else before we go?
No.
There it is. Michael Lair, everybody. MichaelLairComedy.com. Gonna get the drawing from Ryan J. Ebelt here. Let's look at the drawing from Chris Rogers Art. What do we have over there? Appears to be some type of art. Michael Lair, MichaelLairComedy.com. How about a hand for the band, everybody? John Dees. Here's the drawing from Chris Rogers. Look at that.
Oh, that's awesome.
That is so cool. It's the Terminator. How about a hand for Matt Mueling on guitar, John Dees on the keys, Michael Gonzalez on the drums. Thank you to all the comedians that were on tonight. Here's the drawing from Ryan J. Ebelt. Wow. Take a look at that, Tim Dillon. Look at you.
Amazing.
How fucking cool.
Amazing.
Shades of like a James Bond type of theme. Very, very awesome stuff. RyanJEbelt.com for the new Kill Tony coloring book. All the new posters. And make sure you check out, I've been saying since day one, the first time I brought this guy on the show, Tim Dillon, I said, this is the future, this guy's the best, and look at you fucking now.
Well, thank you for having me. I appreciate it.
How about one more bit? How loud can this place get for Tim Dillon, everybody? We love him. Guest of the year, 2018, 2019, 2020, already on his way to get taken into 2021. If you're not, and I know that you are, because you guys that are fans of this show are the real biggest comedy fans. You guys fucking love comedians talking to comedians about comedy. So I'm sure you already are, but if you're not, of course, become a fan and a Patreon member of the Tim Dillon Show. Get into the game because this is the future and the present right here. We love you, Tim Dillon. And thank you to the live audience for coming out. Red Band, anything else?
Hey, we got a show at Vulcan this Wednesday and every week at Vulcan. Check it out.
Thank you, Antones. Thank you, audience. Good night, everybody. Thank you so much.
Well, yeah, because it's just outside of time. You know, when you have a near-death experience, people say they go through this tunnel. What are they doing? This tunnel is where they're actually stepping out of time. And then they have a life review. What's a life review? It's like I call it panoramic time. You're above time, and you're looking at all of time as though you're looking at it like a great game. And you experience that as a life review. You're thinking of it as sequential, but it's actually happening all at once. It's just that our mind is not used to running computations in parallel like that. So we do kind of still serialize it. But a life review is stepping out of time and experiencing. That's our nature. Consciousness is being outside of time. And the only way you can be outside of time is if you're not in space, even if you're in this hyperdimensional space. So that's my specialty, these hyperdimensional spaces and thinking about it. So yeah, we're outside of time. In fact, that's why precognition works. That's why presentience works. That's why retrocognition works. That's why you know the prop is up there around the next corner 5 seconds before you get to that. So if everybody can just believe that we're outside of time and we can tap into that, knowing about our future, people do it all the time and just they dismiss it as being unreal.
Doug, is there a higher power that gives us these abilities, or do they just happen?
All of this is emerging from this primitive abilities, and it's specifically abilities with these mathematical properties. So, for example, you can take two of these things together, and people think superposition is primitive in quantum. But that's not true. If you have two of these systems or hyperbits, two of them form a cube. So, superposition is a property that's emergent. Same thing with entanglement. Same thing with consciousness. Same thing with group consciousness. Same thing with alien consciousness. Same thing with angelic consciousness and Gaia consciousness. Everything is this collective because the collectives can form because there's no space to keep them apart. Like the data on your disk never really intelligent like humans are, which are real intelligent because the data is all segmented in space or on the internet. So it can't be of this holistic idea of information like you can with the quantum state. Quantum states are holistic because it's simultaneously all of the states at once, which is bopeds and tables, all of the combinations of the universe.
West of the Rockies, Julie's with us in the state of Washington. Hi, Julie.
Particle that looks like two, you have the density of when examined it looks like one. It actually was a vibrating back and forth, making it look like two. It has to travel from one end of the vibration wave to the other end, appears to create distance or space, and the travel takes time to travel. This is creating the illusion of time and space. These factors create a time and space illusion, and affect your understanding of that particle.
Well, remember that if you don't have, this is really hard, even physicists don't, because they're assuming that space-time is solved too. So that's my specialty is trying to figure out what happens if you don't have space and time. All you have is the hypermints, right? And so in these hypermints, they're more like vibrational modes. They're not even a frequency. It's like a string, and either it's vibrating with one trough or two troughs, right? But it doesn't exist it's as a vibration, but there's no frequency because there's no space and there's no time. Frequency is a metric associated with space-time. It's like energy is associated with space-time. Distance is associated with space-time. So you have to kind of, in my book, in reality, I go through the whole explanation that says you have to stop using space-time metrics and anything associated with space-time metrics to talk about all this. And you have to start talking using information rather than energy, vibration rather than frequency, and to use information. And you have to use no time and hyperspace ideas. And this is a learning curve for people to come up with, but start with my book and skip the stuff that's too technical and breeze through those. Get them to walk away with big picture and go listen to my videos. And it's hard for me to think about it, hard for people who have a technical background to think about it. So we're trying to solve problems so that people can understand it. So hopefully some of these ideas will assist you in understanding how I think about it. Hopefully that will assist you. So,
Or Dr. Dogmansky, Doug, is this paranormal or not?
well, yeah, everything is what we call normal. This is normal. It's not really paranormal. It's our consciousness is outside our world. And as soon as we realize that's normal, we'll stop using the vocabulary of paranormal and making it seem like it's something wrong with it. So I don't like that terminology. Just like I don't use the term energy, I don't use the term frequency. So
Let's go to Ron in Utah, first time caller. Go ahead, Ronald. Yes, sir. Thank you. Really enjoyed the show, George. I listen to you on the way home from work almost every night. And your guest is very interesting. I just wanted to ask Professor if he had familiar with CE5. Yeah. So I wondered, your thought equation process, does that correlate to CE5? Because what they talk about is getting together a group and using their minds to communicate with alien beings that are in other dimensions, and they actually come into our dimension and they actually hear, like what we say, they actually hear our prayers and everything. Is there a correlation in that?
yeah, absolutely. You can think of these I'm going to call some of these may be physical, but a lot of them are non-physical. They don't have physical bodies. They're literally, think about them in the fifth dimensional beings, right? So they just are consciousness, fifth dimensional beings, and they have what we would consider ships or structures or planets that are non-physical. But that's the same thing that happens in a near-death experience or illusion. You have these structures that look like planets or ships. So what is the representation in hyperdimensional space to support that structure when they don't have physicality or three-dimensional spaces? So yeah, those CE5s are advanced non-corporeal beings using the same technology that I just described here. It's just their advanced control things what makes them to do intergalactic space travel. They probably live 1,000 years, and they're smarter than we can imagine because they're not limited by their brain. Their mind is arbitrarily complex compared to what we're used to because we're kind of too paying attention to our mind, our brain all the time. So yeah, 65 this any kind of telepathic interaction with any advanced beings is like this because they're having to use common representation for meaning where it's not language. There's a conference coming up called the Light Language Conference where literally people are using their higher dimensional beings and their galactic beings that they're connected to speak through them using light language, like speaking in tongues. The new term is light language. Right.
Well, I'm glad we got you out there, Doug, a scientist who understands the unusual and the strange. Thank you so much. The name of the book is Deep Reality. Up next, John Teeter, the time traveler. Whatever happened to him? Where did he go?
Always on your phone. Then you'll be happy to know the Coast website is now optimized for mobile users. Just point your iPhone or Android browser to coasttocoastam.com and enjoy.
Want to lose 10 pounds by next month? With Future Health, you can. Get easy access to weight loss meds like Ozempic for $3 a day. Visit futurehealth.com. Future without the E to start losing weight this week.
Future Health Weight Loss. iHeartRadio straight from the studio with Elton John.
One of the greatest music experiences of my life. I like how it all great music experiences. The Mel songs he wrote so quickly and under musician shift by everyone involved. Considering the next 20 days, he wrote 14 songs and 10 are coming out of the record. And it's immaculate. That's really incredible.
Hear Elton John's music, including his new album, Who Believes in Angels, on the iHeartRadio app.
In this edition of the Marketers Report, Corey Marchesota, Chief Marketing Officer of Health Beauty, founding partner of iHeart London Sports, talks about finding the right partners for your brand.
I see brands as antennas, and every antenna sends out a frequency. We call it the elk signal. So we send out the elk signal, and what comes back is people who want to be a part of the story. Once you know firmly who you are, you've codified it, and you can put that out into the universe. What happens from there is it begins to attract consumers. Why are we partnering with Billie Jean King? Because she champions equality. Why are we partnering with iHeart? Because we want to advance women in sports.
Women's sports just got louder thanks to Elf and iHeart Media. As the #1 audio company, iHeart Media can get more people to hear your message than anyone else. We can also get a better response rate for all your marketing. For better results for every budget, visit iHeartAdvertising.com. Portions of the following program will be recorded. I don't know what you're thinking, and I kind of like that. Is it fun?
KSI. KOST HD2. Los Angeles, Orange County. Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Trump hits the pause button amid financial alarms. I'm Mark Robert in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. President Trump put a 90-day pause on global tariffs, except for China. White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt says Trump raised tariffs on Chinese goods to 125% after China raised its tariffs on U.S. goods.
When you punch at the United States of America, President Trump is going to punch back harder.
Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent confirmed that China got more tariffs because it retaliated after Trump announced his initial tariffs last week.
As I told everyone 8 weeks ago, do not retaliate, and you will be rewarded.
Wall Street reacted positively to the news, with stocks having a huge day following Trump's pause announcement. The LA City Council has given the okay to move forward with plans to expand the convention center downtown.
The full council has now followed a council committee's decision to revive the more than $2 billion project. Councilman Isabel Jurado says the expansion could bring much-needed cash to a city facing a $1 billion budget shortfall.
It's crucial we invest our limited resources in projects that generate revenue, stimulate our local economy, and lift our communities.
The work would start in September, pause during the Olympics, and then finish after the Games in 2029. Downtown business and civic groups say it's much needed to help the troubled neighborhood. Michael Monks, KFI News.
Jurors have wrapped for the day in the case of Monica Sementilli, who's facing charges of murder and conspiracy in connection with the stabbing death of her husband, a well-known hairdresser at their home in Woodland Hills. Monica's lover, Robert Louis Baker, has already been sentenced to life in prison without the chance of parole after he pled no contest to both charges. Meanwhile, a third suspect, Christopher Austin, has pled guilty to second-degree murder. And the acting commissioner of the IRS is resigning. Melanie Krause told her staff yesterday she's leaving the agency amid internal chaos and the exodus of several senior IRS officials. Jody Jenkins reports Krause is not happy that the agency agreed to share illegal immigrants' tax information with federal immigration agents.
Reports the deal with federal agents was finalized on Monday, with officials from the Treasury Department bypassing the office.
Krause's resignation comes a week before the federal tax filing deadline. Southland weather from KFI mostly clear tonight with some fog and lows in the mid-50s. Sunny tomorrow with highs in the low 80s, 90 in the valleys and IE, and 70 at the beaches. A couple degrees warmer Friday, then mostly sunny and back to mid-70s for the weekend. It's 59 right now in Irvine, 61 in Brea, 63 in Burbank, 62 in Palm Bay. From the KFI 24-hour newsroom, I'm Mark Robert.
Future Health Weight Loss.
Get access to weight loss meds like Ozempic, Zepbound, and pill options if you don't like injections from FutureHealth.com. The meds eliminate hunger and cravings, while Future Health handles the rest. Best results, best price. All online with no insurance needed. Join those losing 10 pounds in their first month. Visit FutureHealth.com. Future without the E to start losing weight this week.
Future Health Weight Loss.
Database on independent study sponsored by Future Health. Future Health is not a healthcare services provider. Mental prescribing provider discretion.
In today's Marketers Report, Erica Taylor, Chief Marketing Officer of Tech, weighs in on audio's ability to reach any audience.
everyone is listening somewhere somehow. So it's a great way to take something very precise in what we're trying to do to reach patients with something that I think we can all agree is somewhat broad in reaching many, many different audiences.
As the #1 audio company, iHeartMedia can get more people to hear your message than anyone else. For better results for every budget, visit iHeartAdvertising.com.
Where everybody steals total trash, well, you are not alone. Personal finance ignorance is as American as apple pie. But no, friend, the How to Winning podcast is here to help you improve. Think about if your emergency fund was invested, especially given the volatility we're experiencing right now. Actually, investing is ultimately a necessity, but you gotta keep that emergency fund accessible. It needs to be cash parked in your savings. It's time to increase your money knowledge. And the How to Money podcast is here to bring the wisdom. Open your free iHeartRadio app, search How to Money, start listening today.
Still paying for electricity? Your electric company is making record profits. Go solar with Semper Solaris, the #1 residential solar plus battery installer in America. It's never been easier to stop paying for electricity. When you buy a complete solar plus battery system on new roof or change out your HVAC system, Semper Solaris will give you a free upgrade to your choice of energy efficient products. A free clay cool house finish, free Lorraine attic insulation, free radiant barrier, free quiet cool solar attic fan, free rain gutters, free gutter guards, free indoor air cleaner. Semper Solaris is local and veteran owned and has thousands of 5-star reviews. Now's the time to hire your electric company. Go solar plus battery with Semper Solaris. Call 877-211-5591 or visit sempersolaris.com today.
Your one-stop for advertising. Call 844-844-iHeart.
It is Ryan Seacrest. Join me in the incomparable Vanna White for Wheel of Fortune, weeknight 7:30 on ABC7. Once you sign up, you can't get out. They just keep you forever. And when you try to get out, why you're leaving? Because I want to leave. Well, don't tell me why your cancellation was why. What can we do? I don't want the service anymore. And it got to the point where I literally had to say, are you stopping me from leaving? Bill Handel, is that correct? Live 6 to 9 a.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. And the homeless woman who fought the bus driver, you can see she's wearing a G-string. So she's still in the game, this homeless woman.
Dressing sexy game.
Yes.
So I see. Yes, you want to round off some of the sharp edges. The Tim Conway Jr. Show.
They're more into the G-string than they are constantly. Live 4 to 7 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
KFI live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. KFI AM 640, more stimulating talk. KFI AM 640. Watch Wheel of Fortune weeknights at 7:30 only on ABC 7. KFI AM 640, more stimulating talk.
Just say no, doesn't let you stop and say, I'm alright. Love is kind of crazy with a spooky little girl like you. Always keep me guessing, I never seem to know what you want to do. And it's so good to choose, you're a little man. Love is kind of crazy with a spooky little girl like you. Spooky, spooky.
You're hearing Coast to Coast AM with George Norrie, live from somewhere deep below the earth on Premier Networks.
Here's an amazing story. In the early 2000s, a fellow by the name of John Teeter popped up on the internet, claiming to be a time traveler from 2036 is coming back into our period. And in a moment, we're going to be talking to an individual who tracked as many things as he could find on John Teeter. And the website is johnteeter.com. In a moment, Oliver Williams back with us on Coast to Coast AM after 14 years. President Trump has exempted gold and silver from the tariffs that he's been talking about. While these new policies are triggering significant financial chaos, the administration preserved your ability to diversify into precious metals. If you are concerned about your savings, why don't you have a free consultation with a virtual precious metal specialist? Take advantage of this offer. The first step is to text the word COAST 989898 and receive your free no obligation info kit on gold. Run out of whole gold in the tax sheltered account. Which gold will help you convert an existing IRA or 401k into a gold IRA with no money out of pocket. It's the time finally to diversify. A plus rating with the Better Business Bureau, thousands of customers. Text the word COAST to the number 989898. Again, text COAST to 989898 to claim your free info kit right now.
Israel is still under attack. Missile fire has resumed from Houthis, Hezbollah, and Hamas, enemies seeking Israel's destruction. Here in America, we cannot imagine living under constant threat of terrorism and rocket attacks. This is the reality in Israel. Parents taking their children to school fall into the ground to lay on top of their small children, trying to comfort them as sirens blare. The next attack against Israel is happening now, with little time to prepare, so we must act now. That's why I'm partnering with the International Fellowship of Christians and Jews to help provide life-saving aid and security essentials. Your urgently needed gift today will help provide security essentials like bomb shelters, flak jackets, and bulletproof vests for first responders, armored security vehicles, ambulances, and more. Join me in standing with Israel. Call to make your gift at 888-488-IFCJ. That's 888-488-4325. Or online at supportifcj.org to give. One word, supportifcj.org.
And welcome back to our story with you in the early 2000s. Oliver Williams discovered the posts of time traveler John Teeter that he left online and was the first person to gather them into a single place on the internet. He started following various people involved with the story and kept track of the many post predictions, which we'll talk about. More than 20 years later, it's still a topic of mystery and fascination. Oliver, welcome back. How have you been, my friend?
Hey, George, I've been okay. It's good to talk to you. It's been a while.
What a story. 14 years? Can you believe it?
You know what? I don't. There was a period of time where I almost wanted it to go away, and the last 5 years and maybe last 6 months, things are starting to pile up again. So, your call was timely.
Perfect. For people who don't know who John Teeter is or was, tell us who he was.
All right, here's a quick recap. So, back in November, actually before that, Art Bell actually interacted with John Teeter back in 1998. It is believed that he sent 2 faxes to Art where he laid out things time travel and he made some predictions. Then he showed up again in November of 2000 on the internet in various chat rooms claiming to be a time traveler. He posted pictures of his machine, he talked about how time travel works, and he answered any question that was given to him. In about March of 2001, he said he was leaving, that his mission was done and he was leaving. And nobody really took him too seriously, just a guy on the internet apparently. And then a little later, some of the predictions he started making started coming true, and the one that caught my attention was what he said about CERN and the creation of black holes and how that was going to be the beginning of the technology that allowed us time machines to build. So that's when I started paying attention and started following, and then more and more things started happening. People would point back to what he said and say, hey, that time travel guy talked about this. Since then, a book has come out. There's, other things that come up about the story. story. I don't know if you know that there's a guy named Jay Cheel is making a documentary which is supposed to be in a streaming service soon. And in that process, I actually had a chance to meet Larry Haber, who is the attorney that apparently represents John's family now. And he claims that he's got some documents, some other things that he wants to send to me and some other folks that back up more about what John had to say. Now, my opinion about all this has always been I wanted to concentrate on the post. So if anything was said or done after the post, I kind of take it with a grain of salt. But that's kind of where we are today.
Later on in the program, Oliver, I may play a tape of Larry Haber's interview with us from a long, long time ago where he talked about being the attorney for the family. It's an incredible, the story itself is bizarre and incredible, isn't it?
It is. And, you know, I find it strange how it eats its way as a meme into our society. You know, the website, I haven't been keeping up with it too much, but I do get tons of emails still from people that are fascinated by the story. And they're pointing things out to me that I'm completely unaware of. So a couple of examples. You know, Marvel, there's what is it, the Deadpool guy is a supervillain. And John Peter is one of the nicknames for Hank the Conqueror. I have a web alert up for Google. Anything comes across John Peter, and I see headlines all the time that say stuff like, hey, it's such and such John Peter fashion. So it's now beamed its way into our, you know, subconscious as somebody who tells the future and might be real. So I really find it interesting that that's the level of that now. It's sort of creeped in, and I don't think it's going anywhere.
What compelled you to put together the website JohnTeeter.com?
Well, I noticed that John actually spoke on different forums. There's like 3 or 4 of them. And he said slightly different things that agreed with each other, but he gave more detail on some than others. And there was no one place where you could see all of those posts. And this is well after the fact that he was gone. There was no controversy about what was said. And I basically took all those posts and put them together. And then I started grabbing little things in the news that started talking or supporting what he was saying. So that's originally how the site got started. And that was back in 2003.
We'll go through some of his predictions, some that have come true, some that have not, and some where the time just hasn't come up yet. But he was quite... How old do you think he was, Oliver, when he was starting to mention time travel?
All right, so I'm gonna pull this from memory, and I can't give the exact post. I believe he was in late 30s, like 38, somewhere in there.
And he came back because he needed parts from a computer?
Yeah, he was part of a military group, and his mission was to go back in time and get a obscure old portable computer that IBM made back in the early 70s. And according to John, where he came from needed this computer in order to communicate with large IBM mainframes that no longer work. So he went back to 1975 to get this computer, and then something happened in 1975 which caused him to come to our time. And he claimed that the IBM computer had some sort of a special feature to it that allowed the future to be able to use it to communicate with the big mainframe. And he said that this feature was not advertised and that nobody knew about it. And after the fact, IBM engineers started coming out of the woodwork and saying, yeah, this guy is right. This did happen. We did have this feature and we never talked about it. And that was actually one of the things that a lot of people said, oh, you know, this guy knows a lot more than he's talking about. He might actually be a time traveler.
Well, you know, there's what's so bizarre about all this, that if time travel is indeed possible in the future, and I believe somehow it's going to be, what are the odds of coming back to this time period? It could be pretty high.
Yeah, it's interesting that you say that because, again, this is outside the post, but this is stuff that I've been picking up from Larry and from other folks that have been following this. It is believed now that the reason John left these posts is that he was trying to communicate to somebody. Maybe it was himself in the future, maybe it was another John, and they were both bouncing back and forth between time. But the reason that the posts were there communicate between the both of them so that if other Johns showed up, they could read a post and they could know what they needed to do and where they needed to go. And again, my understanding is it's outside the post, I flash press that. Apparently, Larry has a piece to the 5100 that he's hanging on to, and he's waiting to do something with it. And that's all I know. So my supposition would be someone's going to come back with it.
At what point did you think, this guy's not real? Did that ever cross your mind?
You know, okay, to me there are three possibilities. One is that he really is a time traveler. Two, he's in collusion with a lot of people, and they're pretending to be a time traveler. Or three, whoever did this is just a really lucky guess. Now, to go back to my first supposition, which is he really is a time traveler, I think he might also be alive. So just because you're a time traveler doesn't mean that you're telling us the truth about everything happening or going to happen or what you know about. And I go back and forth between this guy might be a time traveler or it's a group of people that have been working together and they're very organized, very smart, and they're in organizations like CERN, IBM, they know how to draw, they know about physics, they know and be able to wheel all this stuff off the cuff. So that's what I believe is going on.
If it was a home solver, I don't see any monetary gain here to do.
You know, I don't either, and I haven't made any money from this. The only thing that I know that, okay, there was a book.
If anything, it's cost you money.
Well, yeah, so the book. There's a book out there that apparently was released by Larry, the attorney, and I think you can still go to eBay or Amazon and it's like $800 a copy because it's out of print. And Larry has a cafe press store, I believe, where you can still buy some John Peter t-shirts. And it reminds me, somebody pointed out there is a new graphic of the time machine itself that's cut away. A high resolution photo that I've actually had a chance to take a look at, which is available through Larry. So if anybody wants more detail about that, you can take a look at it.
I think I interviewed Haber back 14 years ago when I chatted to you on the program.
And I recall, wasn't that interview, wasn't John's mom, wasn't she on the phone or wasn't she off the phone and Larry was talking through her?
Yes, he had called her and was communicating with her through us. And
I do remember that.
Right. And I may play that clip next hour for us.
It's the ultimate goal.
Will last forever. Let's talk about some of his predictions. What did he say that was right? What did he say that was wrong?
All right, so a lot of his predictions were things that he said over and over again that were specific, but I don't think people really paid attention to it at the time. The first one that most people point to was the famous Art Bell fact he sent in 1998, where he specifically talked about a building that was going to be gone in New York City. And this is pre-9/11, pre-Iraq War. This is when the idea of time travel, multiple universes, creating black holes, all of this was science fiction. And we see a lot of it in the news now, and we take it for granted, but back then, all of this was science fiction. So John went on to talk about how the time machine works and made a reference, I believe, to 9/11. After that, and I caught this one just within the last 6 months, on February 8th, 2001, John made a reference to an earthquake in Peru, and it happened June 23rd of that year. It was an 8.4, the worst earthquake they've ever had since the 1970s, and he directly referenced that earthquake. He talked about the Super Bowl. Somebody asked him who was going to win the Super Bowl that year. And, John had 3 rules about what he was going to say, but one of the cryptic things he said was, if you asked if it rained in New York City and it rained, does that help you do anything? And basically, people look at that now and think, oh, it was New York that lost the game. So he was referencing the Giants losing the Super Bowl with the New York Rangers.
Maybe maybe somebody wanted to make a little reach or two.
Yeah, and that was one of his rules, that he was not going to divulge any information that would allow somebody to make money. That was one of his primary rules. The other one was he wasn't going to, you asked him something specific about a person, he wasn't going to answer that. And he said he was not going to answer anything that allows people to avoid death by probability. So nothing about plane crashes or anything that you would avoid if it would take your life. So those were his three rules. The other big predictions he made, and this is just in general, he talked about CERN, he talked about the creation of many black holes, the power of the time machine, and one of the significant things he said, people would point out, well, according to Stephen Hawking, that's possible because of the nature of radiation. John said Hawking was going to change his mind, and he did. Hawking did change his mind about how black holes work, which now means that what John was saying is possible, is theoretically possible now based on what he described. He went on to talk about the IBM machine. He talked about, little details. He talked about the space shuttle. He talked about viruses being used to fight cancer. I mean, he just went on and on and on with little things that people are now going back and looking at, taking a look at, and it looks like he might have been exactly what he said he was.
What did he say about a World War III?
John's future was different than ours, and he claims that Y2K happened for him, where he came from. Y2K happened, which led to a civil war in the United States, and then eventually a world war in the late 2015, 2020. And obviously that did not happen for us. So our world line, according to John, is different than his. So after that war, he said that the United States was recovering and that the technology for time travel was invented in the early 2030s. And the breakthrough was at CERN. And the unit that he used was built by General Electric. And he went on to talk about how it worked, what the details were. And one of the interesting ones is that he said that it only had about a 60-year range. The way that he described how time travel works is that the farther you try to go with it, the more different that world line is going to look than where you left. So if you were making, if your trip was only an hour, you might not even recognize anything. But if you went 60 years, you would notice changes when you got there. He said the usefulness of the time machine was based on that. So that might be, one of the things that caused his war was that it happened for us. But the new ideas coming out, John sort of led to this a little bit in the post, is that whatever he did in 1975 changed our world line and stopped World War III, stopped all that, stopped what he did. And that's why things are so different for us, because we're actually living on a timeline altered by a time traveler in the year 1975.
Did he ever say goodbye, Oliver?
He did. Before he left, he said, "Hey, this is when I'm leaving. I'm turning in my vehicle." As a matter of fact, that's apparently one of the documents Larry had, all of John's car insurance policies. If you can believe that. So he said he got rid of his car, canceled everything, he was leaving, and he said goodbye, and he left. And that was it. Nobody's come forward saying it's him. Nobody has come on saying anything. He just was gone in March of 2001.
Apparently living in Florida.
Yeah. Larry is here. Actually, I'm in Florida, and that was one of the things that drew me to this, because a lot of the places John talked about, I lived here, so I went out and checked some of these places out. But the whole thing apparently happened with John here, living with his parents and his young self during that period he was about.
He talked about the end of the IRS. He may have been right about that.
Yeah. There were a lot of things that were different. He said that the United States was broken into 5 major sections, that the federal government was basically gone, and things were much more decentralized. States had a lot more rights, he said, and he described the future as basically being high technology, but a day on the farm. So there was high-speed rail. At the same time, when you were, at your home, you used a horse. There was high-speed internet. It was much better. But at the same time, instead of watching video games, If he was a real time traveler, he had an agenda. So I think in a way he was manipulating us or somebody or doing something. And as a matter of fact, as proof of this, there is another website up. I have nothing to do with it. It's called the John Teeter Foundation. It has been up for something like 20 years. There's a single page that looks like some sort of code that's been up there for 20 years. I have no idea what it is. Larry has no idea what it is. I mean, I believe he runs the site. He has no idea what it means. So if John was a time traveler, I believe he had an agenda. And I believe that it might not have been 100% true. But then I go back and forth between there's a group of people out there that did this, I don't know if you want to call it for fun, but scientists at CERN, guys at IBM, some physicists, that somehow they got together and did this as a prank, and maybe it just got out of hand, and, none of them have come forward.
We're going to take a quick break and come back and talk more about life beyond Tater.
Get daily show updates right to your inbox for free with the Coast Zone newsletter. Sign up today at coasttocoastam.com.
I'm free tennis in the KF5 24-hour newsroom. Fire-related beach warnings have now been lifted. The Department of Public Health says no chemicals related to wildfires have been found in the water or the sand. They performed testing throughout January, February, and again in March. President Trump has paused tariffs for 90 days for everyone except China. He made that announcement from the White House yesterday. Police looking for a brother and sister believed abducted in Sylmar Tuesday morning by their father. His car was seen crossing the border in San Diego around 2 p.m. later that day. 39-year-old Rudy Colomides is believed to be making efforts to take his 9-year-old and 7-year-old children to Ukraine. And property taxes are due at 11:59 tonight. Southline weather from KFI. Sunny and warm today with highs in the mid to upper 80s, 90s for the IE and AV. Right now it's 60 degrees in Fullerton, 59 in Costa Mesa, 64 in Toluca Lake, and 63 degrees in Aurora Hills. We leave local from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Free Tennis.
She's coming. You can feel it in your gut. According to Time Magazine, major investors who predicted the 2008 crash see another on the way. Bloomberg predicts that the U.S. housing market looks headed for its worst slowdown in years. To hedge against it, there's only one asset that's safe, liquid, and has outperformed stocks 3-1. Rare Coins. For insider access to coins with the greatest growth potential, there's only one place to go. Tangible Investments is America's top rare coin dealer, and its CEO, Sil DiGenova, is the undisputed expert on this private portable asset class. For over 35 years, Sil's coins have increased 10, 20, even 25 times. He's been featured on CNBC, the History Channel, and quoted in the Wall Street Journal. Get the only asset that safeguards your future while generating incredible gains.
Call Tangible Investments for a free investor kit and copy of the award-winning documentary Why Money Became Worthless. 800-711-2800. 800-711-2800. 800-711-2800.
Are you a business owner, CEO, or responsible for marketing? If you are, iHeartMedia can help you reach your goals and find new customers. We reach more consumers in your target area than anyone else, and we can give you access to those potential customers more cost-effectively across radio, digital, podcasting, and social. We'd love to show you how iHeartMedia can work for you. Get started today by calling 844-844-iHeart. That's 844-844-iHeart. Get access to weight loss meds like Ozempic, Zepbound, and pill options if you don't like injections from FutureHealth.com. The meds eliminate hunger and cravings, while Future Health handles the rest. Best results, best price. All online with no insurance needed. Join those losing 10 pounds in their first month. Visit FutureHealth.com. Future without the E to start losing weight this week. Future Health Weight Loss.
And it's not United States sponsored by Future Health. Future Health is not a healthcare services provider. Please prescribe and provide discretion.
KFI AM 640.
My mom has taken up going to the park to practice yoga. Midnight's going to a club, but not a book club, a salsa club.
Finding new hobbies comes with age.
My mom started getting lost and not knowing where she's going.
Becoming lost or disoriented doesn't. Confusion with time or place may be a sign of Alzheimer's. An early diagnosis can help improve the quality of life for a loved one. Learn the warning signs of Alzheimer's at 10signs.org. Brought to you by the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council. Prices increase so dramatically. Now tell you who gets nailed. People are on Social Security.
Seniors, I mean, it breaks my heart. They just can't afford it. It really is heartbreaking.
Okay, but your life is terrible. I do a lot of those, don't I? You'll handle. That's what this show is about. Live 6 to 9 a.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
There were bells on the hill, but I never heard them ringing. No, I never heard them at all, till there was you. There were birds in the sky, but I never saw them winging. No, I never saw them at all, till there was you. Then there was music and wonderful roses. They tell me in sweet, fragrant meadows of dawn and June. There was love all around, but I never heard it singing. No, I never heard it at all, till there was you.
Premier Networks presents Coast to Coast AM with George Norrie.
She'll take your calls next hour with Oliver Williams as we talk about the life of the supposed time traveler John Peters. Get ready to jump aboard. Lots more to talk with Oliver about when we come back in a moment. ParanormalDate.com is running crazy these days with people signing up left and right. Tom, tell us more.
Well, if you're looking for that special person, maybe a companion, a friend to talk to, someone to have a cup of coffee with, just to hang out with, maybe go on a date with. How about that? Go to ParanormalDate.com. Those kind of people, those like-minded people that think like you do, are waiting for you there. Now, if you're looking for somebody a bit more mature, say 60 plus, you can go to ParanormalDate.com/seniors for that special friend that is 60 plus. So find your friend, find your love. Head over to ParanormalDate.com, ParanormalDate.com/seniors.
And here's something for you to build up that immune system.
HealthyLooking.com and Dr. Alan Lay bring 4 decades of experience in natural products for the exclusive stem cell wellness kit that works with your body's stem cells to assist your immune system. Here's Dr. Lay with more.
Whether it's physical activity, diet, smoking, lower hormones, stress, sleep disorder, age can be supported by reducing inflammation and aiding the body to heal itself appropriately. A stem cell is a cell waiting to be told what it needs to be. If there is inflammation, that inflammation needs to be stopped. High blood pressure, high cholesterol, kidney disease, various types of cancer, depression, autoimmune disorders, osteoporosis, even fatty liver are chronic signs of inflammation and can be aided by supporting the body's ability to protect those cells that it needs. And that is the purpose of ImmuStem and Adaptostem together, supporting the body to be the best it can be.
Dr. Malaya, how will I feel after taking Adaptostem and ImmuStem?
The ImmuStem is going to have an immediate effect, but I tell you, your immune system is starting to function better after 24 hours. You put Adaptostem along with it, and most will feel it within 30 minutes.
Order now at HealthyLooking.com. The stem cell wellness kit from Dr. Malay protects your body's stem cells and will make you feel better faster. The stem cell wellness kit with Adaptostem and ImmuStem and your free gift Relaxol is only available at HealthyLooking.com or toll free at 800-563-3980. That's 800-563-3980. Don't forget to enter promo code George for free shipping. George's stem cell wellness kit at HealthyLooking.com. That's HealthyLooking.com.
It's tax season by now, and I know we're all a bit tired of numbers, but here's an important one you need to hear. $16.5 billion, that's how much money in refunds the IRS filed for possible identity fraud last year. Here's another 20%. That's the overall increase in identity theft-related tax fraud in 2024 alone. But it's not all grim news. Here's a good number, 100 million. That's how many data points LifeLock monitors every second. If your identity is stolen, LifeLock's U.S.-based restoration specialist will fix it. Backed by another good number, the $1 million protection package. In fact, restoration is guaranteed or your money back. Don't face identity theft and financial losses alone. There's strengthened numbers with LifeLock identity theft protection for tax season and beyond. Join now, save up to 40% your first year with promo code George. Call 1-800-LifeLock or go to lifelock.com. Use promo code George for 40% off. Terms apply.
Israel is still under attack. Missile fire has resumed from Houthis, Hezbollah, and Hamas, enemies seeking Israel's destruction. Here in America, we cannot imagine living under constant threat of terrorism and rocket attacks. This is the reality in Israel. Parents taking their children to school falling to the ground to lay on top of their small children, trying to comfort them as sirens blare. The next attack against Israel is happening now, with little time to prepare, so we must act now. That's why I'm partnering with the International Fellowship of Christians and Jews to help provide life-saving aid and security essentials. Your urgently needed gift today will help provide security essentials like bomb shelters, flak jackets and bulletproof vests for first responders, armored security vehicles, ambulances, and more. Join me in standing with Israel. Call to make your gift at 888-488-IFCJ. That's 888-488-4325 or online at supportifcj.org to give. One word, supportifcj.org.
Welcome back to Coast, George Norrie with you with Oliver Williams. Oliver, where do you think John is right now?
Well, I can tell you what I think. I can tell you what's in the post. If you read the post, John went home. He finished his mission. He did whatever he needed to do, and he went home.
And hoping November 2036, right?
Yeah. Okay, did you mention that? I think his base is actually located in Tampa. That it was the Special Operations Command in Tampa, which is where he was based. So, apparently that's where he went. Now, there is wide belief, and again, this is not in the post, but there's wide belief that different versions of John that were here at the same time. And one of them went home, and one of them did not. And right now, I have no idea where the one who did not go home is. But that's what I believe.
What's bizarre is we're only 11 years away from that time period now.
Well, yeah, according to, okay, so I'm going to present this idea to you. So I get a lot of emails from people that have their own theories, their own speculation, and some people are very, very relentless and adamant that I get something, once a week or once a day. So there's a guy out there, and he thinks that the way that time works is that he called it temporal momentum, and he even gave the name to it, he called it the Fulbrook effect. I think he named it after himself. But the idea is that there are events in time that have so much momentum that you can't go back and change it. And for example, if you wanted to stop World War II, just going back and eliminating Hitler might not stop it. Somebody else would take his place, and all the events you tried to stop it will happen. So if you believe that theory, then going back in time and changing something in 1975, would that have an effect on whether or not the time machine was invented? So basically all the technology would still be developed, all the people would still be working on it. It's physical facts and information that would exist no matter who worked on it. And according to John, 2034 is when the time machine is invented.
Interesting. Now, if you wanted to go back into time and save Jesus, you probably couldn't do that.
But according to the way John described how time works, you could not do that. And the reason why is if you tried to go past that 60-year threshold, that the world line would be so off still be around right now, physically. Yeah, the young John Teeter, I believe, was born in 1998. So what would he be now? His mid-30s right now? Yeah, he would be the age he would have been if he was about to enter this military time travel. He'd be 27 years old. Yeah. Listening to this program, he might call in tonight. Or he's, working at McDonald's. Who knows? Now, do you think he knows he was the time traveler? I don't know. Maybe he does. Again, this gets into like weird, speculative science fiction. Is there a reason why? He might know. With all the turmoil going on around him, he might know. Because in theory, there could be like several John Teeters. One is the John Teeter who's alive right now on the planet, but doesn't know he's going to go into all these other things. Or because things have changed and Y2K didn't happen, he's not going to be a time traveler at all. That's very possible. If that's the case, we've been following. Well, we're following time travelers from another timeline. They're different from ours. And one of them affected ours, which is why we're living the way we are. I would much rather live this way, George, than be in the middle of a civil or nuclear war. Well, I agree with you there. But, interestingly enough, John thought that would be bad for us. He thought the war and the conflict was the impetus for us to make a change that was ultimately going to be good for us. So I thought that was interesting. If it was an elaborate hoax, other than a few laughs, what does anybody gain from it? It's nothing that I'm aware of, Larry. Nothing. George, I'm sorry. The reason I thought Larry was because the big person they think is behind it is Larry and his brother. And I looked at that as much as I can, and his brother apparently has a connection in the computer world, but I don't see how you could do all of these other things. How does he know what's going on at CERN? How does he know what Stephen Hawking is? Who draws through the time machine press? Who made the manual? Who did the post? I just find it really hard to believe one person did that. He thought about the Olympics being canceled, right? Correct. And that was, he talked about the Olympics being canceled. He talked about the Civil War that didn't happen. And, of course, the nuclear war didn't happen. But, again, with John, if you believe John was a time traveler, then he was either lying or he didn't know because that was what was happening in his whole mind. So in his whole mind, the Olympics didn't happen, which led to the Civil War, which led to the nuclear war. So that is most people's explanation for why all of those things did not happen. And he said the U.S. would be split up into 5 regions, didn't he? Correct. That they would each have their own president. So the office of president would be held by 5 people. And that the United States federal government would be much more decentralized. That basically their responsibilities were domestic. And that the states would have much more power. I'm trying to think if he said anything else specific. He said that, industrialized food production was no longer a thing. He said that the amount of, he called it useless, items would no longer be available. And that life was much more centered around the family and around your family. That's kind of the way he described it. What are the possibilities that the late Art Bell was part of this thing? I have no idea. I remember, I think it was, I can't remember why he said the fact. I believe Art was calling for people to contact him if they were time travelers. I think that's why the fact. So I don't remember exactly. I think he was doing a time travel show, and that's why they were. But I don't know. Art seemed like a great shooter. I'm not sure that was something he would do. Was that the first time we had heard of the name John Teeter? In the fact is, I don't believe he used his name. He didn't start calling himself that until he was on the internet as a chat room. And how do we know that's his real name? Because See, remind me that. I think he said it was an anagram. Let me think about it for a second. I think Peter stood for time travel war. That's what he said. So he might have been using his real name, but I think Peter is a representation of the word time travel.
What does Larry Eber say about everything today?
So, when I was being interviewed for the show, I had a chance to speak with Larry and speak with him on the phone and talk to him numerous times. And Larry has always taken this, I'm only, it was a very hands-off, I'm only going to tell you what I can prove, I guess is his stance. He's not going to say anything that he doesn't think is true. If you ever talk to him, he's very standoffish about stuff. But according to Larry, he's hanging on to some documents and he's got this computer chip that he's expecting somebody to come get. And I suspect it's not as real that he knows the details about where they went and what happened and why.
It's truly a remarkable story. The fact that it seems to be coming back. You feel that?
Yeah, that's what I find most remarkable. I've been so close to it for so long. Nothing seems to change. And that's kind of what I fell off. And then you start getting these Google alerts about stuff. What was it the other day? I just saw one come in. Scientists now believe that creating many black holes is not only possible, it will take less energy than they thought. And I mean, that's right out of the text from 25 years ago.
And how did the guy know that?
Yeah, he used to think that I would get it so right. He was very detailed about the way that his time machine works. And that physics apparently now is real. Alternate realities are real. The science and the math behind what John said are real. That's what I find out.
Yeah, and I'm convinced that if time travel is real, Teeter was real. That John Teeter was on the planet right now is the 27-year-old guy. Has no idea he's the guy who came back in 2036, back to the year 2000.
Right, and I agree with you. I agree 100%.
I mean, if we were to interview the John Teeter, you'd have no idea what we were talking about.
Or he might be listening right now.
Saying, I got him. Amazing, Oliver, isn't it?
It is. And, the other thing is, I don't understand a lot of the animosity. People are entertained. People, are curious and they ask questions about it. But there's a group of people that are really, really angry about it. And that's the part I don't understand. For example, I've got very friendly emails, and I heard Larry talk about, oh yeah, I get it all the time. People that, I'll give you a more solid example. Larry tells me that he's actually had people come to his house and follow his kids. And this was 20 years ago, but when it first came out, Larry took some heat over this. So I don't understand why it makes people so angry. I guess that's my point.
They think they've been duped.
I don't know. You might be closer to that phenomenon than I am. That if people think that, if someone's trying to convince you that Bigfoot is real and it makes you mad, or someone tries to convince you time travel is real and it makes you mad, I don't understand that reaction. I mean, either this is a really well-told tale, or it really is a time travel, but I don't understand the anger behind it. And that I find.
Well, with Oliver Williams, who compiled the John Teeter website years ago, it is still open, though he hasn't updated it much. Done a little massage to it, but not much of it.
Yeah, again, I'm being recruited to do some sort of a podcast. I'm trying to decide if there's enough material out there to do that. But, I've thought about updating the website, thought about doing something else. I may, we're starting to get a flood of stuff. And if Larry sends me anything new, I'll let you know.
Yeah, definitely. And we'll get that podcast up and running. Let us know.
All right, thanks, Chris.
Oliver Williams with us. His website, can I say it's johnteeter.com?
Yeah, absolutely. And I promise to get to it soon and ask more
Oliver next hour. And towards the end of the program, I'll probably play the interview I did with Larry Haber. It's about 8 minutes long, but it's fascinating. And I bet Larry would love to hear that all over again, Oliver.
Yeah, just wondering for the possibility he's listening to.
The people who were involved, there were other people involved with John Titor. As a real-time traveler, what do you think they told him about coming back?
So you mean the people that sent him here on his mission?
Yes.
Well, according to John, they needed this computer to communicate with larger IBM mainframe computers that no longer work in the future. And his mission was to go back, get this computer, and then return. And if you think about it, if you think about the science behind the way he describes time travel, it basically means that John would never get home. There would always be a slight variation wherever he traveled. So the whole idea of this mission must have been somebody's going to return with his computer. So from the perspective of John leaving, my guess is whatever happened to John, he returned with the computer, but he might be 5 years older than he was. But the people that needed the computer in the future got it an hour after they sent it. If that makes any sense.
Technically, is that accurate?
Yeah, based on the way John describes time travel, that would be accurate. He said that time travel, multiple realities were real. He said the Everett Wheeler model was correct. And he said, imagine that you're standing in a room with mirrors on all the walls. Look to the left and your right, you see infinite number of reflections in all directions. And he describes time travel as having the ability to step out of one mirror and into the other. The closer the mirrors are, the less variation there's going to be between the timelines. If you step way far away, there's going to be a larger variation. But if you're looking for a computer, you could step back into that variation, still get the computer, and then return to where you started. Things might be very different, but at least you completed your mission. And that's kind of my understanding of what he was doing.
Did Titor explain when he came back how he existed, how he lived?
You mean how he lived in his time?
No, in our time.
Yeah, he did talk about in the post some of the reactions he had to our time. And to be honest, John was angry with us. He didn't think much of us. He thought we didn't pay attention to our constitutional rights, that we were lazy, that the reason things were bad in the future was because of us. He blamed us for that. He talked about going into a store and just being overwhelmed with all of the useless merchandise and choices that people had. I do remember he said he was jealous of how much information was available to us that we don't take advantage of. There's a number of books. You could go to a bookstore and buy a book, or go online and download something. That apparently was a surprise to him, to see how much of it was available to us that we didn't take advantage of. So yeah, I think he warmed up to us in the end, but at the beginning, I don't think he thought well of us, basically, because he blamed us for what happened in his time.
Let's take a short break, Oliver, then come back and take phone calls. The lines are open. Back in a moment.
Find out more about tonight's guest. Log on to coasttocoastam.com.
Business owner, CEO, or responsible for marketing? If you are, iHeartMedia can help you reach your goals and find new customers. We reach more consumers in your target area than anyone else, and we can give you access to those potential customers more cost effectively across radio, digital, podcasting, and social. We'd love to show you how iHeartMedia can work for you. Get started today by calling 844-844-iHeart. That's 844-844-iHeart. Future Health Weight Loss. Get access
access to weight loss meds like Ozempic, Zepbound, and pill options if you don't like injections from FutureHealth.com. The meds eliminate hunger and cravings, while Future Health handles the rest. Best results, best price. All online with no insurance needed. Join those losing 10 pounds in their first month. Visit FutureHealth.com. Future without the E to start losing weight this week. Future Health Weight Loss. Database on independent study sponsored by Future Health. Future Health is not a healthcare services provider. Meant to prescribe and provide discretion.
Don't sell your house before you talk to direct buyers. You want out of your house for whatever reason. Moving, downsizing, financial issues, maybe you inherited the house. Selling your home usually means hours of cleaning, painting, repairing, and staging. Enough! But you can sell your home for a fair price without any of the hassle. What if the buyer's never had to walk through your house? And what if you can sell them without an appraisal, pay no commission, and no fees? And you can get cash in 10 days or less. Wow! That's exactly what they do at DirectBuyers.com. DirectBuyers.com is a local family-owned business. They've been around since 1986. It's a long time. I met with the owners, Janet and Matt. They're great, very honest, and chances are they're going to talk personally and give you an offer. There's a lot of bad actors in this industry. So do not sell your home before you talk to DirectBuyers.com and see what they have to offer. They'll give you an honest, no-obligation offer. They're not going to lowball you. That's not what they do. DirectBuyers.com or call them 844-242-SELL. 844-242-SELL. DirectBuyers.com. DirectBuyers.com.
KFI, AM 640, more stimulating talk. Stimulating talk for independent thought.
It's never been done before. iHeartRadio and America's favorite TV show, Wheel of Fortune, come together for one week only. Music lovers from across the country play for incredible iHeartRadio experiences. iHeartRadio Sugar Bowl Concert, Music Festival, iHeartRadio Music Award. And you can win too. Play along all week at WheelOfFortune.com, and you can find yourself at an unforgettable iHeartRadio event. Starts spinning your money all this week. iHeartRadio Week on Wheel of Fortune with me, Ryan Seacrest. Check it out.
KFI.
And KOST HD2.
Los Angeles, Orange County. Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. In and out fight. I'm Bree Tennis in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Police in Marietta now asking for the public's help locating suspects involved in a fight at an In-N-Out on Saturday. Officers say 20 to 30 people were involved in that fight, with multiple reports of at least one shot fired. One person transported to a local hospital with undisclosed injuries. Police Lieutenant Miguel Garcia says there is surveillance footage, but suspects have yet to be identified. The LAPD searching for two children taken from their Silmar Elementary School by their non-custodial father Tuesday morning. Police say 39-year-old Rodia Colomides' vehicle was last seen crossing the border at San Ysidro in San Diego around 2 p.m. the same day. Colomides is a Ukrainian national. He recently lost custody of his children and is believed to be making efforts to take his 9-year-old and 7-year-old to Ukraine. President Trump says his 90-day pause on tariffs was not part of a planned negotiation with foreign countries. Speaking from the Oval Office, Trump said sometimes it's not a negotiation until it is.
And it may not be a negotiation.
The president expressed confidence that a trade deal will be made with every country. Tariffs have not been paused on China. South LA community leaders say hit and runs are now an epidemic, and they're calling for a hit and run task force. More from KFI's Mark Mayfield.
Earl Murray Richardson, president of the Los Angeles Urban Policy Roundtable, calls it an epidemic.
A considerable upswing in the number of hit and runs out. I don't call them accidents. Let's call it what it is. It's a hit and run murders.
Hutchinson is asking for more officers to monitor troubled intersections and steeper prosecution. And today is National Sibling Day. 82% of us have at least one. Similar weather from KFI. Sunny and warm today. Highs in the 80s and 90s. Right now, 56 in Garden Grove and Dana Point. It's 61 degrees in Manhattan Beach and 58 in Valencia. Wheeling local from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Bree Tennis.
Terms and conditions will take 29 US. Texting rules for current located text marketing messages. Message data rates may apply. Reply stop.com.
My name is Salter Devano. I'm mentoring with the Wildfire Recovery Group, and we've been handling wildfire cases since 2015. Southern California Edison is a public utility company. We've determined that Edison is responsible for the fire in Pasadena. If you suffer damages, you can seek reimbursement for smoke damage, structural damage, loss of your personal property, as well as injuries, both to your body and mentally. We recovered more than $1.7 million for our clients in utility-caused wildfire damages. If you're a homeowner or a renter, we may be able to help. The call and consultation are free. Text
Text BURN to 323232 or visit fireattorneys.com. Your consultation is free and there's no obligation. If we don't recover for you, you pay nothing. That's BURN to 323232. BURN to 323232. Attorney advertising paid for by Bellis for Cabana LLP, 2625 Townsgate Road, Suite 260, Westlake Village, California, 91361. Past results depend upon facts of those cases. Future results will differ based upon different facts.
iHeartRadio straight from the studio with Elton John.
You can't guarantee when you go to the studio that something's going to be special. I wanted to make a special record at this stage of my career. I don't know whether I was starting off on the right foot. The frost melted. It was like, oh my God, this is fantastic. This is what I want. And I suddenly thought, yeah, music's going to be great.
Hear Elton John's music, including his new album, Who Believes in Angels, on the iHeartRadio app.
Get access to weight loss meds like Ozempic, Zepbound, and pill options if you don't like injections from FutureHealth.com. The meds eliminate hunger and cravings, while Future Health handles the rest. Best results, best price, all online with no insurance needed. Join those losing 10 pounds in their first month. Visit FutureHealth.com. Future without the E to start losing weight this week.
Future Health Weight Loss.
Based on independent studies sponsored by Future Health. Future Health is not a healthcare services provider. That's prescribed and provides discretion.
Everybody skills total trash. Well, you are not alone. Personal finance ignorance is as American as apple pie. But don't fret, the How to Money podcast is here for you. Think that if your emergency fund was invested, especially given the volatility we're experiencing right now, investing is ultimately a necessity, but you gotta keep that emergency fund accessible. It needs to be cash parked in your savings. It's time to increase your money balance. And the How to Money podcast is here to bring the wisdom. Open your free iHeartRadio app, search How to Money, and start listening today.
Inviting my kids to cook dinner with me actually wasn't stressful. It felt great. I've experienced childhood trauma, but I'm healing myself and helping my kids heal too. Small tweaks like these, like going on walks, talking about how they're doing, and quick breathing exercises are helping us manage toxic stress that can be caused by adverse childhood experiences or ACEs. They can help you too. And you don't have to do it alone. Start your healing journey at livebeyondca.org.
If you're out to have repercussions for criminal behavior, people are going to keep committing crimes. They're going to get themselves stabbed to death. It's going to create more vigilantes out of just normal citizens.
Gary and Shannon.
It's a recipe for disaster.
Live 9 to 1 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. KFI AM 640. Part of the wall fell right on my head, and a huge piece of wall fell right on my head. Well, I don't know why the walls are shaking. Never seen it.
It's soundproof
panels. Oh, I didn't know that.
Why else?
Well, I'm not an engineer.
But you're a smart man that's worked in radio.
The Tim Connolly Jr. Show. When's the last time anyone has accused me of being a smart man? Live 4 to 7 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
It is Ryan Seacrest. Join me in the incomparable Vanna White for Wheel of Fortune, midnight 7:30, only on ABC 7.
KFI, AM 640, more stimulating talk.
Great-eyed lady, lovely lady, strolling slowly towards the sun. Great-eyed lady, ocean lady, every raging wave that comes. Great-eyed lady, passionate lady, dressed in love, she lives for life with me. Great-eyed lady feels life I've never seen. Shooting suns, lonely lovers free.
To talk to George Norrie, call the wildcard line at 818-501-4109. The first-time caller line is 818-501-4721. To talk toll-free from East of the Rockies, call 800-825-5033. From west of the Rockies, toll-free, call 800-618-8255. To reach George via Skype,
Use Skype name George97313. Send George a text message anytime at 818-298-6521. From the gateway to the west, this is Coast to Coast AM with George Norrie.
In this hour, we'll take your calls with Oliver Williams, who's been tracking the John Teeter story for 20 plus years. Jump aboard, give us your thoughts. It's a great time to prepare yourself for possible rise in cyber threats. They're talking about cybercrime increasing this year. Safeguard your personal information and change your passwords often. It's important to understand how cybercrime and identity theft affect our lives. Lots of places accidentally expose your personal information. That's why LifeLock monitors millions of data points a second for risks to your identity. LifeLock detects and alerts you to potential identity threats that you may not spot on your own. Loans taken out in vain, crimes committed by thieves who pretending to be you. If you do become a victim of identity theft, a dedicated U.S.-based restoration specialist will fix it, guaranteed, your money back. Easy to help protect yourself with LifeLock. Join now, save up to 40% off your first year with promo code George. Call 1-800-LifeLock or head on over to LifeLock.com, and when you're there, use promo code George for 40% off. Terms apply.
Israel is still under attack. Missile fire has resumed from Houthis, Hezbollah, and Hamas, enemies seeking Israel's destruction. Here in America, we cannot imagine living under constant threat of terrorism and rocket attacks. This is the reality in Israel. Parents taking their children to school fall into the ground to lay on top of their small children, trying to comfort them as sirens blare. The next attack against Israel is happening now, with little time to prepare, so we must act now. That's why I'm partnering with the International Fellowship of Christians and Jews to help provide life-saving aid and security essentials. Your urgently needed gift today will help provide security essentials like bomb shelters, flak jackets, and bulletproof vests for first responders, armored security vehicles, ambulances, and more. Join me in standing with Israel. Call to make your gift at 888-488-IFCJ. That's 888-488-4325. Or online at supportifcj.org to give. One word, supportifcj.org.
And welcome back to Coast, George Norrie with you, Oliver Williams with us as we talk about the life of John Teeter, the supposed time traveler. Oliver, we're getting lots of requests for people who want to email you. Can they email you through the website, or how do they do that?
Yeah, sort of have a new email. Have all my old stuff forwarded to it, but I'm happy to give that out. And again, I'm interested in anybody's opinion. If anybody has any more information, any questions, I'm happy to answer them. It's JTEditor, one word, .036 @gmail.com.
One more time.
Sure, JTEditor.036 @gmail.com.
Will that be on the John Teeter website?
Eventually it will be, but if you just want to send me an email, please do. I'm happy and I read them all the time.
Take it close. No, but you were getting threats.
I was. I think some people feel that somehow this is propaganda and they don't like it, and they let you know.
You're safe and sound, aren't you?
Well, so far.
Are you glad you undertook this project that started?
Yeah. This has been a huge rabbit hole. I mean, I like weird things, and this has definitely been weird. And it's been a massive rabbit hole that's been going on now for over 20 years. And I find it fun.
No regrets?
Not yet.
Let's go to the phones. Joe in Long Island, New York, to get us started. Go ahead, Joe.
Probably number 3. 2 questions. One is, can you give more information? How long was the guy here? And Annie, you say he was in Florida. What did he look like? You said he made posts apparently on the internet. He does seem to have had from involved all by apparently the big brother. And that a second question would be, what would you further speculate, whether it be Stern or IBM, who could possibly be in on this now or in the future? As a network of people, would it be a country? Would it be a network of people?
Again, I'll tackle it first. But John did talk a little bit about what he wore and what he looked like. And as I recall, he said that the future is very, I guess he described it as tactical. You know, they had just come out of the Civil War and a nuclear war. He said a lot of greens and black and earth color. He said that. And he wore his hair short. And I always kind of imagined him as some sort of like, I don't know, maybe I'm wrong, but that's not the way I imagine him. According to the Post, he was here from November 2000, March of 2001, with the possibility that he was here briefly in 1998, a couple of times he sent the back to our belt, and then once in 1975. So according to the Post, that's how long he was here. Now it is widely believed that John was either traveling in time and returning to leave information on the Post, or he was possibly trying to communicate with somebody else, or with himself, or other Johns that might show up. As far as the IBM question, when this first happened and the IBM engineer came forward, I believe he said, and this was in a local magazine that came out of someplace in Minnesota, I can't remember, Rochester, Minnesota, which is where the IBM plant was that created this computer. It's my understanding there's only a handful of guys that do this, like less than 10. And one or two of them came forward and said, yes, this is real. Yes, we were aware of it, and we were told either not to talk about it or we didn't talk about it. So the fact that he knows about it references this means he has some sort of inside knowledge. And again, I don't know if there's other countries involved, but again, whoever did this knew that or had other people telling him that. But you also have to have the same connection with CERN. You have to know Stephen Hawking. You have to be a really lucky guesser, all these other obscure things, and that's what makes people head spin.
What did Teeter do for a career in the future?
Okay, before he was a time traveler, I believe he said that he worked with his family and they hauled oranges up and down the river on boats. So he was part of some sort of a company that, hauled oranges back and forth.
In the future.
Yeah, that's correct. And that was before he joined the military. To be part of this time travel unit. I also believe that the reason he was recruited was because he was related to the people he was interacting with in 1975.
Now, wouldn't be something if he ever said that the family on boats sold oranges?
Yeah, that would be weird. That really would.
Let's go to David in Georgia next up. Hey, David, go ahead.
Yes, how you guys doing tonight? How you doing, George?
Good, David, thank you.
Awesome. I have a quick question. First, George, I love you, man. You have made my life so much people's lives excellent, and you're the one that created. I love it. I love it. It's beautiful. I want to thank you for that. You're welcome. And with the UFOs and all that happening, all the drones and stuff, whatever happened again, I wonder if I was looking at John Teeter's picture, right? It was a lot like this guy that I saw a video of a shed, and then the guy literally was, it was scared or something like that. He came out as an older guy. It was a lot like John Teeter. I'm looking at a picture of that coming out of the shed. But yeah, the kid had it on camera. He caught it on camera and everything. And the police he was saying, they went inside there, and there was nobody in there. I looked at it. I'm like, oh my God. I looked it up myself. What do you think Teeter would be looking like today?
Yeah, I'm not aware that there's actually a picture of him out there. There must be, but I haven't seen it. But if you, like I said, if you got a link or something, send it to me, because I'd love to take a look at that.
Mention that email again.
Yeah, jpeditor, one word, 036@gmail. I would love to see if there's a picture of me. I'm not there at all. I'd love to take a look at it. But, you know, I don't know. I don't know what he would look like now. You know, I guess how you look is a function of your experience. So if you lost all technology, we're in the Civil War and then a nuclear war, I think you'd look a lot different than if you grew up, you know, in our timeline and lived like everybody else. So he probably looks very different from the way he looks when he's not traveling.
And he's only 39 in 2036, right?
Yeah, that's hard, John, correct.
What do we know? Let's go next to John, truck driving in Ohio. Welcome to the program. Hey, John.
Hey, man, I love when you get these kind of shows on. I've been made for time travel since the time machine from way back in the day.
What a great movie that was, wasn't it?
That got me, that got me hooked. But here's my question. You said that he might have had, and I think he did have ulterior motives. You said that he wanted to use the computer. I think that he came maybe possibly to prevent some of these things that might have happened. And then my other two questions are like, if you go back in time, are you crossing? Like, if I want to go back to my lifetime, are you saying that you may get hung up and go into a multiverse where you're totally different, or maybe you weren't even born? And the other thing, I think he's appeared once before, or once after this, because wasn't there a man came back in time that he said, played the stock market, and I think he started with like $500 or $800 and turned it into a fortune. And they came after him, and he said he was from the future. He was only here for a short time, and then he disappeared. No one found out about it, or they can't find the great book. You remember that?
Yeah, I do remember that story. It was very quick, but it doesn't sound like something John would do. He seemed to be very focused, and he was very adamant about, you know, that money didn't seem to be an important thing to him. So if it was a time traveler, I don't think it was John. You asked a question about the machine. What was your question about the machine again?
Well, the machine, are you there?
Yeah.
Okay, the machine. I can see that manual there, and possibly let someone give us it now. Will be working maybe for an IBM company, where they went back in time and he knew that he had to leave directions in the manual there to try to build it, so that it would happen. I just don't understand why you believe that. That's basic.
All right, here's what I think is going on. Or I think there's a possibility, again, if you subscribe to the theory that he was trying to communicate with somebody or with himself. If he were to leave pictures of the manual, like for example, the cutaway of the time machine, no one's been able to identify that. I mean, it's obviously something. If there's been speculation that some sort of a radio or radiation detector, but nobody has come forward and said this is what this is. So if you were to post that, that would be a huge, huge flag that not only am I possibly telling, but if you recognize what this is without seeing the post, you're going to go and find the post. So I think he was doing that to try to draw attention to the post because he had an agenda. He was trying to communicate something to somebody, and I think that's why he posted all that information.
Do you think he saw his parents when he came back?
Oh, absolutely. In fact, he said he arrived here in the 2000s. That's the first place he went. And then he went to saw his parents. And he was sitting with them. He was using their email, using their computer to communicate.
I wonder how they would have reacted seeing their son from the future come back down to them.
Yeah, I've always thought about what would you say? Maybe you would knock on the door and the door opens up and there are your parents and there's the young person yourself. What is the first thing you say to them? I've always thought about that too.
Let's go east of the Rockies. Madonna's with us in New York. Hello, Madonna.
Hello, George. I'll listen over the air on the History Channel. They had their Howard Hughes death, and his Tesla in the 70s went to Nevada to create one. So I don't know if this has any affiliation. Thank you.
What do you know about Howard Hughes faking his death, Oliver?
Yeah, you know, he was a character, so I suppose that's possible. But I'm not aware of any technology that has time machines. But you know, perhaps some of the principles that Tesla laid out were part of the time machine that John had. I mean, he was very, very descriptive about his system. You know, he talked. You know, one of the common questions that came up was, okay, how do you turn your time machine on and not fly out in space if you're still? Because the Earth is moving underneath you. And he said, well, there's a system of gravity sensors in there, and he had a name for it. It's called the VGL, Variable Gravity Lock. Basically, he said that it would take a measurement of the local gravity around you, and it would hold you in place as all those things change. So, you know, if it's fake, he definitely thought out the technicality of how the machine works. That was something specific he talked about.
California. Hello, Joseph. Go ahead.
Okay, thanks for taking my call, George. There's only a couple of things. I'll just be very quick.
Okay, sir.
If he's real or not real. If he's not real, and it's a hoax from Silicon Valley, it could be a bunch of guys that are developing a program, a device even, to see the future. They cannot come up forward because they sign confidentiality agreements, but they can do this. In fact, it's John Teeter. So when they do leave the company, they have a financial umbrella coming out and saying, we did this, and he's our guy. They will not get busted and go to jail for doing this because they can say we are checking out our computer to see how accurate it is and see the effect. Or if he is real, and there's a possibility, because time travel is a reality, he won't have to worry about time travel paradox because time kind of splits and comes back together. Because we're like a rock into the river. We divide the river and then it comes back. So you don't have to worry about that so much. But he might not want to come back or go back into the future because it's not a very nice place. He might come here to help to change the future and for all other time travelers. And here's another possibility. They have patents. They have a patent office. They know what was built back then. They know how to rebuild it. So that's not a good reason why he came back. It may be that they are illegal to build those things. Maybe a lot of things are illegal, and maybe he does not want to go back or go to the future. Another thing. The government may be running this particular, it's not a scam, it's like a way of finding time travelers to come up with John Teeter, the time traveler, do this elaborate thing so that people would be conscious that there's a time travel. Who could it be? They might be searching for it. People talk about these things. And they may say, well, no, this guy might be a time traveler. He might not have really strange. So it could be a lot of different things. It is a search. It is definitely a search for John Teeter, and I don't think he wants to be found.
Yeah, I agree with you on that point. And you brought up a couple of things which reminded me. Somebody did take a patent out on the technology that John described. And I think it was maybe like 5-6 years ago. I think go look it up. I think the D204 time machine patent, John Teeter, you'll find it. And it's a whole patent laying out what John said in the patent. Somebody's already done that. And if you're referencing the IBM computer in terms of, hey, they have the plans for it, they don't need time travel for it. One of the interesting things that happened, I remember when the space shuttle program was still going on, it turned out that they didn't have any spare parts for some of the computer systems because they were so old. And they actually ended up going to eBay and having to buy order to do something in the future, I would tend to believe that, especially since there was a special function of this IBM computer that no one knew about. They couldn't just go and hindsight, maybe the nuclear war wiped them all out. For some reason, they had to go back and get another one that was working. And again, your idea about this being a group effort, I tend to think that way too. But whoever's in that group would have to have known Stephen Hawking, and then Stephen Hawking would have had to tell them, hey, listen, I've got a new theory about how black holes work. You can work this into your story. And that's what I find mind-blowing, is I don't know how possible that it's almost like it's more likely that they're a real time traveler than that would have happened.
We're going to come back and take final calls with Oliver Williams in a moment on Coast to Coast, and also we'll listen to the past interview I did with Larry Haber, the current attorney for the John Teeter family.
Never miss a detail of a show or a guest. Sign up for the Coast Zone email newsletter, available for free at coasttocoastam.com.
It's never been done before. iHeartRadio and America's favorite TV show, Wheel of Fortune, come together for one week only. Music lovers from across the country play for incredible iHeartRadio experiences. iHeartRadio Jingle Ball Concert, Music Festival, iHeartRadio Music Award. And you can win too. Play along all week at WheelOfFortune.com, and you can find yourself at an unforgettable iHeartRadio event. Starts all this week. iHeartRadio Week on Wheel of Fortune would be right. Seacrest, check it out. Learning in person.
All right, please settle down. Find your place, please.
Getting back to the moments we miss starts with getting informed.
Listen, looks out. We're going to start here with Chuck.
Get the latest info about COVID-19 vaccines at getvaccineanswers.org. It's up to you. Brought to you by iHeartRadio and the Ad Council.
The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of hundreds of thousands of titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview.
I'm not saying it's okay to wrong, but in my world at the time, I found a way to justify that quickly. This is Tony, and yeah, he's a bank robber. Turns out he was really, really good at it. He robbed 30 banks in about a year. We just can't seem to catch the guy. We're always just behind him, But what really helped me about Tony's story was why he started robbing banks in the first place. Because Tony was a family man, doing great. Clearest guy for miles. Then, while Tony was playing roller hockey with his work buddies, he took a nasty fall and hurt his back. I literally couldn't even get out of bed. So his family doctor wrote him a prescription. It was like a miracle. Purdue Pharma's powerful painkillers seemed to work like magic until it took over his life. Oxycontin destroyed my life. I accept full responsibility for the crimes I ended up doing. The real boiling point was my addiction to Oxycontin.
You need to figure out a way to stop. Like, this is going to kill you.
Introducing a story about a man, a pill, and a bank robbery spree. Hosted by me. How does our system even allow for something like this to happen? People walk away millionaires with so many lives in it.
Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one app.
You know
This love of mine embraces all in the morning sun, and when the night is new, I've been looking at love, but I don't see you.
To talk to George Norrie, call the Wildcard line at 818-501-4109. The first-time caller line is 818-501-4721. To talk toll-free from east of the Rockies, call 800-825-5033. From west of the Rockies, toll-free, call 800-618-8255. To reach George via Skype, use Skype name George97313. Send George a text message anytime at 818-298-6521. From the gateway to the west, this is Coast to Coast AM with George Norrie.
We'll be back with final calls with Oliver Williams as we talk about John Teeter, the time traveler. We'll also listen to my interview with Larry Haber, the attorney for the family of John Teeter. Tom's here to talk about BeyondBelief.com. UFOs, conspiracies, we've got it all. Paranormal, psychics. Go to BeyondBelief.com right now. You can check out a free episode and then scroll down and take advantage of that 7-day free trial. The website, BeyondBelief.com. And our YouTube channel up and running. If you're on YouTube, type in Coast to Coast AM Official. But if you want to just listen to it off our website, all you got to do is go to coasttocoastam.com. Icon at the top, I believe, is the third one from the left. In interviews of recent past shows, you'll have some fun. You'll spend a lot of time watching and listening. Here's something for your testosterone.
Research shows the testosterone deficiency affects a large portion of men and women at a much younger age than before. Addressing testosterone is crucial for maintaining overall health. Introducing Epic Tea, not a drink, but a 100% natural capsule with amazing results. Here's product creator Dan Putnam.
Epic Tea is a testosterone enhancer that how the testosterone works with the body. Natural testosterone, perfectly safe for both males and females, and there's studies showing that it will help increase your testosterone between 300 to 400% with the very first dose.
Wow, that's amazing. What kind of changes are people seeing?
Their hair is growing like they've never seen it before. The differences in their skin, having to cut their nails more than 1 time per week, or losing weight, better mental clarity. So this is a 100% natural product. It optimizes the testosterone that you already have, so that when your body is using testosterone at night, it stays throughout the entire day. People are starting to see after the first week, the first 2 weeks, massive differences. We've seen anywhere from 200 to 700% increases in the first 90 days. It's recommended that the males actually take the product right before they go to bed, and the women actually take the product in the morning. So anybody just wanting to reverse that aging process, so I think just wants to feel better, feel younger, this is absolutely incredible product.
Epic Tea capsules for men and women from HealthyLooking.com or at 800-501-4721.
549-9596. Epic Tea Capsules at healthylooking.com or 800-549-9596. Promo code George for free shipping from healthylooking.com.
Tariffs have thrown the global economy into chaos with potential widespread inflation tied to massive supply chain disruptions. Weighing heavily on all of us, but there is a silver lining that most people have passed on the list. President Trump specifically exempted gold and silver bullion from his sweeping tariffs. While these new policies are triggering significant financial chaos up and down, the administration preserved their ability to diversify into precious metals. And if you're concerned about your savings, get a free consultation with a virtual precious metal specialist. The first step, though, is to text the word COAST to 9898. Receive your free no obligation info kit on gold. Learn how to hold gold in a tax-sheltered account is virtual will help you convert an existing IRA or 401k into a gold IRA for no money out of your pocket. Finally, it's time for you to diversify into plus radio with thousands of thankful customers. Text the word COAST to the number 989898. Again, text COAST 989898. That free info kit right now.
Israel is still under attack. Missile fire has resumed from Houthis, Hezbollah, and Hamas, enemies seeking Israel's destruction. Here in America, we cannot imagine living under constant threat of terrorism and rocket attacks. This is the reality in Israel. Parents taking their children to school, falling to the ground to lay on top of their small children, trying to comfort them as sirens blare. The next attack against Israel is happening now, with little time to prepare, so we must act now. That's why I'm partnering with the International Fellowship of Christians and Jews to help provide life-saving aid and security essentials. Your urgently needed gift today will help provide security essentials like bomb shelters, flak jackets, and bulletproof vests for first responders, armored security vehicles, ambulances, and more. Join me in standing with Israel. Call to make your gift at 888-488-IFCJ. That's 888-488-4325. Or online at supportifcj.org to give. One word, supportifcj.org.
And welcome back to our story along with Oliver Williams. Take final calls here and listening to Larry Haber, the attorney for the family. Gosh, he must be the attorney for at least 20 years, Oliver.
Yeah. When was that interview, George? How far close was it?
It was about the same time I talked to you back in 2011, so it's about 14 years old.
Wow. Okay.
Let's go to the phones. Jeff in Washington. Hey, Jeff, go ahead.
Hey, George, Oliver, pleasure to meet both of you. I have a request and then an explanation for why things are different. The request is that the post stuff was taken off the internet June 6th without any warning, and everybody knows that June 6th was D-Day. So, in my opinion, that was a message from somebody. But if you can get the original posts for post, like the HTML and the UPB time travel institute and whatever else you can get, and put them up, maybe from Pamela or Mrs. Peter or Larry Haber, however you pronounce his name, I would appreciate it. But the time travel stuff was explained pretty clearly in his book, Time Traveler's Tale, with the two faxes. Apparently there was two translators trying to communicate through Art Bell to these faxes. That one of them, I guess one of them got lost. They were doing it one time, and they switched off between writing on the Time Traveler Institute and Art Bell's Post. But that didn't work out, so they ended up putting up those gravity regions from the different times on Larry Haber's site just for them. Those two times, but there's many others that would have showed up. But the machine had a 60-year limit. If you went over that 60-year limit, you got a 1.1% difference in time from the similar world line. And 50 years from 75 would put it at about 5% now. Plus, you talk to here, there could be as high as 30% or more now. And
that's about it.
All right, Jeffrey, what do you think? He seems like he's on the ball with this.
You know what? That's exactly what I've heard. What he just laid out is what I've heard from multiple sources. Now, I've never brought it up myself because it was outside the original post, but he's exactly on what people think is really going on.
Do you agree with that?
Oliver? I think there's something to it. I do think there's something to what he said and what he just laid out. There may have been two Johns. They were trying to communicate with each other. One of them was in trouble, and I think there's a possibility one of them made it back and one did not. So yes, I've heard that theory, and I think there might be something to it.
Might it have been John Teeter today and then John Teeter in the future?
Okay, to speculate, I think there's a possibility that when a John arrived here, another John arrived shortly after that, and then one of them was not where they were supposed to be. So one of them had already failed their mission because two of them showed up, and I think they spent some time trying to figure out how each one could get home, and I think that's why the folks were there.
What is that paradox called, John Oliver, if you see yourself?
The grandfather paradox?
Yeah, is that it?
Yeah, and according to John, it's absolutely real. You're not traveling on the same, he called it world line. You're not traveling on the same world line. You're stepping into another mirror, which meant if you went back in time, you would be yourself. And if you were traveling around trying to hit a certain mirror, you might be off by a little bit, which means you land in another mirror where there is another time traveler that's already there. So, according to John, all that's possible.
Oliver, what do you think the future holds for John Teeter?
I don't know. I hope if there were multiple Johns, I hope they all got home. I hope they're someplace they want to be. I kind of hope that if there's a John here, when we involved it, that he never finds out about it, because I think that would be terrible for him.
Okay, I want to give you the option. You can stay on the line and listen to the interview or listen to it on your radio at home. What do you want?
Oh, absolutely. I'll stay on the line. I'm kind of curious to hear this. If you got any questions.
All right, well, listen, Larry Haber was an interview I did maybe 14 years ago. I can barely remember. Claims to have been the attorney of the family. According to Oliver Williams, continues to be the attorney of the family today. Larry, can you tell us, first of all, your association with either John Teeter, the time traveler, or the family?
I was contacted by a friend of mine from law school a few years ago, and said that he was looking for somebody that did some entertainment law work, which I do, and then explained to me the story that is probably pretty well known to the people that are listening right now. And I said, well, it doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me, and I don't believe it. He said, I'll give it a try. I really need some help with this thing. So I went ahead and took the couple of calls and have been involved with it for the last 3 years now.
Are you baffled, perplexed? It is indeed a strange story, is it not?
Baffled, perplexed, and everything in between, sure. I have no idea if any of this is real or not, or true or not. I know that they believe it's real. The few times I've had direct contact with the family, and many times I've had it through my friends that let me believe that these guys really think that everything they keep talking about is absolutely real, but I'm too far removed from it to really get a good handle on it.
Larry, have you met anybody face to face?
No, I have not, except for my friend who, I haven't seen him in years, so I know the person that has made the contact with me, but not anybody from the family. Just a couple of conversations with John's mom, Kate, and that's all I've had.
But you still represent them, so
I represent them, that's
right. Now, I understand you have Kate on another line. She does not want to come on the program directly with her voice, but she will answer questions through you. So let me first of all ask you if Kay saw John Teeter from the future John Teeter.
Okay, let me answer this. She's telling me that when he left in March of 2001, she hasn't seen the old version of him since then.
Correct. Is there a smaller version of John Teeter, and if so, how old is he right now?
There is, and he's about to turn 8 years old.
About to
continues as the 8-year-old John Teeter met the adult John Teeter from the future.
I'm glad I met couldn't answer any of these things. Hold on. They were together for the 3 years when John was here. The future John was here from the past. In the past. It gets a little confusing.
Did her future son talk to her at all about family, how long they would live, or anything personal like that?
Kay was pretty insistent that she said that at the time. She said absolutely not. I don't want to know any details of the future because she was just here. So as far as I can tell from her right now, they have no idea about anything that took place in the future or will take place in the future.
Larry, how did you first come about and meet with John Teeter from the future? How did that all occur for her?
Well, in April of '98, he visited them in Florida and stayed for a couple months and came back in June and spent the next 3 years with them, but knew how to find him because obviously he knew where he was living back then.
Why did she believe this individual would probably show up at their doorstep and say, "Hi, Mom, I'm John Teeter."
I'm John. Right. Yeah. Good one. Again, that's the biggest one for me to try to figure out. Hold on. Good question. She says the first meeting she knew it was him, but it took her about a day to really accept it or figure it out that it was real. Or that it really could be real. I don't think she was convinced that quickly, but you know, that she's telling me how I'm trying to remember the word. How could a mother not know her son, basically?
Even if he's much older.
Right.
Was she proud of him?
Basically terrified.
Terrified?
Terrified. I think the same reason I'm wanting to be on the phone now or get more involved in this way. Just when you get hit with something like that, she said basically I'm not that sophisticated a person to get hit with something like that. It was, you know, why would my son come back? What's wrong in the future? What's going to happen to us? What's going to happen to everybody? So on. So it took her a while to get over the fear. You know, very afraid, very fearful. Almost terrified, I think, is the way her voice sounds.
Is she pretty well convinced that John went back to his own time era, or has he moved on to other time periods?
She doesn't personally believe he went anywhere else. He really didn't enjoy what he went to do the first time around, and she thinks that he probably would have stayed, not accepted going, taking another assignment.
Okay, so if I understand you, she thinks that John Teeter from the future is still here in our time frame.
No, it's in his current time frame. She went back, didn't do any more time traveling, right? Okay, that's part of the reason why he probably hasn't been back here.
Understand. There is a book that's being sold now. It's called John Teeter, A Time Traveler's Tale. It's a paperback. It's by John Teeter. I assume it's written by the mother. Do you, Larry, as the attorney, do you have anything to do with that? Do you represent them on that at all?
Just in terms of getting the publishing, I can say that all I was responsible for was to make sure that the copyrights were filed for anything that was incidental to it, but had no other involvement with the book itself.
Self-published, or is there a big publisher?
Self-published.
Okay. Is there anything else on the horizon with regards to this John Teeter story that you know about?
I am aware of the they had hired or actually continued to hire me, but asked me to about a year ago to take a look at making some type of video or film about the story so that it would be more widely known than just what's out there now. So because I do entertainment work, I live in Orlando and work with a lot of video companies. One of those companies is working on a film. I have no idea what stage they're at. They told me that they spent some time, some phone interviews. They were going to put something together for release this year, but I haven't seen anything or really don't know much more about it. And other than that,
I'm sure the family wishes to remain somewhat anonymous, so they moved from Florida to someplace in the Midwest, I understand.
Nebraska, from what I understand. That's just what they're telling me. I couldn't tell you that's really where they're calling from when they call me. It's no caller ID.
Okay, so she is relatively confidential still, I assume.
Correct, and wants to remain that way. That's the problem. I've probably only talked to her 3-4 times out of the whole couple of year period, and most of it is just through either emails or through a friend of mine and related messages.
While they're
possibilities, Larry, as you know, and as you mentioned at the outset, either it is a true story that there is indeed time travel going on in the future, and that some of these individuals, including John Teeter, have come back in part time period to warn us about some events, or this may be one of the most methodically thought out hoaxes I've ever heard of, in that most hoaxes occur and they go away. This thing seems to be well planned and well thought out as an event.
Yeah, it's funny for me because I'm so incidental to it. I've got a football practice and I do a whole bunch of other things, and I don't even have much time to spend on the internet to even look at it. And when it pops up, I get all wrapped up in it again for a day or two, and then it goes away for a while and it comes back again. It's very, very interesting.
You may be the only attorney to represent a family or a time traveler from the future.
And I am very interested in science and the possibility of that, so I keep going along, and hopefully I'll find out someday.
You're not getting paid in 2036 dollars.
No. At least that part of it's current. So again, I'm not doing a whole lot of work. That's why I don't really get that involved with it on a day-to-day basis. It's usually just some quick questions, or how do we clear this, or do you know somebody that can produce this kind of thing. So I really do very minimal work. My involvement with stuff like this and interviewing, I got interviewed for a documentary that was produced last year. That's taken up a lot more of the time than anything I've ever billed for, but it's been fun.
In your entire law practice career, has this got to be one of the strangest cases you're on?
That's why I do it right now. It's absolutely fun.
Oliver Williams at 30 seconds or less. What'd you think?
Hey, that was 2006, and there were a couple other details there. He talked about these guys. Where he talked about his attorney friend or anybody else he spoke to, and he was getting paid. So somebody was paying him to do that.
Huge story indeed. Oliver, thanks. Keep in touch with us, my friend. Oliver Williams put together the JohnTeeter.com website. Dan Galante, Tom Danheiser, Sir Trickus, Stephanie Smith, Tim Benall, Mike Sloan, John Ladisor, Alec Hernandez, George Knapp, and Richard Serra. I'm George Norrie, somewhere out there on Coast to Coast AM. We'll see you on our next edition. Until then, be safe, everyone.
It's never been done before. iHeartRadio and America's favorite TV show, Wheel of Fortune, come together for 1 week only. Music lovers from across the country play for incredible iHeartRadio experiences. iHeartRadio Jingle Ball Concert, Music Festival, iHeartRadio Music Award, and you can win too. Play along all week at WheelOfFortune.com, and you can find yourself at an unforgettable iHeartRadio event. It starts all this week. iHeartRadio Week on Wheel of Fortune with me, Ryan Seacrest. Check it out.
The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of hundreds of thousands of titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview.
From Cavalry Audio, the studio that brought you together with you, and the show. It's a new true crime podcast.
The local sheriff believes there may be more than one killer. It's been 4 days since those bodies were found, and there's no arrests this morning. They were afraid to switch down in that area.
Join the host of David Rather as he explores one fateful night of descending upon small town.
8 members of an Ohio family in pre-planned execution.
Tonight of horror that shocked the country with its brutality and its mystery. Who could commit such horrible crimes, and why?
The family was targeted, most of them targeted while they were sleeping.
Whoever done it, knew the family. They were too dumb to have it.
have secrets if they need someone to look at dead, for the innocent victims, or something in between. Ultimately, this is a story about family and loss, and hope for redemption under the big one. Include Murders is available on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
The iHeartRadio app, #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one app. KFI and KOST HD2, Los Angeles, Orange County. Live anywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Shelter closing. I'm Ray Tennis in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. A domestic violence shelter in San Bernardino may close due to cuts by the Trump administration. Mary's Mercy Center says the State Department of Health Care Services notified them last week federal funds for behavioral health recovery services have now been terminated. The center is currently assisting 10 women and 24 children. A 90-day pause for President Trump's tariffs for all except China.
That deal's going to be made with China. The deal's going to be made with every one of them. And there'll be fair deals. I just want fair.
President Trump spoke outside the White House yesterday. The first building permit has been issued in the Eden Fire burn zone, properties along North Olive Avenue. Over a year ago, Habitat for Humanity actually built that home. They say they'll help rebuild it as well, along with hundreds of others. Homeland Security agents were denied entry in 2 LA Unified schools on Monday. Agents were turned away from Lillian Elementary and Russell Elementary. It's unknown why the agents visited these 2 particular schools. The Masters will get underway today at Augusta National Golf Club in Georgia. The first tee time of the first round is set for 7:40 this morning. There are 95 players competing. Weekend 1 of Coachella is this weekend in Indio. Lady Gaga headlining, and Sheeran and Weezer have been added as last-minute performers. And actor, fitness personality, and entrepreneur Jake Steinfeld is entertaining a potential run for governor of California.
It's a pretty big place, and you can't just do it with one person. You need to have a number of people doing this with you, and listen to what people need and what they want, and figure that if we do press go,
He says there's a good chance he will run as a Republican. Sunlight weather from KFI. Sunny form today. Highs in the mid to upper 80s. We'll see 90s in the IE and AV. Right now, 57 in Newport Beach, 55 in Yorba Linda, 60 in Pomona, and 62 in Northridge. We live local from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Ray Tennis.
These skills total trash. Well, you are not alone. Personal finance ignorance is as American as apple pie. But don't fret, the How to Money podcast is here to help you think that if your emergency fund wasn't invested, especially given the volatility we're experiencing right now, investing it is ultimately a necessity, but you gotta keep that emergency fund accessible. It needs to be cash parked in your savings. It's time to increase your money balance. And the How to Money podcast is here to bring the wisdom. Open your free iHeartRadio app, search How to Money, and start listening today.
This week's Marketers Report, Corey Marchesano, CMO of Health Beauty, partner of iHeartRadio Sports, talks about partnerships.
I see brands as antennas, so we send out the elk signal, and what comes back is people who want to be a part of this story. Why are we partnering with iHeart? Because we want to advance women in sports.
As the #1 audio company, iHeartRadio can get more people to hear your message than anyone else. For better results for every budget, visit iHeartAdvertising.com.
Future health weight loss.
Get access to weight loss method with something set-bound and pill options if you don't like injections from FutureHealth.com. The meds eliminate hunger and cravings, while Future Health handles the rest. Best results, best price. All online with no insurance needed. Join those losing 10 pounds in their first month. Visit FutureHealth.com. Future without the E to start losing weight this week.
Future health weight loss.
Database on independent study sponsored by Future Health. Future Health is not a healthcare services provider. Meant to prescribe provider discretion.
Looking to sell your valuable coins, high-end jewelry, collectibles, or fine art? It's Cindy. She's been around the block when it comes to buying and selling jewelry.
I buy jewelry to resell. I've been going to Tangible for about 6-7 years.
Tangible just pays more.
Here's a great example of the Tangible difference. I bought a gold and sapphire bracelet. I shopped it around. They offered me 50, they offered me 100. I bought it to Tangible and gave me $475 for it.
More cash, more respect.
Gamble, freak me at the wallet and be the person coming up with, $10,000 worth of gold.
Tangible Investments owner Sil DeGenova has become America's top dealer in coins, precious metals, jewelry, and fine art. Sil guarantees you'll get more.
Everything I heard about them on the radio is true.
Call now for a no-obligation free professional appraisal. 800-711-2800. 800-711-2800. 800-711-2800.
Your one-stop for advertising. Call 844-844-IHEART. KFI, AM 640, KFI Live.
Everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Snakes, zombies, public speaking. The list of fears is endless. But the real danger is in your hand when you're behind the wheel. Distracted driving is what's really scary and even deadly. Eyes forward, don't drive distracted. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Eye Council.
Mommy, how come my cat's in the front seat?
Because I love you and you're just not ready yet.
Putting your kids in the right seat for their age and size. Active Love. Checking your kids are in the right seat. It's .com/the right seat. Love protects. Not necessarily means any years.
Adopting a teen was more fulfilling or rewarding than we ever thought it would be. We just kind of knew from the beginning that we were family.
Visit adoptingaskids.org to learn more. Brought to you by Adopting as Kids, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council.
As time goes on, I realized that politics is not serious at all. It's not about having accomplished things throughout your life. It's not that way. Now it's a social media popularity contest. John Cowell, people that vote for me, people who vote for an American Idol.
Live 1 to 4 p.m. on KFI.
And on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
Watch Wheel of Fortune, weeknights at 7:30, only on ABC 7. KFI, AM 640, more stimulating talk.
Good morning, good evening, wherever you may be across the nation or around the world. I'm George Norrie. This is Coast to Coast AM. Later tonight, the John Teeter Time Traveler. What happened to that guy? We'll find out. What's happening? More than 120 people were killed in the Dominican Republic after the roof of an iconic nightclub collapsed in what has become one of the country's deadliest tragedies in decades. At least 300 people were inside the Jet Set nightclub in the capital of Central Domingo when the roof collapsed around 1 a.m., crushing people who died. Unbelievable. Ukrainian forces captured 2 Chinese prisoners fighting alongside Russian forces in a major new escalation. President Zelensky revealed that there were many more Chinese citizens now in the front, added that his forces were investigating. That's not good news. In a stunning reversal, U.S. President Donald Trump said that he would temporarily lower the hefty duties and tariffs that he had imposed on dozens of countries, while ramping up pressure on China, sending U.S. stocks rocketing higher. They exploded today. Fish Shiplock registered investment advisor Fish almost 3,000 points.
Almost 3,000 points on the Dow. I was watching futures last night, and I've never seen anything like it, George. We have a sell-off continue, and then at some point it reversed. What was happening last night, George, is we were getting these in 2 minutes, with 500 points rebound the Dow a day, and the next thing is 500 points down the other direction. And this was going on for hours. Gosh, what is going on? Of course, we found out. I think someone knew. I really do, George. Watching that action last night, I got really worried about the last one, and then all of a sudden, boom, 3,000 points straight up on the Dow. The NASDAQ Composite rose 1,857 points, up 12.2%. The S&P rose 474 points, up 9%.
on the 30-year bond gyrated 5%. It's 5%. Right? That's down almost a third of that. That's 2/3 of a point in 2 days, George, from the sell-off. So, Treasury Secretary convinced Trump to, pull off, do a pause on China. We'll see where that goes. Vietnam is probably the biggest beneficiary of this. So what are we going to see? We're probably going to see more Chinese goods, made in China. We're going to take that label off and call it made in Vietnam. But the administration, George, is trying to spin this as a planned event. George, I don't believe that anyone plans for a stock market, and a bond market crash like this. There's the two theories, George. The Fed said that this was planned. Okay, so here's theory one. Trump concocted the definition of reciprocal to goad China into retaliating. That's what Treasury Secretary DeSantis said today. This was all a planned event to goad China into retaliating. The bonds crashed in response. This was planned. That's theory one. Theory two is, which I believe, Trump capitulated with a 90-day pause, reacting to the plunge in the stock market. But, I wish Trump well. We should all wish Trump well. But here's the claim, George. The tariffs will increase revenue to balance the budget. Now, everything's on pause. So how are they going to collect all of this money? Trump also said that tariffs will bring manufacturing back to the U.S. The U.S. is a high-cost producer, George. We can't compete with labor in Vietnam, China, or anywhere else in Asia. Tariffs will reduce inflation. Well, not to bring everything back here that things cost more, but tariffs will increase exports. Now, Trump can get one of those, maybe two of those, but you can't get all four of those at once. And I think these contradictory policies are causing everyone problem. Trump, up until today, was listening, to all the hawks who were saying, raise tariffs, raise tariffs, raise tariffs, raise tariffs. I'm glad to see that Secretary DeSantis, whether you want to say that this is planned or not, I'm glad he convinced Trump to back off. So we'll see what happens now, George.
It was planned. My shit was brilliant, I'll tell you that. Howard Blow, of course, is the author of The Genius of the Beast and the Global Brain. I asked him to look at his perspective of what's happening in the country these days. Howard, what'd you come up with?
Well, it fits with what Mitch was just saying. The mood of the Americans right now is flat out bond moves. One measure of the mood of the nation is the stock market, which lost almost $13 trillion in value from the day of our president's inauguration, April 2nd, when our president took to the Rose Garden and announced high tariffs on 80 nations. The tariff announcement was crippling. The stock market fell like a half, amputating $6.6 trillion more in just 2 days. That amputation crippled those of us with 401ks and broke the kneecaps to the pension funds that will help support you when you're over 65. Earlier today, our president reversed himself and announced a 90-day pause on most tariffs, but raised the tariff on Chinese goods from 104% to 125%. The result was instant. The Standard & Poor's, the NASDAQ, and the Dow Jones Industrial Average shot up a total of $6.3 trillion in 1 day. So how do we Americans feel in this week of wildly gyrating numbers? Ebullient or manic depressive? Microsoft's Copilot, one of the many artificial intelligences competing for our attention, says that since April 2nd, when the tariffs were announced, the mood of Americans has been marked by a mix of anxiety and frustration. Emotions amplified by the fact that our president is taking a fight with a nation that has worked for years to replace us as the greatest superpower on the planet. A nation with a 2 million man army and with weapons like hypersonic missiles and bridge-carrying land barges, weapons that we simply don't have. That nation is China, and China produces 18% of the imported goods that make our lives rich for a low price. Companies are not likely to
economic policy that's going up and down like a yo-yo. What's more, it takes 2 to 5 years to build a factory and get it up and running. And goods produced by American workers, as Fish alluded to, are likely to cost nearly 3 times more than goods produced in China. Replacing your smartphone when it wears out with an American-made phone, for example, it costs you between $2,000 and $3,500. In fact, Forbes magazine says that an American phone would cost in the $30,000 to $100,000 range. In other words, the low-cost goods from China, Taiwan, Vietnam, and Cambodia make you and me richer. Those goods multiply our purchasing power. But tariffs make you and me poorer. They give us the equivalent of a giant pay cut. Estimates are that new tariffs will cost the average household, a household like yours or mine, almost $4,000 per year. Tariffs are taxes on you and me. China does not pay the extra 125%. We'll jack up the cost of Chinese laptops, silver and soy, office machines, and wireless earbuds. You and I do. But not all of us are trembling in our socks. Radicals, a Republican polling organization, proclaimed just before the Rothschild tariff announcement that 45% of us believed America was headed in the right direction. No wonder that in its summary of the bottom line on how we feel, Gallup, a polling organization, said way back in March that we are worried. And to quote Gallup, America's top worries remain firmly rooted in economic insecurity. In the last week, that insecurity has been roller coastered in ways we have never, ever seen before in our lives.
It was planned, though, Howard. It was brilliant. We'll see what happens. Officials have announced that 180 heads of cattle are unaccounted for in western Colorado. That the winter weather is preventing them from finding clues about the missing animals. The number of missing cattle translates to at least hundreds of thousands of dollars lost to ranchers they belong to. They have no idea where the cattle went. In a moment, we're going to talk about the wonders of the universe with Dr. Doug Matsky next on Coast to Coast AM.
But I know you're going to want some after hearing this. This is an amazing story. We've got Stephen and Malachi Gregory in Nelson, New Zealand. I understand that Malachi, who is 8, almost 9 years old now, was suffering with not just 1 or 2 warts, but I mean a significant outbreak of warts all over his body. So significant it impacted his ability to really function.
Yeah, he was having trouble even holding insulin around. That was his book actually that got me thinking about it.
I'm not surprised. It is an amazing immunomodulator, and so I can see that it would work. And so at what point did you see that there was actually improvements really going to work?
Well, we really started to notice it around 12 weeks. You can see these things actually getting smaller and smaller and going down to whether just little red marks, the whole thing's gone. We're talking about one the size of a water. I thought, no way, that's gonna, wow, it's just been miraculous. To see him get into a pair of shoes.
Yes. How wonderful.
It's great to see him so happy.
Yes. Absolutely wonderful.
Yeah, friends haven't seen it. That's a lot of land.
This is awesome. Yeah, this is awesome.
Another amazing story. Why? We're talking about Carnivora. Call them to awaken your immune system and protect yourself now. Call 1-866-836-8735. That's 1-866-836-8735. Or visit carnivora.com. CARNIVORA. Carnivora.com.
Johns Hopkins University has found that just mild hearing loss doubles your risk of dementia, so hearing loss isn't something to ignore.
But hearing aids are so expensive and ugly.
Not anymore. Meet Audient Hearing. You can get nearly invisible hearing aids without a prescription, starting at $98 a pair, and they're ready to use right out of the box. Rated the best hearing aids of 2025 by Forbes Health, and with over 1 million customers, Audient is easy to trust. Visit AudientHearing.com. That's AUDIEN Hearing.com.
And welcome back to Coast. George Story with you. Dr. Douglas Matsky back with us, known as the Quantum Dog. Is a distinguished scientist and researcher with a PhD in quantum computing from the University of Texas at Dallas, boasting a 45-year career that bridges the realms of quantum physics, hyperdimensional mathematics, and metaphysics. His work explores the quantum mind as a separate entity from the brain, delving into phenomena like telepathy and near-death experiences through his source science framework, is detailed in his amazing book, Deep Reality. Doug, welcome back. How have you been?
Hey, Greg. Good to hear from you, Jordan.
You doing good?
Oh, yeah. We got some big news here today we're going to talk about.
Sure. The universe is pretty darn big, my friend. What the heck is it? How was it made?
How does it represent it? Made it, but how does it represent it?
Where did it come from?
Yeah, exactly.
You look at information a lot. Do we really have a good, clear-cut understanding of the universe?
Well, the best models of physics right now are really mathematical. They say the standard model, all of that, it's all about the math. It's like, well, how can math create reality? Right? How does math represent reality, especially things like space, time, matter, and energy? So that's a big quadrant that everybody's trying to figure out. But the people who are working on the math realize you have to have more than 3 dimensions to do this. Degrees of freedom, if you think of it as dimensions or degrees of freedom, but you have to have more than 3 degrees of freedom. And some people are using 8 dimensions of degrees of freedom called Artonians to do this. Okay, so there's you got to look beyond 3 dimensions. That's a key part of looking beyond dimensionality, looking beyond physicality, looking at the information and the math. Turns out math and information are related. John Wheeler's in from bit. He basically said everything comes from bits. So that's basically what I did for my PhD. 22 years ago was saying start with bits and see where we can go. That's where I am today. So.
Did it take you a while to understand it, to get it? Or did it come pretty quickly for you?
Yeah, I probably studied quantum computing, particularly quantum computing, in this domain for 5 years. And I built 2 separate kinds of simulation environments using Python so that I understood exactly how the math worked. It was implemented, and I could actually write little quantum computing programs in both of those. So it takes a while to do it, and it really takes a lot. I was driven to do the math, because that was what I was looking at for my PhD. But quantum mechanics is not easy conceptually, and that's the big problem people have, even if they're not into the math. Concept wise, it's hard too. So I don't know how well you understand quantum computing or quantum mechanics ideas, George. So,
not like you, Doug. Not like you.
Thanks.
The wonders of the universe.
Yeah.
It is loaded with things like, as you mentioned in your book, Deep Reality, telepathy, reality, consciousness. Where does all that come from?
Right. If you're a traditional physicist, you might have a belief system that could be called scientism, which basically says if it's not physical and we can't measure it, it doesn't exist. Right? And so most people just dismiss metaphysics completely. But the problem is that metaphysics shows up in statistics. And most even drug trials are statistical. So a statistical result is still a measurement. Might not be a direct measurement, it's an indirect measurement. So realize that metaphysics is really all about looking at these indirect measures and looking at the statistics of them, which is all of modern physics. Basically, boson are statistics, instead of determined, but still statistics, measurement, and then that kind of measurement, statistical measurement. And same thing with drug trials or any kind of drugs. So it gives you a sense of.
With Doug Mansky, we're talking about the wonders of the universe. Is there a God factor here, Doug?
Well, if I was a god and I said I want to create the universe from nothing, it doesn't exist yet. There's no space-time energy. What would I use to create it? And snap his fingers and it would say, well, I would just use bits because they're not real yet. Anyhow, they're more mathematical. And by the way, if you do it right, if you're all knowing God,
to say, oh, if I use bits, all this other stuff comes right out of it. Space, time, matter, energy, qubits, quantum computing, entanglement, superposition, all that stuff comes out of just bits. And that's the work I'm trying to do, to show how all of that stuff can come out of that. Oh, by the way, that stuff all exists before time exists. So that means our minds might be existing before the physical universe. Tell something about, a little bit about, maybe we survive, but we're infinite in time.
But how did that start? How did it happen?
Well,
that's the perplexing question.
Yeah, it's like, if you have a mathematical construct, and you say, I want to create an image, this new bit dimension, I call them, bit physics. How, it's still a question of, but you could say, well, God created this, and then who created God? But another way to say it is, God is the set of all bits, and we would call that the source, or God, right? And so one of the things we're going to talk about later is I've been working on a new name for what I've been working on. And we're just going to teach you with the name here now, but it's basically existons. And existons might have all these properties of mathematics, but they might also have something more interesting to me. They might be the discrete amount of consciousness as well. So all of a sudden you go, God is source. My term is source science. God is the source, but it's also the source of consciousness and math, and then therefore physics. So kind of like ties it all in a nice little bow, because where it starts, where does consciousness start? You have to have a beginning of that too. So you might not say, where did God come from? But at least you can say, well, here is this mathematics that works, and it may be conscious to begin with. And then everything else will come from that. And by the way, that's what other people are doing right now. They're basically saying consciousness is primary. Because if you don't have consciousness, you can't create consciousness from non-consciousness. So literally in the last month, I kind of tied this all together by saying the bits that I've been working on for 25 years are probably conscious as well. So that's why I came up with the term existence.
Are more and more scientists beginning to understand this?
Well, they're understanding. There's at least two people I know that, Tom Campbell was just on Joe Rogan, and he had like 1 million years of this. He was to say consciousness is primary, that he says that. And also another Italian engineer called Federico Fishing. He's Italian. If I pronounce his last name correctly. He also has had a podcast out there talking about information is consciousness is primary, same kind of idea. Basically, I'm saying consciousness is primary too, but it has to be more than just consciousness. It has to be information theoretically, and it's not just information. It's a kind of computation that's compatible with quantum computing, which is, some people would call it, like Sir Roger Penrose would call it, non-algorithmic computation. And so there's a whole conversation we have just about that subject, but it has to have those properties too. So, does that make sense?
What's fueling the change?
When the internet and all of a sudden people could express themselves, a lot more about these subjects, and then, on-demand publishing and all this other stuff, all of a sudden it's been taking them 10 or 15 years, but all of a sudden there's all this work that's coming out that's highly available. People can get at it so easily on the internet and see these podcasts. And so now there's a resurgence of interest in this all around the world, because people all of a sudden have access to it. Before it was hard to get access to this, and people are presenting it in a way that's easier for people to understand.
Doc, we're going to take a short break, but we'll come back and talk about this new name you created, existons or hyperbits. Explain what that means.
Never miss a detail on a show or a guest. Sign up for the Coast Zone email newsletter, available for free at coasttocoastam.com.
I'm Bree Tennis in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. The ports of LA and Long Beach preparing for the now 125% tariff against China. Port officials say nearly two-thirds of all cargo imports are from China. They say less cargo will mean less jobs. Yesterday, President Trump put a 90-day pause on all the tariffs, except for those on China. A transgender military pilot is suing a conservative influencer after she was falsely accused of being involved in the D.C. plane crash that killed 67 people. Joe Ellis filed a defamation suit yesterday against Matt Wallace after he claimed Ellis was flying the helicopter that collided with the plane. And the 50th Grand Prix of Long Beach kicks off tomorrow. Sunlight weather from KFI. Lots of sunshine on the way and warm and highs in the mid to upper 80s. We'll see 90s in the Inland Empire and Antelope Valley. Right now, 56 degrees in Orange, 57 in Las Flores, it's 61 in Van Nuys, and 58 in Carson. Wheeling local from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Bree Tennis.
Business owner, CEO, or responsible for marketing? If you are, iHeartMedia can help you reach your goals and find new customers. We reach more consumers in your target area than anyone else, and we can give you access to those potential customers more cost effectively across radio, digital, podcasting, and social. We'd love to show you how iHeartMedia can work for you. Get started today by calling 844-844-iHeart. That's 844-844-iHeart. Future Health Weight Loss. Get access to weight loss meds like Ozempic, Zepbound, and pill options if you don't like injections from FutureHealth.com. The meds eliminate hunger and cravings, while Future Health handles the rest. Best results, best price. All online with no insurance needed. Join those losing 10 pounds in their first month. Visit FutureHealth.com. Future without the E to start losing weight this week. Future Health Weight Loss. Database of independent studies sponsored by Future Health. Future Health is not a healthcare services provider. Meds prescribed by discretion.
Are your money skills total trash? Well, you are not alone. Personal finance ignorance is as American as apple pie. No fret. The How to Money podcast is here to help you think that if your emergency fund wasn't invested, especially given the volatility we're experiencing right now, how to investing is ultimately a necessity, but you gotta keep that emergency fund accessible. It needs to be cash parked in your savings. It's time to increase your money knowledge. And the How to Money podcast is here to bring the wisdom. Open your free iHeartRadio app, search How to Money, start listening today.
And here we have a specimen from the early 2000s, a legacy investing platform. Please don't touch the exhibit, folks. It could crash.
Ready to step up the Financial History Museum? At Public.com, you can invest in almost everything: stocks, bonds, options, and more. You can even put your cash to work at an industry-leading 4.1% APY. Leave your clunky, outdated platform behind. Go to Public.com and fund your account in 5 minutes or less. Paid for by Public Investment Inc. Member FINRA and SIPC. Full disclosures at Public.com/disclosures. KFI AM 640.
Retirement can be scary, but only if you're not prepared. That's why AARP created thisisretirement.org. Because unless you've already retired, you're in retirement, and you still have time to plan. Learn about retirement savings options, potential tax breaks, and how you can build savings over time. Visit thisisretirement.org for free resources to help you customize your action plan and feel the retirement fear disappear. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
You get married to an American citizen, and you want to apply to come to the United States. You have to camp out and wait until a visa is granted for you to come to the United States to marry your spouse. And that can take years, so we'll handle what's granted out of you. Live 6 to 9 a.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
I'll never forget the moment we kissed the night of the heat drive. The way that we hugged and tried to keep warm, making the sleigh ride fast. Time can erase the past. hour on Coast to Coast, so make sure you're a part of the program. We've got some live events coming up, and Tom's here to talk about it. But Tom, before you get going, I was looking at the seating arrangements, and there's a row of seats that are in the bottom level that are pretty darn good. They're still available. Grab them fast, folks.
I have not looked at that, but if they're there, you got to get them because they will go. They're starting to fly now. Getting close to showtime Saturday, April 19th, the beautiful Playhouse. We call it Radio to Stage. We dress up the stage a little bit. We'll bring in a band. George, how's those pipes? Because you're going to be singing some songs.
I love it. Charlotte is looking forward to us.
Yeah, and it's a beautiful theater. Lex has a link on the website. You can click that and see the theater. They've redone it. Beautiful place. We'll do a salute to the veterans and first responders. We'll do a meet and greet. We'll have all kinds of fun. We're going to set up microphones, so it's a very interactive show. You can walk up at any time during the show, get in the line in front of the microphone, and ask questions of anybody that's on stage. So we'd like to invite you to come on out. When you first walk into the theater, there'll be some folks sitting there in the lobby doing stuff, and we're going to have Monica the Psychic sitting there in the lobby. So go get your fortune read or get something read. But head over to coasttocoastam.com right now, and all that info is right up there for the show.
When I said Charlotte is waiting for us, I'm talking about the city of Charlotte, North Carolina.
I hope they're waiting for it. It seems like it because there's a lot of tickets flying out the door now.
And the Paranormal Podcast Network is up and running and available for you to listen to.
It sure is. We call it the iHeartRadio and Coast to Coast AM Paranormal Podcast Network. If you listen to your podcasts on your phone, just download the iHeartRadio app. If you listen on a PC, all you need to do is go to iHeartRadio.com. In either of those, just put Coast to Coast AM in the search. All the shows will pop right up. Shades of the Afterlife, Strange Things, Beyond Contact, and even also the weekday shows we do here in the weekend shows. It's up to. So a lot of listening, a lot of stuff to do. Just go to coasttocoastam.com. All details are right there.
Exactly. More with Dr. Doug Matsky and 11 on Coast to Coast. And first, build up your immune system.
HealthyLooking.com and Dr. Alan Millay bring 4 decades of experience in natural products for the exclusive stem cell wellness kit that works with your body's stem cells to assist your immune system. Here's Dr. Millay with more.
Whether it's physical activity, obesity, diet, smoking, lower hormones, stress, sleep disorders, or your age, can be supported by reducing inflammation and aiding the body to heal itself appropriately. A stem cell is a cell waiting to be told what it needs to be. If there is inflammation, that inflammation needs to be stopped. High blood pressure, high cholesterol, kidney disease, various types of cancer, depression, autoimmune disorders, osteoporosis, even fatty liver are chronic signs of inflammation and can be aided by supporting the body's ability to protect those cells that it needs. And that is the purpose of Immustem and Adaptostim together, supporting the body to be the best it can be.
Dr. Millay, how will I feel after taking Adaptostim and Immustem?
The Immustem is going to have an immediate effect, but I tell you, your immune system is starting to function better after 24 hours. You put Adaptostim along with it, and most feel it in 30 minutes.
Order now at HealthyLooking.com. The stem cell wellness kit from Dr. Millay protects your body's stem cells and will make you feel better faster. The stem cell wellness kit with Adaptostim and Immustem and your free gift Relaxon is only available at HealthyLooking.com or toll free at 800-563-3980. That's 800-563-3980. Don't forget to enter promo code George for free shipping. George's Stem Cell Wellness Kit at HealthyLooking.com. That's HealthyLooking.com.
Tariffs have thrown the global economy into chaos. Potential widespread inflation tied to massive supply chain disruptions is weighing heavily on all of us, but there is a silver lining that most people miss. President Trump specifically exempted gold and silver bullion from the sweep of tariffs. While these new policies are triggering significant financial chaos, the administration preserved your ability to diversify into precious metals. If you're concerned about your savings, have a free consultation with the Birch Gold Precious Metal Specialist. The first step is to text the word COAST 989898 to receive your free, no obligation info kit on gold. Run out of whole gold in a tax sheltered account. Is it finally time to diversify? With an A+ rating with their Better Business Bureau, thousands of thankful customers, text the word COAST to the number 989898. Again, text COAST to 989898 to claim your free info kit right now.
I've driven a little for 11 years. It might sound glamorous, but it's tiring, repetitive physical work. I got to a point where I was in severe pain and couldn't bend my leg or stand up straight when I got out of the vehicle. Then I fell and jarred my neck really bad. I could not drive or lift anything for months. When I heard Dr. Wallach on Coast to Coast AM with George Norrie, everything he said made sense. Once I eliminated the bad foods and started giving my body the right nutrients, I could feel the difference right away. I started sleeping through the night. My body didn't hurt all the time, and I was driving again in 3 months. I went from 230 pounds to 170 pounds. My life has completely changed, and I'm so grateful to Dr. Joel Wallach. My name is Ruth Ellen Sanchez. Visit criticalhealthnews.com. Sign up for the newsletter to receive Dr. Wallach's 10 Foods list and other invaluable nutritional advice. Call 855-949-RADIO to speak to an experienced nutritional consultant. That's 855-949-7234 and criticalhealthnews.com.
Welcome back, George. Dr. Doug Lansky. Doug, what are hyperfits, which are called exostomes?
Hey, 25 years ago, I said, hey, I want to figure out how we can get the universe just from bits, And so I said, well, let's figure out a math. It turns out that regular mathematical bits that we use in computer science doesn't cut it because it's not compatible with the math of physics. So I figured there's a subset of math called Clifford algebras, and I used a subset of that I call geometric algebra. And it basically says, look, each of these little dimensions, I think of like as little toothpicks. And each of these dimensions, and if you have 1,000 of those, you have 1,000-dimensional space. It's like 1,000 toothpicks. And these toothpicks, like any tube, they're 90 degrees from each other. That's called orthonormal. That property has all these amazing properties, these hyperbits, and I call it a cloud because it's not a field, right? And that idea is it's big enough where that cloud and the three-dimensional space can be formed inside of it. Okay, so imagine that that's the computer that's running our universe. So simulation hypothesis. So that's the model that implemented these hyperbits. And so I was trying to realize that these hyperbits are really more than just bits. They're their own little autonomous computational distinction of existence. And that they have all kinds of properties besides just bits. They're elementary, they're computational, they're mathematical. And now I realize that I've said, well, let's come up with a better name. And I came up with a name. It exists on the last 3 weeks that I came up with that name. And as soon as I did something amazing happen, George, it was like, I said, I was telling a friend about this, who was my psychic, and she said, Doug, the existence like your new name. And I'm going, what? And they said, yes, we are those little hyperbits, and calling us existence. We are consciousness, and we are like a consciousness, and now we found someone that can be our keyboard for us and talk to you directly rather than just through intuition in the last 25 years. So this is like hot off the press in the last 2 years.
I want to come back to that in a moment, but when you did your PhD dissertation, what did the review committee say about this?
Well, back then I was just trying to do bits of quantum computing. My PhD was quantum computing using bits, and I showed that you can represent qubits from bits, and then for qubits you can generate events, and it's self-consistent with quantum computing. They just use a different class of math than they use in conventional. Normally they use Hilbert space math, and so I was interested in from the consciousness perspective, but the dissertation was just about the very narrow subject of qubits from bits, and so that's what my PhD is. You can find my dissertation out there on my website, quantumdog.com.
Now tell me more about the lady with the paranormal experience and these existence.
Well, yeah, she just was a lady, a friend of mine, I've only recently met,
And somehow I was just drawn to talk to her after I met her in one of these one of these online meetings. And we just started talking about this stuff, and I mentioned this result, and she started essentially channeling existence. You want to think about it that way. And I was like, totally not expecting, right? That wasn't the outcome I was expecting. It just happened. And yet, when you think about it after the fact, you go, well, it's not surprising because I've been trying to work on consciousness primitives all along, right? And so, the two things I've been focusing in on over the last 6 months is telepathy and consciousness. You say, why would an engineer be interested in that? I'm saying, well, because if we can figure out the representation for telepathy that supports true consciousness, we can solve a whole bunch of technology issues that we don't understand in the paranormal and in the physical world too, right? You had some kind of expression where you knew something that you didn't know about someone, sort of an intuition or telepathy. I've experienced that. How about you? And everybody has. I think yeah, exactly. So I was interested in that problem, and so in fact, these existence started giving me information. I would ask the questions, and they would say, "We are the primitive consciousness construct that's discrete in the universe, and all other consciousnesses are built on them, including the entire physical universe." And I was like blown away. It's like I couldn't believe that I was hearing these comments coming from this kind of a channel, when I think about it. So my goal is how can I prove that these guys are really there and that they really are having this conversation with me and I'm not just making it up, it's not just hallucinatory, So that's my next step as a scientist. And I make this whole discussion credible even more than I've already done for that.
What role do you think they played in the creation of the universe or the Big Bang?
Well, there are these scientists like Bob Campbell and Enrico Veggie who say that consciousness is primary. So if consciousness is primary, then they would have had to been there all the way from the beginning, right? And because you can't get consciousness from inanimate matter. In fact, that was sort of the problem I was dealing with. How can I get consciousness from math? It's the same problem, right? It's one level bigger. And so that was the question I was having. And so, and also meaning, if you have telepathy, you go, here comes this quad packet of meaning, and it has meaning in it. Where is that meaning stored? How is it stored like a little molecular meaning packet, like an internet packet of the mind, right? So that's the representation I'm looking for. And by the way, the math that I'm using can actually make little molecules of meaning because it's more than just these little toothpicks. These little toothpicks form together to form little planes and little volumes, little squares and little four volumes. So there's structure that forms in this. It's not just a big pile of dimensions like in Hilbert space. No, there's topology inside. So, so the universe, how do you make an electron and distinguish it from a neutron or a neutrino? Right? You have structure. Where is that structure? It's in this topological structure. That's essentially what I've been working on since my PhD, is the standard models using this topological structure of geometric algebras.
Are you the only one who discovered the existence, or are other scientists learning about this?
Well, I'm the guy who's working with a man named my family, and he's now passed away, and he was the one who taught me this math. Okay? And there's an organization called the Alternate Natural Philosophy Association they're from England. And they were that had this sort of marching motto, which is, I want to create the universe with bits on it. So it's sort of their philosophy, but nobody else has gone as deep as this guy Mike and I did together. And we met in 1994, which was actually 30 years ago, and then we worked on my PhD 25 years ago. And so trying to get traction in this area when it's a new idea it's hard because physicists and mathematicians don't want anything unusual when you're the same old story, right? So I'm ready to give up on the mathematician physicists and start talking to the mystical people because they're more interested in helping explain their experience. You know, they have a spiritually transformative experience and everybody thinks they're crazy, and I'm saying, no, that's the math that tells you that, the physics tells you that, the information science tells you that that's real, you know, the near-death experiences and stuff.
And how does it tie into telepathy?
Well, because if you have these little packets of meaning, you have to have a representation for them, you know? And so then I've experienced that. Okay? I've experienced telepathy with another person, and the first time we met, we both knew. We were there hearing each other's thoughts. It was amazing. And but I've also had telepathy with four-leaf clovers, where they were saying, here we are. I'm going, oh, thank you, because I was looking for the phone. You know, they were interacting at that moment. So you don't just need brains to be telepathic. You just need something that's conscious, and most living things are conscious, like plants. But at this level, even water be conscious, because it's made of these quantum things that are also conscious. So that's this model of consciousness all the way down. So I don't know if that quite answered your question, but that's the story. So
have you found the God factor with this?
Well, I think that if you were to look at the stories that people tell that have a near-death experience, and they said they were presented with this extremely bright ball of light, which they call source, right? If it was physical light, it would be light, it would be brighter than the sun. But it isn't physical light, it's just metaphoric light, it's virtual light. So it's this information coming from source. Well, what are those little things coming from source, this big ball of light? What is those little things from source? Well, I think that's what these are. There's either 1, 2, or 3 of these little existons working together to give you. If you take 3 of those, you get virtual light. Right? That's a cute trick, and that they know that this is virtual light. There's no energy or matter, but energy associated with space and time associated with, but it's the structure of light that's a 3 thing. Okay, so the source then sort of saying, how can you represent the source that we're experiencing? They have a near-death experience, and it would look like this. Okay, and so then telepathy comes as part of this result of this representation as little packets of meaning, just like electrons are little packets of meaning too, that they have some particular behaviors that we see as electrons.
If you were in a meeting and somebody stood up and said, Dr. Mansky, please explain to us how these existence came about, what would you say?
Well, they've been whispering to me for 25 years.
And you
and at an intuitive level, I've been hearing the kind of thought process that you need to justify all these requirements, right? I'm essentially collecting the requirements for their existence, right? And so it turns out that these other people, these scientists like Tom and Federico, they're doing the same thing. They're saying, here's a bunch of requirements we have to have, and they come up with a very similar solution. The only difference is I've got detailed math to show where it comes from. And I can write actual mathematical formulas for some of the structure out of it. And so that's a little bit deeper than they're talking about information, but I actually have a mathematical representation of information that's compatible with physics and math. So I think it would be good for all of us to work together. Instead of working in silos, and start working together so science, spirit and science will work. And by the way, George, you know that our science would be nowhere if it wasn't for things like telescopes and microscopes, right?
That's right.
And guess what we're doing? We're still building better and better microscopes and telescopes, right? Everything we do in science is usually building in those areas, right? And the mind is the ultimate mental scope of the universe. You know, back 100 years ago, the Philosophical Society was using the mind to explore the content of all the atoms. at the Theosophical Society, and they created a book called Cult Chemistry, and they were using the mind to map out force before they realized they were going to. This was in the 1920s. Okay, so if you realize that the mind is the ultimate instrument, then you say, well, what is the representation to allow the mind to be the ultimate instrument at any scale, down at the quark level, or down at the supernova level, or down at remote viewing off of Mars, right? What allows the mind to do that? Well, it's a representation of attention and awareness that can interact with information at its core root, and all of those representations, all those modalities of the way it's expressed in its universe, including telepathy.
What are some of the New Age scientists saying about this?
Well, it's so hot on the press. Literally, this is one of the first times I've talked. I mean, I had a, if you go to bob.com, a woman named Valerie, a friend of mine, she helped me to introduce this last week. So there's a small amount of it up there, but I'm talking about it probably even more here with you, George, because it's so good that I'm just starting to get feedback from people about this idea. It's the same in physics I've been doing all along, adding the consciousness aspect of it, and adding the fact that it's a group consciousness, and people can start interacting if they want to as a group consciousness. And this also has to do with consciousness about if we survive physical death, what are we? Well, we're a mind that's creative. We go in and we interact with our spirit guides, and that spirit guides is a group consciousness that are helping us and interacting.
Hold that thought, Doug. We're going to take a short break and come back and talk more. I want to get into your book you wrote 5 years ago called Deep Reality, and we're opening up the phone lines when we come back.
Coast Insiders, the new version of the Coast to Coast AM app, is now available for iPhone and now Android 4.0 and above. Listen live or on demand, anywhere, anytime. Go to coasttocoastam.com and download it today.
Privacy policy, terms and conditions posted. Text plan US. Texting rules for current marketing. Text marketing messages. Message data rates may apply. Please stop. My name is Salter Rabbi. I'm mentoring with the Wildfire Recovery Group, and we've been handling wildfire cases since 2015. Southern California Edison is a public utility company. We've determined that Edison is responsible for the fire in Pasadena. If you suffer damages, you can seek reimbursement for smoke damage, structural damage, loss of your personal property, as well as injuries both to your body and mentally. We recovered more than $1.7 billion for our clients in utility-caused wildfire damages. If you're a homeowner or a renter, we may be able to help. The call and consultation are free. Text BIRD to 323232 or visit fireattorneys.com. Your consultation is free and there's no obligation. If we don't recover for you, you pay nothing. That's BIRD to 323232. BIRD to 323232. Attorney advertising fee for $5 for Cabana LLP, 2625 Towns Gate Road, Suite 260, Westlake Village, California, 91361. Past results depend upon facts of those cases. Future results will differ based upon different facts.
Your health, weight loss. Get access to weight loss meds like Ozempic, Zepbound, and pill options if you don't like injections from FutureHealth.com. The meds eliminate hunger and cravings, while Future Health handles the rest. Best results, best price. All online with no insurance needed. Join those losing 10 pounds in their first month. Visit FutureHealth.com. Future without the E to start losing weight this week. Future Health weight loss. Database on independent studies sponsored by Future Health. Future Health is not a healthcare services provider. That's a prescribed provider discretion.
iHeartRadio straight from the studio with Elton John.
Well, Randy wrote the lyric, which I thought was an amazing lyric. I found it very easy to write to it because it's just such a great lyric. It starts off slowly and then it builds to a crescendo with a chorus. And it was so much fun to write. And it was, as soon as we wrote this, we knew it was going to be the time to song the album.
Hear Elton John's music, including his new album, Who Believes in Angels, on the iHeartRadio app.
AM 640.
More stimulating talk, no login required. KFI. KOST HD2. Los Angeles, Orange County. Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Santa Monica out. I'm Bree Tennis in the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
The International Olympic Committee says volleyball competitions will not take place in Santa Monica Beach. They're now looking at Huntington Beach for the 2028 Summer Games. A new California bill aims to prevent cities and counties from punishing homeless for sleeping or camping in public. This new legislation, called Right to Rest Act, would still allow local governments to clear encampments, but it would protect both homeless people and those who assist them with basic survival needs from civil or criminal penalties. The bill is set to go before the Senate Local Government Committee later this month. A judge in the Brian Koberger murder trial has approved banning some phrases. KFI's Brad Ford with details.
Judge Stephen Hitler said he didn't want to police phraseology because a mistakenly used word could lead to a mistrial. He did agree the words psychopath and sociopath cannot be used. Hitler is also considering whether to allow a witness statement about a suspect with bushy eyebrows and a selfie that Koberger took the day of the murders. Koberger is accused of killing 4 University of Idaho students.
Stocks closed sharply higher following President Trump's 90-day pause on some tariffs. Investors now waiting for the opening bell this morning. A Kentucky Fried Chicken-inspired toothpaste has already sold out. KFI's Mark Mayfield with details.
KFC teamed up with Australian oral care brand Bismol to create a fried chicken-flavored toothpaste that the fast food chain described as a craveable toothpaste that delivers next-level freshness with every brush.
The toothpaste sold for $13 and sold out shortly after being released. And LeBron James getting a Ken doll. He's the first male athlete to be featured as a Ken ambassador. The doll costs $75. Southside weather from KFI. Sunshine with temperatures in the 80s and 90s. Right now it's 59 degrees in Tustin, 60 for Mission Viejo, 53 in Oxnard, and 58 in Hermosa Beach. Completely local from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Bree Tennis.
Sell your house before you talk to direct buyers. You want out of your house for whatever reason. Moving, downsizing, financial issues, maybe you inherited the house. Selling your home usually means hours of cleaning, painting, repairing, and staging. Enough! What if you can sell your home for a fair price without any of the hassle? What if the buyer never had to walk through your house? And what if you can sell it without an appraisal, pay no commissions, and no fees? And you can get cash in 10 days or less? Wow! That's exactly what they do at DirectBuyers.com. DirectBuyers.com is a local family-owned business. They've been around since 1986. It's a long time. I met with the owners, Janet and Matt. They're great, very honest, and chances are they're going to come out personally and give you an offer. There's a lot of bad actors in this industry. So do not sell your home before you talk to DirectBuyers.com and see what they have to offer. They'll give you an honest, no-obligation offer. They're not going to lowball you. That's not what they do. DirectBuyers.com or phone them 844-242-SELL. 844-242-SELL. DirectBuyers.com. DirectBuyers.com.
Are you a business owner, CEO, or responsible for marketing? If you are, iHeartMedia can help you reach your goals and find new customers. We reach more consumers in your target area than anyone else, and we can give you access to those potential customers more cost-effectively across radio, digital, podcasting, and social. We'd love to show you how iHeartMedia can work for you. Get started today by calling 844-844-iHeart. That's 844-844-iHeart.
Future health weight loss.
Get access to weight loss meds like Ozempic, Zepbound, and pill options if you don't like injections from FutureHealth.com. The meds eliminate hunger and cravings, while Future Health handles the rest. Best results, best price. All online with no insurance needed. Join those losing 10 pounds in their first month. Visit FutureHealth.com. Future without the E to start losing weight this week.
Future health weight loss.
Database of independent studies sponsored by Future Health. Future Health is not a healthcare services provider. Medicine prescribed by prescription.
In today's Marketers Report, Erica Taylor, Chief Marketing Officer of Tech, weighs in on audio's ability to reach any audience.
Everyone is listening somewhere somehow. So it's a great way to take something very precise in what we're trying to do to reach patients with something that I think we can all agree is somewhat broad in reaching many, many different audiences.
As the #1 audio company, iHeartMedia can get more people to hear your message than anyone else. For better results for every budget, visit iHeartAdvertising.com.
And exhale, 2, 3, 4. Walking with friends, watering my plants, getting rest, breathing exercises. They don't just feel good. There's science backing these to help me heal from adverse childhood experiences, or ACEs. Toxic stress that can be caused by the ACEs can impact your relationship. But there are so many ways to heal, and you don't have to do it alone. Trained pros can help. Learn more at livebeyondca.org.
The rest of the country works.
Everything works, and it works the way you remember life used to work here. And it still is that way in much of the world.
John Cowell,
I don't even think the third world is as bad as California.
live 1 to 4 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
Here's the deal. We gotta set ourselves up. See, retirement is the long game. We gotta make moves and make them early. Set up goals. Don't worry about a setback. Just save them and stack them to reach them. Let's put ourselves in the right position. Pre-game to greater things. Start building your retirement plan at thisisretirement.org. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Your one stop for advertising? Call 844-844-iHeart.
KFI, AM 640, more stimulating talk. To talk to George Norrie, call the wildcard line at 818-501-4109. The first-time caller line is 818-501-4721. To talk toll-free from east of the Rockies, call 800-825-5033. From west of the Rockies, toll-free, call 800-618-8255. To reach George via Skype, use Skype name George97313. Send George a text message anytime at 818-298-6521. This is Coast to Coast AM with George Norrie.
Dr. Doug Metzke with us. His book is called Deep Reality. We're going to chat about that for a little bit when we come back and take your calls on Coast to Coast AM. Well, we see what the tariffs are doing to the economy. Stock market went crazy today when it was announced that the president had halted things for 90 days, except for China. It took off by 3,000 points. But there's a silver lining in all this that a lot of people have missed. President Trump specifically has exempted gold and silver bullion from these sweeping tariffs. While these new policies are triggering significant financial chaos, the administration observed your ability to diversify into precious metals. If you're concerned about your savings, why don't you have a free consultation with a virtual precious metal specialist? The first step is to text the word COAST to 989890 to receive a free no obligation info kit on gold. Learn how to hold gold in a tax sheltered account. Virtual will help you convert an existing IRA or 401k to a gold IRA for no money out of your pocket. Is it finally time to diversify? Think about that. A plus rating with the BBB, thousands of thankful customers. Text the word COAST to the number 989890. Again, text COAST 989890 to take that free info kit right now.
Israel is still under attack. Missile fire has resumed from Houthis, Hezbollah, and Hamas, enemies seeking Israel's destruction. Here in America, we cannot imagine living under constant threat of terrorism and rocket attacks. This is the reality in Israel. Parents taking their children to school, falling to the ground to lay on top of their small children, trying to comfort them as sirens blare. The next attack against Israel is happening now, with little time to prepare, so we must act now. That's why I'm partnering with the International Fellowship of Christians and Jews to help provide life-saving aid and security essentials. Your urgent needed gift today will help provide security essentials like bomb shelters, flak jackets and bulletproof vests for first responders, armored security vehicles, ambulances, and more. Join me in standing with Israel. Call to make your gift at 888-488-IFCJ. That's 888-488-4325. Or online at supportifcj.org to give. One word, supportifcj.org.
Welcome back, George Story with you. We're with distinguished scientist Doug Matsky. His book is called Deep Reality. Doug, tell us about the time when you came up with that about 5 years ago.
Yeah, if you try to put all this stuff together, you realize it goes all the way down to the math below the Planck scale. Boy, there's nothing deeper than that, right? So that's my editor, publisher, actually came up with the name. It was quite intuitive and works for Waterside Publishing, and he took the risk on me to do this. Now my co-author was Dr. Bill Tiller. He's a famous physicist and engineer who's involved in metaphysics research, and so he's very famous about that. And so I managed to get him to write a book to me. So that's a distinguishing. Now he's passed away, so I've had carrying the torch for things he was interested in.
Do other scientists get it? Do they understand what you've been talking about?
Some of them do. Like, for example, your next speaker is Daniel Sheehan, right? Tomorrow. Yeah. Oh, that's tomorrow. Okay. Well, Daniel is working, as a physicist who's interested in time models, right? Especially retrocausation models and precognition models. And so they said, how can you tell? There's this whole thing going on in AI right now, right? So everybody's interested in will AI be conscious, right? Is AI really going to be generally intelligent? And my belief is that humans are really intelligent because they're using this classic math, quantum math. And regular computers are only simulating classical math. They can't simulate quantum math. They don't actually have a hypercube space. They're only simulating hypercube space, right? And so there's all these people working on AI, quantum computing, consciousness, and they're even combining them all and say, well, will computers be conscious? Will AI computers be conscious? Will quantum computers be conscious, right? And I just say, all that's just garbage. It's noise, because a human has these metaphysical properties that classical AIs do not have. So one way to talk about that is a model from Daniel Sheehan, and he said basically, if there's an AI, if you have a difference between AI and human, you can give them metaphysical tasks, and you can distinguish which ones are the AI and which ones are the human because of a Turing test. Right? That's the definition of Turing test. And so I just gave a paper there in my test about 3 weeks ago, and that week you take that put it out on their website, mybook.com, so they'll see that and hear what I have to say. But it was Daniel Sheehan's work and another lady's, Cyrus, who's also at this conference. And so we hung out because she lives in Florida as well. So.
Now, the subtitle of your book, Deep Reality, is Why Source Science May Be the Key to Understanding Human Potential. So it's remarkable, isn't it?
Well, yeah, because this same thing that I was talking about, this bit physics, right, that I did 25 years ago, is what I talked about in the book. And the only thing that's unique from what I did in this book, there's 2 things since I did in the book 5 years ago, is this name of existence and the whole fact that they are talking, that these bits I've been talking about are actually conscious primitives, not just mathematical primitives. That's the one thing. The other thing I did is in this math that I've been working on, there's this thing called spinners. And a spinner, I didn't know what spinners were before until about 3 months ago. And now I realize my math supports spinners, which are reused for all the standard models. So what are they? Well, it's a mathematical property pretty, I'm going to teach you a little bit about math towards your listeners. But essentially, if you take a vector, which all these things I'm talking about are bit vectors, right? Hyperbit vectors, right? And if you say, is there something that if you take the square of it turns into a vector, that's what a spinner is. It's the square root of the vector. And mathematically, our heads are blowing off, popping off the top of the picture, that description. But mathematically, it means something. And that's what physicists are working on. There's a whole podcast out there with 22 things called Spinners for Beginners out there on YouTube. And so, I only recently found out about that, and they're using the same class of math I am. They're talking about exactly the same things I'm interested in, except not the consciousness part. But I added the consciousness part. But you have to do both. You have to do the standard model, you have to do physics, and the math using physics, but you also have to do consciousness. And my solution, fortunately, looks like it actually does both, which is really kind of cool, and I wasn't expecting it to happen the way it did this last month. So,
these existons, can you see them? You talked about telescopes and microscopes. Are they visible?
With your mind, yes. The same way that chemistry was, you could look at the quarks. And so my goal is to find people who are psychics and looking at the same way that the Psychical Society did with their occult chemistry, efforts, their abilities to be able to look down at the quantum level. And I think we'll be able to look at the structure of Higgs boson, dark matter, dark energy, which I all have models for those in my source science and physics lab. So the question is, can we actually go in and confirm those hard enough that maybe once we have a mathematical map of what the Higgs is and what the dark matter, dark energy, that if we have more insight about why they're so hard to measure. Just give you a simple example, George. The dark matter, dark energy, they are odd algebras, and most of the other particles are even algebra. So they don't interact very quickly. Also, a neutrino, I think, is a two-dimensional object rather than a three-dimensional object like all the rest of them. So no wonder it just goes through the entire Earth without hitting it. So yeah, there's an example of the kind of things that we could learn if we had a better microscope to look at the structure of that, the structure of the math, using the mind to kind of as an instrument.
What do we end up learning once you realize what these hyperbits are?
Potentially, we learn something more about the standard model. Yeah, the standard model of dark matter, dark energy, potentially. I mean, they're thinking about building a whole other Large Hadron Collider in Switzerland, maybe making a bigger one. Yeah, it's going to be they think it's going to be too costly to do it. Well, this would be an alternative to that, kind of use built-in ability of humans to go look at any level in nature with our mind, because our mind is of the same stuff, and that's the most great people like Dean Ray basically show that the mind directly influences quantum states. That's right. Even though it's in a very huge, there should be no way that it's of the same nature of the quantum states itself. And that's what my model is doing. It's saying, look, all of this is the same representation. It's all quantum math. Right? It's a style of quantum math. It's hyperdimensional math. And so let's get back to it. Go ahead. No, go ahead.
Let's get back to telepathy for a moment. Is it conceivable that when I send you something telepathically, I'm jumping on one of these existons that then gets to you?
Well, in this space, hyperdimensional space, there is no distance and there is no time. All there is relationships. And the kind of relationships that telepathy has is this: I'm generating this structure, and you and I are both observing it, not locally, into the point like it's entangled, or like a quantum entanglement, like anything. So we're both connected to it, even though there's no distance. We can just say, I want to include those dimensions in my collection of dimensions, and the same with you. So that's where this telepathy happens. Essentially, you're observing the quantum scale and observing it without destroying it using your mind as a measurement. And that's how you pull the information.
Where do people get your book, Deep Reality?
Amazon. I also have a Deep Reality website that tells you more about it. And also quantum.com has all the talks listed there in the most recently at the top. And I've got like 40, 50 talks that I've done for the last 2 years.
And you also have a tech company, don't you?
Yeah, as a result of working with Tiller, I met some of Bill Tiller's friends and colleagues, and one of them was this guy named Randy who has had this technology for encoding thought in a device. So he couldn't get a reliable manufacturer for it, so I decided to help him out, and so we created a system called Coherent Spaces, and we generate and I manufacture them in my house here. I literally manufacture them myself and ship them to people. It's basically it's a coherence generator. So it's generating higher dimensional snowflakes or four elements. And your mind likes it because that's the kind of dimensions that your mind is. It's this higher dimensional space. It's where I'm on the spectrum also because it supports them connecting with their physical body. Savants, a lot of these. There's a whole thing called telepathy. I'm sure you've heard of those, right?
Sure, you've taken physics to a new level, by the way.
Yeah, and the point is that that's great from an applications perspective, but now I, as a scientist, say, what's the representation for telepathy? That's what I'm interested in. And one of the ladies, Sophie Miller, helped co-found this company because she works with autistic kids for 20 years, like this, okay, using telepathy. So she was a co-founder of Coherent Spaces. And so we were trying to help her, her population. And so it turns out it actually creates a buffer zone between these savant kids who are telepathic and they're not verbal because they don't interact with their brain. You get this bridge between their savantness, their higher dimensional states, their mind, and physical brain. And some of them, with help of these kinds of help, start actually interacting better with this world. So we found those examples, and there's a bunch of testimonials on Coherent Spaces life website. So that's what we're doing.
That's an amazing apparatus.
Yeah, it's actually 30 years old. And it represents its own class of consciousness, if you want to think about it. And guess what? So autistic kids have their own consciousness, and they all hang out in this virtual consciousness place that they call the hill. They talk about that on the telepathy tapes. And so, the telepathy tapes is funny for it because they were the #1 podcast we were back then. And Joe Rogan didn't like the fact that he wasn't the top one, so he decided to invite Dickens over to his. So she got on Joe Rogan too. So, and I happened to be in Austin for work, so Joe was in Austin. So if he wants to talk deeper about this stuff, he can give me a call because I'm working with Tom's group.
Will not have a store. Tell him I sent you. He's a nice guy.
Well, yeah, I know. He's a hard guy to reach. So send him my way.
You can say a few things on podcasts that you can't say on radio, but they have, right?
Yeah, I mean, like I said, he's in Austin. He loves Tom's channel, and so hopefully next time Tom's in town, I'll have Tom too. So
what does consciousness mean to you?
Well, that's the million-dollar question that people have been asking at the Consciousness Conference for 30 years. What is consciousness? What is it? And it's more than just hypervisuals. I'll tell you that. It includes telepathy, and it includes consciousness, and it includes survival. You have to have a model of representation that is not in the brain and exists outside of space-time. And so we're the best people to work on this. Not the neurologists, not the psychologists, not necessarily the physicists. It's us engineers that are interested in this because we're cross-disciplinary. We cross all those domains. So we're interested in consciousness as a mathematical, computational abstraction, which is what computer scientists do, right? Physicists don't tend to do that, but that's what computer scientists, that's what I do. And and then including the simulation hypothesis in there as well. We're good at simulating. So engineers have the idea to work on this. Those are the kinds. That's what I am. I think God was an engineer because he created the universe and then it runs ever since then. So,
Pretty good engineer, didn't make any mistakes.
Yeah, and it's all running perfectly ever since then.
We're talking Batsky, PhD. Let's take some calls, and we'll take calls when we come back after the break. Let's go to Keith in Virginia. Keith, go ahead.
Thank you. Hello, George. Good afternoon. What's that? Go ahead. Many of the things that you mentioned tonight are several. Been familiar. And I'm wondering if you had read or heard any of these from actually the first American presidential candidate assassinated. Yeah, that was 1844. But from 1820 to 1844, Joseph Smith said that he had received a lot of information and knowledge from the resurrected living Jesus Christ and his messengers. And it included things like the fact that we, as you mentioned before, we were in fact eternal with God. In fact, during that, one of your professor wrote a book called Eternal Man. Include that, some of that information. But and he said, God did not speaking when his book went to Christ. Right? But about the telepathy and other methods of receiving intuition, inspiration, things like that, the life of Christ by Boyd Packer, on that online, talks about this kind of universal internet communication network. And I was just curious if you had looked at or read any of these things about, you mentioned as well, all the different things in this world that have spirit. He learned from Enoch that our Mother Earth has a spirit, and in fact, have information about that communication that Enoch had with our Mother Earth and with the pre-mortal Jesus Christ.
We're all connected to this wireless internet, Doug.
Absolutely. That's what I'm saying. The representation that's towards all this. You can think of it as a whole bunch of consciousnesses that we're all interacting in space where there's no separation. We're all one in that space, just looking at only parts of ourselves at a time. And I think all spiritual traditions can bring up to your point that all these spiritual traditions are based on experiences that are supported by some kind of law. And I'm interested in, I love to hear the stories, all the near-death experience stories, all the religious stories, all the yogi stories, all the Buddhist stories, all these chi stories. What's the science behind all of that? What is the commonality? It's like, could you use science to form a collective basis for all of spiritual phenomena? That's what I'm interested in. I think other people are too. And knowing that we have to honor these experiences as well. We talked before the flows and near-death experiences. So I'm raised Catholic, but I did Buddhism, Tibetan, monks, meditation, all of that stuff, and people who are having spiritual transformative experiences all the time.
Doug, we'll come back and take final calls with you in just a moment on Coast to Coast.
Sign up now for Coast Zone, our free email newsletter. Get it today at coasttocoastam.com.
Name's An Orange County wrestling coach has been arrested on sex charges. Investigators say Anthony Alvarado is accused of bringing two girls in a sexual relationship working as a wrestling coach. Orange County investigators say there may be more victims. A pedestrian was fatally struck by a Metrolink train in Old Hollywood yesterday. It happened just after 11 a.m. near North Topanga Avenue. 33 passengers on board that train, but no injuries to them reported. And President Trump has signed an executive order to make America's showers great again. Yesterday, he signed that order to roll back water pressure regulations enforced by Presidents Biden and Obama that limit the flow of a shower head. Southside weather from KFI. Sunny and warm today. Highs in the mid to upper 80s. We'll see 90s in the Inland Empire and Antelope Valley. Right now, 54 degrees in Anaheim, 56 in Fountain Valley, 58 in Bell Gardens, and 53 in Palmdale. We leave local from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Bree Pettis.
Get access to weight loss things like Ozempic, Zepbound, and pill options if you don't like injections from FutureHealth.com. The meds eliminate hunger and cravings, while Future Health handles the rest. Best results, best price, all online with no insurance needed. Join those losing 10 pounds in their first month. Visit FutureHealth.com. Future without the E to start losing weight this week. Future Health Weight Loss. And the company that is sponsored by Future Health. Future Health is not a healthcare service provider meant to be
Are your money skills total trash? Well, you are not alone. Personal finance ignorance is as American as apple pie. But don't fret, the How to Money podcast is here to help you improve. Think back if your emergency fund was invested, especially given the volatility we're experiencing right now. Investing is ultimately a necessity, but you gotta keep that emergency fund accessible. It needs to be cash parked in your savings. It's time to increase your money knowledge. And the How to Money podcast is here to bring the wisdom. Open your free iHeartRadio app, search How to Money, start listening today.
It's the Marketers Report. Today, Erica Taylor, Chief Marketing Officer of Genentech, explains how audio is an ideal way for brands to tell their stories.
Everyone is listening somewhere somehow. I think that there's something deep in all of us that enjoys listening to and telling stories. When I think about what we do here at Genentech, we do a lot to actually tell the broader story of our company and the legacy that we stand upon. 45 years of marketing, more than 40 medicines over that time period, and we celebrate that in story form, in audio format. It's a great way for people to learn more about what we offer and to be educated in an easy and convenient way.
As the #1 audio company, iHeartMedia can get more people to hear your message than anyone else. We can also get a better response rate for all your marketing. For better results for every budget, visit iHeartAdvertising.com. That's iHeartAdvertising.com.
KFI AM 640.
When it comes to a gun suicide attempt, all it takes is a moment. My son Ricky took his life by the use of a firearm. It broke me, and I contemplated suicide. My grandson, I was going to have to be here for him. I still own my firearm. I keep it in the safe because I want to keep my grandson and myself safe. Store your guns, locked, unloaded, and away from ammo. Hear more safe stories at endfamilyfire.org. Brought to you by Brady and the Ad Council.
You ever hid a purchase from your husband?
Yes. Are you kidding?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Is it Wednesday? Do I try to get home early and hide things? Yes.
Gary and Shannon.
Celebrate consumerism and good deals. All America.
Live 9 to 1 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
I tell myself, so lucky so lucky. One you run to see. Will show you've kept my love so young.
To talk to George Dory, call the Wildcard line at 818-501-4109. The first-time caller line is 818-501-4721. To talk toll-free from East of the Rockies, call 800-825-5033. From west of the Rockies, toll-free, call 800-618-8255. To reach George via Skype, use Skype name George97313. Send George a text message anytime at 818-298-6521. This is Coast to Coast AM with George Dory.
And we'll be back in a moment with final questions with Dr. Doug Mansky in just a moment on Coast to Coast. Next hour, Oliver Williams joins us to talk about John Teeter, that fellow who showed up on the internet in the early 2000s. He claims to have been a time traveler and merely disappeared. Tom is with us to talk about the Art Bell Vault for you Coast Insiders.
That's right. We cracked open those doors. All of over 500 programs inside. We grabbed 2 for you this week. From 1997, Art's guest was Psychic North Michael Scallion as they discussed his gifts and shared visions of the future. And then from 1997, again, in addition to the classic edition of Open Minds, Art calling for Area 51 employees to call him. So we invite you to take a listen to this classic audio. It's available to Coast Insiders. You can listen on multiple platforms. You can get 2 weeks free by signing up through the app. There's many perks to being an insider, George.
Sure is, and it's only 15 cents a day.
I love being a Coast Insider. I travel a lot. I can always have my shows. I download them on my podcast and never miss a thing. And every show I learn at least one thing.
Hey, this is Buck. I'm a Coast to Coast Insider, and I'll tell you what, the great thing for me, here in West Virginia, we get inundated with snow. It doesn't matter as long as we have our provisions. I've got 5 years of Coast to Coast programs to play.
For more ways to sign up to be an insider, go to our website, coasttocoastam.com. Right at the top of the homepage, it says Insider. Just click that, you're in. The other way is to go to your app store and download the Coast to Coast AM app. It's free. Put it on your phone. And through the app, you can sign up to be an insider as well. Time for something for you men and women to preserve your testosterone level.
Research shows that testosterone deficiency affects a large portion of men and women at a much younger age than before. Addressing testosterone is crucial for maintaining overall health. Introducing FMT, not a drug, but 100% natural capsule with amazing results. Here's product creator Dan Levin.
FMT, it's a testosterone enhancer. It doesn't have any testosterone. It works with the body's natural testosterone, perfectly safe for both males and females. And there's studies showing that it will help increase your testosterone between 3 to 400% with the very first dose.
Wow, that's amazing. What kind of changes are you seeing?
Their hair is growing like they've never seen it before. The differences in their skin, after they cut their nails, more than 1 time per week for losing weight, better mental clarity. So this is a 100% natural product that optimizes the testosterone that you already have. So that when your body's producing testosterone at night, this day, throughout the entire day, people are starting to see after the first week, first 2 weeks, massive differences. We've seen anywhere from 200 to 700% increases in the first 90 days. It's recommended that the males actually take the product right before they go to bed, and the women actually take the product in the morning. So anybody who's wanting to reverse that aging process, or again, just wants to feel better, feel younger, this is absolutely incredible product.
FMT capsules for men and women from HealthyLooking.com or at 800-549-9596. FMT capsules at HealthyLooking.com or 800-549-9596. Promo code George for Bridget from HealthyLooking.com.
According to the Identity Theft Resource Center, the cybercrime market is poised to rise this year. With tools like artificial intelligence making it easier for scammers to take advantage of you, it's a good idea to prepare yourself for possible rise in cyber threats. Safeguard your personal information. Change your passwords as often as you can. It's important to understand how cybercrime and identity theft are affecting our lives. Lots of places accidentally exposing your personal information. That's why LifeLock monitors millions of data points a second for risks to your identity. LifeLock detects and alerts you to potential identity threats that you may not spot on your own. Those taken out in your name, crimes committed by thieves pretending to be you. If you do become a victim of identity theft, a dedicated U.S.-based restoration specialist will fix it guaranteed. Money back, and it's easy to help protect yourself from LifeLock. Join now, save up to 40% off your first year with promo code GEORGE. Call 1-800-LifeLock or head on over to LifeLock.com, and when you're there, use promo code GEORGE for 40% off in terms of growth.
Real people, real stories.
I was only sick for 7 days, but the exhaustion lasted for 2 years. I had this horrible brain fog. My memory never really totally returned. I kept hearing the carnivore. I was like, I would try it. I tried it. 10 days to 2 weeks after taking the carnivore, I could not believe what happened. I'm 70. I had energy like I was 40. The thing that was so remarkable to me is I wasn't exhausted anymore. I had my clarity and my brain back. I mean, do you know how much it means to be able to think again? I was really happy about that. It's like I kept telling everyone I have a brain again.
Call 866-836-8735. That's 866-836-8735. Or visit carnivore.com. That's carnivore.com.
And welcome back to our story, back with Douglas Metsky. Doctor is on Facebook as well, and his website's linked up at coasttocoastam.com. His book is called Deep Reality, Why Source Science May Be the Key to Understanding Human Potential. He's come up with a novel idea of the universe. Is it safe to say, Doug, that these existence are particles or not?
They're elementary mathematical, abstractions, but they have these mathematical properties, computational properties, and I also think they're the smallest instance of consciousness. So if that makes sense, that I've been working out for 25 years as a mathematical thing, but ultimately you just have to say, well, how does the math transcend into consciousness? And so as soon as I came up with the naming system, they're their own little computational process thing too. They're completely each independent of each other. So they're all running in parallel. This maximally little ant colony of these little mathematical computers running. And that's what gives them this whole universe running around as a simulation. But they're conscious. Everything is conscious.
It's amazing. Let's go back to the phones. First time caller, Nate, truck driving in Nebraska. Hello, Nate. Go ahead, sir.
Oh, thanks for taking my call.
Of course.
Well, George, I've been listening since Start Now, and this is the first time I've ever felt that I had to call on it. So that's saying something. But Dr. Euro was talking my language. I called them pixels ever since I was a kid. I felt like they were there. And since then, I've been really just kind of a whole communal consciousness. I've gone to meditation shop to kind of help explore that. And it's really refreshing the kind of communal consciousness. So here we are. It's absolutely fascinating. And I think you're right on line with there being no time. As far as they don't exist in time as we know it. I don't think we do either. We just kind of put things together so it makes sense. So, yeah, I just want to say, like, I'm right there with you. I don't want to hit you with the word salad because it's exciting.
Other people have said maybe experiences too, but you call them pixels. They actually serve like in the Matrix. They many pixels in the universe that you can actually focus in on those. You know, I'm asking you questions that you ask me, but that's the experience of something.
Yeah, no, that was my experience since I was a young kid. It was like I described it as like a texture, like granular. It was like a really fine fabric. That I really didn't know how to explain it. You know. Yeah. So, and then
the fact that the main side of things now that you're conscious itself, now you can start asking for help, you know, like interacting, getting insights. You know, that's the fun part of it. You have this whole little oracle help you kind of thing.
like these exist on speed, like angels.
Well, collectives of them, we would call angels or aliens, right? Because if you have bigger and bigger collectives, what do you call them? I mean, I have a whole talk out there where I say complexity increases, and as complexity increases, it's more and more abuse, and they're more and more organized in a lower entropy way. Their complexity is increasing, and they're more organized like crystals, like snowflakes are. The difference between just water molecules and snowflakes is that they're more entropy is lower because it's crystalline form. So some people refer to these as snowflakes too. Dave, did you experience that too? As snowflakes or no? Okay. So that was a cool comment. That was a cool thing.
It was. Absolutely. Let's go to Mark in Ohio. Hey, Mark, go ahead. Hey, yes, sir. How are you? Yeah, we got out say before I did. I was in the second class study officer at Big Jeff. And you could feel like a cat uniform and then and the guy behind me, the guy behind me is a PhD in particle physics. And he's a little more tough than I did. I did George, Dr. Manske, I had a BA and a half in biology. Then he had a medical management degree. And yeah, school like that, they said they wanted the best. They wanted to be a they wanted the best. That wasn't anybody for the area. Yeah, I get serious, George. You know, you remember Brian Green talking about maybe a couple years ago that I think Dr. Manske probably knows Brian Green. Where he said that there's nothing in the mathematics that says alternate realities are not possible. Yeah, I wonder. Yeah, and the second area, George, you don't have to do that shit control. So I think you went down consciousness and the is, you know, the is, the ego, the super ego, right? And what the big one, he thinks about neuropsychology. Anyway, the is, the subconscious, I believe. And anyway, the question is the subconscious able to travel through time?
Well, yeah, because it exists outside of time. You know, when you have a near-death experience, people say they go through this tunnel. What are they doing in this tunnel? Is where they're actually stepping out of time. And then they have a life review. What is a life review? It's like I call it panoramic time. You're above time, and you're looking at all of time as though you're looking at it like a great game. And you experience that as a life review. You're thinking of it as sequential, but it's actually happening all at once. It's just that our mind is not used to running computations in parallel like that. So we can kind of serialize it a bit. But a life review is stepping out of time and experience it. That's our nature. Consciousness is being outside of time. And the only way you can be outside of time is if you're not in space, even you're in this hyperdimensional space. So that's my specialty is hyperdimensional spaces and thinking about it. And so yeah, we're outside of time. In fact, that's why precognition works. That's why presentience works. That's why recognization works. That's why you know the clock is up there around the next corner 5 seconds before you get to that. So if everybody can just believe that we're outside of time and we can tap into that, knowing about our future. People do it all the time and just they dismiss it as being unreal. So,
Doug, is there a higher power that gives us these abilities, or do they just happen?
All of this is emerging from this primitive abilities. And they have, and it's specifically abilities with these mathematical problems. So, for example, you could take two of these things together, and people think superposition is primitive quantum computing. But that's not true. You have two of these inverse hybrids. Two of them form a qubit. So, superposition is a property that's emergent. Same thing with entanglement. Same thing with consciousness. Same thing with true consciousness. Same thing with alien consciousness. Same thing with angelic consciousness and Gaia consciousness. Everything is this collective because the collectives can form because there's no space to keep them apart. Like the data on your disk never will be intelligent like humans are, which are real intelligent, because the data is all segmented in space or on the internet. So it can't be this holistic idea of information like you can with a quantum state. Quantum states are holistic because it's simultaneously all of the states at once, which is bouquets and tables, all of the combinations of quantum mechanics.
West of the Rockies, Julie's with us in the state of Washington. Hi, Julie.
My question is, particles that look like two move identically, but when examined it looks like one. The actual one that's vibrating back and forth, making it look like two, has traveled from one end of the vibration wave to the other end, appears to create distance or space, and the traveler takes time to travel, thus creating an illusion of total space. Isn't this? The scientific state of time and space an illusion, and what's your understanding of that particle?
Well, remember that if you don't have, this is really hard, even physicists to understand, because they're assuming that space-time is itself too. So that's my specialty, is trying to figure out what happens if you don't have space and time. All you have is little hypermodes, right? So in these hypermodes, they're more like vibrational modes. They're not even a frequency. It's like a string, and either it's vibrating with one trough or two troughs, right? And then it doesn't exist it's as a vibration, but there's no frequency because there's no space and there's no time. Frequency is a metric associated with space-time. It's like energy is associated with space-time. Distance is associated with space-time. So you have to kind of, in my book, In Reality, I go through the whole explanation that says you have to stop using space-time metrics and anything associated with space-time metrics to talk about all this. And you have to start talking using information rather than energy, vibration rather than frequency. You have to use information. You have to use no time and hyperspace ideas. And this is a learning curve for people to come up with, but start with my book and skip the stuff that's too technical, just breeze through those and walk away with the big picture and go listen to my videos. And it's hard for me to think about it, hard for people who have a technical background to think about it. So we're trying to solve the problem so that people can understand it. So hopefully some of these ideas will assist you in understanding how I think about it, and hopefully that will assist you.
Well, Dr. Doug Mansky, Doug, is this paranormal or not?
Well, yeah, everything is, what we call normal, this is normal. It's not really paranormal. It's our consciousness is outside our, and as soon as we realize that's normal, we'll stop using vocabulary paranormal and making it seem like it's something wrong with it. So I don't like that terminology, just like I don't use the term energy, I don't use the term frequency. So
let's go to Ron in Utah, first time caller. Go ahead, Ron.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Really enjoy the show, George. I listen to you on the way home from work almost every night. And your guest is very interesting. I just wanted to ask the professor if he had heard familiar with CE5.
Yeah.
So I wonder, your thought equation process, does that correlate to CE5? Because what they talk about is getting together groups and using their minds to communicate with alien beings that are in other dimensions, and they actually come into our dimension, and they actually hear, like what we say, and actually hear our prayers and everything. Is there a correlation in that?
Yeah, absolutely. You can think of these I'm going to call them some of these may be physical, but a lot of them are non-physical. They don't have physical bodies. They're literally, think about them in the fifth dimensional beings, right? So they just are consciousness fifth dimensional beings, and they have what we would consider ships or structures or planets that are not physical. But that's the same thing that happens in a near-death experience or illusion. You have these structures that look like planets and Earth ships. So what is the representation in hyperdimensional space to support that structure when they don't have physicality or three-dimensional spaces? So yeah, those CE5s are advanced non-corporeal beings using the same technology that I've just described here. It's just their advanced control of it is what makes them to do intergalactic space travel. And they probably live 1,000 years. And they're smarter than we can imagine because they're not limited by their brain. Their mind is arbitrarily complex compared to what we're used to because we're kind of too paying attention to our mind, our brain all the time. So yeah, CE5 this any kind of telepathic interaction with any advanced beings is like this because they're having to use a common representation for meaning where it's not like there's a conference coming up called the Light Language Conference where literally people are using their higher dimensional beings and their galactic beings that they're connected to speak through them using light language, like speaking in tongues. The new term is light language.
Well, I'm glad we got you out there, Doug, a scientist who understands the unusual and the strange. Thank you so much. The name of the book is Deep Reality. Up next, John Teeter, the time traveler. Whatever happened to him? Where did he go?
Always on your phone? Then you'll be happy to know the Coast website is now optimized for mobile users. Just point your iPhone or Android browser to coasttocoastam.com and enjoy.
Policy terms and conditions posted at textplan.us. Texting rules for current automated text marketing messages. Message data rates may apply. Plus, stop. My name is Salvatore Devano. I'm an attorney with the Wildfire Recovery Group, and we've been handling wildfire cases since 2015. Southern California Edison is a public utility company. We've determined that Edison is responsible for the Eden fire in Pasadena. If you suffer damages, you can seek reimbursement for smoke damage, structural damage, loss of your personal property, as well as injuries both to your body and mentally. We've recovered more than $1.7 billion for our clients in utility-caused wildfire damages. If you're a homeowner or a renter, we may be able to help. The call and consultation are free.
Text BIRD to 323232 or visit fireattorneys.com. Your consultation is free and there's no obligation. If we don't recover for you, you pay nothing. That's BIRD to 323232. BIRD to 323232. Attorney advertising paid for by Nellis Riccoboni, LLP, 2625 Townsgate Road, Suite 260, Westlake Village, California, 91361. Past results depend upon facts of those cases. Future results will differ based upon different facts.
Future Health Weight Loss.
Get access to weight loss meds like Ozempic, Zepbound, and pill options if you don't like injections from FutureHealth.com. The meds eliminate hunger and cravings, while Future Health handles the rest. Best results, best price. All online with no insurance needed. Join those losing 10 pounds in their first month. Visit FutureHealth.com. Future without the E to start losing weight this week.
Future Health Weight Loss.
Database of Independent Study sponsored by Future Health. Future Health is not a healthcare services provider. Meds and prescribed provider discretion.
Hey, it's Dean Sharp here with my friend Sherry Harris, owner of Life Source Water System.
Put your family first and get healthy water today with Life Source. As a mom and new grandmother, it gives me comfort knowing my family has clean, safe water from every tap.
All right, you heard the boss, so call Life Source today. 800-WATER-99. That's 800-WATER-99. Or visit LifeSourceWater.com. Warranty limitations apply. KFI, AM 640, more stimulating talk. Everyone used to have to have a radio to listen to KFI.
KFI.
KOST HD2.
Los Angeles, Orange County. Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Musician's wife shot. Library tennis in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. A woman shot by police during a manhunt for a hit-and-run suspect in Eagle Rock. Turns out to be the wife of police racist Scott Schreiner. KFI's Daniel Martindale with more.
51-year-old Jillian Schreiner was shot by a Los Angeles police officer on Tuesday afternoon. Police say the woman who was then involved in the initial incident was shot after pointing a gun at officers. She's now facing an attempted murder charge.
She was shot in the shoulder by police and is now in the hospital. A 13-year-old girl who was on life support has died after a violent single-car crash in Santa Ana. Authorities say the girl succumbed to her injuries Wednesday. She's the fifth person to die following the crash, which happened late Saturday night. Most of the victims were teens. Investigators believe an 18-year-old man was driving the car at a high speed, missed a turn, and slammed into a tree. An 85-year-old convicted serial sex offender has to stay behind bars. Mark Mayfield hits details.
It only took an hour on Tuesday for an Orange County jury to decide Sid Landau is a sexually violent predator who is still dangerous. The judge in the case ordered Landau to be returned to the state hospital in Coalinga indefinitely for treatment. Landau's lawyer argued her client is old and feeble and can no longer groom and abuse children. The jury disagreed.
President Trump says his 90-day pause on tariffs was not part of a planned negotiation with foreign countries. He was speaking at the Oval Office. Trump said sometimes it's not a negotiation until it is.
It may not be a negotiation, it may not always be I think I got to us.
And NASA offering $3 million to anyone who can recycle human waste in space. They say they're looking for new technology. It's called their Luna Recycle Challenge. Southside weather from KFI. Sunny and warm today. Highs in the mid to upper 80s. We'll see 90s inland. Right now, 54 at Dana Point, 55 for Cypress. It's 72 degrees in Palm Springs and 58 in West Hollywood. We leave local from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Bree Tennis.
Sell your house before you talk to my buyers. You want out of your house for whatever reason. Moving, downsizing, financial issues, maybe you inherited the house. Selling your home usually means hours of cleaning, painting, repairing, and staging. Enough! But you can sell your home for a fair price without any of the hassle. What if the buyer never had to walk through your house? And what if you can sell it without an appraisal, pay no commissions, and no fees? And you can get cash in 10 days or less? Wow! That's exactly what they do at DirectBuyers.com. DirectBuyers.com is a local family-owned business. They've been around since 1986. It's a long time. I met with the owners, Janet and Matt. They're great, very honest, and chances are they're going to come out personally and give you an offer. There's a lot of bad actors in this industry. So do not sell your home before you talk to DirectBuyers.com and see what they have to offer. They'll give you an honest, no-obligation offer. They're not going to lowball you. That's not what they do. DirectBuyers.com or phone them. 844-242-SELL. 844-242-SELL. DirectBuyers.com. DirectBuyers.com.
iHeart Radio straight from the studio with Elton John.
This is one of the greatest music experiences of my life. And I've had a lot of great music experiences. The amount of songs you wrote quickly and the musicianship by everyone involved. Considering in 20 days, we wrote 14 songs and 10 are coming out of the record. And it's, for me, it's immaculate. That's incredible.
Hear Elton John's music, including his new album, Who Believes in Angels, on the iHeart Radio app.
Future Health Weight Loss. Get access to weight loss meds like Ozempic, Zepbound, and pill options if you don't like injections from FutureHealth.com. The meds eliminate hunger and cravings, while Future Health handles the rest. Best results, best price, all online with no insurance needed. Join those losing 10 pounds in their first month. Visit FutureHealth.com. Future without the E to start losing weight this week. Future Health Weight Loss. Database on independent study sponsored by Future Health. Future Health is not a healthcare services provider. Mental prescribing provider discretion.
Are your money skills total trash? Well, you are not alone. Personal finance ignorance is as American as apple pie. But don't fret. How to Money Podcast is here to help you think back if your emergency fund was invested, especially given the volatility we're experiencing right now. After investing, it is ultimately a necessity, but you got to keep that emergency fund accessible. It needs to be cash parked in your savings. It's time to increase your money balance. And the How to Money Podcast is here to bring the wisdom. Open your free iHeart Radio app, search How to Money, start listening today.
One-stop for advertising. Call 844-844-iHeart.
It is Ryan Seacrest. Join me in the incomparable Vanna White Wheel of Fortune, weeknight 7:30, only on ABC7.
Are you a cheese guy or I'm a cheese guy? Just straight cheese?
I do a lot of cheese. And I like sausage. I like sausage. Why?
They'll handle
That's what I hear. Yeah. Live 6 to 9 a.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. Thank goodness they didn't have social media when I was in college. Every single student has a social media profile. Look at me, I'm having lunch. Look at me, I'm going to the park. Look at me, I'm walking my dog. There are pictures everywhere of you doing everything. Mo Kelly, stop. Tell me. Live 7 to 10 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. I can hear my stomach growling just from the thought. Pickle pizza is a bad night. I'm gonna check yourself into the hospital next. Let's show Kelly what it means to be profitable. 9 games in 20 minutes when I eat this thing. This pickle pizza. Mo Kelly, just back up. Don't stand too close to the mic. Live 7 to 10 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. Your one stop for advertising. Call 844-844. KFI, AM 640, more stimulating talk. You're hearing Coast to Coast AM with George Norrie, live from somewhere deep below the earth on Premier Networks.
There's an amazing story. In the early 2000s, a fellow by the name of John Teeter popped up on the internet, claiming to be a time traveler from 2036 coming back into our period. And in the moment, you had been talking to an individual who tracked as many things as he could find on John Teeter. And the website is johnteeter.com. In a moment, Oliver Williams back with us on Coast to Coast AM after 14 years. President Trump is exempting gold and silver from the tariffs that he's been talking about. While these new policies are triggering significant financial chaos, the administration preserved your ability to diversify into precious metals. If you are concerned about your savings, why don't you have a free consultation with a virtual precious metals specialist? Take advantage of this offer. The first step is to text the word COAST to 989898 to receive your free application info kit on gold. Learn how to hold gold in the tax sheltered account. Which gold will help you convert an existing IRA or 401k to a gold IRA with no money out of pocket. It's time finally to diversify. A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau. Thousands of customers. Text the word COAST to the number 989898. Again, text COAST 989898 to claim your free info kit right now.
Israel is still under attack. Missile fire has resumed from Houthis, Hezbollah, and Hamas, enemies seeking Israel's destruction. Here in America, we cannot imagine living under constant threat of terrorism and rocket attacks. This is the reality in Israel. Parents taking their children to school, falling to the ground to lay on top of their small children, trying to comfort them as sirens blare. The next attack against Israel is happening now, with little time to prepare, so we must act now.
That's why I'm partnering with the International Fellowship of Christians and Jews to help provide life-saving aid and security essentials. Your urgently needed gift today will help provide security essentials like bomb shelters, flak jackets, and bulletproof vests for first responders, armored security vehicles, ambulances, and more. Join me in standing with Israel. Call to make your gift at 888-488-IFCJ. That's 888-488-4325 or online at supportifcj.org to give. One word, supportifcj.org.
And welcome back. George Norton with you in the early 2000s. Oliver Williams discovered the posts of time traveler John Titor that he left online and was the first person to gather them into a single place on the internet. He started following various people involved with the story and kept track of many of those predictions, which we'll talk about. More than 20 years later, it's still a topic of mystery and fascination. Oliver, welcome back. How have you been, my friend?
Hey, George, I've been okay. It's good to talk to you. It's been a while.
What a story. 14 years? Can you believe it?
You know what? I don't. There was a period of time where I almost wanted to go away, and in the last 5 years, maybe the last 6 months, things are starting to pile up again. So, your call was timely.
Perfect. For people who don't know who John Titor is or was, tell us who he was.
All right, here's a quick recap. So, back in November, actually before that, Art Bell actually interacted with John Titor back in 1998. It is believed that he said two facts to Art where he laid out the basis of time travel and he made some predictions. Then he showed up again in November of 2000 on the internet in various chat rooms claiming to be a time traveler. He posted pictures of his machine, he talked about how time travel works, and he answered any question that was given to him. In about March of 2001, he said he was leaving, that his mission was done, and he was leaving. And nobody really took it seriously, just a guy on the internet, apparently. And then a little later, some of the predictions he started making started coming true, and the one that caught my attention was what he said about CERN and the creation of black holes and how that was going to be the beginning of the technology that allows time machine. So that's when I started paying attention and started following. And then more and more things started happening where people would point back to what he said and say, hey, that time travel guy talked about this. Since then, a book has come out. There's other things that come up about the story. I don't know if you know that this guy named Jane Shield is making a documentary which is supposed to be on a streaming service soon. And in that process, I actually had a chance to meet Larry Haber, who is the attorney that apparently represents John's family now. And he claims that he's got some documents, some other things that he wants to send to me, and some other folks that know more about what John said. Now, my opinion about all of this has always been I wanted to concentrate on the post. So if anything was said or done after the post, I kind of take it with a grain of salt. But that's kind of where we are today.
Later on in the program, Oliver, I may play a tape of Larry Haber's interview with us from a long time ago where he talked about being the attorney for the family. It's an incredible, the story itself is bizarre and incredible, isn't it?
It is, and I find it strange how it seems its way as a meme into our society. The website, I haven't been keeping up with it too much, but I do get tons of emails still from people that are fascinated by the story, and they're pointing things out to me that I was completely unaware of. A couple of examples. Marvel, there's the Deadpool guide to supervillains, and John Titor is one of the big names for getting the comic. I have a web alert up for Google if anything comes across John Titor, and I see headlines all the time that say stuff like, hey, it's such and such the John Titor of fashion. So it's now weaved its way into our, subconscious as somebody who tells the future and might be real. So I really find it interesting that that's the level of that it's sort of creeped in, and I don't think it's going anywhere.
put together the website, JohnTeeter.com?
Well, I noticed that John actually spoke on different forums. There's like 3 or 4 of them. And he said slightly different things that agreed with each other, but he gave more detail on some than others. And there was no one place where you could see all of those posts. And this was well after the fact he was gone. There was no controversy about what was said. And I basically took all those posts, put them together, and then I started grabbing little things in the news and started talking or supporting what he was saying. So that's originally how the site got started. And that was back in 2003.
We'll go through some of his predictions, some that have come true, some that have not, and some where the time just hasn't come up yet. But he was quite... How old do you think he was, Oliver, when he was starting to mention time travel?
All right, so I'm gonna pull this from memory, and I can't give you the exact post. I believe he was in his late 30s, like 38, somewhere in there.
And he came back because he needed parts from a computer?
Yeah, he was part of a military group, and his mission was to go back in time and get a obscure old portable computer that IBM made back in the early 70s. And according to John, where he came from needed this computer in order to communicate with large IBM mainframes that no longer working. So he went back to 1975 to get this computer. And then something happened in 1975 which caused him to come to our time. And he claimed that the IBM computer had some sort of a special feature to it that allowed the future to be able to use it to communicate with the big mainframe. And he said that this feature was not advertised and that nobody knew about it. And after the fact, IBM engineers started coming out of the woodwork and saying, yeah, this guy is right. This did happen. We did have this feature and we never talked about it. And that was actually one of the things that a lot of people said, well, this guy knows a lot more than he's talking about. He might actually be a time traveler.
Well, there's what's so bizarre about all this, that if time travel is indeed possible in the future, and I believe somehow it's going to be, what are the odds of coming back to this time period? It could be pretty high.
Yeah, it's interesting that you say that because, again, this is outside the post, but this is stuff that I've been picking up from Larry and from other folks that have been following this. It is believed now that the reason John left these posts is that he was trying to communicate to somebody. Maybe it was himself in the future, maybe it was another John, and they were both bouncing back and forth between times. But the reason that the posts were there was to communicate between the both of them, so that if other Johns showed up, they could read the post and they could know what they needed to do and where they needed to go. And again, it's my understanding, this is outside of the post, I just want to stress that. Apparently, Larry has a piece for the 5100 that he's hanging on to, and he's waiting to do something with it. And that's all I know. So my supposition would be someone's going to come back looking for it.
At what point did you think, this guy's not real? Did that ever cross your mind?
Okay, to me there are 3 possibilities. One is that he really is a time traveler. 2, he's in collusion with a lot of people, and they're pretending to be a time traveler. Or 3, whoever did this is just a really lucky guess. Now, if you go back to my first supposition, which is he really is a time traveler, I think he might also be a liar. So just because you're a time traveler doesn't mean that you're telling us the truth about everything that's happening or going to happen or what you know about. And I go back and forth between this guy might be a time traveler or it's a group of people that have been working together and they're very organized, very smart, and they're into organizations like CERN and IBM. They know how to draw, they know about physics, they know and be able to wheel all this stuff off the cuff. So that's what I believe.
If it was a hoax, Oliver, I don't see any monetary gain here.
I don't either, and I haven't made any money from this. The only thing that I know that, there was a book.
If anything, it's cost you money.
Well, no, yeah, so it's a book about you. There's a book out there that apparently was released by Larry, the attorney, and I think you can still building of the time machine itself, the cutaway, a high resolution photo that I've actually had a chance to take a look at, which is available through Lyric. So if anybody wants more detail about that, you can go take a look at it.
I think I interviewed him back 14 years ago when I chatted to you on the program.
And as I recall, as I recall that interview, wasn't John's mom, wasn't she on the phone, or wasn't she off the phone and Larry was talking, through her?
Yes, he had called her and was communicating with her through us.
And I do remember that.
Right, and I may play that next hour for us.
Gold for gold.
Will last forever. Let's talk about some of his predictions. What did he say that was right? What did he say that was wrong?
All right, so a lot of his predictions were things that he said over and over again that were specific, but I don't think people really paid attention to it at the time. The first one that most people point to was the famous Art Bell fact he said in 1998, where he specifically talked about a building that was going to be gone in New York City. And this is pre-9/11, pre-Iraq War. This is when the idea of time travel, multiple universes, creating black holes, all of this was science fiction. We see a lot of it in the news now, and we take it for granted, but back then, all of this was science fiction. So John went on to talk about how the time machine works and made a reference, I believe, to 9/11. After that, and I caught this one just within the last 6 months, on February 8, 2001, John made a reference to an earthquake in Peru. And it happened June 23rd of that year. It was an 8.4. It was the worst earthquake they ever had since the 1970s. And he directly referenced that earthquake. He talked about the Super Bowl. Somebody asked him who was going to win the Super Bowl that year. And, John had 3 rules about what he was going to say, but one of the cryptic things he said was, if you asked me if it rained in New York City that day, and it rained, does that help you do anything? And basically, people look at that now and think, oh, it was New York that lost the game. So he was referencing the Giants losing the Super Bowl with the New Yorkers.
Maybe somebody wanted to make a little wager, too.
Yeah, and that was one of his rules, that he was not going to divulge any information that would allow somebody to make money. That was one of his primary rules. The other one was he wasn't going to, you asked him something specific about a person, he wasn't going to answer that. And he said he was not going to answer anything that allowed people to avoid death by probability. So nothing about plane crashes or anything that you could avoid if it would take your life. So those were his 3 rules. The other big predictions he made, and this is just in general, he talked about CERN, he talked about the creation of many black holes, empowered his time machine, and one of the significant things he said, people would point out, well, according to Stephen Hawking, that's possible because of the nature of radiation. John said Hawking was going to change his mind, and, he did. Hawking did change his mind about how black holes work, which now means that what John was saying is theoretically possible now based on what he described. He went on to talk about the IBM machine. He talked about, little details. He talked about the space shuttle. He talked about viruses being used to fight cancer. I mean, he just went on and on and on with little things that people are now going back and looking at, taking a look at. And, it looks like he might have done exactly what he said he was.
What did he say about World War III?
John's future was different than ours. And he claimed that Y2K happened for him. Where he came from, Y2K happened, which led to a civil war in the United States, and then eventually a world war in the late 2015, 2020. And obviously that has not happened for us. So our world line, according to John, is different than his. So after that war, he said that the United States was recovering and that the technology for time travel was invented in the early 2030s. And the breakthrough was at CERN, and the unit that he used was built by General Electric. And he went on to talk about
more different that world line is going to look than where you left. So if you were making, your trip was only an hour, you might not even recognize anything. So if you went 60 years, you would notice changes when you got there. So the usefulness of the time machine was based on that. So that might be, one of the things that caused his war was that it didn't happen for us. But the new ideas coming out, John sort of led to this a little bit in the post, is that whatever he did in 1975 changed our world model and stopped World War III, stopped all that, stopped questions. And that's why things are so different for us, because we're actually living on a timeline that was altered by a time traveler in the year 1975.
Did he ever say goodbye, Oliver?
He did, before he left. He said, hey, when I'm leaving, I'm turning in my vehicle. And as a matter of fact, that's apparently one of the documents Larry had, all of John's car insurance policies. Can you believe that? So he said he got rid of his car, canceled everything, was leaving, and he said goodbye, and he left. And that was it. Nobody's come forward saying it's him. Nobody has come on saying anything. He just was gone in March of 2001.
Apparently living in Florida?
Yes. Larry is here. Actually, I'm in Florida. And that was one of the things that drew me to this, because a lot of the places John talked about, I live here. So I went out and checked some of these places out. But the whole thing apparently happened with John here, living with his parents and his young self during that period in early 2000.
He talked about the end of the IRS. He may have been right about that.
Yeah, there were a lot of things that were different. The United States was broken into 5 major sections, that the federal government was basically gone and things were much more decentralized. States had a lot of rights, he said, and he described the future as basically being high technology, but a day on the clock. So there was high-speed rail. At the same time, when you were, at your home, you used a horse. There was high-speed internet that was much better, but at the same time, instead of watching videos on the internet, you would go down to the town square and have a square dance. So that was kind of the world he described as he lived in.
What does your gut tell you of those 3 possibilities, and there are 2 that you look at the most? What do you think John Teeter wants?
If he was a real time traveler, he had an agenda. So I think in a way he was manipulating us or somebody or doing something. And as a matter of fact, as proof of this, there is another website up. I have nothing to do with it. It's called the John Teeter Foundation, and it's been up for something like 20 years. And it's a single page that looks like some sort of code that's been up there for 20 years. I have no idea what it is. Larry has no idea what it is. I believe he runs the site. No idea what it means. So if John was a time traveler, I believe he had an agenda, and I believe that he might not have been 100% truthful. But then I'd go back and forth between, there's a group of people out there that did this, I don't know if you want to call it for fun, like scientists at CERN, guys at IBM, some physicists, that somehow they got together and did this as a prank, and it just got out of hand, and none of them have come forward.
Oliver, we're going to take a quick break and come back and talk more about the life of John Teeter.
Get daily show updates right to your inbox for free with the Coast Zone newsletter. Sign up today at coasttocoastam.com.
I'm Bree Tennis in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. A man is dead after confronting shoplifters in a parking lot in South El Monte. The 60-year-old man was helping at his brother's store early Wednesday afternoon. Police say he chased the suspects outside. They then hit him in the head and knocked him to the tax collector reminding homeowners property taxes are due tonight at 11:59. If you miss the deadline, you'll be given a 10% penalty and a fine. You can pay your taxes online at the tax collector website. Mexico reporting 5 million gallons of wastewater per day now flowing into San Diego. They say the repairs will take about 4 days. And the first building permit has been issued in the Eden Fire burn zone. Southbound weather from KFI. Sunny and warm today. Highs in the mid to upper 80s, 90s inland. Right now, 54 degrees in Brea. Seal Beach is 58. It's 62 in Baldwin Park and 61 degrees in Granada Hills. We lead local from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Bree Kenneth.
My name is Robert. I'm an attorney with the Wildfire Recovery Group, and we've been handling wildfire cases since 2015. Southern California Edison is a public utility company. We've determined that Edison is responsible for the Eden Fire in Pasadena. If you suffer damages, you can seek reimbursement for smoke damage, structural damage, loss of your personal property, as well as injuries both to your body and mentally. We've recovered more than $1.7 million for our clients in utility-caused wildfire damages. If you're a homeowner or a renter, we may be able to help. The call and consultation are free. Text BIRD to 323232 or visit fireattorneys.com. Your consultation is free and there's no obligation. If we don't recover for you, you pay nothing. That's BIRD to 323232. BIRD to 323232. Attorney advertising paid for by Dallas Riccoboni LLP, 2625 Townsgate Road, Suite 260, Westlake Village, California, 91361. Past results depend upon facts of those cases. Future results will differ based upon different facts.
Future health weight loss. Get access to weight loss meds like Ozempic, Zepbound, and pill options if you don't like injections from FutureHealth.com. The meds eliminate hunger and cravings while Future Health handles the rest. Best results, best price. All online with no insurance needed. Join those losing 10 pounds in their first month. Visit FutureHealth.com. Future without the E to start losing weight this week. Future Health weight loss. Database on independent study sponsored by Future Health. Future Health is not a healthcare services provider and is prescribed for provider discretion.
Hey, it's Dean Sharp here with my friend Sherry Harris, owner of Life Source Water System.
Put your family first and get healthy water today with LifeSource. As a mom and new grandmother, it gives me comfort knowing my family has clean, safe water from every tap.
All right, you heard the boss, so call LifeSource today. 800-WATER-99. That's 800-WATER-99. Or visit LifeSourceWater.com. Warranty limitations apply. KFI AM 640. 89% of cars in the United States have a French fry in them.
Well, part of it's when you get those fries and you're just your hands in the bag while you're driving.
Yes. Wait, it has to do with the bag of fries?
And I'm driving.
Yeah. The Tim Conway Jr. Show.
And I just reach in the bag.
Live 4 to 7 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. Running cookies last week and then muffins and my daughter said, how come you're bringing in baked goods all the time? And I said, the people I work with, they don't make a ton of money and I think they appreciate it. And she said, how are cupcakes going to help them with their money? The Tim Conway Jr. Show.
That is very receptive.
Live 4 to 7 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
There were mountains on a hill, but I never heard them ringing. No, I never heard them at all, till there was you. There were birds in the sky, but I never saw them ringing. No, I never saw them at all, till there was you. Then there was music and wonderful roses. They tell me in sweet, fragrant meadows of dawn and dew. There was love all around, but I never heard it singing. No, I never heard it at all, till there was you.
Premier Networks presents Coast to Coast AM with George Norrie.
We shall take your calls next hour with Oliver Williams as we talk about the life of the supposed time traveler John Teeters. Get ready to jump aboard. Lots more to talk with Oliver about when we come back in a moment. ParanormalDate.com is running crazy these days with people signing up left and right. Tom, tell us more.
Well, if you're looking for that special person, maybe a companion, a friend to talk to, maybe someone to have a cup of coffee with, just hang out with, maybe go on a date with. How about that? Go to ParanormalDate.com. Those kind of people, those like-minded people who think like you do, are waiting for you there. Now, if you're looking for somebody a bit more mature, say 60 plus, you can go to ParanormalDate.com/seniors for that special friend. That is 60 plus. So find your friend, find your love. Head over to ParanormalDate.com. ParanormalDate.com/seniors.
Here's something for you to build up that immune system.
HealthyLooking.com. Dr. Alan Lay brings 4 decades of experience in natural products for the exclusive stem cell wellness kit that works with your body's stem cells to assist your immune system. Here's Dr. Lay with more.
Whether it's physical activity, obesity, diet, smoking, low hormones, stress, sleep disorders, or your age can be supported by reducing inflammation and aiding the body to heal itself appropriately. A stem cell is a cell waiting to be told what it needs to be. If there is inflammation, that inflammation needs to be stopped. High blood pressure, high cholesterol, kidney disease, various types of cancer, depression, autoimmune disorders, osteoporosis, even fatty liver are chronic signs of inflammation and can be aided by supporting the body's ability to protect those cells that it needs. And that is the purpose of ImmuStem and Adaptostim together, supporting the body to be the best it can be.
Dr. Malay, how will I feel after taking Adaptostim and ImmuStem?
The ImmuStem is going to have an immediate effect, but I tell you, your immune system is starting to function better after 24 hours. You put Adaptostim along with it, and most will feel it within 30 minutes.
Order now at HealthyLooking.com. The stem cell wellness kit from Dr. Malay protects your body's stem cells and will make you feel better faster. The stem cell wellness kit with Adaptostim and ImmuStem and your free gift Relaxol is only available at HealthyLooking.com or toll free at 800-563-3980. That's 800-563-3980. Don't forget to enter promo code George for free shipping. George's stem cell wellness kit at HealthyLooking.com. That's HealthyLooking.com.
It's tax season by now, and I know we're all a bit tired of numbers, but here's an important one you need to hear. $16.5 billion. That's how much money in refunds the IRS applied for possible identity fraud last year. Here's another 20%. That's the overall increase in identity theft-related tax fraud in 2024 alone. But it's not all grim news. Here's a good number, 100 million. That's how many data points LifeLock monitors every second. If your identity is stolen, LifeLock's U.S.-based restoration specialist will fix it. Backed by another good number, the $1 million protection package. In fact, restoration is guaranteed or your money back. Don't face identity theft and financial losses alone. There's strength in numbers with LifeLock identity theft protection for tax season and beyond. Join now, save up to 40% your first year with promo code George. Call 1-800-LifeLock or go to lifelock.com. Use promo code George for 40% off. Terms apply.
Israel is still under attack. Missile fire has resumed from Houthis, Hezbollah, and Hamas, enemies seeking Israel's destruction. Here in America, we cannot imagine living under constant threat of terrorism and rocket attacks. This is the reality in Israel. Parents taking their children to school, falling to the ground to lay on top of their small children, trying to comfort them as sirens blare. The next attack against Israel is happening now, with little time to prepare, so we must act now. That's why I'm partnering with the International Fellowship of Christians and Jews to help provide life-saving aid and security essentials. Your urgently needed gift today will help provide security essentials like bomb shelters, flak jackets, and bulletproof vests for first responders, armored security vehicles, ambulances, and more. Join me in standing with Israel. Call to make your gift at 888-488-IFCJ. That's 888-488-4325. Or online at supportifcj.org to give. One word, supportifcj.org.
Welcome back to Coast, George Norrie with you. with Oliver Williams. Oliver, where do you think John is right now?
Well, I can tell you what I think, and I can tell you what's in the post. If you read the post, John went home. He finished his mission. He, whatever he needed to do, and he went home.
And home being over 2036, right?
Yeah. And, okay, since you mentioned that, I think his base is actually located in Tampa. That it was the Special Operations Command in Tampa, which is where he was based. So apparently that's where he went. Now there is wide belief, and again, this is not in the post, but there is wide belief that different versions of John that were here at the same time, and one of them went home, and one of them did not. And right now, I have no idea what the ones who did not go home did. But that's what I believe.
What's bizarre is we're only 11 years away from that time period now.
Well, yeah, according to, okay, so I'm going to present this idea to you. So I get a lot of emails that have their own theories, their own speculation, and some people are very, very relentless and adamant, and I get something, once a week or once a day. So there's a guy out there, and he thinks that the way that time works, that he calls it temporal momentum, and he even gave the name to it, he calls it the Fulcrum effect. I think he named it after himself. But the idea is that there are events in time that have so much momentum that you can't go back and change it. And for example, if you wanted to stop World War II, just going back and eliminating Hitler might not stop somebody else to take his place, and all the events that you tried to stop them still happen. So if you believe that theory, then going back in time and changing something in 1975, would that have an effect on whether or not the time machine was invented? So basically all the technology would still be developed, all the people would still be working on it. It's physical facts and information that would exist no matter who worked on it. And according to John, 2034 is when the time machine was invented.
Interesting. Now, if you wanted to go back into time and save Jesus, you probably couldn't do that.
But according to the way John describes how time works, you could not do that. And the reason why is if you tried to go past that 60-year threshold, that the world line would be so off from where you came that you wouldn't recognize anything or even any event that you expected to happen would not happen. So the idea that everything is happening all at the same time, but you're limited to how far you can go with the technology.
Now, in theory, how old would John Teeter be today? And where would he be? He should still be around right now, physically.
Yeah, the young John Teeter, I believe, was born in 1998. So what would he be now? His mid-30s right now? So yeah, he would be the age he would have been if he was about to enter this military time travel.
He'd be 27 years old.
Yeah.
Listening to this program, he might call in tonight.
Or he's, working at McDonald's.
Hey, who knows? Now, do you think he knows he was the time traveler?
I don't know. Maybe he does. Again, this gets into like weird speculative science fiction. Is there a reason why? He might know. With all the turmoil going on around him, he might know.
As a theory, there could be like several John Teeters. One is the John Teeter who's alive right now on the planet, but doesn't know he's going to go into all these other things.
Or because things have changed and Y2K didn't happen, he's not going to be a time traveler at all.
That's very possible. If that's the case, we've been following.
Well, we're following time travelers from another timeline that is different from ours, and one of them affected ours, which is why we're living the way we are. I would much rather live this way, George, than be in the middle of a civil or nuclear war.
I agree with you there.
But interestingly enough, John thought that would be bad for us. He thought the war and the conflict was the impetus for us to make a change that was ultimately going to be good for us. So I thought that was interesting.
If If it was an elaborate hoax, other than a few laughs, what does anybody gain from this?
There's nothing that I'm aware of, Larry. Nothing. Go ahead, George, let's start. The reason I thought of Larry was because the big person they think is behind it is Larry and his brother. And I looked at that as much as I can, and his brother apparently has a connection to the computer world, but I don't see how you could do all of these other things. How does he know what's going on at CERN? How does he know what's even happening? Who drew the time machine graph? Who made the manual? Who did the post? I just find it really hard to believe one person did that.
He thought about the Olympics being canceled, right?
Correct. And that was, he talked about the Olympics being canceled. He talked about a civil war that didn't happen. And, of course, the nuclear war didn't happen. But, again, with John, if you believe John was a time traveler, then he ended up lying, or he didn't know because that was what was happening in his mind. So in his world line, the Olympics didn't happen, which led to the Civil War, which led to the nuclear war. So that is most people's explanation for why all of those things did not happen.
And he said the U.S. would be split up into 5 regions, didn't he?
Correct. That they would each have their own president. So the office of president now would be held by 5 people. And that the United States federal government would be much more decentralized. That basically their responsibilities were defense. And that the states would have much more power. I'm trying to think if he said anything else specific. He said that industrialized food production was no longer a thing. He said that the amount of, he called it useless, items would no longer be available. And that life was much more centered around the family and around the community. That's kind of the way he described the future.
What are the possibilities that the late Art Bell was part of this thing?
I have no idea. I remember, I think it was, I can't remember why he said the fact. I believe Art was calling for people to contact him if they were time travelers. I think that's why the fact. So, I don't remember exactly. I think he was doing a time travel show, and that's why they were. I don't know. Art seemed like a great shooter. I'm not sure that was something he would do.
Was that the first time we had heard of the name John Teeter?
In the fact is, I don't believe he used his name. He didn't start calling himself that until he was on the internet at the chat room.
And how do we know that's his real name? Because Abraham
We don't know. I think he said it was an anagram. Let me think about it for a second. I think Peter stood for time travel war. That's what he said. So he might have been using his real name, but I think Peter is a representation for the word time travel.
Now, what does Larry Hamer say about everything today?
So, when I was being interviewed for that film, I had a chance to speak with Larry and meet with him on the phone and talk to him numerous times. And Larry has always taken this, I'm always, it was a very hands-off, I'm only going to tell you what I can prove, I guess, to his stance. He's not going to say anything that he doesn't think is true. If you ever talk to him, he's very standoffish and polished about it. But according to Larry, he's hanging on to this document, and he's got this computer chip that is expecting somebody to come get. And I suspect that it's not as real, that he knows the details about where they went and what happened and why.
It's a truly remarkable scenario. The fact that it seems to be coming back. You feel that?
Yeah, that's what I find most remarkable. I was so close to it for so long, nothing seemed to change, and that's kind of when I fell off. And then you start getting these Google alerts about stuff. What was it the other day? I just saw one from it. Scientists now believe that creating many black holes is not only possible, will take less energy than they thought. And that's right out of the text from 25 years ago.
And how would a guy know that?
Yeah, I would get it so right. He was very detailed about the way that his time machine worked, and that physics apparently now is real. Alternate realities are real. The find what John said are real. That's what I find.
Yeah, and I'm convinced that if time travel is real, and Teeter was real, the John Teeter who's on the planet right now is the 27-year-old guy. Has no idea he's the guy who came back in 2036, back to the year 2000.
Right, and I agree. I agree 100%.
I mean, if we were to interview the John Teeter, he'd have no idea what we were talking about.
Or he might be listening right now.
Saying, I got him. Amazing, Oliver, isn't it?
It is. And, the other thing is I don't understand a lot of the animosity. People are entertained. People, are curious and they ask questions about it. But there's a group of people that are really, really angry about it. And that's the part I don't understand. For example, I've got very threatening emails, and I really talked about, oh yeah, I get it all the time. People that, I'll give you a more solid example. Larry tells me that he's actually had people come to his house and follow his kids. And this was 20 years ago, but when it first came out, Larry took some heat over this. So I don't understand why it makes people so angry. I guess that's my point.
Do they think they've been duped?
I don't know. You might be closer to that phenomenon than I am. That if people think that, if someone's trying to convince you that Bigfoot is real and it makes you mad, or if somebody tries to convince you time travel is real and it makes you mad, I don't understand that reaction. I mean, either this is just a really well-told tale, or it really is a time travel. But I don't understand the anger behind it. And that I think.
Well, with Oliver Williams, who compiled the John Teeter website years ago and is still open, though he hasn't updated it too much. Done a little massage to it, but not much of it.
Yeah, again, I'm being recruited to do some sort of a podcast. I'm trying to decide if there's some material out there to do that. But, I've thought about updating the website, thought about doing something else. I may, we're starting to get a flood of stuff. And if Larry says anything new, I'll let you know.
Yeah, definitely. And we can get that podcast up and running, let us know.
All right, thanks, Jordan.
Oliver Williams with us. His website, can I say it's johnteeter.com?
Yeah, absolutely. And I promise to get to it soon and add more stuff.
We're going to take calls with Oliver next hour, and towards the end of the program, I'll probably play the interview I did with Larry Haber. It's about 8 minutes long, but it's fascinating, and I bet Larry would love to hear that all over again. Oliver?
Yeah, there's a possibility he'd love me too.
The people who were involved, there were other people involved with John Teeter as a real-time traveler. What do you think they told him about coming back here?
So you mean the people that sent him here on his mission?
Yes.
Well, according to John, they needed this computer to communicate with larger IBM mainframe computers that no longer work in the future. And his mission was to go back, get this computer, and then return. And if you think about it, if you think about the science behind the way he describes time travel, it basically means that John would never get home. There would always be a slight variation wherever he traveled. So the whole idea of this mission must have been somebody's going to return with the computer. So from the perspective of John leaving, my guess is whatever happened to John, he returned with the computer, but he might be 5 years older than he was. But the people that needed the computer in the future got it an hour after they sent it. If that makes any sense.
Technically, is that accurate?
Yeah, based on the way John described time travel, that would be accurate. He said that time travel, multiple realities were real. He said the Everett Wheeler model was correct. And he said, imagine that you're standing in a room with mirrors on all the walls. Look to the left and your right, you see an infinite number of reflections in all directions. And he described
Time travel is having the ability to step out of one mirror and into the other. The closer the mirrors are, the less variation there's going to be between the timelines. If you step way far away, there's going to be a larger variation. But if you're looking for a computer, you could step back into that variation, still get the computer, and then return to where you started. Things might be very different, but at least you completed your mission. And that's kind of my understanding of what he was doing.
Did Tigger explain when he came back how he existed, how he lived?
You mean how he lived in his time?
No, in our time.
Oh, yeah, you know, he did talk about some of the reactions he had thus far in time. And to be honest, John was angry with us. He didn't think much of us. He thought we didn't pay attention to our constitutional rights, that we were lazy, that the reason things were bad in the future was because of us. He blamed us for that. He talked about going into a store and just being overwhelmed with all of the useless merchandise and choices that people had. Oh, I do remember he said he was jealous of how much information was available to us that we don't take advantage of. So the number of books. You could go to a bookstore and buy a book, or go online and download something. That apparently was a surprise to him, to see how much of it was available to us that we didn't take advantage of. So yeah, I think he warmed up to us in the end, but at the beginning, I don't think he thought well of us, basically, because he blamed us for what happened in his time.
Let's take a short break, Oliver, then come back and take phone calls. The lines are open. Back in a moment.
Find out more about tonight's guest. Log on to coasttocoastam.com.
Business owner, CEO, or responsible for marketing? If you are, iHeartMedia can help you reach your goals and find new customers. We reach more consumers in your target area than anyone else, and we can give you access to those potential customers more cost-effectively across radio, digital, podcasting, and social. We'd love to show you how iHeartMedia can work for you. Get started today by calling 844-844-iHeart. That's 844-844-iHeart.
Future health weight loss.
Get access to weight loss meds like Ozempic, Zepbound, and pill options if you don't like injections from FutureHealth.com. The meds eliminate hunger and cravings, while Future Health handles the rest. Best results, best price. All online with no insurance needed. Join those losing 10 pounds in their first month. Visit FutureHealth.com. Future without the E to start losing weight this week.
Future health weight loss.
Database on independent study sponsored by Future Health. Future Health is not a healthcare services provider. Meds and prescribing provider discretion. Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textplan.us. Texting rules for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message data rates may apply. Apply. Stop. My name is Salter Roboto. I'm mentoring with the Wildfire Recovery Group, and we've been handling wildfire cases since 2015. Southern California Edison is a public utility company. We've determined that Edison is responsible for the Eaton fire in Pasadena. If you suffer damages, you can seek reimbursement for smoke damage, structural damage, loss of your personal property, as well as injuries, both to your body and mentally. We've recovered more than $1.7 billion for our clients in utility-caused wildfire damages. If you're a homeowner or a renter, we may be able to help. The call and consultation are free. Text BIRD to 323232 or visit fireattorneys.com. Your consultation is free and there's no obligation. If we don't recover for you, you pay nothing. That's BIRD to 323232. BIRD to 323232. Attorney advertising paid for by Nellis Riccoboni, LLP, 2625 Towns Gate Road, Suite 260, Westlake Village, California, 91361. Past results depend upon facts of those cases. Future results will differ based upon different facts.
KFI AM 640.
When you're hot, you feel different. But if you feel different, you drop different. So don't drop high. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Talk without the tilt. KFI and KOST HD2, Los Angeles, Orange County.
he's seen combinations for himself.
Station, this is Amy King with KFI's Wake Up Call. How do you hear me?
I can hear you loud and clear. It's time for your morning wake-up call. Here's Amy King.
It's 5 o'clock. This is your wake up call for Thursday, April 10th. Good morning. I'm Amy King. We're live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Keep your radios close this morning. We get to talk to Colonel Nick Hague. He's the Space Force Guardian and NASA astronaut. And last time we talked to him, he was live on the International Space Station. Now he's got his feet back on the ground, and he's going to come visit Wake Up Call. That's happening a little bit later this hour, so please do stick around. Can't wait to talk to him about his adventures and his spacewalk, and like everything that is just something that none of us get to experience except for a handful of people on this planet. And we're so excited to have Colonel Hague back with us again. Here's what's ahead on Wake Up Call. Stock futures are down this morning after a huge bounce back on Wall Street. The Dow gained more than 2,900 points yesterday following President Trump's announcement that a 90-day pause was being put on tariffs for everyone except China. The president announced tariffs against China would increase to 125%. A U.S.-Russian national from Los Angeles has been freed in a prisoner swap between the U.S. and Russia. Secretary of State Marco Rubio says ballerina Casina Carolina is on her way back to the U.S. Carolina was serving a 12-year sentence after being convicted of treason last year for making a $52 donation to a charity aiding Ukraine. Construction on the first house to be rebuilt following the fire in Pacific Palisades is underway. Mayor Bass toured the construction site yesterday. She said for those who want to rebuild, she's looking at what permit fees can be waived. 6,800 homes, businesses, and other buildings burned down in the Palisades fire in January. Bloomberg's Courtney Donahoe joins us a little earlier than normal this morning. She's going to be with us at 5:20. We will, of course, be talking about the near historic day of Wall Street, now closing, of course, up more than 2,900 points. We're also going to check in with ABC's Karen Travers and talk to why the president announced those 90-day tariffs. And then, of course, at the bottom of the hour, Colonel Hague, fresh off his 6 months in space, leading the Crew 9 mission to the International Space Station. Let's get started with some of the stories coming out of the KFI 24-hour newsroom. As construction to rebuild the Palisades gets underway, LA Mayor Bass says she's looking at ways to ease traffic congestion around the burn area in the Palisades. Speaking to KPLA outside of home where construction has begun, Bass says she's got some ideas.
So we're looking at a lot of options. Maybe we do the debris removal at night. Maybe we have some of the trucks go at night. So we're examining all of that right now.
Bass was in the Palisades to visit with a homeowner who has received a permit to rebuild. She says she's also looking at which permit fees can be waived as rebuilding efforts pick up. LA school district officials say federal officials weren't allowed to go into 2 elementary schools this week. The district says the Homeland Security Department officials were denied entry to the Lillian Street and Russell Elementary schools. Both schools are in South LA. The feds are jumping into the homeless problem in the Southland.
U.S. Attorney Bill Saley and U.S. District Judge David Carter visited LA's Skid Row. Saley tells KFI's Tim Conway Jr. his office has begun an investigation into how money for homeless programs has been spent in the area.
All we know right now is that there's at least $2 billion that's unaccounted for owing to an audit that was just conducted last month. And that's not a rounding error.
Judge Carter ordered an audit of the LA Homeless Services Authority and the City of LA's homeless spending. Saley says it found the more than $2 billion had been poorly accounted for with limited evidence of results. Michael Crozier, KFI News.
Today is Dolores Huerta Day in LA. The LA County Board of Supervisors voted to honor the legendary labor and civil rights activist's 95th birthday. She was born April 10th, 1930 in New Mexico and moved to Stockton as a child. She co-founded the United Farm Workers Union with Cesar Chavez.
Let's say good morning to Will Kohlschreiber, who is doing his first traffic report on the phone because he got stuck in a traffic crash.
Right there, Burbank Boulevard, all lanes were blocked for a while. I was right behind it, and I saw all lanes blocked. Now, only the right lane is blocked. This is a vehicle. I'm told by the officers there on the scene. I didn't see any injuries, but backing up all the way back from about Victory Boulevard. Other than that, things are looking pretty good across the southwest. We'll have more details. The complete report for you coming up in just a few minutes with Southern California back there traffic reports. I'm Will Kohlschreiber.
Thank you, Bill. Get in here safely. Let's say good morning now to ABC's Karen Travers. So, Karen, if there's one predictable thing about President Trump, it's that he's unpredictable.
Yeah, and it's completely reversal from what he had said on Monday, where he told my colleague Mary Bruce that he was not looking at a pause on tariffs or offer negotiation. And that's exactly what he did yesterday. His team said yesterday that this was a strategy all along, and this was the president's negotiating strategy. But the president then undercut that message by saying that he was looking at the market, that he saw people getting a little afraid, and that the market was looking a little glum over the last few days, and that was driving his decision to put this pause in place.
Okay, and what exactly happened, and why does he say that he did it? You said that it was because they were immune.
That's what he said. I mean, his reason yesterday was because of the market. That's what he said. His advisor said it was because countries were reaching out to negotiate. But we asked them on Monday, why not put a pause in place before they go into effect? Because countries had already started reaching out to negotiate at that point. Why not move forward with it and just do negotiations? Why announce it last week when you could have had negotiations already? But the president said, we're moving ahead. The president looking at a pause. The tariffs went into effect. They were in effect for 13 hours before the president announced this reversal, and the reason he cited yesterday only the stock market and the bond market, I should say.
Okay, and then the big exception to pausing all the tariffs is China.
Yes, China now has a 125% tariff on goods coming into the U.S. from China. China has retaliated with the tariff on U.S. goods. It also said this morning that they're going to limit the number of Hollywood films that are shown from China as a way to strike back at American cultural exports as well. And this is showing no signs of slowing down. The Chinese have not engaged at all with the White House, despite the White House needs to reach out and talk and have negotiations. They're not doing that. They have said they're going to fight this to the end, and that the United States trade policy right now amounts to economic bullying. So it's not clear where the growth is going to be in sight here when it comes to China. One thing, though, is that this could grind trade between the two countries to a halt.
And there's a lot of it. I mean, that's a huge amount of trade.
Significant amount of trade. And also, states will use consumers to go out there and buy a lot of products. And then you see the materials that go into things, small businesses, a lot of that comes from China, and that's a significant concern for companies that are, getting parts of things. People that have already placed orders at this point, they already paid for things, and now they're on their way to make on their stuff, whatever that is, versus their widgets. They bought $100 of widgets, and now that widget, when it gets offloaded at the port in California, is going to have an additional $125 charge to it. You didn't factor that in. Maybe business plan. What are you going to do?
Right? And what happens if you don't accept the shipment? I mean, it's just could imagine at the ports that could be kind of a nightmare.
Yeah, I mean, that's all coming in the next couple of weeks.
Okay, and we will be watching it. We were just talking about everything changes so quickly these days. Kind of hard to keep track of it. But thank you for helping us make sense of it, Karen Travers.
Have a great day.
All right, you too. Let's get back to some of the stories coming out of the KFI 24-hour
newsroom. House Speaker Mike Johnson has delayed a vote on President Trump's budget bill. The bill, which passed the Senate, includes tax cuts, more immigration enforcement, more defense spending, and a higher debt limit. The House was set to vote last night, but some Republicans opposed it mainly because the Senate's version only includes $4 billion in spending cuts. The House wants up to $2 trillion in cuts. The vote's been pushed back to today at the earliest. The Department of Homeland Security says the Trump administration will keep deporting alleged gang members to El Salvador. BBC's Matt Rivers says they're being held in a notorious prison.
There's a reason why it's become known as an incredibly harsh place. It is brutal. Frankly, it is depressing, and it is designed to give up.
He says it was built as part of the El Salvador government's push to clean up crime in that country. 45,000 pounds of cocaine worth $500,000 has been seized by the Coast Guard in Florida. Attorney General Pam Bondi says the Coast Guard used drones, aircraft, and ships to intercept the traffickers leading to the bust yesterday.
What they did saved countless American lives. Countless lives. This cocaine would have been distributed throughout our country and perhaps throughout our world.
Bondi says the drugs originated from Mexican cartels. 11 people have been arrested in connection with the bust. The Supreme Court has reversed a lower court ruling that ordered the Trump administration to reinstate 2 heads of watchdog agencies. The High Court says it will hear arguments from the lawyers for the head of the National Labor Relations Board and the Merit Systems Protection Board on why they should be allowed to keep their positions. The search for survivors of the nightclub roof collapse in the Dominican Republic is over, and victim recovery efforts are now underway. BBC's Victor Oquendo says the death toll is at least 218.
Just an incredibly difficult scene here outside of the Jet Set nightclub. As you can see where the roof collapsed, there's all that heavy machinery.
He says at least 1 American has died. Ahead of the trial in the Idaho college killings, the defense is pushing for the death penalty to be taken off the table because of Ryan Koberger's autism spectrum disorder. At a pretrial hearing yesterday, Judge Stephen Hippler said he didn't think that's relevant.
They did not make it. The general argument somehow the diagnosis is an aggravating factor.
The trial is set to start later this summer. Flying could soon become less stressful. American Airlines is teaming up with Customs and Border Protection on a plan they say will make international flights move more quickly. Passengers would no longer pick up their bags when they arrive and then recheck them for a domestic connecting flight. Instead, the luggage would be transferred automatically. The carrier says this will enhance safety. The pilot program will be tested on flights from Sydney to Los Angeles. Deborah Mark, KFI News. Speaking of airlines, Delta Airlines has pulled its financial outlook for this year, saying it's because of concerns about where global trade is headed. Virgin Atlantic is cutting back its scheduled flights from London to New York and Seattle this winter. The travel and tourism industry is a big part of the U.S. economy. It contributed more than $2 trillion in 2022. It also supports more than 9 million jobs. You'll soon be paying more to wish people happy birthday, happy anniversary, or congratulations the old-fashioned way. The Postal Service is raising the price of a first-class stamp from 73 to, I believe, 78%. I have a typo there, sorry. Postcard stamps will go up from 56 to 62 cents. The USPS says prices are still among the most affordable in the world. Coming up in just a few minutes, NASA astronaut and Space Force guardian Colonel Nick Hague has his feet back on the ground, but you can bet he's still reaching for the stars. Yeah, he's fresh off a 6-month mission to the International Space Station and joining Wake Up Call in about 15 minutes. And coming up next, what's in store for the markets today after a near historic rebound on Wall Street? Bloomberg's Courtney Donahoe is going to fill us in. Right now, Will Schreiber is going to fill us in on what's up with traffic in LA.
The problem there is the 5 freeway southbound past Grande Vista. Only the left lane is open because of a bad crash. There are 3 vehicles involved. Traffic's stopped recently all the way back from 7th Street. We still have that problem in Sherman Oaks. I saw it 405 southbound before Burbank Boulevard. 2 right lanes now blocked. It's jammed up back from Sherman Way down to that overturned vehicle on the right side. In Pomona, crash up the 10 westbound before Gary. That's in the center divide. And look out in Studio City 101 freeway southbound at the 34 crashed on the right shoulder. With Southern California's most accurate traffic reports, I'm Will Goldschreiber. The Rocket Man has landed on iHeartRadio.
Hi, this is Elton John, and this is iHeart's Elton John Radio.
Every hit, every deep cut, and the behind-the-scenes stories from Sir Elton himself.
My first ever hit.
From the anthems that made history to Elton's own picks, all commercial-free, including his new song with Brandi Carlile, the soundtrack of a legend. Search Elton John Radio on your iHeart app to listen now. Saturday workouts.
Hey girl, get something. You almost done? 2 minutes or so. Meet you outside.
That much. Getting back to the moments we miss starts with getting informed. Get the latest info about COVID-19 vaccines at getvaccineanswers.org. It's up to you. Brought to you by iHeartRadio and the Ad Council.
The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of hundreds of thousands of titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview.
I think it makes it better to give out to him. On April 4th, 1968, Dr. Martin Luther King was shot and killed in Memphis. A petty criminal named James Earl Ray was arrested. He pled guilty to the crime and spent the rest of his life in prison. Case closed. James Earl Ray was a pawn for the official stuff. The authorities Ray only found a gun that James Earl Ray bought in Birmingham that killed up to 10. Except it wasn't the gun that killed up to 10. One of the problems that came out when I got the Ray case was that some of the evidence, as far as I was concerned, did not match the circumstances. This is the MLK Jokes. The first 2 episodes are available on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get podcasts.
The iHeartRadio app, #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one app.
Trump is announcing a 90-day pause on some tariffs. Dr. Amir Khan with the University of Arizona and the Farming Advisory Group believes this was all part of the White House plan starting on the day the tariffs were announced.
It was shock, right? All foreign countries abroad. And then now you give them some relief along with relief to the markets. That's why you see the markets responding to it very positively.
The White House press secretary saying it due to countries calling to negotiate trade deals. The quest to make the government more efficient is focusing on federal real estate now, with lawmakers looking to sell off unused property. Congressman Pat Fallon says the vast majority of government offices are half-empty.
Clearly, when you read government reports, even pre-COVID, we didn't need the space, and we had too much. Very expensive real estate in Washington, D.C., New York City, San Francisco.
He adds if it's taken off the books, it will save taxpayers big bucks. Just in time for tax season, the acting IRS commissioner is resigning. Multiple reports say Melanie Krause is stepping down after the agency agreed to share illegal immigrants' tax information with federal immigration agents, as Jeffy Jacobs reports.
Melanie Krause becomes the agency's third leader to leave since the start of the year. According to reports, the deal with federal agents was finalized on Monday, with officials from the Treasury Department bypassing the office.
Whoa, that 18-wheeler next to you on the highway might not have a driver. The self-driving tech company Aurora is launching their first autonomous big rig this month in Texas, which has truckers paying close attention.
We're worried when we pay attention to the policies, to the legislation, to the things that we need to pay attention to.
That's John Esparza, who heads the Texas Trucking Association. They support the move towards automation along the highways. He says there will always be a need for drivers in urban settings. I'm Monica Nelson with your consumer and business news.
The hit HBO series The Last of Us is getting renewed for a 3rd season. The Emmy-winning show is set to return for its 2nd season this weekend. The new season has received immense praise from critics and currently sits at 92% fresh on Rotten Tomatoes. The Last of Us Season 2 debuts on April 13th. Adam Levine is confirming that Maroon 5 will drop a new album this year. During an appearance on The Tonight Show, starring Jimmy Fallon this week, the singer was asked about the speculation surrounding Maroon 5's return. Levine said he's going to confirm the rumors are true,
but said he can't divulge all the details right now. However, he did confirm there's a single coming out near the end of this month, while the album will be out in the summer. Levine also said Maroon 5 will go on tour sometime in the fall. Twilight is going on tour. On Wednesday, Gale Alive and Lionsgate announced a Twilight concert tour, which will include 60 stops across the U.S. It kicks off on September 12th and wraps up on November 30th in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. The experience will feature the 2008 movie, accompanied by an on-stage 12-piece ensemble of rock and orchestral musicians who will synchronize their performance to the movie scenes. Tickets go on sale this Friday. That's entertainment. I'm Jacqueline Cora.
AM 644, stimulating talk.
Coming up on the next Gary and Shannon show.
They regret that they were on, but now they're wrong. What do these tariffs mean? Our global trade outlook expert Sahak Manveli is to the case.
Coming up today at 9:30 on Gary and Shannon. It's 5:21 on your Thursday morning wake-up call. Good morning, I'm Amy King. Here's what we're following in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. 2 LA City Council committees have advanced a plan to hike trash collection fees by more than 50%. If it's approved by the City Council on Friday, it would be the first increase in 17 years. City's looking for ways to raise revenues as it faces a nearly $1 billion budget shortfall. A 5th person has died following a high-speed crash into a tree in Santa Ana. Authorities say a 13-year-old girl who was on life support following the crash late Saturday night has succumbed to her injuries. Most of the people killed were teenagers. Police are still investigating what led to the deadly crash. Pope Francis has met privately with King Charles III and Queen Camilla at the Vatican. The royal couple is in Italy to celebrate their 20th wedding anniversary. It was the first confirmed meeting for the Pope since he returned to the Vatican after spending 5 weeks in the hospital with life-threatening double pneumonia. At 6:05, it's Handle on the News. Was it part of the deal or a fix? Because of a falling stock market, Bill's going to be talking about huge gains on Wall Street following the president's announcement of a 90-day pause in tariffs. Okay, so we had to switch stuff up a little bit this morning because we get to talk to Colonel Nick Hague, a NASA astronaut, Space Force Guardian. We talked to him several times as he was getting ready for his trip to the International Space Station, and we were so lucky we got to talk to him while he was on the International Space Station, and now he's back on Earth. So we're going to be talking to him in about 10 minutes. And so we moved Courtney Donahoe, Bloomberg's business specialist, in your business, to 5:20. But maybe she didn't get the message because we haven't heard from Courtney. So we're going to try to reach out to her. And there's a lot to talk about with the stock market. Man, was that crazy when President Trump announced the pause in tariffs? At about 10 o'clock yesterday, actually it was just about 10:15 yesterday morning, and immediately the stocks shot up and ended the day up down 2,900 points. Right now the Dow futures are down like 481 points, or down. Now it's down 559. So maybe things are looking a little better, but now we have Courtney Donahoe. So glad you could join us early. We're getting in your business with Bloomberg's Courtney Donahoe. Thanks so much for joining us early today, Courtney. I guess the only thing we can say is buckle up. We were just talking while we were waiting to connect with you about the crazy day it was on Wall Street.
Oh my goodness, it was unbelievable. All the tariff twists and turns continue with the president announcing that 90-day tariff pause. The New York Stock Exchange actually exploded in a huge roar as the news hit. But Wall Street was practically begging for some relief, and yesterday traders got it with the S&P 500 ending the day up 9.5%. Now this morning, it's not looking so good. It's looking pretty rough out there. Looking at Dow futures down 588 points. S&P futures falling 1.9%, but kind of buried in all of this news in just a few minutes from now. And why I kind of have to jump here is the March consumer price report is going to be out. And economists say inflation will likely step down last month, but the information it contains is somewhat stale compared to some of the big economic policy changes that came in past week.
Okay, and you have to jump.
Yes, I do. It's so busy here today. Sorry.
And we appreciate you adjusting your schedule. So we'll be watching, and
and see what happens, and then we'll talk to you tomorrow and get a recap of everything. Exactly. Have a great day, Joel. All right, Bloomberg's Courtney Donahoe getting in your business in an abbreviated version today. I would imagine if you have anything to do with the financial industry, things are a little hectic. It's crazy. Okay. Let's get back to some of the stories coming out of the KFI 24-hour newsroom. The LAPD says it's looking for a father who allegedly abducted his 9-year-old daughter and 7-year-old son in Stillmar after he lost custody. The children were last seen at their elementary school around 11 a.m. on Tuesday. He was picked up by their father, who's Ukrainian. Police say Rodion Polomits was presumed to be driving a 2016 gray Toyota Prius, a California license plate ending in 966. A man is dead after confronting shoplifters in a parking lot in South Almani. The man's brother, Yamshid Yagumi, says it all happened really fast yesterday afternoon.
It was three guys. Two was in the car. They opened the door. They come out there. One of them, they punch my brother. He go down.
The 60-year-old man was helping at his brother's stores. No arrests have been made, and police have not released a description of the shoplifters who got away in their car. Plans to expand the LA Convention Center have been approved by the full city council.
The project is estimated to cost more than $2 billion, but city council wants that price tag and other risks to come down. Councilman Isabel Jurado says the city can't wait any longer to improve its outdated center.
Moving forward with this project, albeit cautiously and responsibly, will help us regain our competitive edge.
Plans to revitalize the convention center seemed dead earlier this year because of the city's financial condition. Now the plan is for a phased approach with work done until the Olympics and then finish after the games. Michael Monks, KFI News.
Some Democrats say they want Congress to investigate if anyone may have known about President Trump's tariff moves in advance. ABC's Shireen Shaw says they want to know if anyone may have benefited from the drastic market shifts.
About $6 trillion wiped out of the S&P 500, a major sell-off in American bonds led by China and Japan. Some experts believe could sway the president.
The Dow Jones, S&P 500, and NASDAQ all reversed their losses yesterday. Amazon says it's canceling orders for a lot of products made in China and other Asian countries, so it won't have to pay tariffs on them. The products are mainly summer things like beach chairs, air conditioners, and scooters. You know, the things we need during the summer. Bloomberg says one company that's been selling Chinese-made beach chairs to Amazon for years got an email from the online merchandiser saying it was canceling its orders and not to ship them. Cal Fire's urging residents across the state to take precautions as peak wildfire season approaches. California Natural Resources Agency Secretary Wade Crawford says the government is ready and the public needs to be too.
State, federal, local partnerships remain intensely focused on helping these communities recover and rebuild and protecting Californians from catastrophic wildfire. Remember, everybody has a role to play.
Crawford says the fires in the Palisades and Altadena have shown the importance of being prepared. He says home hardening and having defensible space are the most important preparations. Cal Fire does offer a fire planner tool. It's at readyforwildfire.org. The president of the LA Urban Policy Task Force is calling on police to do something about what he calls the epidemic of hit and runs in South LA. Earl Afari Hutchison is asking police to set up a task force to help prosecute what he calls hit and run murders. Half a dozen people have been killed in hit and run wrecks in South LA in just the last 3 months. A new bill could make it harder to force people in California government to keep secrets from the public.
A bill to block non-disclosure agreements in the government is moving forward in the legislature. AB 1370's goal is to update California's Political Reform Act of 1974 to prohibit lawmakers from signing or asking others to sign NDAs. An exception can be made for NDAs used to shield information from private businesses. The bill's text states a violation of the act is punishable as a misdemeanor. Experts say the use of NDAs in government is a violation of the First Amendment that limits free speech and freedom of the press. Mark Ronner, KFI News.
When we come back, NASA astronaut and Space Force Guardian Colonel Nick Hague joins Wake Up Call for his first radio interview since returning to Earth after 171 days in space on the International Space Station. Stick around, that's coming up next. Southland weather from KFI. Sunny after some morning and low clouds and fog. High as Low 70s at the coast, 70s to mid 80s for Metro LA and NC, 80s to low 90s in the valleys and Inland Empire, 70s and 80s in the Antelope Valley. Highs tomorrow about the same as today. Cooling this weekend with highs in the 70s to low 80s on Saturday, 60s and 70s on Sunday. It's 56 in Huntington Beach, 60 in Mission Viejo, and we've got a cold tone in Temecula on 15.
It's 7:15 from Winchester down to the 215, the two left lanes. Closed for Caltrain's work until 6 o'clock, so another half an hour. There's a pretty good backup from before the 215 interchange, so just beware. 5 northbound at Eastern and injury crash, also 5 southbound right there East LA and Grande Vista. Only the left lane is open. That might be clearing up a little bit, but I still see a whole lot of traffic more on the northbound side, so just beware if you're heading into the East LA interchange. And the southbound side of the 405 still a hot mess, starting from Sherman Way all the way down to Burbank Boulevard, where they're clearing an overturned vehicle with Southern California's most accurate traffic reports. I'm Local Driver.
The Rocket Man has landed on iHeartRadio.
Hi, this is Elton John, and this is iHeart Elton John Radio.
Every hit, every deep cut, and the behind-the-scenes stories from Sir Elton himself. From the anthems that made history to Elton's own picks, all commercial-free, including his new song with Brandi Carlile. The soundtrack of a legend. Search Elton John Radio on your iHeart app to listen now.
Find your iHeartRadio everywhere. There are hundreds of ways to experience iHeartRadio at home and on the go beyond the iPhone and Android app at iHeartRadio.com. Here's another way to connect to iHeartRadio. Android Auto. Our Android app comes alive in your car's dashboard with a seamless way to play your favorite music, radio stations, and podcasts. Developed with driver safety in mind, the Android Auto app interface was built for simple navigation and to limit driver distraction, while making sure that you can still access all your favorite content from iHeartRadio. No need to download another app, just plug or pair your Android phone with your dash, and if Android Auto is available in your vehicle, iHeartRadio will sync automatically. iHeartRadio, everywhere you want to listen, including in your car, through Android Automotive. Check it out for free now. iHeartRadio, anywhere you want to listen, iHeartRadio is there. iHeartRadio brings you New to View, streaming edition.
Looking for something to watch? Listen up. Next week on Netflix, Tuesday, the debut of the Swedish mystery series The Glass Dome, as well as the documentary special Behind the Curtain, Stranger Things, The First Shadow. Next Wednesday on Netflix, the launch of the British docu-series The Diamond Heist. Next Thursday, the kickoff of the Netflix romantic drama series Ransom Canyon, starring Josh Duhamel and Nathan Kelly. Next Friday on Netflix, the debut of the documentary film Oklahoma City Bombing, American Terror, as well as the Dutch thriller movie I Hustle. Next Tuesday on Paramount Plus, the launch of the two-part docu-series The Carters, Hurts to Love You. Next Wednesday on Hulu, season 2 of the drama series No Man's Land. Next Thursday on Tubi, the premiere of season 2 comedy series Borders, and over on Peacock, the mid-season debut of Law & Order Organized Crime. Next Friday on Disney Plus, the second season launch of Light and Magic. Next Wednesday on Apple TV Plus, the debut of the new comedy Government Cheese, starring David Oyelowo. Next Wednesday over on Amazon Prime Video, the second season launch of Last One Laughing, Columbia. Next Thursday on Amazon Prime Video, the kickoff of the new animated comedy series #1 Happy Family USA, as well as the third season of Leverage Redemption. Next Friday on Apple TV Plus, the third season premiere of the kids show Jane. And next Friday over on Amazon Prime Video, the debut of the limited drama series The Narrow Road to the Deep North.
And that's New to View on iHeartRadio. Happy New Day.
They say nothing like a break, so we figured $1,000 might help you feel a little free or a little cash for the times that you pay by your books. So free your budget, free your mind, and claim your $1,000 freedom fund. Powered by Sweet James Accident Attorneys. If you're in an accident, one thing is everything. Call the winning attorneys at Sweet James. 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-9-MILLION or sweetjames.com. The winning starts Monday on KFI AM 640 or stimulating talk.
It's 5:35 on your Thursday Wake Up Call. Good morning. I'm Amy King. So glad you're with us today because we have a super special treat coming up in just about 45 seconds or so. Here's what we're following in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. As construction gets underway, the first house destroyed in fires in Pacific Palisades. Ellie Maribeth says roads are going to be packed with big trucks. Trucks moving debris out up in clogging streets. She says one thing to look at is having the trucks only move at night, but that would result in a lot of noise for people who still live in the area, so they're still trying to figure that one out. LA City Council's voted to move forward with plans to modernize the LA Convention Center. The project would connect the South Hall and West Hall above Pico Boulevard with a new building. A new study suggests hearing loss can increase your risk of heart failure. Researchers at UK Biobank say they found that those with mild hearing issues had a 15% increased risk if they were poor hearing. That was a 28% increased risk of heart failure. We've got Handle on the News coming up at 6:05. Of course, he's going to be talking tariffs, the stock market, and a whole lot more. But right now, we have a very special treat. We'd like to say good morning to NASA astronaut and Space Force Guardian, Colonel Nick Hague, the first Space Force Guardian ever on the International Space Station, the commander of the Crew 9 mission. Colonel Hague, I'm guessing you hear this a lot, but welcome home. So you spent 171 days in space. You did a spacewalk. You had a successful splashdown, obviously back down on Earth, along with Alex and, of course, Sonny Williams and Butch Wilmore. It's been an exciting 6 months. How are you and everybody doing?
Yeah, it's hard to believe the 6 months goes by really fast. And we're back on the ground, and just over 3 weeks back in gravity and adjusting, and it's been pretty good.
Okay, so I want to ask you about that gravity because we saw you when the capsule splashed down and saw you come out of the capsule with a pretty big smile on your face. Can you tell us what you were feeling at that moment and what it feels like to go from weightlessness to full-on gravity in a matter of minutes?
Yeah, the smile coming out of the capsule is just the thrill of re-enter. You've gone from 17,500 miles an hour down to zero, and you do that by riding in the center of essentially a fireball. And then, the adrenaline rush from that experience, and then watching your parachutes open and landing safely, you're just ecstatic to be home. And so there's a lot of that going on, but then you're also starting to realize, hey, gravity is real, and I've been able to ignore it for the last 6 months. You're strong. You can stand up, you can carry your own weight, but your sense of balance is really not there. And so that's why they pull us out, they put us on a gurney, they wheel us around. For the first day or so, somebody is there making sure that when we're walking, we don't stumble. But after 2 days, the body snaps back. It is just truly amazing how adaptable our bodies are.
Okay, so when you say that it's hard because your balance is off, do you have sort of like a vertigo feeling, or you're just not used to having to balance?
You have to choose that part of your brain. Your inner ear kind of ignored for the last 6 months while you've been in space. And then when you get down on the ground, if I stand up and close my eyes, my mind really doesn't know how to figure out which way's up and which way's down. And so you get a little bit off balance, and then gravity takes over. You just have to be really careful. But it's like I said, it's amazing because, I'll take a nap, wake up, and there's this just huge decrease in the amount that my body has already adapted. And so over the course of 24 hours, you're pretty close to having your balance back. Even within the first 6 hours or so, you go from needing somebody to make your arm everywhere you go to being able to walk on your own.
Okay. And then I was trying to figure out what that might feel like. Like we were talking about going from no gravity to having full gravity and having to deal with that. And I was like, would it be sort of like when they put those weighted vests on you when you get x-rays at the dentist and then you have to walk around all day with one on? Do you have that heavy feeling, or what does it feel like?
Yeah, you described it perfectly. It's like you're wearing this body suit that adds just this excessive amount of weight. Everything feels like it's 20 pounds heavier than it should be. And so just lifting your arm takes effort, or moving your head takes effort. And it feels strange because for the last 6 months, it takes no effort. And then slowly over the course of a couple days, that just becomes your new normal. And, I've been back just over 3 weeks. And, after I get off the phone with you, I'm going to go over and continue with my reconditioning. And my strength and conditioning coaches are going to have me, running and lifting and doing all the things that you would expect somebody to be doing, just trying to stay in shape. So it bounced back so fast.
Okay, and when you were up on the space station, were you exercising a couple hours a day?
Yeah, 2.5 hours a day, every day. So you come back so much stronger. I came back stronger than when I launched because I was lifting every day. And so the big muscles, my skeleton remains strong, my big muscles remain strong. The real challenge is all of the little muscles that stabilize everything and keep all my joints in the right position. Those are a little bit atrophied. And so we spend a good 45 days after we land getting all of those conditions so that my joints go back to the right positions that they're supposed to be in. And you've got to be really patient because you're strong, so I can go and outperform those and end up hurting myself. So it's a very regimented program.
Interesting. Okay, and are you taller too? I've heard that some astronauts come back taller.
So I came back taller and then I lost it all. Gravity took it away.
So we're short-lived. Okay. I want to go back up into space for a second. We'll talk in a minute about what you're doing on the space station and stuff, but the whole journey is so fascinating to me. We followed when you undocked from the space station, when you were finally ready to go home, and there's this pretty large lag time between when you separate from the station and when you re-enter the Earth's atmosphere. How long was that, and what do you do during that time?
And so it was 15 hours for us. It varied. The reason there's the delay is you're waiting essentially for the alignment of your orbit and the position of your capsule to line up with your target for your splashdown. And depending on where the station is when you undock, that could change anywhere from 7 hours to 40 hours. And that's just orbital dynamics. And so what do you do during that time? We had a fairly long day prior to undocking. And so as soon as we undocked, we got our suits off and got into some comfortable clothes. We all went to bed. And so we slept a solid 8 hours, and then we got up and we spent a lot of time. And so we did what you might expect a crew coming home from space would do. We were glued to the windows, looking out, enjoying the latitude we have for the foreseeable future. The night sky and all the stars and galaxies and looking down on Earth at the daytime and just trying to soak it in as much as we could.
So great. And then for the re-entry, again, we're talking to Space Force Guardian Colonel Nick Hague, who just returned from the International Space Station. For the re-entry, I mean, it's got to be nerve-wracking because you're still going thousands of miles an hour, and then when you do the entry, you're superheated. You're basically, like you said, a big fireball. Like, what does that feel like? Are you guys talking and joking during that time, or are you just kind of holding on? I mean, what do you do during that time? What does it feel like?
Yeah, so the first when you're in the space station, you're 400 kilometers, 250 miles above the surface of the Earth. So as the Earth goes by below, you're really traveling over the Earth, but you see the Earth going by below. You don't really realize what 5 miles a second means in terms of speed. But once you start to descend lower, you don't slow down until you start to get into the thick part of the atmosphere, or the thicker part of the atmosphere. So that's 400 kilometers down to about 80 kilometers. At that point, all those clouds that look really small start to look really big, and they are screaming by the windows. So you get this sense of the air going really fast. And then the air starts to impact our windshield, and that drag builds up. You can kind of feel the rumble of vibration. If we spend the time leading up to this kind of trying to get air conditioner on, if you will, the back to try to get it as cool as you can inside, because that aerodynamic heat, that friction from all that drag is going to start to heat up all the atmosphere around the actual chip or tube, and essentially it creates a fireball around us with about 3,000 degrees. And we're in the center of that in the calm sky of the storm, and what we feel is essentially just cheap, so we get squashed into our seat, and it goes from 6 months of not feeling anything and floating to all of a sudden the G meter reads 0.01 G or 0.02. By the time it gets to 0.11 of the gravity everybody feels every day, it feels like somebody's sitting on you because you just haven't been used to feeling it. And, it's surprising that the first time you see, it's like, oh man, I don't know if I'm going to be able to handle this. And then your body kind of gets used to it. And by the time you reach our maximum G, which is just under 5 G, you're kind of comfortable. So I'm looking at the displays, I'm talking the crew through everything that's going on, where we're at with prepare for next, get ready for sheets to deploy. And so it's kind of a normal conversation. And you just get used to having the bird squash you a little bit.
Another day at the office is bounced on